Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody's doing well. Well, everything that could have broken has broken. All right, let's just get that out of the way right now. That chair finally gave out on me this morning. It went straight back. And the good thing was I was not sitting in it. All right. So it is outside in the junk pile. Yeah. My coffee pot broke, so I was prolonging getting started so that I could have time to swig down a Pepsi. Anything that could have broke. Yep. Which reminds me, I'm going to have to get the first video going here so that I can get out there and make sure that I got the generator filled up for today. Lots of stuff to cover today. We are going to, I saw that Debbie Williams. We'll talk about that in a little bit here. Actually, I might get Dave to come on and talk about it because he has a little bit more information in regards to McAfee. I showed a video a few days ago that proves that McAfee's still alive. He's not dead. He's in a huge Faraday cage that he created for himself. And he's got signal jammers and everything else going on. So they won't find him anytime soon. The truth has got to come out, and that 31 terabytes. Now, understand that McAfee's like the genius of all geniuses where it comes to compression. So you almost have to think that 31 terabytes is actually somewhere around 150 to maybe 250 terabytes of information. Like I said, he's the genius of compression. All these compression softwares that you see like Zip and things like that, were based off of his coding. So they got, but they have nothing on him. They have absolutely nothing on him where it comes to that. So I'm kind of looking forward to that. So like I said, we got a bunch of things lined up. We're going to be doing. We're going to be covering. A bunch. My brain is still processing. I slept a little late today. I went to bed early last night, knowing, because I didn't do a podcast yesterday. I went to bed early thinking I was going to get up early, get a bunch of stuff done. No, that didn't happen. I slept late. So I'm still in fully wake up mode kind of thing. So you guys are getting me kind of that fresh out of bed kind of thing. But we got some things to go over, lots of things to look at. And I think we should probably just hop right into it. This was one of the first ones I wanted to show you guys this morning. And by the way, so Diamond Lil was going to play the Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones interview, and she decided not to do it. And I perfectly understand why. She's got quite the following for her morning prayers and everything, and it would be very discouraging for a lot of people if she just up and disappeared. And same thing with Nikki B. But we are going to play that today. So we probably, we're starting at 10 o'clock. We're probably going to end up going until like 5 or 6 this evening with everything that I have lined up. Swano, I saw that too, and it brings to mind a lot of questions in my head. A lot of questions as to Nino being on the mainstream media when he bashes them and talks trash about them, and all of a sudden curtails and decides to hop on them. Not so sure about that. Not only that, he doesn't even live in California. He lives in Texas. So, why would he be on there doing narrative in regards to California when it boils down to that? So yeah, there's a lot of questions surrounding that, and I'm just we were told be careful who you watch, be careful who you follow, and so and I showed you guys the other day, I had to play that Carrie Cassidy because I needed everybody to totally see the difference between who she was and who she is now, and know that I won't be playing any of her stuff from here on out. Anybody who denounces God and all that, and basically telling other people that they should denounce God as well, tells me that you are definitely the wrong person to follow and to listen to. So she shot herself in the foot there. The thing is my concern was, is these people going on to other podcasters and basically trashing their credibility in the long run, because of the fact that they're having them on there and promoting everything that they're talking about. And that's kind of uncool. It's but we got to see people for who they are, right? We can't her stuff with Project Camelot, years back was all stuff that was pretty spot on, but it's just really gotten out of hand over this last period of time. So but we'll go into more of that as the day goes on today. This one here I thought was kind of important, and I know I just looked at the screen and I said, dang it, I know for a fact I did not hit the audio box on that. So I'm going to pull that back up again. And here we go. Let's take a listen to this.
The NDAA is complete. I have been assigned to be a conferee on the conference. Here, we're going to follow me. We're getting an elevator. And we didn't get to participate at all. As a matter of fact, the whole NDAA deal was made between Speaker Johnson, Chuck Schumer, and the House committee. And people like me, we didn't get to participate. And we were appointed to participate to make sure no money for abortion, no money for trans, for members like me standing up for Americans who are sick and tired of funding the Ukraine war. We had taken the $300 million out of the defense bill. Well, let me tell you what the final product is and the deal that was made. So the policy is in place, that funding is there for abortion travel. The policy is still in place for trans in the military and everything that goes with it. Democrat trans policy, Democrat abortion policy. 300 million for Ukraine is back in the NDAA, even though I had worked hard to take it out, it's back in. And furthermore, here's the worst news. It gets a clean FISA extension through April. No change to the FISA court whatsoever. Nothing changed. And that deal was made also. So just wanted to give you a heads up. I'll be flat out no to this NDAA. And I think it's outrageous that this happened with our Republican control Congress.
So that means that we need to really keep an eye on Speaker Johnson, because he's obviously not all that we thought he was going to be, you know. This is the thing. If you're not working for the people, you're not working. You're not working. And we, the people, need to make that very clear. Yeah, it's, but the thing is understand that the same clause that was put together for McCarthy, okay, yeah, we know, we just talked about that a minute ago. So you're a couple of minutes late. So, but yeah, yeah, we're going to talk about that a little bit later. But the same clause is there for Johnson that was there for McCarthy. Okay, that if he goes against you know, the agenda that was set in regards to funding, lawmaking, so on and so forth, that basically and the release of the January 6 tapes, you know, this blur. Just Jen Reacts. Okay. Another podcaster here on YouTube. She started something called hashtag stop the blur. Okay. Stop the blur. Hashtag stop the blur. Because I don't think, and I know that she doesn't think, that any of those videos should be blurred in any way, shape, or form. I think that everybody should be exposed for exactly what went on there on January 6th. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. And that's just the facts. That's just the way it needs to be. So hashtag stop the blur. So whatever social media you guys use, start dropping hashtag stop the blur. Let people know, you know, you're not hiding anything from us anymore. You're done. 100% transparency or get the F out, period. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. You know, so let's keep a real close eye on that. All right, I'm going to get us started with the SGT report. Actually, I'm going to have to pause this real quick as soon as it fires. Okay. This is an interview with Colonel John Mills, an SGT report. Sean from there. And I'm gonna get this going, and I'm gonna run out and fill up the generator real quick to make sure that that we're powered up for the day. Thank you very much for joining me this morning. I know it's a little bit earlier in the day than I usually get started, but we got a lot to cover and a lot to go through. And I know that people want to talk about a lot of different things. So let's go ahead and get this day started. All right, here we go.
The funds on Wall Street are the enemy of the American people. Okay, I'm sorry. You can't trust anything they say. Nothing they say is good for the American. They're the same people who sold our jobs overseas. You can't trust them.
Hey, friends, welcome back. That was Colonel John Mills, and he's reacting to that soundbite between Jamie Dimon and Elizabeth Warren, who are both very hungry for a central bank digital currency. And in this one, we get into the eugenics King Charles, the plan to destroy humanity, the open borders and the treason at the White House, and so much more. Thanks so much for tuning in, friends. Before we start, just a quick word about our sponsor. Just when you thought it was safe, interest rates spiked and new threats have come out of nowhere. Tensions are boiling from Asia to Europe, and adapting to this turmoil, it's the key to safeguarding your wealth. Perhaps you've not considered gold before, but now is the time. It's insurance, and right now, you need some insurance. Noble Gold Investments has been protecting investors from disaster for years with precious metals. So if you're worried, it might be time to take a fresh look at gold and silver. Gold is a multi-century proven safe haven to shield your portfolio. And right now, Noble Gold Investments is offering a free 3-ounce silver American Virtue coin with its new IRAs this month. If you open your Noble Gold Investments IRA or 401k rollover right now, you can claim your coin today. Remember, crisis brews, gold insulates. Secure yourself and your portfolio against the threats. Go to noblegoldinvestments.com right now. noblegoldinvestments.com. It's the gold company I trust. Hey friends, welcome back. Thank you so very much for tuning in. It's Sean from SGT Report. Guys, I'm very excited to have back on the line Colonel John Mills. You can find him over on Substack at Colonel RET John. He's the author of War Against the Deep State. And today we're going to talk about so many things, not the least of which is his latest post, Great Nations Build Things. But one of the topics on my list today is to ask this question, guys. Do great nations build floating AI cities with their own paramilitary forces and air protection? Well, we'll play that clip from Max Egan in just a bit. And do great nations build and distribute bioweapons and after killing millions of their own citizens with those bioweapons, pretend that they didn't? Well, enter New Zealand government whistleblower Barry Young, who has been arrested for exposing just that with hardcore government data. Meanwhile, Jamie Dimon and Demon Rat Elizabeth Warren are waging war once again on Bitcoin and crypto because they want a central bank digital currency, friends. They want you on the deep state track and trace plantation for the rest of your life. But where I want to start today, guys, is with this article. The opinion piece from the Washington Post, yes, Jeff Bezos' blog, is the deep state planning to kill President Trump? Well, this opinion piece was written by, get this, Robert Kagan. You won't believe who he's married to. And the opinion piece is this, quote, a Trump dictatorship is increasingly inevitable. We should stop pretending. And Matt Gaetz' response to this piece is they're trying to greenlight an assassination. By the way, Robert Kagan, guys, is married to this witch, Victoria Nuland, a puppet of Barack Obama and somebody who's definitely a string puller behind the sitting puppet president, Joseph Biden. I'm glad to welcome back to the show retired Colonel John Mills. How are you, John?
Hey, Sean. Thank you. Doing great. Honor to be back on your show.
Honor to have you, and I'll recommend the book, War Against the Deep State. So the line item I want to start with today is the war against we the people and our rightfully sitting president, Donald J. Trump, who had the election stolen from him. What do you make of that hit piece by Robert Kagan, who's married to deep state vermin, Victoria Nuland? John, are they going to try to kill our president?
This is typical scary bedtime story and hysteria out of media in the swamp. And I mean, this is an op-ed that's total conjecture. A Trump dictatorship. Well, I mean, some people would take offense to that and say we've been living under a dictatorship since November of 20. So, I mean, this is just hyperbole, over the top, out of control. So it's tinfoil hat wearers on the deep state side. This typical hysteria that they're coming for you, and this is we probably all have relatives that behave the same way. They don't know anything about Trump or whether it was Bush, and we all have concerns about Bush. But it was like this, just they're coming for us. Really? Where? Show me what do you mean they're coming for? Well, how about coming for us?
No, they are coming for us. Look at January 6th. And by the way, they're trying to take Donald J. Trump off the ballots in multiple states. They're trying to destroy his business in New York State. They're trying to indict him and put him in prison. And meanwhile, the Jan 6ers who showed up for a redress of grievances over a stolen election, many of those folks are still being targeted. And if they're not already sitting in prison, they soon will be if it's up to the deep state. So this is complete and total gaslighting because the real enemy of the people already are in control of the executive branch.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The greatest unlawful detention of Americans since Japanese Americans in the Second World War is going on. We don't even know. Department of Justice has never actually published a list. We don't even know who's in confinement, and we don't even know where they're at. This is absolutely despicable. I mean, I heard there was an arrest just the other day again. I mean, another arrest over January 6th, and it was for a misdemeanor. We're tying up incredibly important FBI resources going over misdemeanors. This is an out of control government.
It is just that. It is an out of control criminal government, and the government has been corporatized. Well, it's actually a corporate government, right? The Washington, D.C. corporate government. It's absolutely out of control. And there was a coup, as we know, and they implanted their deep state puppet, Joseph Biden. So let me ask you this. You write about the war against the deep state, but I like your latest. Great nations build things. Let me ask you something. Do great nations build and distribute bioweapons? But before we get there, do great nations build floating AI cities with their own paramilitary forces and air protection? Listen to this. This is brand new information to me with credit to Max Egan.
Did you know that there's about to be a floating AI platform in the ocean with over 10,000 NVIDIA GPUs that can be considered a sovereign nation? Meet the Blue Sea Frontier Compute Cluster, a concept proposed by a company named AR Corp. The goal is a massive floating computer that can sit in international waters, move anywhere in the world.
This is very interesting because Google has been proposing offshore data centers for a number of years, and this seems to be one more iteration. And there's legal reasons why they want to do them offshore. There's tax reasons, legal reasons was to create data centers on barges just outside the 12-mile limit. I mean, this is like gambling in Los Angeles during the 30s, where my mom grew up. You know, they had them right offshore so they could legally gamble, and the Channel Islands there. So there was legal reasons, but this has been kind of one of the, I don't know what the appropriate term is. This has been one of their things, so that their labor is technically being done offshore, untaxed. Their data is being stored and processed. And let's just get to what AI is. AI is arguably has been around for a while, but I think the challenge with modern AI is AI is all about big data analytics. And this is what's scary about modern AI is actioning the big data without human involvement. And also, and I've been to a lot of AI conferences where they talk about bias in AI, because it's all about big data analytics. And they say, well, what about the bias in the data? And that's almost always code word for those right-wing Trump supporters, and it's like, yeah, let's talk about bias. let's talk about all the left-wing bias that manipulates data, whether it's the Election Integrity Project working for taxpayer dollars for State Department to silence, identify and silence and censor Americans. Yeah, let's talk about bias. I'm all for talking about bias in AI, but if you go to any of these AI conferences, it's always those Trump supporters that you got to watch. We don't want them manipulating the data.
Well, we just heard that about FBI. The FBI wanted to know every single person in the United States who ever retweeted or followed Donald J. Trump when he was on Twitter. So this is how deep the deep state goes now. We, the people, are the enemy. And, something really interesting about this Blue Sea AI barge, right, with its own paramilitary force that's been proposed. Why would they want to put it in international waters? Well, you cited some of the reasons, but the main reason would be to usurp domestic USA laws. So
Absolutely.
It's the deep state putting its own sovereign nation in international waters so it can do whatever it wants to whoever it wants, including we the people. This is just absolute more total tyranny and despotism. And I wouldn't be surprised if Google is involved. Google AI, by the way, you might love this. Google AI just fingered an Apollo photo of a man standing on the moon as fraudulent. It says the photo has to be hoaxed. It said this is a fake photo. That's Google's AI. It's very strange. We live in strange times, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Good luck with this barge concept, because they're going to learn a lot of hard lessons. It ain't as easy as they think it is.
Yeah, and if God has anything to say about it, hopefully a tsunami will wipe that thing out.
Oh, they're going to find out. You bet. They
Okay,
will.
well, let me show you something else here. So we'll go back to your Substack. Great nations build things. Well, I agree. We need to get back to building things. We need to take back our own industry that's been farmed out by Bill Clinton and the New World Order to China. But let me ask you this. Do great nations build a bioweapon that kills its own people and then deny it? Statistician Barry Young, who worked for the New Zealand government, has exposed the following data. Batch ID number 1, total vaccinated 711 people, 152 people killed from the vax. That's a 21% kill rate. Batch ID number 8, total vaccinated 221 New Zealanders, 38 dead with a 17% kill rate. Batch ID number 3, total vaccinated 310, death count 48 with a 15% kill rate. And now I want to play this clip between Alex Jones, the whistleblower, and the billionaire Steve Kirsch, former Democrat turned vax whistleblower truth teller. Listen to this.
And wouldn't have gone public, you would have been complicit. I mean, I think that's why you were forced to make this decision.
Yeah, it was. It's harder to look until looking at the data was breaking my heart daily. So it was easier just to say, I'm done with it. Let's just let it out there, and whatever will happen will happen. And if I have to spend the rest of my life in a jail cell, I'll be happy with, my soul will rest.
All right, I'm going to pause it there. So the man was arrested. He's out now on bail. And the first thing he did was go on Alex Jones to tell the truth. By the way, the New Zealand government is calling him a liar. They're saying he misinterpreted the data. And they cited a statement from Pfizer. Get this, John, are you ready? They cited a statement from Pfizer saying, although some people die after taking the vaccine, those deaths cannot be correlated to having taken the vaccine. So the cover-up continues, and you and I know the truth. Ed Dowd has revealed the truth. Steve Kirsch has revealed the truth. The VAERS report has revealed the truth. And so have many, many whistleblowing doctors who have all been targeted by this system. Pfizer produced a bioweapon, and it's killing people all over the world. But I don't think that's the type of building you were talking about by great nation states, is it, John?
No, there is going to be a day of reckoning on this absolute fraud. It's funny. It's a standard industry practice in many environments, but suddenly it isn't. It's called independent third-party audits of this data. So if the New Zealand government, which I used to be the U.S. Five Eyes representative to the Five Eyes information sharing, I worked a lot with the New Zealanders, and Jacinda Ardern has just totally destroyed New Zealand, a wonderful country that she's destroyed. But okay, so fine. The New Zealand government says the data's wrong. Let's do independent third-party audit. Let's put the data out there for everyone to see. And how, pointing to the one with the interest in keeping this a secret, Pfizer or any of the pharmaceutical companies, is just. Yet they're saying it with a straight face as well. Pfizer said, I don't care what Pfizer said. It's called independent third-party audit, and get the data out there. Let the people see the data. And but just this totalitarian state, the nation that gave us giants in the Second World War and incredible part of the former British Dominion, has now just become a total backguano crazy totalitarian state. And they gave us hobbits, they gave us all some great actors, and now they're just giving us absolute totalitarianism.
Well, and the thing is, too, is that the question must be asked, is it news if the mainstream media doesn't report on it? And that's increasingly becoming a serious question because we already have the data. We've got the data, as I said, from Ed Dowd, from people like Todd Callender, who runs an insurance company. And he says, yes, all-cause mortality is up some 30 to 40%, almost globally, at least where the vaccine was rolled out. And nobody's talking about this. Okay, let me show you something else. We have evidence every single day on Twitter from Dr. William Mackis, who I've had on the show. People keep dropping dead after taking this thing. Young people are getting turbo cancer. Young people are passing away in their sleep. Or in the case of the person close to our family who died while he was sleeping at age 64 with no other health issues when he went to bed. Well, he just died while he slept 2 weeks ago. This is happening all over the world. We already have the data, John. And I think people are catching on. And these people better hope that the global population doesn't catch on. Because if people do, there's nowhere safe for these people to hide.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Eco Health Alliance, Dr. Fauci, this total fraud. All the money that flowed from American taxpayers, grant money from CDC to, well, the pharmaceutical companies and the fraudulent process, and using DOD OTA authorities to fast track this stuff. That wasn't what the OTA authorities were for. And McCullough has been Malone has been all over that. I was very impressed with his understanding of OTA transaction authorities. It's a accelerated contractual method. But all of this stuff, there will be a day of reckoning for all of these, and that's why they are so radically cycling and as fast as possible, because they know they are in the hot seat, and there will be a day of reckoning for all these matters.
Well, let me ask you about what's happening around the world, because it's becoming increasingly clear to me and others that it is King Charles, it is the British royals that are behind a lot of this. And Charles is right now in, where is it, Saudi Arabia, where they're doing COP28, and they're bringing all these people in to talk about we the people are the enemy, and the only way to save the planet is to kill us off because of ... Mother Earth. So for those of us who don't get killed off, we're supposed to pay carbon taxes to bankers. But if you take a look at, all right, you mentioned Jacinda Ardern, the former prime minister in New Zealand. Let's talk about these prime ministers. Who do they report to? Okay, Justin Trudeau, when he was sworn in as prime minister of Canada, he swore his fealty to the Royal Crown and the Queen's Privy Council. Let's take a look at these Aussie PMs. Let's take a look at Macron, the former Rothschild banker in France. They're all taking marching orders, and every single one of them is aligned against their own people, John.
Yeah, we got a real problem. The royal family. That's part of this is they're all members of what's called the Dominion. That is a formal agreement that's been in existence since the Brits essentially disestablished their colonial empire right after the Second World War. But it's bad. But my focus is China when it comes to what's the source of danger in this world. It's China. And China's calling the shots on a lot of this. I just came back from Panama, spent some time in Panama with Michael Yon and Ann Vandersteel, and saw the Chinese paramilitaries who are getting into this country and then muscling in and taking over air quote legal cannabis operations. I called this in my Substack about 3 months ago. I said that's clearly what's going on. You know, anything that's a high cash operations is a magnet for malfeasance and those with insidious intent. And so the Chinese are getting into this country through Ecuador, Colombia, Panama, up across the open border. And boy, they look at this, they're going, high cash operation. This is all a front for fentanyl.
Guys, please pardon the brief interruption and a quick word about a sponsor. Excess belly fat has been deemed the most dangerous fat of them all, as it's linked to so many health issues. This is because excess belly fat grows deep in the abdominal cavity and puts pressure on some of the body's most vital organs. That's one of the reasons why me, along with so many other people, are turning to this amazing new product. It'll give your body the nutrients it needs to help supercharge your weight management efforts. The best part is you'll get 51% off for the rest of this month or until they sell out. You'll also get a 60-day satisfaction guarantee and free shipping, plus other free gifts. Get yours right now by going to trimwithsgt.com. That's trimwithsgt.com. The link is below.
This is all a front for fentanyl. And,
well, fentanyl, there you go. Now okay. Fentanyl, there you go. Because cannabis, look, low on the totem pole of our problems. Much higher on the totem pole of our problems is human trafficking. 85,000 children have gone missing at the border thanks to HHS in this criminal administration. The Biden administration is trafficking children, and they're allowing in Chinese military-aged men. Now, if these people were fleeing foreign nations because of despotism, okay, we get it. We're Americans. Seek refuge here. That's not what's happening. These people are not coming over the borders with family members. They're not coming over the borders with their own children. They're not coming over the borders with women and wives. They're coming over the borders alone, military-aged men. This is an absolute invasion, and it is bought and paid for. It's being made to happen by NGOs and the Biden administration. And that, to me, is treason, John. Treason.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think they need to be held to account on this, and hopefully in 24 we'll have the right-minded person in the office to really go to town on this. But yeah, well, I mean, I do bring up cannabis. Don't dismiss it, because this is not your cannabis from the 80s and Fast Times at Ridgemont High. This is a gateway drug that's radically different, often infused with fentanyl. And again, the high cash activity, that's where the Chinese paramilitaries are gravitating toward. It's a
But
great
according to
thing.
the Biden administration, it's white Christians who are the problem, John.
Yeah, that's true. I know the FBI is specifically targeted. I mean, I know the whole Richmond case and the whole Richmond field off. Absolutely, they targeted. Yeah, ADL is definitely. I don't think that's a good representative of the Jewish people. I think they're definitely left wing, and they're in on a lot of targeting of that. So yeah, ADL is definitely a fringe group that is not to be. I not trust anything ADL says. There's been a problem over there. Guess what? The crazies and the tinfoil hat wearers and the Q have pretty high accuracy rate when you look at everything. Getting rid of people. I mean, clearly, if you listen to any of these crazies, they say that. I mean, what do you? There's no defense. I mean, they say that, whether it's whether it's Bill Gates or whether Klaus Schwab, they say this. There's no there's no defense. That's exactly what they say is getting rid of humans. The whole vaccine scam. I mean, yeah, the source. I'm looking over here at it's just shameful that American taxpayer went to the EcoHealth Alliance and grant money to Wuhan. Come on, I mean, that's factual and documented. It's factual and documented, and the whole danger and efficacy of the. I mean, come on, we got so many people, Malone, McCullough, who demonstrate.
Okay, I'm going to pause it just to be able to answer this question here real quick, guys. Kathy Leander, what he's talking about is that basically people have been using fentanyl infused cannabis. Okay, both California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, and there was one other state. I think it's more towards the East Coast. I don't remember which one it was. And it's basically I wouldn't doubt it in Maine either. ACB, thank you for posting that. What it appears is that it's a great way to get people. Fentanyl is highly addictive. Okay, and small quantities of it. Basically all they have to do is roll a bud in it. Or sprinkle a little bit on a bud or on a joint, or pre-rolls and things like that. So that's where he's talking about the gateway. All right, because I want it clearly understood. Cannabis is not the gateway drug. Okay, the gateway drug is alcohol. Okay, really seriously, because people get one particular feeling from the alcohol, and then they're willing to throw all their inhibitions away and get into anything else. So let's just put that out there. But what he was talking about was fentanyl infusion is what these guys are trying to pull off, which is going to lead to major problems in the cannabis industry in the long run. So it's just what we have to watch out for. All right. Okay. Back to it. Sorry.
Demonstrated. And again, science. There's part of science is hearing all opinions and all viewpoints, and clearly people are being silenced. And you use the term gaslighting. The term gaslighting is used so often. I think it's very confusing on gaslighting. But yeah, I think sometimes maybe a better term is projection, because they're just accusing us what they're doing.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth in that. Well, let me do one more screen share and we'll get your thoughts on this. This is an exchange between Jamie Dimon and Elizabeth Warren. And Elizabeth Warren is going hard in the paint against Bitcoin and crypto because she's all about a central bank digital currency. I want you to listen to this exchange and then let's discuss.
I've always been deeply opposed to crypto, Bitcoin, etc. You pointed out the only true use case for it is criminals, drug traffickers, anti-money laundering, tax avoidance, That is a use case because it is somewhat anonymous, not fully, and because you can move money instantaneously, and because it doesn't go through, as you mentioned, all these systems have built up over many years. Know your customer, sanctions, OFAC. They can get bypass all of that. If I was the government, I'd close it down.
Okay.
Elizabeth is so excited. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted to hear from one of the chief architects of this dollar Ponzi system. And JP Morgan and Jamie Dimon are beyond the reach of justice because they will manipulate the gold and silver markets endlessly with paper and nobody goes to jail. They'll pay fines, but nobody goes to jail. And by the way, one last thing, and I want your response about a central bank digital currency. That's what Elizabeth Warren wants, is a CBDC issued by these same people, the Federal Reserve. Now, one more thing about JP Morgan and Jamie Dimon. Famously, a few years ago, JP Morgan's Jamie Dimon told everybody who's working for him in a public statement that if I find out you're buying Bitcoin, you're fired. That same weekend, the number one buyer of Bitcoin over the weekend was JP Morgan. You can't believe a word these people say, John.
Yeah, I mean, Jamie Dimon is looked upon as some incredible font of knowledge. I'm sorry, the funds on Wall Street are the enemy of the American people. Okay, I'm sorry. You can't trust anything they say. Nothing they say is good for the American. They're the same people who sold our jobs overseas. You can't trust them. And we're gonna. And after the Wuhan virus, after the vaccine scam, we're gonna trust them with digital currency. Are you kidding me? Now they've weaponized. They weaponized again. All eyes. One of the big things that I've focused on also is the Missouri-Louisiana case. That is the number one focus, because if that goes our way, that's going to be a huge opportunity for payback. Okay?
Which case is that, John? Which case? I'm not familiar.
The Missouri-Louisiana case. I mean, I'm a material witness in this case. That's in front of the Supreme Court. Will be decided on the spring. This is the right way that the American government should work. We had two attorney generals who sued Joe Biden, DHS CISA, for unlawful collusion with big tech for targeting, silencing, and censoring Americans.
Gotcha.
It's going to be decided in the spring. If it goes our way, it's going to be payback time. If it doesn't go our way, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, Texas, the Daily Wire, and the Federalist sued the U.S. State Department for conspiring with NewsGuard to censor American media companies. The federal government cannot do indirectly what the First Amendment forbids it from doing directly. But that's why there is a deep state. That's why we call these people the shadow government. And you wrote a book about it, War Against the Deep State. Who in your mind, I mean, break it down. Who is the deep state? I mean, it's people like Victoria Nuland and Obama, but it's the CIA, it's the Mossad. Who is the deep state?
Well, I think as it's evolved in modern America, we had the mass surveillance system, but what's happened, and this is the problem with government activity, got to have absolute transparency, accountability at all time. It got weaponized against the American citizen. Instead of protecting Americans from the foreign extremist threat, it got turned around and directed at the American people. That's wrong. People need to be held account for that. But what it's helped create is the fourth, fifth, and sixth branches of government. This is really the deep state in America in many ways. The fourth being the administrative state, which is based on the 1946 Administrative Procedures Act, which is how a law becomes regulation. But that whole system has become corrupted. I mean, the EPA is a poster child for this. They're using regulation as if it's law. Regulation is regulation. It's not law. You can't use regulation to take property away from people and because they're improperly managing the groundwater on their property. I mean, that's insanity. That's regulation, not law. Big difference. The EPA has been beat down twice on this by the Supreme Court, but the Biden team is in full blown trying to outmaneuver this. The fifth branch of government, that's that coming together of the big tech and the federal law enforcement and intelligence, which I think there's two key events that have occurred. It was the 2013 Smith-Moot update law. And a lot of people have talked about this. And Smith-Moot was an obscure Cold War era law
which prevented propaganda being used domestically against the American people. But under Obama, they dismantled that. So now we don't know what's true.
I would say it created the legal thesis that if you question this, you're an enemy of the state.
That's right. That's what we're seeing
Okay.
right now. That's the talking
So-
point. You American
Yeah.
people, you white guy, you Christian, you mama bear, you're the American people, but you are the enemy of the state because you're the enemy of the deep state.
Yeah, because you've questioned government derived. Now, I'll be totally transparent. When in 2013, I was in government and I was not working on that piece of legislation, but I was aware of this. I go, oh yeah, sure. Well, we spent taxpayer money. Why not share it with the American people? What could possibly go wrong here? It became weaponized, and it became, if you question it, and this is important because this ties into the source of the virus and the vaccine scam. Are you questioning government reporting on the vaccine? Okay, but then the other thing that was really important was the 2018 executive order on foreign election interference that created the the Foreign Influence Task Force, which Elvis Chan, I didn't make up that name, FBI agent Elvis Chan, and then Laura Demlow, who are still, because the Supreme Court has not decided the case yet, are still allowed to go around, meet with DHS CISA, and go to big tech and share names of Americans. This is insanity. There's no legal basis for that. This is absolute insanity. I'm on one of the lists. I mean, that's where I saw, and hey, okay. So there's that, and then the sixth branch of government, and these are the nonprofits. And you mentioned something earlier that was very important, was that you have a lot of nonprofits that are getting government grant money for aiding and abetting all these illegals coming across the southern border. Unfortunately, a lot of them are faith-based groups, and it's shameful that a faith-based group would pander to Caesar to get money out of the treasury to for this absolute fraud that's going on across the unsecure southern border. So we got to hold those NGOs. I mean, what was it? New York City, a nonprofit. Now, last time I checked in the dictionary, nonprofit meant they were not interested. They were nonprofit. Okay. So this nonprofit in New York City kicks out a bunch of poor, at home, and people who were vets and military veterans, kicked them out so they could get a much more loot contract to house illegals. Well, that's crazy. That's absolute insanity. So a nonprofit kicked out one group because they got a better deal. Well, I would say that they no longer fall under what's called a nonprofit. So it's a nonprofit, but the poster child for that's also the UPenn Biden Center, where you had the greatest election interference operation in history run by a nonprofit, the UPenn Biden Center, and the 51 Intel officer letter. I worked with 11 of those folks, and who signed that letter, and who was running that. Well, you had Secretary of State Blinken running the UPenn's effort, and you had a current serving CIA person helping to get signatures. You had somebody on the government payroll helping to get signatures. So that's the fourth, fifth, and sixth branches of government, which need to be dissolved.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. It's just my prayer that we can bring some of these criminals to justice as Janet Yellen joins Zelensky in saying the U.S. would be responsible for Ukraine's defeat if we don't keep pumping hundreds of billions of dollars into this money laundering operation. It's completely preposterous. And one last thing about nonprofits. You're 100% right. Dr. James Thorpe, who I've had on the broadcast, talking about the fact that he was fired after a multi-decade career as the best doctor in the system, frankly. He was fired for warning his pregnant patients about the potential dangers of the bioweapon masquerading as a vaccine. And so this nonprofit hospital system he was fired from, they have $30 billion in the bank. $30 billion in the bank for a nonprofit, John. I think we can see the problem here.
Well, I'm all for universities in theory, but universities are nonprofits. And if you look at the endowment funds of these, they're absolutely grotesque. And what are they used for? They're used to manipulate society toward that utopia of these globalist elites. And it's like, no. We're going to have to totally revisit and redo this whole thing called nonprofit. I mean, because it's gotten perverted.
100%, John. Let me do a screen share as we round out the conversation. The War Against the Deep State. How do people get the book? And when is the next book coming out?
Well, thank you. I'm in talks right now on books 3 and 4. But thank you so much, Sean. Yeah, War Against the Deep State. Go to we on Lindell My Store, and if you have a code for SGT, definitely use that code. But to get a discount. But those are signed copies on Lindell My Store. Otherwise, just go to waragainstthedeepstate.com. Yes, it resolves to Amazon, but most people are still conditioned to go to Amazon, and I'm very happy to depart that as soon as we can. But there you go. Those are the two major ways. So if you want to help support the family of on our side of the ledger, go to Lindell My Store.
All right. In my bad, the second book is called The Nation Will Follow. So 2 books here by John Mills, correct?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. First book is The Nation Will Follow. Second book is War Against the Deep State.
All righty. Sometimes it all goes down the memory hole when you talk to so many different people. John, I appreciate your time today. Thank you very much. Guys, you can find him on Substack at Colonel RET John. I'll try to leave the link below. Our guest has been Colonel John Mills. Thank you, John.
Hey, Sean, thank you. And yeah, all eyes focus on Missouri, Louisiana, because that'll be a day of liberation that most of us have been subject to very, very illegal, unlawful, and untoward behavior. And this will be an opportunity to start extracting remedy and damages for all of us.
I pray to God that comes to pass. All right, guys, thanks so much for tuning in. I'll remind each and every one of you for free every single day. Check us out for free to get the antidote to corporate propaganda and all of those Mockingbird mainstream media lies at sgtreport.com. May God truly bless you and yours. Bye-bye.
All right, that was Colonel John Mills with Sean from SGT. You know, yeah, they covered a lot of ground in that. You know, and actually, I'm kind of glad that they brought up the fentanyl, crisis with, especially where it regards cannabis, because we're at this point right now with, here in the States where more and more areas are looking to either bring in medical or bring in full recreational. I'm gonna give you guys my personal opinion. You may not agree with it, but I was never a big cannabis user medically. However, I became a patient. It saved my life. And I've used it to help save others. And it's been not just quantity of life, but quality of life as well. I'm not big on the recreational side. I'm really not, because of the fact that, I understand, we all have pressures and stresses of the day and everything else. And, to sit back and smoke a joint every once in a while is one thing, but I see a very large excessive recreational, especially where it comes to concentrates that are totally unnecessary and basically diminish the medicinal value for the individual if they ever came down with something, serious in their lives, and it basically can create some serious problems, and the inability for it to actually create the healing necessary in the body. And you're right, the endocannabinoid system is very important in our bodies. We have natural cannabinoid receptors in our bodies, and the cannabis needs to be able to communicate with those. But when you're using heavy concentrates on a consistent basis, you're basically, exactly. Tolerance gets too high. So the ability for it to affect serious health changes for you is diminished. And thus they complain that the cannabis isn't working for them. It's not healing them. Well, of course it's not. You put Rick Simpson's oil is something that we talk about quite often. SM, Rick Simpson is he's one of my heroes. Jack Herrera introduced me to him back about 6 months before he died. He had a massive stroke, and it was RSO is what keeps my seizures at bay. So And I do a quarter gram every morning in order to keep the seizures at bay. And it does pretty good, but it also helps for a lot of other things in my body. You know, I haven't had to take a pain pill in years because of it. So I work in the cannabis industry. This farm was a pot farm, is no longer a pot farm. We shut down about 3 years ago at the beginning of the COVID thing, and we haven't been able to get the funding to get back up and running again. It would cost way too much to get this place up and running again. And I don't have that kind of funding available. The guys that I originally came in here with back in 2015, I ended up going in the hospital in 2016, in October of 2016, and was in the hospital until February of 2017. Facebook kicked us again. Let's go see what Facebook kicked our video for. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay. We removed your content. Whoop, where'd it go? Where did that go? We removed your content. See why. So once again, misunderstood my content. And whoever's sitting there on the Facebook side that decided to take it down, you can kiss my ass. Yeah, you're damn right. It's I'm tired of this crap. You're done as far as I'm concerned. That's what lawyers are for. Okay, so let's get them added back on. Give it a part 2. And fire them back up again. There's just 1 minute here. And Facebook, I'm letting you know right now that you're back live with me, that I will be forwarding all of this to an attorney. As a matter of fact, continues to remove my posts for nudity and porn when there is none whatsoever in the topic covered. I will be forwarding all of this to my attorney. So let's see if we're getting our Facebook people back. Are we back on Facebook? If you're there on Facebook, give me a thumbs up. Let me know that you see us. No problem. Sorry, I had to make a new one. They pulled the first part down, claiming nudity and sexual content. So we will definitely be moving forward with putting our foot in somebody's wahoo. Yep. All right. Thanks, Skarsky. Appreciate it. Okay. So we're back up on that side. Okay. So we've already finished this one. All right. Let's go ahead and get into our next video. Next video is X22 from yesterday afternoon. We're only doing part B on this. We're not doing the whole thing. We're just doing part B. And then we have more to go after that. So here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this episode 3230 BN. Today's date is December 7th, 2023, and the title of the episode is Rhinos Fell Right Into It. Obama colluded with others. The why will be answered soon. Let's talk about protecting our health. Recent clusters of respiratory illness in northern China, alongside outbreaks of what is being referred to as white lung syndrome in the United States, are scattered across headlines right now, drawing attention to the importance of being prepared for medical emergencies. With close to 90% of pharmaceuticals in the U.S. produced outside of the U.S., what happens when the next global crisis strikes? Countries clamp down on exports. They stockpile. The price of drugs rise, and the pharmacy shelves in America aren't empty. Introducing the Wellness Company Medical Emergency Kit. The Wellness Company is home to Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Drew Pinsky, Dr. Jim Thorpe, and truth-telling doctors who are rooted in their commitment to building a parallel healthcare system and empowering you to take control of your health. In a time when over 40% of Americans say they would avoid a doctor or hospital unless it was a catastrophic situation, the Wellness Company's Medical Emergency Kit provides a solution. This kit includes 8 potentially life-saving medications for you to keep on hand, along with a guidebook detailing instructions for safe use. This medical emergency kit includes emergency antibiotics, antivirals, antiparasitics like amoxicillin, Z-Pak, and ivermectin to help keep you and your family safe in the face of natural disasters, supply chain shortages, or medical emergencies like white lung or COVID. Be prepared for the unexpected. Go to twc.health/X22 and grab your medical emergency kit right now. That's twc.health/X22. Code X22 saves you 10% at checkout. Don't wait until it's too late. Take control of your health with Wellness Company's Medical Emergency Kit. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters, you can see that they are now panicking like never before. Now, we have the deep state that are panicking, the rhinos that are panicking, and it looks like Trump and the Patriots, they have used a two-pronged strategy to bring these two parties down. And you can see it is working very, very well. Why? Because Trump knows in the end, he needs all the focus on Obama. And all these other individuals, all these different parties and these people, they needed to be exposed. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Think about the deep state players. Trump is handling the deep state players. They're attacking him, and he's going to use all of this against them. And yes, he's going to follow the rule of law. And they are setting many, many precedents that will help the Patriots later on. Now, for the rhinos, I do believe Trump, he came up with an incredible strategy to trap the establishment behind the Republican Party, to trap them so this way the people could see the truth. He brought the establishment, all these people with the big money behind DeSantis, and used DeSantis to trap them right there. They had no place to go. They thought he was the candidate. And their money couldn't go anywhere else because there was no time to build up another candidate, even though they're trying to go to Nikki Haley and others. But that's not going to work. Why? Because you have someone, I do believe, that's in the inside, and his name is Vivek Ramaswamy. And I do believe he's in position to wake the rest of the Republicans up. Those people that might say, hey, you know something, I like Nikki Haley. Hey, you know something, Chris Christie, he seems like a good candidate. Hey, you know something, maybe I'll vote for DeSanctimonious. I do believe he was there to show the people the truth, to show the people, look what's really going on here. Because a lot of these people, all they do is watch Fox News. And these people are waking up. So think about it. We have this guy on the inside. He's telling everyone the truth. saying, look, they turned on Trump. They're not loyal. Do you really believe these people, or are they liars? And the Republicans that are out there, and you know, you're part of your family that only watches Fox News and they believe whatever they're seeing, they're getting a wake-up call right now. And this is pushing people towards where? Towards Trump. When Trump attacks DeSanctimonious, I do believe his mission is to make sure the establishment stays where they are. The money stays with him. And what is happening throughout all of this? Trump's poll numbers are continually moving up. Now, they're also moving up because why? The D's, they are attacking him. And the people who are behind Trump, they're talking to other people. Other people are seeing this, and his poll numbers are going up. Now, I do believe the next phase of all of this is to go after the D's. He needs to show the D's the truth. Remember, the D's most likely are not watching Fox News. And if they are watching Fox News, they're learning a lot because they're listening to Vivek. But if they're not, and they're only stuck with CNBC, MSNBC, CNN, they need another way to see the truth. And I do believe this is why Trump has set it up where he's going to be bringing these trials to these people. Now, these people believe that they're going to see Trump be put away. They believe that Jack Smith and all the rest, Fannie Willis, they got him. But what they're going to see is they're going to see documented proof that shows the opposite. And a lot of these people are going to wake up. And I do believe all of this is in preparation to get everyone on Trump's side, because what's going to happen later on, they're going to release information on Obama. And they need people to think logically. They need people awake. They need people to understand, because I do believe the main focus of all of this is, yes, 2024 elections, get everyone on the same page, knowing who the deep state players are. People need to know who orchestrated most of this. Now, would they know people behind the scenes? No, most likely not. So I do believe Trump, what he's doing, he's focusing on the main character, the guy who's been orchestrating the 16-year plan. And once the country is with him, once the country sees the truth, I do believe Obama's will be put into the spotlight. And all the way through 2024, information is going to be coming out of what he has done. Everyone is going to learn the why. Why did he collude with others? Why did he spy on Trump? Why did he put the 16-year plan in place? Why was he doing all of these things? And I do believe this information is going to be produced and people are going to see this. And it looks like this is exactly where all this is headed. And it seems like the plan is right on track right now. And yes, you're going to see a lot more things happen in this country. But you need to remember something very important. We're at war. During World War II, when we had D-Day, what happened? Were lives lost? Was there a mission that they knew that, hey, listen, we're going to lose a lot of people? But they understood this because we were in war. The same thing's happening right now. This is a war. And yes, bad, terrible things happen during war. But some of these terrible, bad things need to happen because it wakes the people up and it makes them see clearly. It makes them think. And once they see everything, they can't unsee it. Now, yes, are people going to get worried? Are people going to sit there and say, can we clean this up later on? Of course we can. There's already laws in place. Trump has already told us that we're going to be deporting all of these people. Everything has been set up to actually allow the people to see it. And then there's a cleanup operation afterwards. Because I do believe Trump and the Patriots knew that once we showed the people the open borders, once we showed people, look, they're destroying the economy. Once we showed people, look, they're trying to bring us to war. Well, there's always a way out of this. There's already laws in place where we could deport people. And actually, if they're committing crimes and maybe insurrections and insurgency, well, it's that much to deport them. Think about all those people that are worrying about the economy. Well, Trump has already told us it's very easy. We can have this economy up and running in no time. What about all the people that are going to be worrying about war? I mean, it's approaching, but they're not feeling it yet. soon they will feel it. What's Trump's plan to stop that feel of red that we're going to nuclear war? It's called peace. He already has the.
Once again, I just want to show you guys this. All right. That's why I don't play games with Facebook anymore. You know, it used to be that if they took me down, I just like didn't care, you know. But as you can see here, we restored your content. I'm going to pull up their thing here and see what they have to say. We restored your content. We found that our technology made a mistake taking your post down. Thank you for taking the time to request a review and helping us improve our systems. I'm going to tell you what, Facebook, you're going to continue to do this, and my attorneys are going to have a blast with you. All right? They are. That's just the way it's going to go. All right? I'm not going to tolerate this crap. All right? We worked too hard to put good content together and not mislead people in any way. All right? And here you go with your particular disinformation. Okay? That's what you're promoting. You're promoting disinformation, Facebook, and we're not going to allow it. We're going to fight you every step of the way. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. Keep messing with me. Watch what happens. All right, back.
He already knows that it has to be done. But first, the people must see it. And the people must understand who is responsible for all of this. And I do believe this is where all this is headed right now. And everyone's going to learn the why. Why did we have to go through this? Who caused all of this? And remember, from the very beginning, what did Trump do? He turned the 16-year plan around and is using it against them. When people start to learn who's responsible for all of this, people are going to go, I get it now. I see why this is happening. It's Obama. And I do believe that's who Trump wants front and center. And yes, we're going to learn about Uranium One. We're going to learn about how he's destroying the country from within, how he joined up with the Muslim Brotherhood to bring all the Muslims into the world to destroy the countries. Yes, people are going to learn all of this, and it will be coming out. And the people are going to start to understand who the treasonous criminals really are. They're already starting to figure that out. They're starting to realize, holy crap, look at the Biden administration. Biden, he's a criminal, and his family, they are criminals. And it's getting worse and worse for them every single day. Just like it's getting worse for the woke corporations. Every day that passes, they're having a huge problem because the people, they're not going along with them. And if they go down this path, what do you think is going to happen? They're going to destroy their businesses. And if they want to destroy their businesses, fine, because what's going to happen is conservative businesses are going to start to take their place, which is already happening. Right now, we have a woke-free beer company, and they decided to launch Real Women of America. And they're going against everything Bud Light did, everything Dylan Mulvaney was doing. And now they're teaming up with Riley Gaines to launch their new product. The Real Woman of America 2024 calendar will specifically showcase the most beautiful conservative women in America. And remember, who started the beer company? Well, it's Conservative Dad's Ultra-Right Beer. It's the woke-free beer. So already people are doing these things, and I do believe this is going to grow and grow and grow, and this counters everything the woke mob does, everything the deep state does. And the majority, yes, they're going to love it. And you're going to see other companies pop up because they're going to say, holy crap, look what this company's doing. Let's create another company that goes against the woke corporations. And you're going to see more and more of this as time goes on. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we can see the fake news are having a bit of a problem. Number one, everyone knows they're fake. Number two, it looks like the people who are working for these fake news companies, they're getting pissed off. I guess they're not getting the pay that they want. Because if you look at the Washington Post, 750 Washington Post staffers plan to walk off the job. And this is an historic 24-hour protest. So they're protesting against the Washington Post. Why? Because after 18 months of contract negotiations, they can't come to an understanding. And it looks like they don't want to pay the people. So the people are getting pissed off. Is anyone going to miss the Washington Post? Not really. I don't think many people are paying attention to the Washington Post because everyone's realizing it's fake news. You know what people are paying attention to? They're paying attention to the Biden crime family because every day that passes, it gets worse and worse for them. And now that Hunter is going to violate his subpoena, well, it looks like there are going to be major, major problems. Remember, Joe Biden told everyone, if you violate.
Hey, could I get somebody to drop the link over on Facebook for the YouTube page? Unfortunately, okay. I also want to tell you guys this. If you're dropping links in the chat for me, okay, I cannot open YouTube at the same time that I have StreamYard open, or it will like totally screw up the podcast. If you either send them to my email or if you have my number, text them to me. I'll check them out. If those links are prevalent to what I got going on, I'll add them. Lisa, I already have Santa Surfing pulled up and ready to show later. So don't. I'll show it after. If you're dropping links in the chat for me, I cannot click on them. StreamYard does not allow for me to grab those links. The only thing I can do is put them up on the screen for other people to see. And then generally I'll go into YouTube later and pull out all the links, and stuff like that. So please don't, if you're dropping them for each other is fine, but don't drop them for me there because I can't pull them up. Okay. So if somebody can drop a direct link to the podcast, today's podcast, they can subscribe and join from there. So it's free, I don't charge for it. So, so you have free access to all my videos and everything else. So, all right, here we go. Sorry.
You subpoena the Justice Department, they must get involved. They must be held in contempt. Well, is the same thing going to happen? Is the Justice Department going to get involved? Let's see. But it looks like the House Oversight and Accountability Chairman James Comer and Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan, they're threatening Hunter Biden with contempt of Congress charges if he fails to appear for a December 13th deposition before the Oversight panel. Now, remember, they don't want to have this deposition behind closed doors because they're very nervous and afraid, and they understand that they can ask them very, very specific classified information. And if they lie, they're screwed. If they tell the truth, they're screwed. And they know if they go into a public forum, these questions wouldn't be asked. And once again, you can see that the deep state players, they're trapped in all of this. Trump, he put this out and said, the radical left Democrats in Congress, under the influence of the crooked Joe Biden regime, viciously subpoena my completely innocent family and depose them for a total of 18 hours based on Russia, and other fake news. Certainly, Hunter Biden should be treated in the same manner. Just because the DOJ, FBI, and IRS consistently turn a blind eye to Biden crimes and corruption doesn't mean Republicans in Congress should do the same. Our law enforcement is not only weaponized, it is a dangerous two-tiered justice system. The Bidens should honor their subpoenas by the House Oversight Committee, just as Trump family did. Now, look what just happened here. Everything they did to Trump, Trump is now doing it to them. But the difference is Trump honored the subpoenas because he had nothing to hide. He didn't commit the crimes. Biden, Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, they have to reject the subpoenas because they are criminals. They committed the crimes. They know this. And they can't testify or they're screwed. Now, think about it. They did all of this to Trump and his family. The people are watching this play out, and they're going to see the two-tier justice system again. And you have to remember, these people, they already set the precedents. These people are already out there very vocal about Trump. Everything they did to Trump, Trump is going to do to them. Maybe not personally, but in a roundabout way, it's going to happen to them. This is the pain part of it. Every day when people see this, the deep state players are feeling pain. Every day that more information comes out, they are feeling pain. And this is going to continue to the very, very end until Biden can't take it anymore and the D's can't take it anymore and they remove Biden. We'll be getting to that in just a sec. But Steve Nelson put this out and said, Oversight Committee Chairman Representative James Comer reacts to President Biden's denial. We have produced evidence revealing Joe Biden spoke, dined, took meetings, and had coffee with his son's foreign business associates. House expected to vote this month to approve impeachment inquiry. And what did they do to Trump? Oh, that's right. They had an impeachment inquiry. They impeached him. What's happening to Biden? What's happening to Hunter? Joe Biden's family? The same exact thing. This is the pain stage right now. Every step of the way. Wait until Trump starts to produce the evidence about January 6th. Wait until Trump starts to produce the evidence of who rigged the election, who was involved. Wait until Trump comes out with the information against Obama. Everyone is going to see this. And what's very interesting is NARA, they're going to be turning over the records after IRS whistleblowers revealed that Biden was in direct contact with Hunter's business partners using email aliases as VP. So the National Archives, they're going to provide more than 62,000 pages of additional records in response to the House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer's request. So let's see how this plays out, and let's see what records they actually get, and let's see what's in them. This is going to be very, very interesting. But you can see that the borders are wide open. The people are panicking. The people are saying, how could we stop this? This is going to be a nightmare. And you have to remember, Trump needed to show the people the 16-year plan. You needed to see it's clear as day. You needed to show that, hey, look, they're allowing all these people into the country, and they're going to lie about it and tell people that the border is completely and utterly secure. But you need to remember, there are ways of reversing all this. Actually, there's already laws on the book. Actually, Vivek already pointed this out and points to the Immigration and Custom Enforcement Agency's 287G program to allow local law enforcement to help detain and deport illegal aliens living within the interior of the United States. So already there's laws on the books, and this law allows ICE agents to deputize or allow local law enforcement to enforce those ICE warrants. So when people say, oh my God, look, the border, how are we going to get all these people? It's going to be a complete and utter nightmare. There's already laws and books where they can deputize all the local law enforcement in this country. Think about that army. Think about all these people going around finding these individuals. Is that going to be a lot easier? Absolutely, because now you have all the local law enforcement assisting ICE. Let's take this a step further. Think about all those illegals that are committing crimes, insurgency, insurrection, where they're burning, looting, hurting people, going after federal buildings. What do you think is going to happen to these individuals during this period of time? Well, I do believe this is going to happen most likely right after the elections. And we've already discussed it before. The military, working with the National Guard, will already be activated, and they will be able to round these people up. We don't even have to bring these troops to these different cities because they're already going to be in all these different locations guarding the election. Think about this for a second. Is this going to be that difficult to clean up the country? No, Trump, he already knew this. Trump will always use the rule of law. He will always have everything in place to reverse what we're seeing. The reason why this had to happen this way is because he needed your next door neighbor to wake up. He needed your cousin, your brother, your sister, your aunt to wake up. Those people that didn't believe, those people that thought, oh no, I'm going to vote for Biden. Oh no, Trump's a bad guy. He needed to show the people who the real bad guys are. And once people see it, and once people understand it, and once people say, I'm not voting for Biden, I'm not voting for these treasonous fools, that's when Trump will clean it up. When will he clean it up? Well, I do believe this will happen once the people make their decision to vote him back into office. Trump has the military. Trump is in control. We're in the continuity of government. All he needs is the people. He needs the people behind him to carry out the last part of this plan. And that will come in 2024. Now, remember, the deep state, along the way, they're going to fight. And this is why he needs them to crash the economy. This is why he needs them to bring us to war. Because when they bring out Michelle, which I still believe it's Michelle, when they bring out Taylor Swift, when they try to use the illegals and other cheating mechanisms, he needs the people to see what they're saying, and he needs the people to feel something else.
Okay, speaking of feeling something else, one thing I want to show you guys right now. Okay, let me bring this over here. Bring in notifications, and I want to go to slow country, and I want to show you guys something that he found a couple of days ago. And I felt it was kind of important that while they're talking about Taylor Swift, that we show this to you guys. Is this it? No, that's not it. Let's see here. Give me a second to find it. But I want to do it while it's fresh in our minds. Actually, let me go to notifications because that's where it was at. And it was very, it was kind of like right there. So let me hit that and make it a little bit easier to find. We already talked about the Adam Lands. So his comment was, okay, I'm going to bring this up here. Let me see if I can make it bigger so you guys can see it better. So we can assume that Taylor Swift is responsible for human torture from her wearing this hat. I mean, that's the same kind of logic that she and other liberal hive mind people use. I mean, she may not be directly responsible, but we can blame her based on this logic, right? So you see the face? Okay. Well, that is, well, let me make it smaller so you guys can see. But that is a hat that she is wearing. So if your children are listening to Taylor Swift, I would recommend turning them off. You see that? Resemblance of frazzle drip to anybody? Well, it sure does to me. Paul Rogers says, Taylor Swift, and you allow your children to idolize these freaks. Oh, yeah. That's a hat that she is wearing. Wonder if that hat's made purely of human skin or not. Okay. You understand why we point these things out. Okay. And the only way that you can show other people the evil side of these people is to put it in their flipping faces. Okay. This is the kind of thing that you should show to your children and say, this is why I don't let you listen to Taylor Swift. Okay. This is why I do not want you going to her concerts or participating in any of her activities. Explain to her that that could be any child's face. Okay. All right, back to it.
What do you think is going to what do you think is going to win out in the end? What Taylor Swift is telling you, what Joe Biden is telling you, or what you are feeling? If you're feeling nuclear war is on our doorstep and at any moment everything will be destroyed, everything that you know will be destroyed, do you think those people telling you to vote for these individuals that are causing this, do you think those words are going to win? Or do you think what you feel is going to win? What about the economy falling apart? Let's say you lost your job. Do you think them telling you that, don't worry, the economy's great, vote for this candidate, everything's going to be fine? Well, I lost my job. What are you going to do about that? You see, the feelings are going to override what they're saying. I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they knew this. And that's why this has to continue until 2024, because they will use all of this to try to convince the people. And Trump is going to use your inner feelings to fight against it. And the people in the end, they're going to make the decision based on what is happening around them. not what someone is saying. Just like today, do you think people believe that there's no inflation? Do you think the people believe that the economy is perfect? Speak to a lot of people. Speak to people that are on a fixed salary. Speak to the young generation who make a living but can barely pay their bills. And as things continually move up in cost, which is really the devaluation of the currency, they're no longer believing Biden. This is why he had to drop the term Bidenomics. So what Trump is doing is actually working. And what's very interesting about all this, it looks like we have the Daily Wire, we have X, we have Rumble, we have the Texas Attorney General. It seems that they're all now suing the White House, suing the federal government. And they're all doing it at the same exact time, which I find very, very interesting. Think about True Social. They're also suing. ALX put this out and said, the state of Texas, the Daily Wire, and the Federalist have sued the U.S. Department of State, Secretary of State Antony Blinken, and other government officials for engaging in conspiracies to censor, deplatform, demonetize American media outlets disfavored by the federal government. So we have all these lawsuits right now, and they're all focused on Biden's administration. I think this tells you everything you need to know, because there's a lot of pressure on them now, and you know what's going to happen. The evidence is going to pour out, and people are going to start to realize, yeah, this censoring is much, much worse than anyone could ever imagine. I mean, it's pretty bad right now, but it's going to get a lot worse. And this is why I do believe in the end, as all this is happening and people starting to realize that they have been censoring, and a lot of people are starting to realize this, that's when they're going to probably shut down communications. That's when they're going to probably shut down a lot to try to control the narrative. But I do believe in the end, this is going to fail just like everything else, because Trump, the Patriots, they have planned for this. It's game theory. They know the playbook. They know what's happening right now. And you could see that war is going to pick up, and it is picking up all over the place, not just in Ukraine, not just in Israel, but in many other areas. But first, let's talk about Ukraine. Right now, we can see that the counteroffensive, it didn't go anywhere. It was a flop. All the money, all the weapons, everything that's been sent to Ukraine, nothing has happened except one thing. Ukraine lost a lot of people. Ukraine lost the war. Actually, Joni Job put this out and said, CNN admits failed counteroffensive stalemate. Ongoing battle for Advika failing just like Bakhmut. They're talking about replacing Zelensky right now. The mayor of Kiev is out there saying we need to have peace. This is a complete and utter disaster. And right now, Congress doesn't want to support this war right now. And you could see that Biden is freaking out. Because remember, what does Zelensky have on him? Must be quite a bit. But this is what Biden put out, or should I say the staffers put out on X. It says Republicans in Congress are threatening to cut off support for Ukraine unless they can force through their extreme partisan border policies. It's political mail, pure and simple. The stakes are too high and the consequences are too significant. Political brinkmanship. I mean, the Republicans want money to secure the border. Yeah, that's just crazy talk. Don Jr. responded to this and said, I understand you're much more concerned with other people's borders, but the Americans that are being obliterated by your policies, by illegal immigration, by human and sex trafficking, by fentanyl scourge running through America, would really love some security on our border with their tax dollars. Maybe America just has to put Hunter on the payroll to be able to get a little bit of attention from you. I'm sure you'll get a kickback. That's pretty funny. But you could see right now that since they're not getting the funds that they want, Biden's not getting the funds, you could see that they're going to push. Let's talk about being prepared. Night vision binoculars are the coolest pieces of tech anyone can have, but until recently were too costly for the average Joe. Likely, newer models have caused prices to come way down. If you enjoy fishing, hunting, spotting wildlife, or just want to keep an eye out for intruders after dark, you'll find a pair of night vision binoculars very useful. This is why myself and tens of thousands are getting Night Watch Pros. Night Watch Pros affordability allow anyone to see with predator-like vision and pitch blackness. They're highly effective for watching wildlife, scenic viewing, surveillance, patrol detection, home protection, and much more. Plus, they include typical high-end night vision features, including 4K video recording, a clear HD display, 5x zoom, anti-shake technology, and a long-lasting rechargeable battery. Tens of thousands of 5-star reviews back up the notion that Night Watch Pros are the best choice for night vision binoculars on the market. This holiday season, give the gift of protection to your loved ones. Place your order for the Night Watch Pro now, and you'll receive access to Prepper Speak's exclusive newsletter, free express shipping, and last but not least, 100% lifetime guarantee replacement. Simply click the link in the description below to go to nightwatchpro.com and use promo code HOLIDAY for 25% off to take advantage of this limited time deal before they sell out. War, very, very hard, because every time they don't get their way, they create events. And I do believe most likely that's what's going to happen. Now, these events could occur out in Ukraine. It could occur anywhere else. But you can see they're going to use all these different wars that are starting separately, which will probably be combined later on. They're going to use them to try to piggyback the money off of all of these to try to get the money to Ukraine. So they're going to try to use all of this. And this is why I do believe they started something down in Venezuela. And this is on Guyana's border. So Joe Biden, it looks like they are now starting something with Guyana and Venezuela. Now, of course, what's going to happen is war will probably break out. Something will happen, and they will ask for money. So what happened out there? Well, a military helicopter carrying 7 people vanished near Guyana's border with Venezuela, with authorities saying that there was bad weather in the area and stressing that there was no indication it may have been hit by a hostile fire as tensions escalate between the countries. 2 crew members aboard the helicopter were taking 5 senior officers on an inspection of troops guarding a border area that Venezuela claims as its own. And this is according to the Guyanese army. Venezuela troops with heavy equipment and machinery have been massing on the border in recent weeks, leading to speculation of an imminent invasion. So, was this an actual shootdown? Well, right now we don't know, but I'm sure we're going to find out a lot more information. But Maduro, they have declared 78% of Guyana his, that they own this. And they actually printed up some maps to show, yes, this is where you can explore for oil. And Maduro ordered the National Assembly to draft a law that prohibits oil concessions granted by Guyana in the territorial sea. Guyana and its allies are mobilizing for defense. Venezuela has insisted that the International Court of Justice does not have jurisdiction to settle this dispute. And what's very interesting is that the Southern Command will conduct flight operation in Guyana's airspace amid Venezuela's tensions. Now, Blinken is out there, and he conveys unwavering support for Guyana. So at this point, you can see that they're building this up, and it looks like this is going to be another area where war is going to start. Now, remember, Trump has been telling us that he sees World War III coming, and World War III is not just Ukraine and Russia. World War III is the world. That's why it's a world war. And we're starting to see this build up all over the place, and it looks like it's getting worse and worse. Just like it's getting worse and worse for those presidents of the Ivy League universities. Now, they went to Congress and they tried to convince everyone that the speech that the students were, yelling, that is free speech. They can say these things. When you say kill someone or let's have the genocide of a race, that is okay to say. Representative Elise Stefanik put this out and said, presidents of Harvard, MIT, and Penn refuse to say whether calling for the genocide of Jews is bullying and harassment according to their codes of conduct, even going so far to say it needs to turn to action first, as in committing genocide. So wait, you need to kill a lot of Jews before they do anything? Well, guess what happened? The country heard this. The country is outraged. The country is saying, well, wait a minute. These people are calling for the genocide of a race. Can you imagine if they were out there and they were marching around saying the genocide of all blacks, let's kill them all? Can you imagine if they were saying that? What would they do? The same thing with Asians, if they just replaced the word Jews with Asians or anyone else. Well, they got so much backlash that all of a sudden they started to put out posts on X explaining that, no, we're completely against this. Harvard University, President Gay wrote this: there are some who have confused a right to free expression with the idea that Harvard will condone calls for violence against Jewish students. Let me be clear. Calls for violence or genocide against the Jewish community or any religious or ethnic group are vile. They have no place at Harvard, and those who threaten Jewish students will be held accountable. So why couldn't they just say this during their testimony? Why did they have to wait and then put out a post? I'm going to tell you why. Because they didn't realize the backlash that we're going to receive. They didn't realize that the amount of people that were going to say you're wrong. These people should be fired immediately. They should be removed from their positions. But you know what people are seeing? The people are seeing the infiltration. Their people are seeing, wow, these people, they're on the side of genocide. They're on the side of Hamas. That's what people are seeing right now. And the only reason they corrected themselves is because they were forced to correct themselves. And now they need to be removed from their positions. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that the White House interns, they sent a demand letter to Biden saying they will no longer remain silent. Now, this is anonymous. There are about 40 plus interns, and they're demanding that Biden work toward a permanent ceasefire between the nation of Israel and the terrorist organization Hamas. So right now, you can see there are many individuals that are on the side of, oh, that's right, Obama, who are taking that side because remember, the government was infiltrated, colleges were infiltrated, and you could see when you step back whose side they're actually on. And this tells you everything you need to know. And it looks like this is giving Biden a huge amount of problems. And you can see that the people now, they're separating, and the people of this country, they can see it. I think this is all in preparation in allowing people to understand the infiltration, allowing the people to understand that the country was infiltrated by those people that are on the side of Obama, the Muslim Brotherhood. And once people start to see this very, very clearly, what they can see it out in the streets, they can see the protesters, they can see the people in DC, they can see the people who are presidents of colleges. They can see it now very, very clearly. And you're starting to see a separation now of the people in the Biden administration, because those people that were brought in by Obama, they're going to side with Obama and they're going to go against the Biden administration and any other D that is not going along with Obama. And what's very interesting is that one of Biden's donors, well, he decided he's out. Why? Well, because of his handling over Israel and Hamas war. Ahmed Khan, who helped fundraise for the resident in the 2020 election, is leaving the Biden Victory Fund National Finance Committee and won't attend an upcoming donor retreat in D.C. And he is critical of what he views as the administration's failure to pressure Israel into reducing civilian casualties in Gaza, which he describes as ethnic cleaning on the way to genocide, which is actually the opposite thing is happening. The Hamas terrorists and the Palestinians, that's what they want to do to Israel. And you could see that everything that's happening now in DC and other places, there's a separation that is going on. I do believe this is why Israel was saved for last. This whole thing was saved for last because this is all in preparation for what? For Obama and what he did. Let's go back to post 916. This is March 10, 2018. Down below, it says, we are saving Israel for last. Very specific reason, not mentioned a single time. I think we're starting to see the reason. And think about moving forward. Think about what happens as we approach the 2024 elections. When the deep state realizes, hey, we can't cheat, we can't win, we're going to have to postpone the elections. Well, what do you think is going to happen? The country's going to be attacked. They're going to make their case of why they can't have the elections. I do believe the military will be activated, and the military will be sent to all different cities to guard the elections, and they'll be in place to help with the chaos that is going to happen later on. Because when Trump wins the election in a landslide, which is going to be a red wave of all red waves, the same thing that happened in 2020. But the difference is this is going to be a lot bigger. Plus, he's not going to allow the resident to go into the White House. This time, it's going to be different. Now, think about it. Do you think the governors are going to control the chaos? Did they do it in 2020? No. Did Trump say, hey, listen, I authorize the National Guard. You can use them if you need them. Go ahead. And they didn't. You know why? Because they wanted the chaos. They wanted the riots. They actually wanted Trump to release the military because they wanted to show that he was a dictator. They wanted to show and they wanted to create a civil war. Trump didn't fall into that trap. He left it up to the deep state players, the governors, the mayors of all these different areas, and they did absolutely nothing. And that's exactly what the people saw. So this time around, when the chaos happens after the election and the governors of all these states don't do anything because they say they can't, what's going to happen? Are the people going to say, well, someone has to do something? Someone must do something. And I do believe Biden is going to actually order the military to round up these people. And it looks like the governors are already setting the stage, one of them at least. Governor Newsom said that the state could not keep people safe from pro-terrorist protesters at a Christmas tree lighting. He canceled the 92nd annual Sacramento Christmas tree lighting and relegated the live performances to being streamed online because of pro-Palestinian protesters. So he admits two things for canceling the Sacramento's light ceremony. The first is that these pro-terrorist protesters who are part of the Democratic Activist Coalition are violent, which is probably why Newsom doesn't want more videos of them chanting for genocide from the river to the sea. The other is that California is every bit as lawless as everyone claims because neither Newsom nor Sacramento officials feel like they could protect people's safety when those pro-terrorist thugs arrive. So basically, Newsom just set the stage. The states cannot protect the people, which means this is going to be taken to the next level. And this is going to be very interesting. Remember, everything that they did to Trump or tried to do to Trump, Trump is now doing to them. And yes, you're going to see this all play. Now, again, the deep state players, they're going to try to cheat in the elections. They're going to try to use a pandemic. And you can see the CDC is already trying to convince people that the respiratory illness is on the rise, and they're putting out an advisory right now, and they're trying to convince people that this is a major, major problem. Now, what we've come to find out, that those people that took the bioweapon, they're the ones who are having the problem. But the people, I do believe they've been hardened from all of this. The people are not going to fall for this same trick again. And what's very interesting is that every day that passes, people start to realize that there's more and more problems with the bioweapon. Researchers have now observed unexpected molecular processes inside the cells of people after the mRNA injection. And like we said before, the people are no longer believing the FDA, the CDC, and all these other quacks that are out there, because the people have been through this before, and the people realize that these people are not telling them the truth. And these agencies, they're losing all credibility. And Jay Bhattacharya put this out on X and said, scientists embrace pseudoscience in the COVID era, including school closures and toddler masking. Scientists push censorship and authoritarian power. Scientists are likely the cause of a pandemic itself. The collapse in trust is well earned. And he's pointing to a Pew Research, and it says declining levels of public trust in scientists. This is what they have done. The people are not going to fall for the same exact tactics. The people have been hardened. The people do not trust. And this is why, in the end, it's going to be very, very difficult for the deep state to use the same exact tactic. And I do believe this is why they are shifting everything to the change of batter, Taylor Swift, the illegals, and then, yes, they might throw in other tactics that they're going to use, like automatic registration and things like that. But when they don't get their way, they're going to push chaos. Now, actually, I do believe what's going to happen during the elections when we're using paper ballots, the chaos might start during the election to scare people away. This might be one of their tactics. So we can see that we're approaching this period of time, but I do believe everything is going to backfire on them. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they have all of this planned where they know that this is going to happen. They're leading them down this path, and this will all be used against them. And what's very interesting is that the world is changing, and you could see it across Europe right now. And it's very interesting that The Guardian put out this article. Why are younger voters flocking to the far right in parts of Europe? Of course, they say far right, to the right. Why are they going to the right? Well, when you look at Gert Wilder, when you look at all these other individuals, the young generation, the people of these countries, they're starting to realize that all these leftist policies, it's destroying their country. And the people, they're fighting back and they're taking back their countries. And the only reason The Guardian will put this out is because they're seeing it happen now. And you can see the deep state players, the Ds, they're very, very desperate to get rid of Joe Biden. Paul Sperry put this out and said, CNN Van Jones just now remarked that Biden is so revered by Democrats for his accomplishments that he'd like to enshrine him on Mount Rushmore after one term. If Joe Biden were to quit right now, he'd be on Mount Rushmore. So basically, they're bribing him. Listen, if you quit right now, we'll put you on Mount Rushmore and you will have a statue, a carving in your honor, because if you stay in, we're screwed big time. Now, what happens when they lose? Who's putting that up on Mount Rushmore? Nobody. They're using everything and anything to get rid of him. And Kamala's not having better luck. She is down in Texas trying to convince the Hispanic community how awesome everything is. The economy's great. Everything's great. They're just not buying it. No one believes her. And this is a major, major problem. And think about as we move forward, what do you think the deep state's going to do? What do you think the D's are going to do? Oh, let's keep Kamala in there. Let's keep Joe Biden there. Absolutely not. They got to get rid of Joe Biden. They're trying to force him out. They're trying to convince him. And when he doesn't want to go, they are going to push him out. And then you have Kamala. She will be there. She'll be the black acting president. You think they're going to replace her with Newsom? Do you think they're going to bring in anyone else except another black woman? I do believe this has been planned. This is why Taylor Swift is on standby right now. Now, she might come out and say, oh, yeah, vote for Biden. And when people hear that, they're going to go, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Because remember, as you go through 2024 and you experience what's happening in the economy, what's happening out globally with war, people aren't going to buy this. And this is going to be a major, major problem. And I do believe this is why they need to shift everything. And you could see the Soros Group, they Open Societies Foundation, Alex Soros, George Soros' son, who took over. Well, they have orchestrated all this. I do believe these individuals are behind Taylor Swift. I do believe they set up everything, and they have committed $50 million to increase civic engagement among women and young people over the next 3 years as part of its strategy to support democracy in the U.S. Basically, they've ramped it up and they paid for what is coming. That's really what's happening. And the other thing that's very interesting is that we know that Kevin McCarthy, he decided to retire after everything. And under California law, it says the governor must schedule a special election for a U.S. House seat between 126 to 140 days after it is vacated. That means the seat would remain vacant until near Memorial Day, with a general election likely on May 20th, 2024. So this is going to be very interesting, and we're going to have to see how this plays out, because who are they going to bring in? Who are they going to say, this is the person that we need? So let's watch this very, very carefully. And this is out in California. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we could see the Republican debate happened. And during this debate, we had de Blasio, we had Vivek, we had DeSanctimonious, and Haley. And I do believe this is all part of Trump's strategy. First, trap the establishment with all their money behind DeSantis and make sure they can't go anywhere. Then during the debates, Trump was not going to show up for any of them. This way, he didn't have to defend himself. He didn't have to do anything. And it allowed the people to see the truth about all these candidates. And I do believe that Vivek was put there to call out each and every single one of them. Because if you want to ensure the nomination, what strategy do you use? Do you trap the establishment and all their money so they can't go after a candidate? Then you destroy that candidate? Absolutely. Do you have someone that you can use inside the Republican debates to destroy every single candidate, to keep their numbers as low as possible? And remember, Think about the people that are watching the debates. Think about the Republicans, the old Republicans that are watching Fox News. They're watching it because they believe that these are candidates. And a lot of people saying, well, I like Haley. Well, I like de Blasio. I like to say Vivek was there to destroy all this. Plus, he was there, I do believe, to inform the people of what is going on. And I do believe he has succeeded. Take a listen to what he said to each and every one of these candidates.
My issue with all three of my other colleagues on this debate stage is all three of them have been licking Donald Trump's boots for years for money and endorsements. Ron DeSantis, you've been a great governor, but you would have never been one without actually begging Donald Trump for that endorsement.
And you attacked him in your book a year ago.
Same thing with Chris Christie as a lobbyist, begging them for COVID money for his special interests in New Jersey, prepping him for the debates last time around. These people are now Monday morning quarterbacking some decision he made. I think the real enemy is not Donald Trump. It's not even Joe Biden. It is the deep state that at least Donald Trump attempted to take on. And if you want somebody who's going to speak truth to power, then vote for somebody who's going to speak the truth to you. Why am I the only person on the stage, at least, who can say that January 6th now does look like it was an inside job, that the government lied to us for 20 years about Saudi Arabia's involvement in 9/11, that the Great Replacement theory is not some grand right-wing conspiracy theory, but a basic statement of the Democratic Party's platform, that the 2020 election was indeed stolen by big tech, that the 2016 election, the one that Trump won for sure, was also one that was stolen from him by the national security establishment that actually put up the Trump-Russia collusion hoax that they knew was false. There's a reason why I'm the only person on the stage who can say these things. That's what it's going to take, not people who are licking his boots one time and now Monday morning quarterbacking and criticizing when it's convenient.
And I do believe the plan is working flawlessly. How do we know this? Well, Jordan Sather on Telegram put this out and said, look at all these fake news articles defending Trump. Vivek rattles off right-wing conspiracy theories. That was the New York Times. Then we had CNN, a flat-out lie. CNN fact-checks Ramaswamy's claims. Then we have NBC News. Vivek Ramaswamy promotes January 6th conspiracy theory by suggesting it was an inside job. And this goes on and on and on. This tells you that it's working. And the people now are waking up. The people don't believe the fake news. And then Trump put this out on Truth. This is an article from Daily Caller. It says, Trump isn't worried about neocon Nikki. And he's not worried because I do believe his strategy is to shut all these people down. And it's working flawlessly. Trump, he put this out on Truth. This is Byron York. It says, Trump led a national GOP race on August 23rd, day of first debate, 41.1 points. Trump lead today, day of fourth debate, 48.1. And when you look at the final GOP debate, well, it looks like Haley is hammered. DeSantis is a dud. Christie's going to go get a meal. And it looks like Vivek was put in a place to shut these people down. The money is trapped. They can't go anywhere. Trump is the nominee, hands down. He shut down the establishment. He shut down the rhinos. The rhinos fell right into the trap. Hook, line, and sinker. They are done for. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to try not to use other strategies. And it looks like the Bushes are already trying to put out another narrative. We have Jeb Bush out there saying, listen, we need to make a change. We need to make a change from older white guys like myself. Actually, he's talking about Trump now. We need to not vote for Trump because he's too old. And I admit it, I'm too old. That's what Bush is saying. So it looks like they're trying to start another narrative because they've tried everything. They tried the 14th Amendment. By the way, the 14th Amendment challenge to Trump is going now to the Supreme Court. And I do believe once they strike this down, it is completely game over. Every time they try to stop Trump, it is failing. And the other thing that's very interesting is that Nevada's Democrat Attorney General, he announced felony charges against Trump's 2020 alternate electors. Now, think about this. They are setting a precedent because, you know, as we approach the 2024 elections, what do you think they're going to do during the 2024 elections. Yes, they're going to try to cheat. They're going to use all different tactics. Are they going to try to get alternate electors? Who are they going to be? Is it going to be done illegally? I do believe it will be. It will be done that way. And I do believe they're setting another precedent. This is going to be a complete and utter disaster for them. Actually, at every turn, what you see is happening is they're Trump, the Patriots, they're clearing the way for Trump to be the nominee. Trump then will go up against Biden. The D's will realize Biden doesn't have a chance. Biden will have to be removed, and they will have to bring someone else in. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they are now shifting everything, and they want the focus on Obama. This is why they save Israel for last. This is why everyone's seeing the separation and the infiltration in colleges, in the fake news, in DC. And this is all prepped for one thing, for Obama. And that reminds me of post 3,661, December 7th, 2019. Down below it says, never has a president left office to collude with others to impede the next sitting president of the United States of America until Obama. Ask yourself a very simple question. Why? The why will be publicly answered soon. Dark to light. And I do believe that's exactly where we're headed with all of this. I believe Trump, the Patriots, want Obama front and center. Everything that you're witnessing is part of the 16-year plan. The people must know who is treasonous against this country. These people must be exposed. And I do believe this is what Trump and the Patriots are doing. Why? Because they're in control. That's why. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right. That was the X22 with Dave. We're going to let his credits roll by here. So normally when I play him, I generally fast forward through his commercials. But if I'm only playing one of his at that time, then I go ahead and let it play. I mean, you know, those are his sponsors and all that. I try to hang on one second, guys. No, I just wanted to know when you were up and moving around so that I could get the socket set and see if I could pop it off with that. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Trying to do 10 things at one time here. All right. So we have the X22 taken out. I have a short one here by Brother Nathaniel. Now, I want to explain, people, okay? Like I said, I give everybody the opportunity to speak, okay? Even the Democrats, oh my God, sometimes I want to shoot myself in the foot for doing it, but I give everybody the opportunity to speak. This guy can be a little bit overboard, okay? But if you listen to what he's saying, you will understand that he speaks nothing but absolute truth, okay? And I'm not going to say he's one of my heroes, but the guy is pretty spot on every single time. So, Brother Nathaniel, here we go.
It's on perpetual rewind. The Jewish state has a right to defend itself. No, it does not. The Hague Conventions and the International Court of Justice designate the Jewish state as an occupying power with no right to even exist. But what does international law have to do with it? It's just a second-hand emotion as far as the Yids are concerned. They have their own law, self-preservation, and the hell with the Goyim who put together humanitarian laws. Satan has the floor.
זה דאעש של עזה. זה מה שאנחנו נלחמים. עזה לא תחזור להיות מה שהייתה, וחמאס לא יהיה. חסל את הכל.
Netanyahu takes orders from the generals, not vice versa. We all knew as Jewish kids that Israel is a military dictatorship, not a democracy. Talmudic through and through, this human animals thing. The Goyim, according to the rabbis, have a second-hand soul, bereft of divinity, of which all years by birth are given by some chief rebbe in heaven. It's a license to murder. The murderous kike thus can glibly declare a war crime.
עזה לא תחזור להיות מה שהייתה, וחמאס לא יהיה. חסל את הכל.
You may ask, how is it that whatever the Jew accuses others of is not pinned on him? Because all looks yellow to the jaundiced eye. But when the Yid peeks at himself, all is rinsed and lippy clean.
I'll be honest, I am angry. I am angry with the world that allowed the dehumanization of Israelis and sanitized the terrorism of Hamas. I must say, I love this show and I love this network, but I've got to ask, who is writing the scripts? Hamas? The people who did this, they are not fighters, Jonathan. They are not militants, and I'm looking right at the camera. They are terrorists. It is a barbarian.
What's wrong with this picture? The lips are curled. The lower lip protrudes with bloodthirst. Murder pours forth from the left eye while the right eye remains placid, a deceptive mix. Monkey ears jut out, an inhuman point sticks out from the top of his skull. It's the personification of the Jewish murder machine right before your eyes. If anyone is a terrorist or barbarian, it is the Jew through and through. Countless testimonies have poured forth from Palestinian children, women, and teens who were raped and tortured both by Israeli interrogators and imprisoned by Jewish settlers and their satanic ilk. Yet Hamas, and prove me otherwise, you can't, has treated each and every hostage with humanitarian care. The released hostages say, but the Jews won't let it be known, that the only thing the hostages feared in Gaza were the Israeli Hellfire missiles bombarding the tunnels. Talk about Hellfire, the Hannibal directive, mass Hannibal.
כמה סיפורים, דרך אגב, של טייסי מסקר שקיבלו דרך טלפון סלולרי את הטלפונים של כיתות הכוננות ביישובים ועזרו להם, תאמו את הירי והסיוע בתוך היישובים בטלפון סלולרי מול כיתות הכוננות.
משם הגיעו כנראה גם השמועות שהצבא הפציץ כל מיני בתים בתוך היישובים, גם נוהל קניבל, כל מיני תיאוריות קונספירציה שרצו בימים הראשונים.
You see, the aim of the Hannibal directive was to stop Hamas from capturing Israelis who could be used for prisoner swaps, namely slay them so they would not be used as negotiation bait.
לא הפציצו בתים ללא אישור, גם פקודת חניבל שמדברים עליה, היא פקודה של לעצור חטיפה של רכב בודד, נכתבה על בסיס חטיפות שנעשו בלבנון כבר לפני 30 שנה, גם בה אין הגדרה חד ערכית, האם למסקר או לכתמם שמזהה את הרכב, האם הוא יפתח באש על הרכב עצמו כדי לעצור את החטיפה הזאת בכל מחיר, כמובן גם במחיר של פגיעה בחטוף.
Read between the Yiddish lines, please, Mr. Sleaze, Jonathan Greenblatt. Actually, it's right up front. The Yids will slay their own. All those precious Jewish mamashi and kinderlach must drop dead, just to keep Hamas from gaining a political edge by doing prisoner swaps.
וזה קרה פעם?
אנחנו לא יודעים אם נפגעו חטופים, בשלב שהתחיל ירי של מסקרים וכתממים על הגדר, כשראו את המסות שנכנסות ויוצאות.
נוהל חניבל, אבל זה בכוונה. זאת אומרת, אם הופעל, אז הוא הופעל בכוונה, אם נפגעו חטופים במקרה, זה משהו אחר.
נוהל חניבל כנראה הופעל באיזשהו שלב, כי ברגע שהבינו שיש חטיפה, אז הם מיד אומרים, חבר'ה, זה חניבל.
And those precious Jewish hostages die intentionally from Israeli fire. My dear precious Goyim, Hannibal exists wherever a human being breathes. You are a human shield that Hamas hides behind. The Jews will kill you and the entire world population of human shields just so they can have their ancestral homeland that God kicked them out of so many times and definitively in 70 and 135 AD. The Jewish murder machine extends beyond the borders of Gaza and Israel all the way to the shores of you and me. The war against the Palestinian children is waged by every single hack on Capitol Hill, the senile pervert in the White House, and his entire staff of kikes in every possible rank, file, and office. The war against the Palestinian children is waged by every single evangelical who worships Jews more than he worships Jesus. The war against the Palestinian children is waged by the Yids who own the media, run academia, own YouTube and Google, and finance the war machine via the Fed and its entire consortium of Jew-run central banks and equity firms throughout the Western world. How do we stop the Jewish war machine? Don't put a gag in my mouth, and I'll stop them dead in their tracks.
Okay, so thing about Brother Nathaniel is he gets right to the point. He doesn't mince words or anything else. If you just notice that, all right. And he lays it out. You know, he spent enough time over there that he knows, he sees what's going on in the communities here in the United States. Okay. You know, and Awakened Trillium. I got about halfway through it, but fell asleep. I turned it on when I went to bed. I haven't watched the last of it yet. Yeah. You know, so but where Brother Nathaniel's concerned, you know, it's you know, he's a Jewish guy talking about, you know, the Khazarians that are there, and that's who he's talking about. He's not talking about the Hasidic Jews that are there. You know, he's not talking, you know, because they're the ones who are screaming. They were screaming right from the get-go, you know, to stop it. I mean, they were getting beat up by Israeli police and Israeli military, you know, and you know, so you got one group of Jews in there that is good, you know, that want peace, that have always wanted peace with Palestine, because they understood that they lived side by side for 3,000 years in peace, you know. Together they defeated the Philistines and drove them out completely, you know. I mean, it took them 300 years to develop their relationship well enough that they began fighting together instead of trying to fight solo. You know, it's you know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You know, and they finally learned that lesson, worked together, and they cleared out the Philistines. Okay, thus returning the country. But as he said, 168 AD, you know, was the last time that God kicked them out of Israel or out of Palestine, because you know, he says I will no longer establish a country with you or a nation with you. You have, you know, continuously broken your covenants and have not returned to me. So get out. I curse you. He cursed him. You know, so when you look at it, you kind of have to look at it and say, okay, well, if God cursed them, why are all the religious leaders around the world saying that they're God's chosen people? Right? I mean, think about it. If God cursed them and kicked them out of there, then why are they God's chosen people? Who can say that they are God's chosen people and actually be able to prove it? Because the scriptures tell us totally different. Okay, they turned their backs on God and they began worshiping Baal once again. The Baphomet, Satan, who they sacrifice children to. Okay, I mean, it's that simple. It's that easy. and until everybody wakes up and recognizes that we have been played by these criminals for centuries, not decades, centuries. I believe that you kind of lose that God's chosen people moniker when he curses you and kicks you out. It's like if you're 18 years old and you start disrespecting your parents and living a lifestyle that they don't like, what do? They kick you out. And you stay gone until you make reparations. And generally that has to be on both sides, not just one. But God didn't give him that country back. The British Crown did. And it was never Israel. It was always Palestine. Always. Go through all of the maps in history. Go to the maps in the Bible. And none of them are named Israel. None of them. Now, a couple of nations were created in Palestine in order to section off certain areas. So the tribe of Jude resided in Judah, but it wasn't Israel. It was still Palestine. You know what I'm saying? So, and then you had Galilee. And you had, what was it? It was Judah, Galilee, dang nabbit. Now I'm having a brain fart. Major brain fart. But anyways, so it was broken down into different states, but none of them were called Israel. Israel has always been a people. God said to Jacob, well, he said it to Abraham, Abram, okay, because he was not Nazareth is part of Galilee. That's why that song, what's it? Dang nabbit, a song came to my head and then it flew out just as quick as it came in. There was an old song, Christian song from the 70s that talked about Jesus from Galilee, the man from Galilee. Dang nabbit. Oh, see, now that's going to irritate me. But no, Nazareth is a city in Galilee. And actually, okay, so Mary was not from Nazareth, and neither was Joseph. Joseph was from Bethlehem. Now there was a settlement where Nazareth would become a city, and so when they left and went to Bethlehem for the census, Nazareth wasn't Nazareth yet. Okay. When they went to Egypt and were there for 7 years, when King Herod died, the year that King Herod died was the time that Nazareth, the city, was proclaimed a city and no longer a settlement. But it wasn't called Nazareth before there. Yeah, see, dang it. See, you're typing that in there, and yeah, it's oh Lord. Oh, see, now you guys got me going. Put your hand in. There you go. There you go. Put your hand in the hand of the man who steals the water. Put your hand in the hand of the man. calm the sea. Take a look at yourself, and you can look at others differently. Put your hand in the hand of the man from Galilee. There you go. There you go. Okay, now that's good reminding. I'll give you that one. That's good reminding. All right, I got to get this next video going so that I can get up to the gate and grab that package of pans. You sent me some pans that I can use to cook on the grill or on a fire and not have to worry about melting them down. So let's go ahead and get this on. I was going to hit this Bill Holter interview. Actually, let's go ahead and hit this real quick first. Let's see here. There was okay. So this is one of the first ones that I saw this morning, and I want to play this for you guys. This is up on Twitter. And let me pause it and start it from the beginning. Take a listen to this young man.
Toby Jim's coming in hot. What are we talking about? What is the plot? If you are a Susie, you can't be a Scott. I know it's a doozy, can't be what you're not. Ain't getting to heaven with nail paint. It's gonna be hot where you're going, that's Hellgate. They gon' have fun with you, so gon' be jailbait. There's only two, you put more weight, it felt great. I'm homeschooled, I don't follow them. They look like alien hollow men. He coming back, he gon' swallow them. I follow God and I'll never acknowledge them. I look around, I see a circus. All of these trannies are making me nervous, but I serve a big God and I got a purpose. All of these demons will burn in the furnace.
Every day, new gender. I post the truth to the youth and you censor. Can't seem to get rid of me, do better. It's 2023 and
Okay, so I wanted to kill that there because of the fact that the rest of that is all copywritten stuff. So I wanted you to see what our kids are putting together on their own. You know what I'm saying? This is inviting. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want kids to be hearing. Okay. You know, and I think that's I just think that's hot. I think that's hot. I think that's 100, you know, and I don't think that it can be beat. Oh, there's one of our favorite memes right there. Hey. All right. Let's see here. Do we want to see a bully meets bully? Let's see it.
After taking the headbutt and being humiliated, he tries to mock Bubbles, but Bubbles like, you don't threaten anybody in my place, man. Now get the hell out of here, Chaz. Chaz tries to walk away with his tail between his legs, and look at, man, Bubbles has got blood all over his face like it's war paint. Such a savage warrior. Obviously, Bubbles stepped up to the occasion when nobody else would. Of course, Bubbles didn't appreciate Chaz getting in his personal space, so he's like, you want to get in my personal space? There's a little space between us now. Booyah, cranium meets cranium, and Chaz's mind is blown, literally, by Bubbles.
Move, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch, get out the way.
All right. You know, you just can't, sometimes you just can't go past it. This is a guy by the name of Steve Inman. Okay. And you can find him both on, Twitter, and you can find him also on Truth Social. And it's basically, he's just showing you, you know, there's no reason, you know, to you back down from these idiots. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Okay, so I know that there's one from Donald Trump here coming up that I wanted to share with you guys. The Biden administration is still planning on converting our national parks to illegal immigrant tent cities. Let's take a listen to this.
Mr. Chairman, I would first remind the Democrats that illegal immigration is not a human right. It is a federal crime. Now, the national parks were set aside for the use and enjoyment of the American people. But President Biden is now expropriating these lands for the benefit of the 3 million illegal immigrants that he's deliberately released into our country. This bill would halt that abomination, and I wholeheartedly support it. But the misuse of our public lands is frankly the least of our problems. The impact this is having on social services, our schools, our hospitals, our homeless shelters, the safety of our neighborhoods, the security of our country, and the rule of law itself has been catastrophic. Elections have consequences. American people need to decide whether they want this to continue or whether they will replace this president with one who's determined to recover not only our nation's lands, but our nation's sovereignty. Mr. Chairman, I would first remind the Democrats that illegal immigration is not a human right.
Right on. Right on. Yeah. It's let's see. I'm not sure what senator it is. Let me see which one this is. Does it say? Does it give his name? Anybody know who that senator is? Or that congressman is? Yeah, I think that's pretty good, though. I like that. I like that. All right, let's keep going here. I know that there's a few more. Breaking news. Ellen DeGeneres and Tom Hanks say they will leave the United States if Trump becomes president in 2024. 2024 can't come soon enough. Where will they go now that Epstein Island is closed? You know? James Woods apply for a carry permit, train, and never leave home without it. This kind of stuff people have to put up with. Guy just walks up to this guy walking down the street with his kid. Kid's in the stroller. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, a Latino man has been arrested in Los Angeles County for allegedly walking up to an elderly Asian man who was pushing a stroller and sucker punching him to the ground. Granddaughter was knocked out of the stroller during the attack. This kind of stuff's happening all over the place. It's just, it's getting crazy. Let's see. Lauren Boebert says Hunter Biden made $1,664,004 in ATM cash withdrawals. Spent $683,212 in payments to various women. Spent $188,960 on adult entertainment, but zero on income tax for years. Imagine if that were you or me. Yep. We're going to retweet that. Boom. Reposted, I should say. Let's see here. What's this one here? DC Drano. Did you know Visa, MasterCard, and American Express were caught last year temporarily tracking our gun purchases at the request of the Biden regime? Make sure you use cash to buy your guns and Second Amendment accessories until we can permanently ban this invasion of privacy by the credit card monopoly. That's pretty good. And we're going to watch this today, by the way. We're going to watch this interview with Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones. But I wanted to get through this other stuff. Okay, hold on, because, we always need stuff to laugh about, right? So let's make sure that we got it. Okay.
My name is Diddy. And I'm non-binary. My pronouns are she, they. And I'm queer. And this is me officially coming out. Oh my God. This feels really good. Hi. My name is Diddy. I am non-binary. My pronouns are she, they. Wow, it feels really.
I do not understand what is going on with some people. You know what I'm saying? I just don't get it. I don't get it. Nope. Never will. Can't make me. Okay, so let's okay. Here we go.
One question from me. Where does any synthetic molecule serve the living?
They don't.
Right.
I mean, none.
And am I right in suggesting that a medicine, by definition, is something which contains synthetic molecules, something that is registered, patented, and put into the market as a medicine?
Absolutely.
Proper. Right. So what I'm learning from you, Dr. Young, is that a quadrillion-dollar enterprise is at work amongst us, decimating, culling the human family.
Intentionally.
Intentionally, using synthetic molecules, which by design are cancer, AIDS, all of the bogeymen we could dream up.
Yeah, it's for the purpose of sterilization and population control. There's too many people on the planet we need to get rid of. In the words of Bill Gates, at least 3 billion people need to die. So we'll just start off in Africa. We'll start doing our research there, and we'll eliminate most of the Africans because they're deplorable. They're worthless. They're not part of this world economy. So they have their rights taken away, and they're suppressed and they're experimented.
And the multilateral agencies and the health and regulatory so-called authorities and agencies appear in the main to have become weaponized and appear, I again use the word appear advisedly. We're not casting judgments here. We're taking depositions, listening to expert testimonies, appear to be weaponized and appear to be working in collusion against the living men and women of the soil. Is that a fair statement?
It is. It's not a bacterial war. It's a systemic poisoning war, and they're using chemical warfare against all of us.
Wow. That was something, wasn't it? Yep. He just put it all right out there. Okay. Oh, you're welcome, Ronnie. You're welcome. You're definitely gonna deeply appreciate it. I can't wait for you to tell me you already started on it. So because I know what kind of mood you're going to be in. I'm telling you that. Okay, so I make some RSO that kind of placate you. You know, you kind of everything just kind of moves past you. You know, but then I make some stuff that is kind of giggle stuff, and I think Ronnie's going to like it. Yeah. I think he's going to like it. So, but he's got enough there to kick its ass. Kick its ass 100%. No more. Okay. So, we don't get to see Isaac Cappy too much. We don't because he gets censored. You know, he was censored off and everything else. And pretty much the only way that we ever got any of his stuff is if we, oh, did you? Okay, cool. How'd you sleep? I bet you slept great. Like to know that. But back to the Isaac Cappy, you know, we haven't seen any videos of him lately and everything, but it is always good to get a reminder every once in a while, and remind ourselves of what he was starting. You know, what do you mean? He's not a troublemaker, Craig. Don't come in here starting trouble. Dang nabbit. What's going on, brother? Good to see you. Slept fine. Good. Glad to see that. All right. Okay. So as I was saying, Isaac Cappy, Isaac's Army says Cappy was right about everything.
Because I'm sure there are people there that work at Adult Swim that are just like, I work here, I'm surrounded, what do I do? And you know, they might not be, you know, horrible people per se, but they're probably like becoming aware that they are basically in the middle of a giant pedophile ring. Adult Swim, oh man.
The focal point of this video is Adult Swim, home of Rick and Morty creators, Seth Green, and others. But for now, the focus is on Justin Roiland. Back in 2017, he tweeted an image of Trump portrayed as a pedophile grooming his son. And if that wasn't bad enough, you should also know that he was listed on Epstein's flight logs. Another is Dan Harmon, who I've exposed before to be mocking adrenochrome, pedophilia, and much more. This guy is twisted, but I guess it runs in the club. Tim Heidecker was involved in the child trafficking skit, while Patton Oswalt has tweeted about pedophilia. Finally, we have Will Ferrell, who was on Epstein's flight, involved in the child trafficking skit, and attended a mock human sacrifice ritual hosted by a known Satanist.
They're probably like becoming aware that they're basically in the middle of a giant pedophile ring. Adult Swim, oh man.
Michael, there's no way Macaulay Culkin is in a Velvet Underground cover band where all they sing about is pizza, and yet it was true. That was actually happening.
Yeah,
you were there, and it was great. I loved it.
Yeah, it was a fun run.
Macaulay Culkin tweeted during the 2019 Oscars, "Rami Malek eats babies. There, I said it." Moments before he tweeted, "Just statistically speaking, there are like at least 14 secret rapists in that room right now and 6 secret DJs." Is this far-fetched considering he grew up surrounded by pedophiles? Now, in my previous video, I said that I was going to explain Seth and Macaulay's obsession to adrenochrome. Well, here's the explanation, and it's in plain sight. The bunny ears symbolize the adrenochrome formula. If you do not understand what I'm speaking of, I urge you to watch part 1.
My name is Macaulay Culkin, and I just finished pizza.
This Voodoo Donut story that I keep talking about is going to be massive, alright? It's going to be just a shitstorm of epic proportions.
Now, I bet a bunch of you are sitting there saying, what do you mean no sound? You didn't hear that? You guys had audio, right? Okay. All right. Okay. Because I saw that comment. I'm like, what? I know I had the volume on. It was, yeah. Okay. So, Isaac Cappy, understand he was caught up in that world and was trying to escape it. Do I think he's hidden somewhere? I think it's possible. I think it's a very good possibility, and he's right. It's, you got to think about everything that he was saying, all the names he was dropping and things. And it's like, whoa, wait a minute. Okay. And then you go back and you begin to watch all that material. Oh yeah, Craig, there was a big hoopla in regards to children being trafficked through a local Voodoo Donuts to me. Okay. Underneath the city of Portland is a set of tunnels. Okay. They were basically they were the Shanghai tunnels is what they called them. Okay. People be out drinking in the clubs and things. They get drunk and walk outside. They get clubbed in the head and they get thrown on a ship and forced to, basically by the time they come to, the ship is already set sail. And they use the tunnels in order to traffic these people right down into the ships. There was an employee from there who came forward and gave testimony and everything. I don't know if he's still alive or not, but I know that there was a big thing about that. If I can find the video interview of the guy, I will play it. Because we've all over the last 6-7 years now have become very widely awakened to the trafficking hub of the world, not just here in America, but of the world, and how they transport and things like that. So the idea of it is continuously reminding people, just because we know it doesn't mean that others that are just joining us know. We give them the tools in which to go and begin to investigate. And when you have companies, particular CEOs or people that work for these companies and things like that, then we get to be able to we get the opportunity to be able to do more research, discover more about the individuals, check out their tweets and things like that. And when we do that, we begin to understand the individual and the evil that's behind them, and it's way all too often that things are ignored. Jennifer Aniston has aged very quickly. Yeah. Let's see. So I'm looking for the Donald Trump one. Wow. Yeah, I don't think I want to see that because I'll just get mad. I don't want to be in that mode. Don't want to be in the anger mode, not today. Let's see. The UN no longer serves our interest or the cause of real peace. It's time to defund the UN. Let's take a listen to this one. I'm still going to look for the Donald Trump one.
Mr. President, in the words of a Simon and Garfunkel song, they sing of a dream in which the world had all agreed to bring an end to war. And they reached this agreement apparently just by signing a single piece of paper. This dream is just a dream, of course. That's not how things are brought about. That's not how lasting peace occurs. But the dream echoes the stated aspirations that led to the creation and eventually the perpetuation of the United Nations. But as history unfolded, the stark reality has not lived up to those lofty aspirations. We've witnessed failure upon failure, and yet the 20th century notion of a collective world peace still lingers in the minds of the American foreign policy establishment. It's a notion that believes that somehow U.S. participation and leadership within the United Nations is a foundational pillar of our security and our strength. A glance at the world today, however, reveals the harsh truth. Enduring global peace remains just a dream. While the corridors of the United Nations were designed for diplomacy, it now serves as a place where America's adversaries, people who trample on diplomatic principles and even human dignity itself, to say nothing of national sovereignty, sponsor initiatives that fly in the face of our foundational principles and values. Just last November, we saw Iran, known for its support of terrorist groups and its systemic targeting of Jewish people, chairing a UN human rights event, actually chairing it. Russia and China, nations that challenge our interests and undermine our values at every turn, hold permanent seats on the UN Security Council. China, for its part, also continues to enjoy the benefits of developing nation status, exploiting UN programs and other monetary benefits for questionable gain. Now, the United States, as the UN's largest funder, ends up tacitly supporting these things through its funding. The largest contributor to the UN's budget is the United States. The Biden administration continues to fund indirectly groups like Hamas through the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, known for its anti-Semitic indoctrination. Similarly, the previous administration halted funding for United Nations Population Fund due to its support for coercive abortion practices in China. The bloated bureaucracy of the UN epitomizes the very foreign entanglements that our founding fathers warned against. The global security environment of today underscores the urgency of reasserting American sovereignty. The Defund Act, which I've introduced this week in the Senate, seeks to end U.S. participation in the United Nations system, ensuring that any future attempts to rejoin would require Senate approval. Now, detractors argue that U.S. involvement is essential for our security and that absence from the UN would somehow diminish our soft power, forcing us to rely solely on military might. These are misleading distractions. The current UN system itself erodes American soft power and compels us to conform our national interests to the whims of the so-called rules-based international order. This fear-mongering overlooks the proven value of bilateral relationships, which are the true bedrock of international diplomacy. At the UN's inception in 1945, President Truman presented a choice between international chaos and the establishment of a world organization for peace. Yet, despite the UN's existence, chaos abounds, adversaries leverage their UN positions, and the goal of peace is overshadowed by the ambition for supranational governance. The true hope for a peaceful world lies not in such global institutions, but in the strength of our national sovereignty and the use of that strength to forge and continue to foster bilateral relationships around the world. As William Shakespeare said, "What win I if I gain the thing I seek?" One must truly ask, what does the United Nations seek? Is it truly peace? I think not. Its actions speak for themselves. Since 1945, the U.S. has slowly surrendered national sovereignty to the UN under the guise of customary international law, and under this broad aspirational goal of somehow bringing peace and harmony through this international organization. An international organization that is itself utterly untethered from the electoral politics of any country. They very much operate as an island unto themselves once they enter the halls of the UN. Now, we in the United States finance a very significant portion of the UN, much of it voluntarily, with no obligation to do so. Our generosity has been misused to empower terrorists, foment hate, facilitate coercive practices abroad, and in many, many ways, undermine our values. The Defund Act aims to restore American independence from the UN's bureaucracy. It will repeal the Foundational Participation Act within the UN Participation Act of 1945, terminate our contributions, end participation in peacekeeping operations, and strip UN personnel of diplomatic immunity within the United States. It'll also remove the United States from the World Health Organization and prohibit re-entry into the UN system without the Senate's advice and consent. It's time, Mr. President, that we face reality. The UN has long since ceased to be an effective or responsible steward of our resources. It's time for America to lead through strength and sovereignty, not through subservience to an organization that no longer serves our interests, much less the interests of a realizable, lasting peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
Nice. The calling for the defunding of the UN. We've been waiting for that. Yeah, we know about this guy. Trump's going to say something. What's this? Regrowing teeth with frequencies. What happened to this technology? Let's check this out.
Did you know you can regrow missing or damaged teeth with a tiny device that gives off a very specific frequency of ultrasound? I wonder where this device disappeared to.
But help could soon be at hand for athletes or anyone sporting a toothless grin. It's a Canadian invention that not only plugs the gaps, but fills the holes with brand new pearly whites. CTV's Deborah Shirey explains.
Chris Miller getting some time in Ekman's spot, and Ryan Smith is down and hurt.
It was a jaw-dropping shot as Edmonton Oiler Ryan Smith takes a puck to the face. And yes, those are his teeth.
As quickly as possible for you.
It's too late for Smith's smile, but researchers at the University of Alberta could have a cure for future toothless hockey grins. An ultrasound device that regrows human teeth. Tariq Albiali was researching jaw growth in rabbits.
Accidentally, when I applied the ultrasound, I found the lower incisor grow.
Albiali is the first to try the treatment on humans. After 20 minutes a day, new teeth started to grow in a month.
With this device, we'll get these roots together, held them together, healing it together, and keep it forever.
Albiali's machine was too big, so he teamed up with nanotech expert Jai Chen, who scaled it down from this to this.
After using this treatment, then you can throw away. So this is like a one-time use for you, and you can put it on easily. What we're working on is more like a user-friendly.
Professors at the University of Alberta have already filed a patent for this invention. While it's obviously still in the prototype phase, scientists here are hopeful it could hit the market in as little as 2 years.
Would have a fantastic practical application.
No one knows more about losing teeth than Oilers dentist Anthony Sneezewell. He says time is limited when it comes to saving teeth.
If we can get to the point where it doesn't matter because we can use this device, then it's going to improve situations where we can reimplant teeth and they'll be successful long term.
For now, all the attention has taken Tariq Albiali off guard.
No, I don't have time to see my patients.
And he can't wipe the smile off his face. Deborah Shirey, CTV News.
That's pretty cool. I think we're going to find out about a whole bunch of that stuff. Whole bunches. Okay. Oh, this was a good one. This one, actually, I saw this.
Hi, guys. I'm Sergeant Duggan with the Fentanyl Police Department, and I am the patrol sergeant for the weekend day shift. And we recently had a scam that we were called to at one of our local stores here in Fentanyl that we've actually been tracking on social media for a while. Yesterday, we got called to it, and seeing that it's actually hitting home now, so we wanted to give you guys the info so you don't fall victim to this scam as well, considering it's a holiday season and it's regarding gift cards. So what we had was a person that came in and bought some gift cards from the store and went and purchased them. And it was just like these right off the shelf. It was an Amazon card and it looked just like that. And when the person got home, they opened the card, and which leads you to, you have the actual gift card. This is the actual card. This is what matters. This envelope doesn't really matter. It's just fancy for you to look at. But when the person buys a card, they have a barcode that is visible on the outside of the envelope. This is what's scanned at the register, and this is what you use your money for to pay for the card. Once you give the card to the person, there is a scratch tab that's at the top of the card that you scratch away that has a code on it. With that code is what gives you access to that money. The scam that we saw was somebody was taking all these cards from the store without paying for them and without loading them up, taking them home. And what they do is they heat up these envelopes to where they can open them as carefully as they can, remove the card, and actually cut the top of the card off. So I have my handy scissors here. What they did was they cut off the top that has, remember again, this is the code that gives you access to the money to the person that you give the card to. Then they take the bottom half of the card, which really means nothing now, put it back into the envelope, re-glue it shut, and just like that, you have a brand new gift card that you think that you're getting for your person for Christmas. So what we're advising to do is when you guys are buying gift cards, either feel for the entire card, it should be the same size as a credit card, or with the permission of the store, when you go up to purchase these, as you're purchasing them, remove them from these folders and actually take the card and make sure that the whole card is there. So that way, when you give your present to your loved one this Christmas, they're actually getting that money and they can spend it on whatever they want, rather than somebody else spending it for you. So with that, we just want to say have a good, safe holiday and take care. Thank you.
Okay, and that is happening everywhere, not just where he's at. You know, it's kind of funny. Dave Snedeker says, "Hey, guys, White Hat controls. Elon Musk is breaking the internet." Now, I don't know if anybody remembers this, but Donald Trump did an interview years ago, and Elon Musk is reminding everybody if the Dem Party had a time machine, and Donald Trump's picture came out, and this was 1980, and there was an interview that went along with this. Why do time travelers keep trying to kill me? I'm just a realtor. Okay. How many times have we said in the last 6 years, Project Looking Glass, is Barron Trump a time traveler because of the book? You know, Barron Trump and his adventures in the underground and stuff. There were like multiple books for that, by the way. There wasn't just one. There were multiple, you know, and everything. So it's, you know, when you look at this, you have to say to yourself, beginning to think that Project Looking Glass is a lot more than we're told it is. Right? Okay. How many holes are in this shirt? Who can tell me how many holes are in this shirt? Give me a number. Give me a number. Anybody? Nobody got a number? 6. There you go. All right. Barbara Painter was first. That's right. You got the one at the bottom, one on each sleeve, the neck. That makes 4, 5, 6. Right on. All right. My people are awake today. My people are awake. Oh, no, Challenger says there's 10. Dang it. I said there's 10. All right. Let's see if we got a Donald Trump one. This is Owen Schroyer. Let's.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends and family, Owen Schroyer here. And yes, it's official. I have been released from federal prison. And man, do I have a lot of stories to tell. And obviously, I will be telling you these stories over the course of the coming days. There are a lot of big and fun interviews that I have coming up. I will be making another statement later today as well on the Alex Jones Show. And we got a lot of exciting stuff in the very near future. But I just want to take this time to thank everybody for your prayers. Thank everybody for all the mail and the books that you sent me. I was able to read 15 books in my 47 days in prison. The majority of my time spent in lockdown, if you can believe that. But I believe God wanted me to have this experience. I had to see the full prison experience because I learned a lot, and I've realized that there's some things that we've been missing when it comes to fixing our country. And so I'm going to be talking a lot about that. But there was one particular Bible verse that stuck out to me when Paul and Silas were in prison and they talked about praying. and the prayers shook the foundations and caused an earthquake that caused the prison doors to be open so that they could get out. And I believe that happened to me not only once, but twice. Your prayers shook the prison doors open so that I got out of the special housing unit known as the SHU on the inside, or confinement is the prison inside the prison. And then your prayers once again caused the earthquake that opened the prison doors for me to be released today after serving 47 days of my 60 days. I will tell you, freedom is great. The one thing I learned immediately, never take anything in your life for granted, because you never know when it can all be ripped away from you. But the fresh air, the open world, I'm back and I'm ready to go.
All right. And he was one of the detainees, or the recent detainees, I should say. You know, yeah, just kind of crazy. Okay, let's see if we can get down here to, there's a big old greenhouse there. I'd love to have a greenhouse that size. That'd be awesome. Yeah. Okay, we already seen the kid. Now let's get to the Donald Trump one. Come on now. Come on. Hello. Here, we'll just go to her page. I said go to her page. Okay, and there we go. All right.
Highly respected man. I don't know him, but he's a expert witness, and he found no fraud whatsoever. He found no accounting fraud whatsoever. And like everyone else, he said, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? This is a political witch hunt. This is meant to influence an election. This also comes from the White House. This is not just a state matter, because the White House is controlling district attorneys. In fact, in the district attorney's office, they put one of their top people, DOJ put one of their top people right under the Attorney General, put him into the district attorney's office, also put a man into the state Attorney General's office, Letitia James' office. Happened to be the same man. This is coming right from the White House. This is a disgraceful situation. The country's never seen anything like it. But this expert witness, highly respected by everybody, with a resume that few people have ever seen before, said there was no fraud, there was no accounting fraud. There was nothing. And this is what we're doing here while people are being murdered right outside on the sidewalks and the streets of New York, while people are experiencing horrible, violent crime at levels that nobody's ever seen in the city before. This is what the Attorney General is spending all the time on. So just to put it, finally, he's going to continue to testify, but I don't imagine he's going to be changing his basic statement. His finding is that there was no accounting fraud whatsoever. The statements that we put in were very conservative. They were the opposite of what they said. The accounting fraud, and the fraud was on behalf of the judge and the Attorney General, who took assets and made them numbers that were fraudulent. As an example, Mar-a-Lago. As an example, Doral in Miami. As an example, 40 Wall Street and others, where they cut the values to a level that nobody's even imagined. You take a look at Doral and look at the numbers that we're talking about for Doral. But the most obvious of all, because of the fact that people know it, is when you value a place like Mar-a-Lago at $18 million when it's worth anywhere from 50 to 100 times that amount. We had an expert witness in the other day. He's the biggest broker in the country for luxury properties. I guess he's the ultimate expert, actually. What is that? And he valued Mar-a-Lago at over $1 billion. and the judge valued it at $18 million. The judge doesn't know the value of Mar-a-Lago, and the Attorney General is the one that convinced the judge to say that. It's a fraud. The whole case is a fraud. What they've done is they've weaponized justice, and this is coming from the White House, because I'm beating Biden by a lot. And this is coming right out of the White House. You know it, I know it, and they know it. So just to end this, the expert witness, one of the most highly respected people in the country for doing this kind of work, found absolutely no accounting fraud. This case should be ended. Also, the judge, as you know, was rebuked in that he was overturned by the appellate division of the New York State Supreme Court, which is a higher court, much higher court than where we are right now. The judge refused to acknowledge it. This case would be over, because that was about 90% of the case, having to do with statute of limitations. This case should be over. This case should have never been brought. This was a political witch hunt by an attorney general who's out of control and tried to get elected governor and failed. But this is a political witch hunt, and our country should be ashamed of what's going on. But we will probably go forward, and I'm sure nothing will have any bearing on what this judge does. It's a very sad day for our country, because people are coming in, we say this every day, and we are totally innocent. This is weaponization of justice. This is something that nobody has ever seen to this extent. It's called election interference. It's a sad day for our country that a thing like this can take place. I'm sitting in a courthouse instead of being in Iowa, where I should be, even though I'm leading by about 40 points. Thank you very much.
All right. Yeah, gotta love them. Gotta love them. Let me see if I can go up here and find that. Oh no, I can't. Dang nabbit. Let me see if I can find that. I saw somebody ask for the link for that, so let me see if I can find it. Actually, let me move this off to the side, and then I'll see if I can find it and go from there. All right, let me get rid of that because that slows us down. I'm going to hold off on this video here because I know that this is available and I want to get this on Toot Sweet. And we know.
Be a blessing when it's all over. There's our president. And this, by the way, if you can look up here, Leland, is the president flying by on Marine One at this very moment. And obviously, there's our president for 4 more years. There he is, right there. God bless America. We are one nation under God.
Are you guys enjoying this show? I tell you what, many who wait for the updates to flow in have a treat today from this channel. Elon dropped MK Ultra on us twice. President Trump walks away from a trial with a smile. Pearl Harbor Twitter drops were perfectly timed. Wait till you see that one. Vivek was on fire, but we will look into him a little more today, so hold off before you get too excited. B2 boys messages sent, and mainstream media is all in for Haley, out of all places, would you know? And we got some more to cover on some of the things that Disney's up to and more. You don't want to miss this. And here we go.
Tell your wife and children I'll be sailing with you. It's gonna rain. Better get on board. It's gonna rain.
I invite you to join me and the And We Know family on a cruise to Majestic, Alaska, August 11th through the 18th, 2024. We will chart our adventure aboard the luxurious Holland America's Westernum, cruising us to historic Alaskan ports like Juneau and Ketchikan. Destinations renowned for their scenery, teeming with forest and wildlife, the freshest caught salmon and other delicious cuisine, and known for the locals' family charm. The Isaacs are coming too, and we can't wait to sing worship and patriotic songs by this renowned award-winning group. We'll also enjoy powerful biblical messages and share life stories with my family and me. Listen in on a live podcast recording and have Q&A time and interviews with special guests. So visit andweknow.com and book your trip with LT and the family today.
Get on board.
Now that's enough to make you want to just jump up and shout, isn't it? Get on board. Yeah, just go to andweknow.com for that one. Pretty cool. Excited about that and more. I wanted to show you this right off the bat. Big smiles on Trump's lawyer's face in the news. What Trump just stated. They got caught again. So we'll get right to where President Trump walks up. You ready? Here we go.
The Attorney General committed fraud. You just saw it right up there. She's a fraud. This whole case is the fraud. It's election interference. It's keeping me here instead of Iowa and New Hampshire. You just saw it. The Attorney General's a fraud. She committed fraud.
The Attorney General's a fraud. Committed fraud. Don't you just love it? And let's see, who else were we going to look at that really is in trouble?
Now, you mentioned there could be more charges. What makes you think that?
Oh, more charges. Hunter Biden indicted on federal tax charges. Could be more.
It's just my reading of the document in the first page. I think the language is that they describe him as a lobbyist. Lobbyists have to register under what's called FARA, the Foreign Agents Registration Act, which is a government way of saying that if you're working on behalf of foreign interests, you have to tell the U.S. government. In this case, the indictment spends a lot of time talking about Hunter Biden's business deals with the Ukraine energy firm Burisma. It also talks about his work with a Chinese energy firm, CEFC, and it also talks about his work with Romania. And that to me seems to leave the door open to potential FARA violations. I also would add that there has been some reporting subpoenas have been issued for his business partner, the president's brother, James Biden, and that would go to the idea of FARA, working together, lobbying on behalf of foreign interests. Now, we say all of that, but their position has been that he accepts responsibility for this period in his life, but they've in no way admitted that they have been lobbying on behalf of those entities.
Oh, interesting. It just kind of starts growing. Technofog, Hunter Biden hit with 9 new charges filed in California includes evasion of taxes, failure to file, pay taxes false, fraudulent tax return. Indictment details a 4-year scheme to avoid his $1.4 million plus million tax obligations and to file false returns. But could that, based off of what we just saw from CBS News, lead to other things? Could that just be the door that opens into all of the shady deals that were pulled in so many directions? And so a lot of things going on. I mean, here's another clip. Jim Jordan talking about the suing of SpaceX.
All the way up through engineering.
So you're suing, I just want to cut to the chase. You're suing SpaceX because they hired too many Americans, too many citizens, not enough people who are refugees or people who've been granted asylum.
This investigation.
And you waited to sue. This investigation started 3 years ago. I know the facts. It started 3 years ago. And yet you bring the lawsuit after Mr. Musk purchases Twitter, now X. Is that right?
Let's see. Get back here again. Right about here.
We're refugees. Know the facts after, right?
We apply the laws that this body gave us without fear or favor.
And Mr. Musk, his assertion is that they're dealing with national security type information at SpaceX, and that's why he's even posted this before you brought the lawsuit. He said this. That's why they focus on hiring people who have a green card or are American citizens. You guys say this is something we need to go after SpaceX because they're not hiring enough Americans, and we need to charge Ava Edel, 87-year-old concentration camp survivor. That's what the Justice Department and the Biden administration needs to do. But oh, by the way, we don't know anything about Missouri v. Biden. We didn't weigh in on the issue where a governor of a state told the citizens, they're American citizens, you cannot exercise your Second Amendment rights contrary to the law, contrary to what the Supreme Court has said. And you're trying to tell us today, the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department is not political. Frankly, I find it almost laughable that you're making that argument because anyone with common sense and any objectivity can see you guys are definitely political. That I yield back.
Yeah. They're getting exposed. So Elon Musk puts a little picture there. So you're not mad at those who lied to you for years, but you're mad at me for proving they lied to you. And he's been dropping all kinds of stuff, folks. I mean, good night. Some say he's bad, some say he's good. We've discussed this. I went through it in detail as past, but some folks thinks this guy is just an actor that's a new Elon. It's not the same guy. They've shown pictures. I don't know, but I tell you what we do have in front of us is exposure. And he put Bob Iger thinks it's cool to advertise next to child exploitation material. Real stand-up guy. Yeah. Facebook and Instagram content enabled child sexual abuse trafficking. New Mexico lawsuit. Hallmark's catalog, sponsored by the Walt Disney Corporation. And he just keeps dropping all types of information. So then, okay, you ready? Since Elon bought X, what's happened? The SEC sues Musk over the purchase. The FTC demands internal X documents. Biden DOJ sues SpaceX for not hiring refugees for secret rocket technology. Biden DOJ and SEC open investigations against Tesla over a literal glass house. Biden DOJ opens criminal investigation against Tesla over self-driving cars. Federal investigation into Neuralink. EOCC sues Tesla over harassment. Massive media campaign against X. Massive corporate boycott campaign. All those corporations said we're not going to advertise on X anymore, like Disney. They've been caught. Trafficking children and more. The regime is terrified of this man. This is only the beginning. It's going to get worse. And you think he's going to sit back? Oh, no. It's not a coincidence. Cowboy W2B. Not a coincidence that Elon posted MK Ultra at 4:38 p.m., which equals 16:38. 16:38, which is military time for 4:38, includes a link to an article about MK Ultra. You think that was a coincidence? So here it is, right there on your screen. You're looking at it. 4:38 MK Ultra, and then you see 4:38 down here. The CIA experimented extensively with brainwashing during the 1950s and 60s, honing techniques that could force someone to kill, then have no recollection afterward, codenamed MK Ultra. The program involved some 149 separate experiments, many on unwitting Americans, including a Kentucky mental patient who was dosed with LSD for 179 straight days. And it had a link to the CIA tried mind control to create the perfect assassin. And then you've got that picture of Jason Bourne. Huh. You know, it's interesting how Disney pulls ads, files as a nonprofit like a church. They pull ads from Elon Musk because he won't quid pro ads now that Pizzagate is coming to forefront. So remember, folks, he's dropped information on Pizzagate, now MK Ultra, and then on Disney. Limited hangouts are being exposed. coin being exposed, the media is slimming down in the alt-conservative ink and left. Meanwhile, everybody is ignoring that homeless people are going missing around the USA and talking only migrants. What about our homeless vets and Americans? You guys remember they cleaned up the San Francisco streets for China visitor Xi. And many folks were asking, where did the homeless go? And then you had this grand old meme that was dropped on Twitter, which is Disney above Epstein Island. On top of the iceberg below the ocean, you have Epstein Island right below Disney. Boy, the comms just get bigger and bigger. And since he's talking about MK Ultra,
I got to ask you guys a question. All right. Does anybody in chat own Bitcoin? Anybody got any Bitcoin? There's a reason that I'm asking this. I know I'm not. I know I ain't got the money to get into Bitcoin, but I'm just curious. And the reason that I'm asking, okay, is I'm going to share something with you guys real quick. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? It was right there. Dang nabbit. Is that right? What the heck? Oh, maybe I grabbed the wrong X. Did I grab the wrong? I grabbed the wrong X. I'm sorry. Let me bring this X over. Here we go. Take a listen to this.
No. 100%. And when the real founder of Bitcoin comes out, it is my humble opinion, and there's nothing humble about me, Bitcoin will go to fucking zero.
One day.
And a microsecond, whoop, like that. If you knew who was really behind Bitcoin, you would run as fast as you fucking could to sell it. I know. 100%. And when the real founder of Bitcoin comes out, it is my humble opinion, and there's nothing humble about me, Bitcoin will go to fucking zero.
One day.
And a microsecond, whoop, like that.
Okay. You heard that, right? Yeah. You heard that, right? You wait till all these other podcasters that have been boasting about Bitcoin and all that find out that it was George Soros who started Bitcoin and holds them. People think that they know what's really going on. They really do. Oh, what the heck am I doing here? How the hell did that happen? Get back here. Get over here. There we go. Okay. All right. Yeah, I had to stop it just for that. It's yeah. So I'm going to tell you. He said, whoop, in a microsecond. Okay. What you have to remember is what Rothschild did to the British government. Okay. And you have to remember what Soros did to the German government, as well as his own people, the Jews. Okay. And then what he did the second time that the UK had a collapse. Okay. Rothschild and Soros both benefited from both major collapses. Okay. Now, all these people have paid money into Bitcoin. Okay. If it drops to zero, you just lose your money. You lose your money. That's it. You get nothing back. It's gone. It's zero. But he already got paid. He already got paid. You bought Bitcoin. He got paid. Yeah. I'm telling you, it's not gonna, this is gonna hurt some people. This is gonna hurt some people. I would highly recommend getting out of Bitcoin. I would get out. If you got an investment in Bitcoin, get your money out now. Because once everybody finds out that George Soros is the one who holds that, that's going to be the end of it. That's going to be the end of it. I'm telling you right now. Watch yourselves.
Fletch 17 showed us this. Now that Elon Musk is bringing MK Ultra to the forefront, here's some additional info. Harley Pasternak talking about working for the military, same branch that created MK Ultra, and experimenting on soldiers with drugs that, quote, I wasn't governed by the same laws the typical person was. He then openly talks about giving special forces soldiers drugs that could keep them awake almost indefinitely, amongst other things. Ready?
Lucky enough to have him as my graduate advisor. And the area of that I was interested in was how drugs and food affect muscular performance. And
when you say drugs, are that like performance enhancing drugs, or are they
all kinds of drugs?
Oh, right. Okay.
So working for the military, I wasn't governed by the same laws that the typical person was. So I could look at the impact of certain drugs that are not everyday things. So we looked at a drug called modafinil, which was for narcoleptics. So if you give a soldier this drug, how long could they stay awake for without having any health detriment?
Is that used now as one of these brain drugs? I've heard the name before somewhere.
Yeah, so it's very interesting. Modafinil, it will keep you awake, but it's not a stimulant.
Really?
So if a special forces person has to stay awake for 3 nights waiting for the right opportunity to do whatever they have to do, we could give them modafinil and it would keep them alert. I did research on a drug called acetazolamide, which is for use at high altitude so you don't get altitude sickness.
Yeah. So this guy was, a handler for many folks who were famous. And it just makes you wonder, why in the world would Elon drop this now? Okay. Why all of a sudden would we start seeing all of this information now? Pasternak was also responsible. You can see the picture here. Another great video put out to show us more and more how he was responsible for many famous singers and more. And then, he talks about how they kept people awake and some of the stuff that they did to them. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? I've got a lot more to show you, especially when it comes to Vivek and his bombing of the GOP debate. Some of the things that the mainstream media had to say about that. Some stupid things that are done by the Biden administration as normal to wake us all up. We're going to get to that. But I just want to make sure I tell you we're at andweknow.com. Everybody knows, just about every video that follows me. There's a lot of new subscribers we get every month now. And so I'm just reminding you, those that are new, that you can go to andweknow.com. It has all of our social media right underneath my logo. You can click on AWK Podcasts, and I've got exclusive audio only on my Podbean now. On Saturdays, I'm doing Bible studies. Every week, I'm doing New Believers Bible study. And this past week, we talked about salvation and a little bit about eternal security, and I'll share more on that tomorrow. So I just want to let you know, you can go to Podbean, just simply click on the listen to the podcast in Podbean. Go to Podbean and type in and we know you'll find it there too. A lot of goodies here and more. And just want to make sure you know that is available. And you can also sign up for our newsletter. Just put your name, your email, hit submit, and you will receive information when our shows go up and more. It's really, really cool. A lot of good things there for you to dive into. We also have the Patriot Light. You guys know that the Patriot Light is something that we wanted everyone to know, like your own Drudge Report for truthers, in a sense. You'll have home, politics, world news, markets, faith, social news, and resources. All of that for you, so you can use it for yourself and your digging. Awk up on Facebook, Instagram, we're at awk_828 and more. And also, don't forget that we've got our gear, shop.amweknow.com. That's where you can wear and we know gear and all types of goodies, hats, shirts, and sweatshirts and bags and golf stuff and more, towels. And we have a new shirt, I Will Not Comply with the Bald Eagle, there for you to just peruse and use. And I just wanted to show you more great pictures of patriots wearing our gear. So as we're here, the Velour Love Shirt Lounge put positivity versus progress. A few stories are hitting the news recently, some only hitting the real news, Patriot Truth News, and some the Mockingbird mainstream news, diluted. Senator Dick Durbin's being asked at every opportunity why, in effect, he's against exposing Epstein. RFK is openly talking about his experiences with Epstein and hopefully setting a theme for others to open up or imply guilt. You know, he was on Epstein's plane a couple of times. He admitted it. Biden's corruption is being bolstered by more irrefutable cases weekly. We just saw that. Trump is exposing deep state corruption, weaponization, and tyranny daily. Riley Gaines is smashing through the brick wall of the bull stuff that's going on for 6'4" men to smash the skulls of girls in the name of inclusive sports. We're talking about trans. Blacks around the U.S. are openly speaking in support of Trump and against their slave masters, the Democrats. We saw that in the last video. There are committees over here and worldwide about the COVID scam, the death taxes, and the barbaric cruelty imposed on the ordinary citizens who didn't fully comply. There are eminent scientists, doctors, epidemiologists being given platforms to share their true views and experiences. Doesn't look good for the deep state and or the cabal. Everything listed is winning. It's daily, weekly, monthly, or more, but it's always exponential winning, never less. Still frustrating, of course, but it's frustrating enough to convince yourself that it's not happening or too slow to be effective. Well, ask yourselves this. Before Elon acquired X, before Tucker left Fox, before Brand was on Mayer's show, etc., how much did anyone outside our movement hear from the real scientists, the real street journalists, the real doctors, or the real economists? Never. If any shred of Patriot News makes it to MSM and isn't stamped on by them, then it shows the gravity and momentum of our truth movement. It's important to keep all aspects of your body, soul, and mind at approximately the same level. If two are up and one's depleted, you simply won't function at your full potential. Be skeptical, be annoyed, be frustrated, but make sure you keep them temporary and let them be replaced by positivity, rebellion, confidence. So, in a moment of calm, picture yourself as a leftist, woke, or a Democrat right about now. Explore how you feel. Oh, in other words, don't worry, folks. There are some great things going on. We are seeing this exposure happen constantly. And somebody put this meme out. Oh, yeah, Dan Scavino showing President Trump on that bomb, that missile for America. And here we go with Vivek.
With all three of my other colleagues on this debate stage. is all three of them have been licking Donald Trump's boots for years for money and endorsements. Ron DeSantis, you've been a great governor, but you would have never been one without actually begging Donald Trump for that endorsement.
And you attacked him in your book a year ago.
Same thing with Chris Christie as a lobbyist, begging them for COVID money for his special interests in New Jersey, prepping him for the debates last time around. These people are now Monday morning quarterbacking some decision he made. I think the real enemy is not Donald Trump. It's not even Joe Biden. It is the deep state that at least Donald Trump attempted to take on. And if you want somebody who's going to speak truth to power, then vote for somebody who's going to speak the truth to you. Why am I the only person on the stage, at least, who can say that January 6th now does look like it was an inside job, that the government lied to us for 20 years about Saudi Arabia's involvement in 9/11, that the Great Replacement theory is not some grand right-wing conspiracy theory, but a basic statement of the Democratic Party's platform, that the 2020 election was indeed stolen by big tech, that the 2016 election, the one that Trump won for sure, was also one that was stolen from him by the national security establishment that actually put up the Trump-Russia collusion hoax that they knew was false. There's a reason why I'm the only person on the stage who can say these things. That's what it's going to take, not people who are licking his boots one time and now Monday morning quarterbacking and criticizing him when it's convenient.
Governor Christie.
So, sounds great, right? He's attacking them. He's letting everybody know that, you know, these top things that we need to talk about. What I catch in the middle of all of that is 9/11 was done by Saudi Arabia. However, when we cover 9/11 in detail, it was a coordinated effort by everyone in the deep state around this earth, not just one country. And so we covered that in detail. When he talked about, let's see, what was the other one that he brought up? 9/11, and then let me see this other one here.
Democratic Party's platform, that the 2020 election was indeed stolen by big tech.
Stolen by big tech. That's a great point. However, let's see, controlled maybe because it was more than just big tech. It was stolen by a host of countries who worked together. That's leadership in countries who were part of the deep state, who made sure that they stopped the election at 10:30. Brought in ballots from all over the place, including China, who printed many. Yes, they used a little bit of tech from those machines, but it was more than that. It was coordinated, not just big tech. So that's my problem with that. But yeah, he's got to say a couple of talking points. Folks say, yeah, but LT, you're getting too detailed on this thing. Just want to make sure you guys know. Okay. Shipwrecked crew put out Obama. Obama was organic. He was glib and smart. The guy could hold a room and he had depth. He took down the Dem Party establishment because of the talent. Vivek is a manufactured product. He studied Obama's rise and he's trying to mimic it from the opposite direction, but he's hollow and he's rehearsed. Check out this video clip just to help you out.
Or Republican idea.
These are not Democrat ideas or Republican ideas.
This is an American idea.
These are fundamentally American ideals.
Imagine they were driving a car and they drove it into the ditch.
If somebody has repeatedly crashed your car,
you can't have the keys back.
Do you want to turn over the keys to the same people who crashed it?
You said Russia in the 1980s are now calling to ask for their foreign policy back.
I have a newsflash. The USSR does not exist anymore.
You know, the Cold War's been over for 20 years.
It fell back in 1990.
A skinny guy with a funny name.
Who the heck is this skinny guy with a funny last name?
But they sense deep in their bones.
I believe deep in my bones.
E pluribus unum. Out of many, one. We are one people.
I have a dream that we can be one people again.
Or Republican idea.
You guys get it? Just want to make sure you saw that. Okay. And let's go down to the Patriot voice. John. Vivek says all the right things. Government lied about 9/11. Yep, they did. I don't know about Saudi Arabia. We just covered that. J6 was an inside job. That is 100% true. 2020 election was stolen from Trump. Yes, it was. I just didn't like the manner of what he said, big tech. The Great Replacement not being a conspiracy theory. Well, do not be fooled. Not everything that glitters is gold. We know about how Vivek had taken money from Soros, had connections with the World Economic Forum, and was aggressively pushing the COVID death jab back in 2020, 2021. They are all friends when the cameras go off. This is all just theater in a feeble attempt by the deep state to steer your attention from Trump and turn you against him. That's why he doesn't show up to these debates. That's why Trump doesn't show up. Trump is the only one who is right for the job. Okay? And so we have the statement from Make America Great Again, Inc., statement from MAGA, Inc. The battle for second place, that's what we're seeing on the stage, has become the biggest waste of time, money, and energy that politics has ever seen. These candidates are putting up a fake fight to satisfy their egos and please their billionaire puppet masters. It's beyond time for Republicans to do what's best for the country, unify around President Trump so we can maximize our use of time, money, and energy against Joe Biden and the Democrats. That's Carolyn Levitt, spokeswoman for Make America Great Again, Inc. And so you can see with this poll up here how Biden is handling his job. 37% approve. I don't know how they could even think like that. And 63% disapprove. Well, it's interesting that President Trump even has a 47% to 40% lead over Biden as of December 6th. What's interesting is when you look at 4740, the drop on the Intel board, you see Stealth Bomber drops a massive ordnance penetrator. Then you have this ordinance with President Trump on it, 12/06/2023, and December 6, 2023. You have all these great connections with the bomb. Well, thanks to Grasshopper and their show, they're able to decode all this and show you even more. Man, it's tremendous, the connections. Missile, Fox 3, splash as the world turns. Red October, all these connections for these few drops and these numbers that are shared with the world. Everything that you see is part of the show. Enjoy the show. It's the way it's playing out, isn't it? Well, then you go over to mainstream media. They're lost to sauce. They're in fantasy world. Check out their dream for Nikki Haley.
It was this parallel universe last night where Nikki Haley was the front runner in the primary race to be the Republican nominee.
I would say in that fantasy world, Rev, Nikki Haley is a rising star.
She was really strong in the debate. I think, again, she showed viewers that she is a very strong debater. She was clear on the issues.
We've been around this for a while. Her star seems to be on the rise, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. She has real political skills.
Again, I go back to, these dynamics that women candidates have to deal with. The fact that Nikki Haley, did so well and people thought she did well showed that her strategy of just kind of staying above the fray really worked.
What we saw from her really, I think, some people say, well, this wasn't her strongest, but I think that we saw from her a quiet confidence that really illustrated that she knows she's winning.
There may be a pathway for her to win New Hampshire.
There may be a pathway. Enough. There's a lot more to that clip. It's in the description box below if you want to see it, but this one's really cool. Election Wizard. Watch this one. Are you ready?
NBC News 2024 campaign embed Nnamdi Egwanwu is with Republican voters at a watch party in Atlanta, Georgia. Nnamdi, it's so good to see you.
Remember the watch party for the debate.
You do fantastic work, and I know you've been there with the voters in Georgia. What are they telling you? What did they think of tonight's debate?
Well, Kristen, getting a reaction from voters here in Atlanta was quite easy. They actually organized a straw poll on their own during the debate and were keeping track of their opinions. And by the end of the night, you had Vivek Ramaswamy, this watch party of about 30 people, getting 5 votes. You had Ron DeSantis getting 2, both Nikki Haley and Chris Christie having a sole 1 vote. And get this, former President Donald Trump, despite not being on the stage, got 18. So that's really reflective of the vibe of the night here in Atlanta, but you don't have to take my word for it. A couple attendees agreed to stay after and give us their opinions. And Will, I want to start with you. There was a moment tonight that got a lot of people riled up. What was the moment that caught your eye, that left a mark on you?
What left a mark for me was Nikki Haley being called out for being the warmonger that she is. At the same time, Ramaswamy holding up a notepad saying Nikki is a corrupt, and that's going to be something that stands out really strongly in my mind and in the voters' mind. But they talk too much about Trump, the man that wasn't on the stage, but ruled the stage tonight.
And Kristen, after
And he ruled the stage tonight. They talked too much about Trump, who wasn't on the stage, but he ruled the stage tonight. Oh, man, Republicans. They just don't know sometimes, do they? Charlie Kirk, Republicans did nothing about Bill Clinton flying to islands with minors, did nothing about Hillary Clinton smashing devices, nothing about James Comey brazenly lying. Republicans did nothing about Andy McCabe plotting a silent coup against President Trump. They did nothing about Black Lives Matter raising $100 million and breaking charitable giving laws. They did nothing in Florida. The Republicans in Florida did nothing about James Biden's alleged fraud scheme. Republicans in Arkansas did nothing about Hunter Biden's myriad of crimes. They did nothing against Antifa and their interstate RICO operations. They have done nothing against Fauci, EcoHealth Alliance, or other fake scientists who promoted lies about COVID's origins to hide their own culpability. Why would Democrats be afraid of us? They run the country while Republican attorney generals and DAs quiver in fear and run for the hills. Boy, oh boy, that's a lot. So, folks, if you didn't know, the USDebtClock.org has been just always dropping something. Folks, some folks say, I don't pay attention to it, but I like it. Outcome-based elections. This was the most secure and honest election in history. What about all the videos of Dropbox ballot stuffing? We've already looked into that. What about all the videos of anonymous trucks filled with ballots? That doesn't concern us. What about all the mail-in ballots with no verification? We trust the integrity of the system. What about the voting machines with secret proprietary code? We've worked very hard with our partners in Venezuela, Iran, and Brazil to make sure the process ensures the proper outcome. Yeah. All that in US.clock, but some other things we saw on the money side. Professor Patriot showing us a chart. All the losses of the Fed since they had to go crazy in 2020 to 2022. The Fed used to be profitable and sent a few $1 billion per year to the U.S. government treasury. Well, now the Fed is losing massive amounts of dollars every day in a deep hole. They won't be able to send profits to U.S. government until they get profitable again. Or maybe President Trump just disbands the Fed. Wouldn't that be something? We had a chance to talk about all kinds of things wrapped around your money live on a live show. Folks were writing in questions yesterday with Dr. Kirk Elliott. I hope you guys joined in. If you didn't, you can still go back and watch it. We had a blast. It was so cool to see so many folks jumping in and listening in to this. And you can reach out to him anytime, andweknow.com/gold. He'll answer your questions directly.
BlackRock says, oh man, we sold $10 million of shares today. We have to buy that corresponding ounces of silver. They give an order to JP Morgan. Well, as a wise business person, you never want to have high cost of goods when you buy things. You want to have low cost of goods. So what do? They issue naked shorts on silver. That causes the price to come down. They buy silver at low prices. That creates more demand. The price goes up. Then the price gets too high. And they say, oh, price is too high. Let's issue more naked shorts. They drive the price down. They buy physical silver at the lower price. And this vicious cycle keeps going. So the point is, they're manipulating silver, not because they hate it, but because they love it, right? This is what they do. So even with that, though, even with manipulation, we've seen silver go up over 30% in the last 12 months. We've seen it go up 100% in the last 3.5 years. We've seen the average since the year 2000, last 23 years, silver grow over 11% a year. Still quite amazing.
It is amazing. And we had a great, just awesome to go through. We're going to do this a lot more where folks can just write in their questions and he can answer them. Man, there's so much great information that he has, Dr. Kirk Elliott. So back to the Biden administration. They're openly threatening Americans, folks, over Ukraine. In a classified briefing in the House yesterday, or the other day, we'll just say on the 6th of December, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin informed members that if they don't appropriate more money for Zelensky, we'll send our uncles, cousins, and sons to fight Russia. Get that? Pay the oligarchs or we'll kill your children. Elon Musk put under this post, he really said this? And Tucker Carlson said he really did. Confirmed. So defending Ukraine's border is good. Defending the U.S. border is bad. The level of lying is what you see in full-blown dictatorships.
Well, we've committed as a NATO member that we defend every inch of NATO territory. Then we'll have something that we don't seek and that we don't have today. American troops fighting Russian troops. American troops fighting Russian troops if he moves into other parts of NATO.
Oh, boy. So Q Stormrider official page writes, what happens when the world white hats operations goes after the establishment of the deep state, Khazarians, globalists, corrupt CIA, FBI, and ex-presidents and their regimes? Well, it's already happening and the events are increasing according to the Stormrider. Everything is leading to crimes against humanity. Remember, infiltration is the key. Behind the scenes, white hats, the good guys inside the United Nations, are pushing for war crimes and crimes against humanity against Israeli leader Netanyahu. And the UN General Assembly is pushing world courts for 2024 indictment against Netanyahu. In the same time, the true good Israeli people will have a revolution in their country and a military coup will happen against the fake Khazarians. In the same time, in the U.S., the collapse of J.P. Morgan will begin with world banks and the exposure of Epstein will follow in. At the same time, Congress will expose the control of Israeli money over CIA and the rhinos, DNC, Wall Street, decades of corruption of the Washington, D.C. swamp. So one deep state country, the deep state in Israel, guys, and the deep state of America and the deep state in all these other countries, okay? Behind the scenes, a powerful intelligence is helping. The Great Awakening leads to superintelligence and the understanding why humanity was kept in the dark for so long. Both the deep state and White Hats Alliance want to reveal the powerful hidden technology. But only one wants to use the high tech to save humanity. 0 point energy, Tesla, infinite energy, infinite knowledge, Holy Ghost, a ghost in the computers. God wins. Just great updates. I love to read those, love to hear how things are playing out in that world. And so other things that we need to be aware of is the border. Check this out.
You know, we see all these people coming across, mostly military-age men coming from China, from Africa, from all over the world. Most of them not even being vetted when they come in here. But here's what's really going to bother you. When these folks come across and they're processed, they're being given a cell phone, a plane ticket to wherever they want to go in this country, so probably to a community near you, and a $5,000 Visa card. So while this Christmas season, you're struggling to keep your lights on, while you're struggling to pay your rent, put Christmas presents under the tree for your kids, we have our government giving people that came into this country illegally $5,000 gift cards. That's the truth, folks. God bless.
So Patriot Voice showed us this with the receipts. In 2011, the Obama administration signed up the United States for United Nations Agenda 2030 Open Government Partnership, i.e., wide open borders globalism. This is why Trump was so adamant about building the border wall to stop or at least mitigate the unbelievable damage caused by this agreement. He was able to make progress while in office, but as soon as the communist Biden regime took the reins, Obama 3.0 continued this total disaster. What we're witnessing now is the continuation and acceleration of UN Agenda 2030 Open Government Partnership, knowing that Trump could return and once again put the brakes on this crisis. Open government is a soft way of saying one world government. As it stands, we're a hair away from the inevitability, especially with the signing of the DNA, the Declaration of North America, earlier this year, which effectively strips us of our sovereignty, even though the mainstream media says it doesn't. This is not fear porn. It's the truth based on facts. And Patriot Voice TPV John also said Ken Paxton, Texas, is doing God's work. He's taken on the rogue communist federal government at every turn. It's no wonder why the Bush cabal tried so hard to have him impeached and removed. Remember that? They knew how dangerous dangerous he is. I've never seen a state official take on the establishment like Ken does. He is a treasure and must be protected at all costs. Texas may be one of, if not the last state that truly cares about preserving the constitutional rights of Americans and keeping tyranny in check. God bless Texas. And he's showing you that Attorney General Paxton breaking today, I'm suing the U.S. State Department. I'm proud to lead the right to save Americans' constitutional rights from Joe Biden's tyrannical government. Good. Great update, TPV John. Love it. Other things in the news. California retailers that refuse to have gender-neutral toys for children will be fined up to $500 under new ultra-woke Gavin Newsom law after uproar over LGBT toys sold during Pride Week. Did you get that? You don't support them, you're going to get fined. You have to have these gender-neutral toys for children. Fox News showed us that trans cyclists in Illinois took first and second place in women's cycling championships. The Biological Men also won a female cycling competition in October. It's absolutely sick what's happening in our world. Okay? So it even takes you into areas where children are being exposed not only in this way with the transgender, but they're being taught in the schools very erotic, sexual type of thinking and material from the teachers.
Daughters, your 5-year-old daughters are asking, can we hear Pound Town? I'm playing them Princess Tiana ballet music. If you see me, you trying to see what's up. When you see me, say you gotta say what's up.
How I get my students' attention.
If you see me, you trying to see what's up. If you see me and you trying to say what's up.
You're trying to see me. You're trying to see me.
And they are asking me, can we hear Pound? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And I'm so scared for these little girls today because this is the most insane agenda push I have ever seen in my life. We do free stands. You guys' daughters are twerking at 5.
Okay, y'all. So my little girl just confessed to me that my daughter that's 13 years old shakes her butt, that she twerks.
And so the sickness that's happening across our country, where'd it come from? I was listening to a podcast the other day, two men having a talk about men and our responsibility and what's going on and happening with all of us. And it starts with, are we teaching the word of God anymore in our schools? No. So they find other things to latch on to and normally gravitate the opposite direction. And then as they get through school, then they say, oh, I want to go to MIT and I want to go to Harvard and I want to go to Penn because that's an amazing school system. And if I graduate from that place, I'm going to be amazing. So Nolte shows this. Harvard, Penn, and MIT presidents refuse to say calls for Jewish genocide violate the school policy. I'm going to show you that in a second. But at the same time, Harvard tells students using wrong pronouns constitutes abuse. Oh, yeah. All kinds of things. And this Barry Weiss happened to show this clip, and I think it's very important for us to see it today.
Safety first. That's the approach taken by university administrators these days. On campuses across the country, safety first has been the rationale for silencing speech and firing professors. This practice has birthed a whole new moral framework, one that treats microaggressions as acts of violence.
It is your job to create a place of comfort and home for the students.
But when it comes to threats and calls for genocide against the Jews, it's a different story. Not safety first, but anything goes. Just look at the facts. Last year, Harvard told students in a mandatory training session that using the wrong pronouns for a person constitutes abuse. Sizeism and fat phobia, according to the session, are also attitudes that contribute to an environment that perpetuates violence. But when Harvard's president was asked by members of Congress this week, in a hearing on campus anti-Semitism, if calling for the genocide of Jews constitutes bullying and harassment, here's what she said.
It can be, depending on the context.
In 2018, the University of Pennsylvania barred law professor Amy Wax from teaching freshmen after she said Black students rarely finish in the top half of their graduating class. Penn has since been trying to sanction Wax for statements the law school says violate its anti-discrimination policies. But when Penn's president was asked if calls for genocide violate college rules, here's how she answered.
If the speech turns into conduct, it can be harassment. Yes.
I am asking specifically calling for the genocide of Jews. Does that constitute bullying or harassment?
If it is directed and severe or pervasive, it is harassment.
So the answer is yes.
It is a context-dependent decision.
And when she was asked this,
so is your testimony that you will not answer yes?
This is what she said.
If the speech becomes conduct, it can be harassment. Yes.
Conduct meaning committing the act of genocide? The speech is not harassment? This is unacceptable, Ms. McGill. I'm going to give you one more opportunity for the world to see your answer. Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Penn's code of conduct when it comes to bullying and harassment? Yes or no?
It can be harassment.
In 2021, MIT canceled a major lecture about climate change by scientist Dorian Abbott because a group of graduate students disagreed with his belief that hiring should be based on a person's merit rather than their identity. If MIT won't tolerate unacceptable views, surely the college's president would shut down chants of long live the Antifada on our campus. Right?
At MIT, does calling for the genocide of Jews violate MIT's code of conduct or rules regarding bullying and harassment? Yes or no?
You've targeted at individuals, not making public statements.
Yes or no? Calling for the genocide of Jews does not constitute bullying and harassment?
I have not heard calling for the genocide for Jews on our campus.
But you've heard chants for Intifada.
I've heard chants, which can be anti-Semitic depending on the context, when calling for the elimination of the Jewish people.
So those would not be according to the MIT's code of conduct or rules?
That would be investigated as harassment if pervasive and severe.
But anti-Semitic speech on campus has already escalated into physical violence. Students at these campuses have been assaulted, targeted, and harassed. Safety first. But when it comes to the Jews, it all depends on the context. I'm Maya Solkin. This is the Free Press.
Thank you, Maya Salkin. Good job. Free Press. That's how you do it right there, exposing all of this. And what happens when they get to Christians? Genocide of all folks that believe in Christ. What happens when they say we need to get rid of certain people because they believe in the Second Amendment? They start taking them out. And before you know it, we've got our hands full with everything that we could ever imagine and more. Patriot Voice even shared this, and I saw many folks talking about the Cosmopolitan. So how does a satanic abortion ceremony even work? Patients of all faiths are welcome at Samuel Alito's Mom's Satanic Abortion Clinic in New Mexico, along with medical counsel. They offer free ceremonial support to everyone. Abortion ceremonies are totally optional and customizable. Here's a simple one that TST recommends. This is Cosmopolitan, folks. Openly endorsing instructions for satanic abortion ceremony in partnership with TST. Guess what that is? The Satanic Temple. They're not even trying to hide the fact that abortion is satanic ritual child sacrifice. There's no other way around it. We are certainly living in the days of Noah, as Jesus warned about in Matthew 24:37. Ancient Canaanite satanic deities, Baal and Moloch, is in no short supply of these days. We are giving Sodom and Gomorrah a run for their money. The world is very wicked and fallen. Get right with God before it's too late. You'll even notice the upside down cross in this picture if you're looking at your screen. And they're given advice on how to do it.
Okay. So I have to run up to my gate for a minute. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this one on hold for now. We'll finish the last 25 minutes, 20 or 25 minutes. I'm going to be up at my gate for about 15 to 20 minutes, and I don't want it to end while I'm up there in case I'm delayed in getting back down here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and throw on. I'm going to get you guys started on this interview, and we'll get back to LT as soon as I get back down from the gate. All right. Sorry to interrupt that like that, but I don't want you guys having dead air for possibly 10 or 15 extra minutes because I'm up there for so long. All right. So let's go ahead and get on this. Here we go. Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones.
We're here with the world's most dangerous man, the most censored man in the English language. But honestly, when you get him in front of an outhouse in the woods, he doesn't seem so dangerous.
So fancy outhouse.
We have a ruling class in the United States defined by its hatreds, not its loves, not its hopes, but by its hatreds. They hate all kinds of people, large groups of people, the deplorables, the bitter clingers, America's entire blue-collar population, the unfashionable people. They're hated by the people who run our country. But no one is hated more by them than a man called Alex Jones. Alex Jones is the single most censored man in all American history. He was the first media figure in our history to be completely erased in one day, deplatformed. Alex Jones was deplatformed before it was a common term. And not just deplatformed, sued, attacked. They attempted to criminally charge him. What did Alex Jones do wrong? Alex Jones didn't rape anybody. He didn't loot Macy's. He didn't burn a police station. He didn't invent a fake cryptocurrency and loot pension funds. He didn't start a pointless war that made this country poorer and more disorganized. He didn't open the southern border. No, Alex Jones had opinions that deeply rattled the people who run America. In fact, rattled a lot of us. And I'll just confess that I first heard of Alex Jones when he questioned the official story behind 9/11. And I, speaking for myself, was deeply offended by this. I didn't take any time to find out what he was saying, but I was bothered by the idea that this defining event in American history, which changed the life of everyone who lived here then, might not actually have unfolded as we were told it did. And that possibility was too destabilizing. And I remember feeling resentment toward Alex Jones for saying that. But several years later, I wound up in Austin, Texas, and through a chain of circumstances, wound up meeting Alex Jones. And I learned what everyone who has met him now knows, which is Alex Jones is not a crazy person. Alex Jones has said pretty far out things on TV from time to time. Not that far out. He hasn't said men can become women or Ukraine is a democracy, but within the bounds of, say, cable news, pretty far out. But fundamentally, Alex Jones is right about a lot of things. And in fact, that's why they don't like him. Alex Jones has an uncanny, really an amazing ability to predict events before they happen. He has called it, and he's done it on tape again and again, to the point where it's a meme on the internet. Alex Jones, prophet, not conspiracy nut, prophet. But when you dig into Alex Jones's predictions, they are so spot on that it's remarkable. How does he do this? We're guessing there's a kind of spiritual sensitivity to Alex Jones. Maybe that's his secret. He was displaying this years before the average person in this country even thought about matters like that. Now it's pretty obvious to most people that the current war going on in this country is taking place in ways you can't see it most of the time. But 10 years ago, people were not thinking that way. Alex Jones was. And so we thought it'd be interesting to sit down and talk to Alex Jones, the man. He joins us now in our studio. Alex Jones, thank you.
Wow, Tucker, it's great to be here. Amazing studios, amazing. I mean it, amazing people. And this is really going to be, I think, a historic interview. So thanks for having me.
Well, I'm really grateful to be able to do it. And it's one of the great blessings of my life and of my job is that I've been able to meet people that I've had preconceptions about and sometimes find those preconceptions bolstered and in other cases demolished. And you're definitely in the second category. So I want, for people who've made it this far, the people around the country have really succeeded in making you disreputable. And the whole point, of course, is people won't listen to you. So we thought it'd be interesting to start with a series of on-tape predictions that you made, some of which are so precise and so prescient that it makes the hair on my arms stand up. And I'm being sincere, and our viewers are about to see what I'm talking about. Here is a list of things that you called ahead of time.
By the middle of September, that the new policy is being written, you will all have to wear masks again, and so will airport employees.
It's happening. Mask mandates are officially back.
We know the Joint Chiefs of Staff wanted to blow up airliners, Baltimore Sun, or if you let some terrorist group do it, like the World Trade Center, we know who to blame. And if there was an outside threat like a bin Laden, who was a known CIA asset in the 80s,
this group and its leader, a person named Osama bin Laden,
he's the boogeyman they need.
We're looking at a giant war in February right now. I predict the Russians are going to roll in. They're already there. They're going to roll in.
With attacks across Ukraine, which is the size of Texas.
It really was the Iraqis. That's just because they're getting ready to invade Iraq. And what a beautiful setup.
Those 9/11 clips are crazy. I'm actually bothered by the precision of them. I'm not accusing you of being behind 9/11. But how could you, in July of 2001, call that? You said they're going to have airliners fly into the World Trade Center and they're going to blame a guy called Osama bin Laden. No, leaving aside what actually happened, how could you have known that?
Well, in the longer clips, because it's a multi-hour show from July 25th, 2001, I specifically walked through all the reasons, and I knew that they were hyping up that we were about to be hit by Osama bin Laden. I knew that the World Trade Center had been attacked the first time and that the Fed's been involved helping cook the bomb and allowing it to go forward. And I just saw a lot of the pre-programming that was happening in the media, because they were on the news saying, life's about to change in America. And I was reading what the RAND Corporation was saying and what the Pentagon was putting out. And I read the PNAC document from a year before, Rebuilding America's Defenses, that Dick Cheney had helped write. And it said we need a Pearl Harbor event on the American homeland to be able to bring in this police state and this control and then expand the American empire worldwide. So hundreds of pieces of data went into that prediction.
But terrorists are going to hit the World Trade Center in July of 2001. I lived in the United States then. That was the last thing on my mind. And I lived in Washington. I know the guys who wrote the PNAC document because I shared an office with them. So I was more informed than the average person. And that was the last thing that crossed my mind in the summer of 2001. Like everyone else, I thought it was a Cessna. But how convinced were you that this was going to happen?
I was completely convinced. In fact, in the full clip that's online, you can find it on Twitter and other places, it has been removed. I explained to people that they need to call the White House and tell the White House, we know if you allow these attacks, that you're basically allowing it to happen. And it was similar to all the data we had when
you said that on your show?
On my show. And I gave the number out so people could actually call the White House. And then going back to October of last year, when the Russians went into Ukraine, I specifically said I think they'll go in by the end of February. And there was a lot of data that went into that. And then they specifically did go in on February 24th. And so I was able to make that prediction as well. But there was a lot of data and information that went into it.
Sure. I'm just, for the record, I miscalled that completely. I didn't think they were going to do it. You were right. I was wrong, not for the first time. But the 9/11 thing, I remember that really well. Nobody was thinking like that. So you called it in public on tape. Did the 9/11 Commission? So if I'm the FBI and I'm investigating 9/11, you're like the first guy I would call because you're the only person who said that out loud. Did they call you?
No, they didn't. But my most accurate prediction, going back over a decade, was when I read the Rockefeller Foundation Operation Lockstep, and they described using a virus to bring in world government, to bring in a world medical ID that they would then build the social credit score off of, and that they would make people wear masks for fear, that they would shut down sporting events and things like that, and basically phase in this new tyranny. So I was also able to specifically make that prediction over and over and over again because I was going off their own battle plans.
Are you the only person in media who actually reads these reports?
I don't think a lot of people do read them, but I do read them. I mean, I'm currently reading MIT reports from their top counsels, Pentagon, reports. They have a working group called the Mad Scientist Group at the Pentagon that works with MIT. And if you go watch their hour-long, 2-hour-long, 3-hour-long meetings they have on YouTube with all the tops, I mean, we're talking hundreds of top scientists, they admit that they're building a post-human world, that soon everyone's going to be mind controlled, that they're going to put smart dust in our food that they can electromagnetically control. And they just lay it all out right there. And I've learned what these people said in the 50s they would do were done by the 70s. What they said their plan was in the 70s for the 90s, they got done. And then when they had their Agenda 21 in Rio de Janeiro in 1992, the big UN summit, they described everything they would do up until the year 2000, and they got almost all of that done. Now they've got Agenda 2030, and we're going to ban your gas stoves. We're going to ban beef. We're going to ban single-family dwellings. We're going to ban private ownership of cars. We're going to do all this, and now you see them rolling it all out. So I'm not really making predictions in these high-level World Economic Forum and other large think tank groups. They are laying out the future, and they're high priests of the World Economic Forum. It's a consortium of all these groups. Yuval Noah Harari, you can read his quotes. The future is not human. The human era is over. The public is useless. I mean, this is a very anti-human system. So that's how I'm able to make predictions, because they've given us a roadmap. They tell us where they want to take us. And so when the public wakes up, we push back on some of it, but they always come back. And so I'm just following the trajectory of where they say they want to take us. And there were a lot of white papers, not just the PNAC document from 2000, a year before 9/11, where they describe we really need big terror attacks. We really need Pearl Harbor events to get Americans to give up their rights. I mean, take what just happened in Israel. Totally tragic. My heart goes out to all that been killed or lost loved ones or been injured. But there's no way that one of the best intelligence agencies in the world didn't know that was coming. The massive buildup, the 5,000 missiles, the paragliding attacks, all of that. And so there was clearly a stand down there. And now the West will take more of the people's rights. Israel will be able to crack down and take more of their people's rights, which is a big debate over there. Hamas is being funded by Hezbollah, which is Iran. We just had Biden a month ago give $6 billion to Iran. And now the mullahs are bragging that they were behind the attack, Hezbollah funding Hamas. So really, those aren't even predictions. It's clear that Hezbollah and Hamas have tens of thousands of men and women as sleeper cells that are, quote, other than Mexican, that the Border Patrol list every month, tens of thousands coming across the Texas and Arizona and California sectors. And it's an easy equation to predict that there's a wide probability that Hezbollah and Hamas at some point are going to attack sports stadiums. They're going to attack colleges. They're going to attack synagogues. They're going to shoot up mass gatherings if they're given the order by Iran, if we go to war with Iran. And then when this happens, our government won't get in trouble for dissolving the border and letting these people come in. Just like on 9/11, our government clearly had prior knowledge. There was clearly a major stand down that went on, and the government got more power, more control. And now they're not pointing the Homeland Security apparatus at the Russians like they did in the Cold War or the Islamists after 9/11. Now they admit that their main focus is Christian conservatives and the bitter clingers and the people that live in rural America that quote, white people, I mean, it says that in the report, are the main terror threat. And so this whole apparatus of the war on terror has now been turned inwardly against the people, not just here, but also in Europe, where if someone criticizes transgenderism in the UK, they come to their house and arrest them. If a journalist does that, they come to their house and arrest them. If somebody says, I think these surveillance cameras should start getting cut down, they come to their house and they arrest them for their free speech. And so this is a global movement by the mega corporations, by the BlackRocks and the State Streets and the Vanguards that control 80+% of world wealth to control our behavior. And Larry Fink of BlackRock has said that at the Davos Group repeatedly. We're going to use our control over all this finance and this global social credit score we're rolling out to control people's behavior. So that's really what this is. And then they use the threat of global warming. They use the threat of a virus. They use the threat of radical Islam to take our rights, but we really are the target.
Even if by the way, none of that seems implausible at this point. I mean, just you're a measure of how the world has changed. If you'd said this to me 15 years ago, I'd have been like, someone's a crackpot and it's not me. And now after COVID, nothing you said seems crazy at all. I mean, you may be right, you may be wrong, but it's not out of the realm of possibility, obviously. But even if I disagree with what you just said, I would think that's pretty interesting. It's an interesting perspective. Why do you think you've committed no crime? You'd be in jail if you had. Why do you think they hate you so much?
Because I do read their documents and I do read their books, and we were effectively getting a lot of people in the military and the intelligence agencies who were compartmentalized and who tuned into my show and saw my films and read my books and things, and they clicked with it and said, wow, I see all this going on around me. He's not lying about it. And then I would give them other pieces that I discovered or my other guests discovered. And so it was giving them an operational awareness outside of their compartmentalization. And so we had massive success in the military, in the police, and in the intelligence agencies, not just here, but around the world. And so our penetration into those areas to help people expand their awareness that we're inside the government, inside corporations, was triggering a lot of whistleblowers, was triggering a lot of people not going along with the program. And so really my sin was decompartmentalization of the population.
When you got deplatformed, and to this day, no one has ever been more aggressively censored, I don't think, than you. I've apologized to you this in person before. I was in Labrador on a fishing trip and missed the entire thing. I was literally out of cell range. I didn't know what happened, but I got back and I read about it. I felt like it was a major moment in the history of the American media. I don't think anybody defended you when that happened. Anybody with any kind of audience.
For me, when Tim Cook admitted that he met on the weekend in August of 2017 with the other big tech heads, and they made the decision to curate, like it's a museum, and take me off. It was hundreds of platforms. I mean, it wasn't just all the big ones. It was everything from LinkedIn to our bank accounts being taken away to everything ensuing that week and over the next month. And I knew that I was a test case, and I wasn't taken off those platforms for any demonstrable reason. It was the questioning the school shooting thing that came later. They went and kind of dredged that up from my past, just questioning it a few times, blew that up after I'd been deplatformed and said I was deplatformed for that. But if you check the record, I wasn't. And so once they deplatformed me, it made the show in ways only get bigger with people actually going to Infowars.com and finding me on local radio stations and things. So then they panicked and said, okay, let's look at his record and create more of a reason that he's being taken off. So they took things out of context from 5-6 years before, blew them up as a current thing out of context, and deceptively reported on what I'd said to create a straw man argument to then facilitate the reason.
What's so crazy is if you asked just a cross section of Americans, who's responsible for the Sandy Hook massacre of kids at the school, no one remembers the name of the murderer.
Adam Lanza.
Okay, thank you. I didn't remember. Alex Jones. They effectively blamed you for a school shooting that you were not present at.
I have people come up to me in the parking lot. You can ask my security guy. He's been there when people walk up and go, why'd you kill those kids? And then you go, I didn't kill those kids. And they go, yeah, you did. And so that is what this has turned into. And this is bigger than me. I want people to understand something, that the mullahs in Iran and the Ayatollah are congratulating Hamas that just killed around 1,000 or more innocent Israelis, many of them women, children, disabled people, in a vicious, evil sneak attack. They are on there. Hezbollah and Hamas, mainly Hamas, but it's Hezbollah funding it out of Iran, are literally posting videos of them cutting people's heads off and killing children and massacring innocent people. They're allowed to have their Hezbollah accounts and their Hamas accounts. The Ayatollah is able to congratulate what these people have done, and I am still banned. And I'm not mad at Elon Musk. I understand I've been so demonized with the general public. He's barely able to, keep Twitter going right now. I really appreciate what he's done. I admire him. I think he's done a lot of great work, and I see him moving in the right direction. So a lot of people attack Musk on Twitter. I trend all the time. Hey, if you're such an absolutist on free speech, bring back Alex Jones. I understand that if he did that, the ADL and others would be able to probably shut down Twitter. So I understand that he needs to go through a process before he does that. So people get mad at Twitter for not.
Why the ADL? I'm not the world's expert on your career, but I know you. I've never heard you say a single anti-Semitic thing and an anti-Israel thing. Why would the ADL be against you? I don't think you've I don't think anyone's even called you an anti-Semite.
Well,
unless I'm missing something.
I mean, what goes on is the left forever called everybody a racist if you were just a conservative or pro-Second Amendment or pro-life or thought we ought to have a border. And that didn't work anymore to call people racist. And so the ADL gets all this big liberal donations. And so they go out and then police and take people's sponsors and target them just by the ADL calling up sponsors. Sponsors get scared and drop. And so that's what they've done to Elon Musk. They've been, you know, they took over 50% of Twitter's North American and European advertising in just the last year, and bragged about it by saying he gives harbor to white supremacists, which he doesn't. But at the same time, white supremacists are ridiculous. They're goofy. Most of them are usually working for foundations and are basically, you know, actors. We're not supposed to say that, but there's many cases of that actually being the case, and that they're just LARPing that they're white supremacists. But let those clowns speak. Whatever happened to the ACLU that used to support the KKK marching through a town or publishing their own newspaper? I don't support the KKK. I think they're a joke. But if you take their rights, you're taking everybody's. But they're not even taking the rights of those people to post because they create fear and they get the ADL more funding. But if they can target an Alex Jones or an Elon Musk or a Tucker Carlson, then they're going after the real populist leaders that are bringing America together. And so what the left wants is to divide us all according to race, and to come out and say fundamentally with critical race theory that inherently being white is bad, and teaching 5-year-old white children they're inherently bad because they're white. That is wounding their brains and really creating racial division.
Why do people put up with that? I don't understand why. I mean, that's just, if you had told me 20 years ago, and I grew up in a world where judging people on the basis of their skin color was totally immoral, and I still believe that. But if you told me 20 years ago that we were going to live in a world where people get on TV and just be like, I hate white people, they're bad. No, it's totally fine. Like, why do people put up with that? Like, there should be zero tolerance for that. I don't get it.
The Democratic Party founded the KKK. And when the majority were whites in the South in some areas, they played the race card for political power. Now that the majority in most areas are not white, they're playing the good old-fashioned race card of tell whites, you know, stand down, let people take over your society, your culture, give up your culture. It's embarrassing to be white. And then now it's flat out bad to be white. And the left's trying to convert all these minority groups that are now the majority in most areas into race-based systems, because that is a very effective system.
But why do people put up with that? I mean, like, if they were doing that to Malaysians or Filipinos or Hondurans, I would say you can't do that. You're not allowed to attack people on the basis of their race. I'm sorry, not in a country like this, because the country will fall apart, and it's immoral.
I totally agree.
But nobody says anything.
Well,
I don't get it.
The reason they've done it is most of the enforcers of this are white liberal women, 45 or older, not
fair.
It's just a fact. And they're cucked husbands. And so to them,
can I just say that the phrase cucked husbands is the best?
I mean, it really is true. So if you get around these white liberals, they live in the whitest areas. They're totally scared of anybody with brown skin, but they virtue signal constantly and then say, yes, the white people are bad. You know, the white people are evil. And, you know, these, I mean, I've even seen white people sit up there and say, yeah, it's time to deal with these crackers. And they're a white person saying that. So
from Jackson Hole or Nantucket or Aspen or Bethesda, the whitest places in America. So shouldn't there be a law? It's super simple. If you've got a BLM sign in your yard, you should be required to live in Gary, Indiana or Baltimore. Like, there, you should not be anywhere near Jackson, Wyoming.
You should be made to live in East St. Louis.
I totally agree.
You should be made to live in Detroit.
Yes.
But of course, they've done the studies, they've looked at statistics. It's not just here, it's in Europe and it's in the UK, like in London. The liberal areas are like 99% white.
Oh, I noticed.
Okay, and there's a lot of rich people in London that aren't white, but they're not even in that area. They are the most insular group. And then they point at white Christian culture and society that actually outlawed slavery in most of the world, was the vanguard of stopping it. And then they don't point at China, which is the most homogeneous racist group in the world.
It's an ethno-state. It's Han Chinese, period.
Well, they teach, as you know, on their news, that we are going to have Chinese superiority. We are the Chinese supremacist. Xi Jinping admires Hitler. He is literally following a race-based operation that is taking the world over, that owns the majority of Hollywood, that's paid off the Democratic Party. And if you look at all these anti-white shows that you see funded in Hollywood, almost all of it has majority literal communist Chinese government backing that is funding this. So it's real simple. China looks in and sees this diverse culture, and they say, we're going to use that to split the country up and balkanize it. And that's what they've done. And so communist China, along with the Southern Poverty Law Center and the ADL and all these groups, see America's weakness, and they're literally coming in saying white people are inherently bad because of the color of their skin. They inherently have cheated people. They've hurt people. White people invented racism. None of that's true. It's really just tribalism. And then they organize all these other groups into race-based groups to then unify them under the Democratic Party to attack who is left that tends to be more conservative, and that is some white people in this country. Though they're panicking because more and more blacks are voting Republican, more and more Hispanics are voting Republican. They're starting to figure this out. So now they're in panic mode to bring in totally disenfranchised third world populations who are refugees from the multi-year lockdowns in Africa, Latin America, and Asia and the Middle East. They then bring them to UN camps, brainwash them, then bring them to our border, brainwash them more, then send them into the United States, and then literally hold them for years at facilities while they're indoctrinated to be this new political underclass that's then going to be turned loose on America. And that's why you see Democrats giving illegal aliens the right to vote in their cities, giving them driver's license. That's why you see them passing laws. They can be police officers. So they are importing a new enforcement class against the American people, and they're setting it up along racial lines, not us. They're making it racial, just like Hitler made what he did racial. So it's the left and the think tanks and the communist Chinese that look at the U.S. and have seen our weakness as race, and they are exacerbating it.
So I don't understand. So you're from Texas. You grew up in Texas. Your family's been there a long time. Texas is changing really fast. It's dirty, for one thing, I noticed, because physically dirty, garbage on the side of the road. I never have seen that in Texas before. So your governor could have stopped that. He commands the Texas National Guard, and he didn't. And I feel like that makes him a traitor to the country, but what am I missing?
Well, I mean, Governor Abbott is, on a scale of 1 to 10, the best kind of Republican governor is a 10, and the worst is, say, a 1. And like the Illinois, it's a so-called Republican, that's really a Democrat. I would put Greg Abbott as about a 5. The state is overwhelmed. There isn't really a state mechanism. It's federal to kick people back and deport them. So they have put up barbed wire. They have tried to stop people. They have tried, but then they have to hand them over to the feds who release them.
Well, why not just say the feds are committing a crime? They're committing a crime. This is not allowed under laws passed by the Congress. In a democracy, the Congress passed laws. And so you've got criminals running the country. The Biden administration is criminal, which is true. And we're not playing along. And like, if you don't like it, come do something about it. Meanwhile, every able-bodied man with a black rifle assemble at the border, and we're just going to stop this and save the country. I don't understand. Like, that's not hard. What am I missing?
No, I think you're absolutely right. In fact, what the deep state fears would be a coalition of good governors, good attorney generals, giving them the findings and the rulings that they could indeed do that, and then declaring emergencies in the states and having a coalition of the states come in and do this, and then instruct local police and everybody else to not have sanctuary cities. But the problem is, if you're in Texas, every single city, Houston, San Antonio, Austin, Dallas, Fort Worth, are Democrat Party run. And so Texas is almost purple because the California influx and all the other refugees from New York, many of them bring their leftist ideology with them, even though they're fleeing it. Like locusts, they fly to the next field. And so that's really the issue, is that the legislature is somewhat cucked, to use that word again. And I think the governor has been cucked. He certainly went along with lockdowns and masks more than really any other Republican governor. And so I do think Greg Abbott needs to do a better job. But I also wanted to list some of the things that the state is up against. But I'll say this. Austin fired a bunch of police and another third quit. Crime everywhere, homeless everywhere, trash everywhere, ruin the city like everywhere else they are.
You live there?
Absolutely. That's where my family's from. I've been there since high school. But I'm gonna have to leave soon because it's gotten more and more like Los Angeles every day. It's very sad to see it. People fleeing LA, like my friend Joe Rogan, it seems great to him because he went from a really, really bad situation into a bad situation. But if you've been there, you can see the decline. You can see how fast it is. And It's really, 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 really sad. And there are just illegal aliens everywhere and refugees from the rest of the country all over the place. And you see really the economic decline of most of the mom and pop businesses and things. So the same rot we've seen all over the country. Austin was supposedly this big mecca and it was going to be so great. And now sadly it's falling apart. I mean, Tucker, you know the answer to all this. You do the best job of anybody with a true Americana populist breakdown. The ruling elites of the world, the Black Rocks, the State Streets, they're on record saying they don't want our consumer society. They don't want our capitalist society. It's bad, it's ugly, it's gross, but they're the biggest consumers compared to anybody else in the world. Their quote carbon footprints are thousands of times bigger than the average person. Leonardo DiCaprio or Klaus Schwab literally have carbon footprints thousands of times bigger than the average poor working American, that they're telling you can't have a car air conditioning. Remember, before Obama left office, he traveled to Latin America, to Africa, and the Middle East. And what did he tell them in speeches? The clips are famous. You can't have a car or air conditioning. The earth will overheat and burn up. While he's telling people that by the year 2017, like Al Gore said, we would have areas flooded on the coastal areas, while he bought a big house in Martha's Vineyard at 1 foot above sea level. And of course, it's still there and it hasn't flooded. I mean, his chef died there, he drowned, sadly, but no flooding inside the house, just the dead chef. So they're waging war against civilization and society to make us poor, to put us under siege, and to cut off our energy, make the cost of living impossible, to break our old system, to bring in something even worse. And that's the Cloward and Piven strategy that the Democratic Party has adopted. They've done the same thing in Europe. This is a plan. The central banks have unlimited money, but they can't buy all the infrastructure up because people aren't selling. So they've got to crush us and make people so poor that everybody's forced to sell their business, their intellectual property, their physical property, but more importantly, to turn over our bodies to them. We're a UN treaty that Biden right now is, that's what I call Biden, is Biden is trying to ratify, would literally put our bodies under the control of the United Nations and our medical care policy under it. So
it's the pandemic
treaty.
Yeah.
So what this is really a breaking of our will, a demoralization. That's what the transgenderism is. And 2 men can have a baby, and puberty blockers, and castrating little boys, and cutting little girls' breasts off. They've got such hellish stuff coming in this designed global collapse to bring in their world government, that they've got to just have all these horrors out there, hoping we just throw up our hands and run off to the countryside, which everybody's doing, and in a way that's good. But at the same time, then they've got full control.
Totally right.
And they're going to march out of the countryside next and dig us out.
So that's, I mean, you look at the White House press secretary, who can barely speak English, who's one of the stupidest people I've ever seen, and a transparent liar. You wouldn't hire her to run your copy machine. She's the White House press secretary. Why would you do that? And it's not because of her race or who she sleeps with. I think the whole point is she's so obviously repulsive that it makes you feel bad about the country to see her.
I mean, that's it. We're at a beautiful ball. It's prom night. Everybody's dressed great. There's wonderful food, big, delicious punch bowl. And then they say, what can we do? Well, just have Brian Stelter go take a dump right in that.
Yeah.
And then he's there laughing at you. They're all there laughing at you to make you feel small, to make you question reality. Why is everything so ugly? I mean, that's why they tell people, hey, you can be homeless anywhere. You can crap on the street, needles, throw your garbage everywhere. Drug dealers can sell you drugs. We're going to give the homeless all this government funding. Liberal groups come in and farm and milk each homeless person and skim a big cut of the money off the top. It's a crop, but then a cash crop. But then we see that and we think it's all over. There's nothing we can do to demoralize us and make us give up. And even though I'm conscious of this, even though I know this, it's still at a DNA level. I'm like, I got to go to the country. I got to get out of here. I've got to separate myself from this. But then when they release this toxic cultural poisonous gas, they push us out of those areas and they get the main infrastructure to then organize that, cut off the food and supplies to that group they have, and then tell them the reason you're doing bad is not BlackRock and the WF and Bill Gates. It's all those evil people in the countryside. They're all white supremacists and terrorists and racists. Let's go get them. Because the last group they don't control is rural people that are self-sufficient. And so I get going to the countryside, protecting your children. That's the holy grail. The problem is you've got to have 1 foot in each. You got to go back and fight in the city for the infrastructure, for the government. You got to give people hope while also building a backup operation with farming and ranching and self-sufficiency. So that's why the WEF and the UN are coming in Ireland and in areas of Asia and in the Netherlands and saying by 2030, 80% of your cows have got to be dead. And they just banned like 30% this year in the Netherlands. And it didn't matter people were 80% against it in polls. It didn't matter. They sent the military in against the peaceful farmers that were just protesting, just like the peaceful truckers in Canada got brutally attacked. And so they're all WEF globalist alumni that the big banks on record brag. They've penetrated the cabinets, to quote Klaus Schwab. They've put their operatives in to cut off our energy, demoralize us, release the hardened criminals, put the political activists in prison, continue to cut off the resources to make an angrier world. Klaus Schwab says, we're going to make the world collapse. We're going to have everybody turn against each other. We're going to blame the political classes that we own and control. And then when we're done, we'll bring in our new solution. But first, they have to demolish the cultures and societies that we had before with the fentanyl, with the open borders, with the demoralization. And then they bring in their next phase, which is a high-tech, cashless society, robot drone-controlled nightmare. More than half of the U.S. in their official UN maps that they've had for more than 25 years, they're in some of my first films, show half the U.S. off limits to humans. All cars will have to have GPS. Everybody by law will have to have a cell phone at all times. Australia just did this last year, tried to push it through. And that's the admitted global UN standardized plan where you don't leave your house without a cell phone. Every car is robot kill switch, GPS controlled. California is moving to ban all the quote classic cars. That's any car that doesn't have a digital ignition. And they admit it's for control. So if people think things are bad now, the straitjacket, the ball and chain is going on. It's all being militarily run. Our military is great men and women, but at the top, our military has been globalist, trained, New World Order people for at least 30, 40 years. They've got almost every general, every person under their control. And that's why it came out in the UK and Europe and also here in Canada. You pull up the headlines. Defense Department purposely scared public into lockdowns, masking, and taking inoculations. UK headline, British Ministry of Defense secretly brainwashed and terrorized public. Canada, same headline. They even let you know, oh, the military is here to do this. And now, oh, the CIA and Justice Department is there to help surveil the public to stop disinformation. And it turned out, of course, almost all that disinformation was true.
Always.
About everything. So we have to understand, our governments have been seized. The big corporations want to get rid of the American idea. You got 50 acres and your house and a business and a farm, and you can take care of your family and you're independent. They have to destroy all that because the rest of the world aspires to that. Instead, they want 15-minute cities, central bank digital currencies. They want all of these systems that track and trace everything you do in the social credit scores. And the plan for the rest of the public, we're talking 99%, is 250 square foot coffin apartments, 5G bathing you in them, literally eating bug protein. And I told people 10 years ago they're going to push bugs on the public because I read it in their white papers. Now it's already in grocery stores all over the U.S., all over Europe. They're putting the cricket meal into the food, very toxic.
Undisclosed, yeah.
It's got chitin in it. Yeah, they'll just give it a number. It's got like a code. And you ask again, why would you do that? Because it's all about breaking our will. They don't want people to aspire to open, free societies. Yeah, there's a lot of waste, there's decadence, there's issues, but there's freedom. They want to train us to live on carbon rationing, food rationing, a very dystopic world. You'll own nothing, you'll have nothing, and you'll be happy. Now, these are quotes.
I have to say, I bet there are, I don't know how long into this we are, 30 minutes or something. I bet there are a lot of people watching who are thinking, holy smokes, I can't believe I'm agreeing with Alex Jones. I'm supposed to hate this guy. Like, where's the lie in what you just said? I'm not sucking up. I'm sincere. Like, I'm listening to this, and even myself, I'm thinking, I can't believe I'm nodding along to Alex Jones and being like, you're absolutely right. Like, where are you wrong?
Well, I just hope people realize that we're all under the gun. So many of these leftists believe that because they go along with us, they're going to be given powerful positions in the system. This is a technocracy. There's almost no managers in this. Almost nobody has power in the system except a very small group of technocrats who happen to be transhumanist. And you said something really astute a few weeks ago in a speech you gave, and you've also talked on your show, that all of this stems from their fear and denial of death.
So one of the things I find so striking about you, having watched you on and off over the years, and this must be a burden for you personally, but your ability to see people at a deeper level, or to see things in them that are not obvious to the rest of us. And I want to give a specific example. So there's a guy called Brian Stelter who had the media show on CNN. I first met Brian Stelter when he was a high school student or a first-year college student, because he would hang around the show I worked on at the time at CNN. This was 20 years ago at least. And I always thought he was awkward and weird and probably had a super creepy personal life, but I never took him seriously. There's a pretty famous clip, and I want to play it right now, of you critiquing Brian Stelter, and you take him way more seriously than I ever did, and I think you're right to. So this is a pretty famous clip of you on Brian Stelter.
Hell on earth. He wants to run your life. He wants to control every aspect of your life because he knows he is a cowardly, degenerate sack of anti-human trash. I pledge before my heavenly Father that I will resist them every way I can. These people are the literal demon spawn of the pit of hell. Look at him. And you know what? He is better than you if you keep letting him run your life. He runs your kids. He runs the schools. He runs the banks. This guy, this spirit, this smiling, leering devil that thinks you can't see what he is your enemy. Period. All the narcissistic, devil-worshipping filth. I see you, enemy. I see you, enemy. 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 You are my enemy. And I swear total resistance to you with everything I've got. Disingenuous, fake, false, broke back, twisted, a defiler, a betrayer, a backstabber, a devil. You don't think I don't see you, Stelter? I see you. You understand me? I know what you think of me and my family. I see you right back. You understand that? You understand that, Stelter?
I've only watched that several hundred times. And I laugh every time, but I also, there's something to, if Brian Stelter had absolute power, would you and your family survive? Of course not. You wouldn't. You'd be, of course not, and neither would mine. So there's a lot that's true about what you said. How did you perceive that? The rest of us just made fun of him.
Now, once they started the censorship and deplatforming, remember back then they would deny it. Oh yeah, we're taking people off air, but it's not censorship. Now they admit, no, it's censorship. We're doing this for your own good. So he was really the face of that, and he was working for the head of CNN that was really in charge of it. It later came out. CNN currently is not in charge. They've handed it completely over to the Justice Department to quarterback, as Congress reported a few months ago with the documents. But at the time, Brian Stelter and his mini-me, Oliver Darcy, were going around calling up and harassing my sponsors, taking sponsors away. And they were going around and organizing big tech to take not just myself, but many other people offline. And so he was destroying our free speech. He was taking our sponsors.
But it's crazy. I just want to restate. You are not promoting race hatred. You're against race hatred. You never have promoted that, ever. You're not promoting violence. You've never called for violence. And you've never even called for breaking the law.
And so that's why there's so much anger there, because I remember the day I did that and a few other clips that went viral. I showed all the stuff he was doing, but then the media attacked me and just clicked it out of context, but still it reverberated with people because people were sick of the corporate legacy media. So people say, well, why is he so angry? Well, it's because he's literally trying to take us off air, literally taking our sponsors. I mean, the equivalent of the Vikings 1,000 years ago in England pulling up and burning a village down. And so there he is, all sweet and liberal and cackling and laughing, but he's really an agent of anti-American totalitarianism. And so he was the front man of that. And I wanted to just simply say,
well, you're right.
I see you. I know what you're doing. So people see it out of context and think, why are you being so mean to him? Well, I mean, he's literally trying to destroy my free speech, take me off air, and put my family on the street. So I'm pissed off at him.
What's interesting is, and I mean, I don't know if you want me to reveal this, but we had dinner in our barn last night, and there were some drinks. And after dinner, you and my producer called Stelter on the phone. And what was so, and it was on speaker, so I listened to it. What was so interesting was, you know, you've been very clear in a very direct, pretty masculine way, I would say, about how you feel about Brian Stelter. There's not a lot of confusion about your views on Stelter after clips like that, which doubtless he's seen because he Googles himself compulsively. He was very kind of syrupy sweet with you.
And that's why I was sarcastic and told him I want to date him.
You did. Yeah. In fact, the exact line that you had was, Brian, I'm not usually gay, but I want you.
Yeah.
And he seemed a little bit, I'm not saying he's open to it or whatever, but he wasn't shocked by it.
And he's like, give me your phone number. Give me, I want to talk to you.
Yeah.
And then he hit your producer up. Please give me his number right now. Let's
yeah, that
talk.
was interesting.
But I was being silly with him. But there was also a line. He goes, oh, Alex Jones. I said, I want you to come on my show. He said, oh, you still got a show? And I went, no, you're the one that doesn't have a show.
Sorry, I shouldn't.
Tell him the other line.
It's so boorish to like recount conversations people weren't witness.
It was funny
to,
though.
But you said, you know, you're off TV now, but you were a real star. I mean, not on CNN, but on my show. So good. Anyway, but what was interesting was if someone had talked about you that way and then called you late night after a couple drinks, you'd say, you know, up yours, pal. You know what I mean? Like buzz off, or I'm not taking your call. But he kind of sucked up to you. That's a very weird, passive aggressive posture.
Well, I've said a lot of really mean things about him and attacked him. And when I watch the clips out of context, I feel guilty. But he was going around with Oliver Darcy. They would brag on Twitter and literally hitting hundreds of my sponsors. And I say hundreds, I'd have like 20. They'd take them all. I get 20 more, take them all. This went on for years. So you go get a sponsor, you get them, they're doing great. He takes it away from you. And then he brags that him and Dart, I was taken off Twitter, not for the Sandy Hook stuff that came later that they focused on. Look it up. They had the former head of Twitter and the lawyer on Joe Rogan about 4 years ago. And Joe said, why did you ban Alex Jones? The lawyer goes, okay, let me open my clipboard. She goes, here's why. He was mean to Oliver Darcy. So I'm at the Capitol. They're having censorship hearings. Sundar Pichai's there. I just confronted him in the hall.
Who runs Google.
And you guys are welcome to use that if you want. And then that was at the Senate. So now they were going over to a House meeting. And there's Oliver Darcy in the line. He gets to get in. I don't even get into a hearing where they then attacked me. They'd attacked me at the last hearing, but I don't get to face my accuser. And so I get in his face. I don't threaten him, but I say, you are an evil man. You're un-American, coming after my free speech, harassing my sponsors, trying to get me off the internet. And the last place I was on was Twitter. They'd held out. And so Jack Dorsey had held out. And so Jack Dorsey admitted, well, the last straw was I bullied Oliver Darcy. And so that's why I was deplatformed. Elon Musk thinks it was the Sandy Hook thing. And notice.
Do you know that in most cultures, bullying Oliver Darcy would be like a rite of passage? Like you couldn't, like that would be a positive good, right?
Well, but here's the thing. He's literally on Twitter taking my sponsors, calling for me to be silenced. So he's been attacking me, attacking my speech and my living. And then all I do is shove a camera in his face while he's waiting to go into the hearing for 5 minutes and say, man, you are un-American. You got some evil eyes. And I said, you really look like a piece of slime. I mean, I told him that. And
fair.
And so the point is, he's a man. He's a, quote, journalist in the arena. He goes around harassing people and stalking them financially and their free speech. He'd already bragged that he'd gotten me taken off all this other stuff and that he was instrumental, which he was. And then he can't take me saying, man, you're a jerk.
Right.
So,
Well, this is the classic posture. You know, stop hitting me, he says, as he, you know, fires a gun through your windshield. I mean,
exactly. They can dish it out, but they can't take it.
So what's the effect on you? And I don't mean even the lawsuits against you. And there was an effort to criminally indict you, I guess, just for having bad opinions or whatever.
A bunch of them, actually.
A bunch of them. Yeah.
They've had 4 grand juries I've had to respond to, subpoenas. My lawyers,
when you've committed no crime, you're like one of the only people in media who's not ginning up race hatred, I would say, just to be totally clear, because it's very common to do that. You don't do that. So anyway, and then of course this $1 billion judgment against you for having naughty opinions, which is insane. I'm not even talking about that. I just mean, what's it like to spend 25, 30 years connecting the dots and seeing this slow moving storm come toward the country that you were born in? What effect does that have on you?
Since you use the analogy of a storm, it'd be like if I was 100 years ago before they had radar, and I've read about the famous flood 120 something years ago in Galveston that killed tens of thousands of people.
Oh, yeah, the hurricane, yeah.
Yeah, the hurricane. They didn't have radar. And so they didn't know, but they're the fishermen out there catching shrimp or whatever. And then all of a sudden, here comes basically a tidal wave. And if I was one of those fishermen and I knew my children and my wife were on shore at school or work or whatever, and here comes a 40, 50-foot wave I know is about to kill them, I would not be thinking about myself watching this giant wave come in. I'd go, oh my God, my wife and kids are over there. And so it's not that I'm a hero. It's not even a selflessness. I realized that I was just out in front and ahead of some people in understanding this because of family and research and just things in my life that I saw that encouraged me to get involved in the media because I was aware of the globalists and some things that were going on because my uncle was high level Iran Contra, had some other family that worked in clandestine things. So I kind of grew up just around folks that knew what was really going on. And you're a kid, you don't really pay attention to it, but you kind of get that education, you don't know you're getting it. And so I've just been out front. So I would liken it to the old days when a dam would break and they didn't have radio to warn people, and the dam breaks and it's 20-foot wave coming down the valley, and you are down below the dam as let's say a lumberjack, and your wife and children are 2 miles down, and you see the dam break and you're about to drown. But I guarantee the last thought you're thinking is it's going to get my women and children. And that's really my grief is this is really draconian. This globalist Great Reset, New World Order takeover is a post-industrial world, cut off the resources, 90% forced depopulation, breaking civilization by design, massive wars, famine. They've already cut off a third of the fertilizer in the last year worldwide. It's estimated that'll kill a couple 100 million people. The lockdowns worldwide, not the virus, the UN admits killed 80-something million extra people in the last 3.5 years. And so when the first world collapses, the third world dies. And then what's left of them floods us. And so the earth is being put into a countdown collapse right now. And so I'm like the fisherman when the tidal wave comes in, and I'm like, oh my God, my wife and children are about to die. And so I'm not really worried about me because I'm a man. I did this. I knew it was coming. I've been proven right. And I'm not happy I was proven right. I wish we could have gotten ahead of this and stopped it. Yeah, we have a lot of credibility now that people see that we were right. So maybe we can stop the next phase of it. But the globalists have gone from testing phase, beta test phase, into full operational now. And they say, read their writings, we are going to have a post-industrial world by 2030. We will have no personal cars by 2030. You will be eating bugs by 2030. And we will start the depopulation of 90% of the people by 2045. That is the official WF, official UN, official Club of Rome plan.
What do you mean the depopulation?
They want to bring the world population down to 500 million.
But I thought we were opposed to genocide. No or no? I guess we're not.
Well, we're told now, don't have children, it's bad for the earth. And we're told all this, and Elon Musk is right and is a hero for pointing out all the actuaries show, if you don't have 2.1 children, a man and a woman, people go, well, a man and a woman can have 2.1. It's in the aggregate, folks, out of billions. If a country doesn't have 2.1, 2.2 replacement rate, then you don't have people to take care of the old folks, society collapses. And so Japan's 1.3, Italy's 1.3, they're done as cultures. America, without immigrant influx, is about 1.6. That's not viable. And I'm not just talking about white people only here, but white people are 7% of the world population, maybe 8. And so I would be sad if the last of the Eskimos were dying. I mean, I'm sad that the Japanese, within 100 years, there might be 20 million of them.
But just to my previous question about, and without getting too personal, but I feel a little bit enervated and down just hearing your dot connecting here. What's the effect on you over 25 years? I mean, if you literally foresee 9/11 before it happens, and you did, and it can be proven, we just proved it. What's that like to live with that weird ability?
Well, I mean, I know a specific clip. I specifically say, call the White House, tell them we know they're going to let Al Qaeda attack us, Bin Laden, and then take our rights. And I said, call the White House. I put the number out, so I put my money where my mouth was, and that's the only time I ever said call the White House and tell them stop a particular event. I'm now saying we need to call the White House and say, you've let tens of thousands of military-aged men from the Middle East in. We know a lot of them are Hezbollah and Hamas. The FBI has confirmed that. And so when and if there's big terror attacks, which I believe will probably happen in America, we're not going to have Homeland Security get more funds and more power and grope us at the airports more. I want prison time for the agencies and groups that have allowed this. And I want Biden. I want Biden impeached now. Okay. That's why we got rid of McCarthy. it needs to happen. Leaving the border open when there is a clear and present danger of this going on, and when we're very close to war with Iran, we go to war with Iran, they're going to activate Hezbollah, okay? And then they make Hamas look like choir boys. And so you want to hear a prediction here? It's a probability, not a pure prediction. But I mean, if we go to war with Iran, guaranteed sleeper cells activate. It'll make what happened in Israel look tame in comparison. I'm not lessening what happened there. So I'm simply, and then again, where's the logic? The government that allows that to happen should go to prison.
I agree.
But instead, like 9/11, they're going to get more power when it happens. Mark my words. So
you can't have guns because we let in foreign sleeper cells to kill you.
Exactly. And you asked the question. This has really taken a toll on me. Not the fake lawsuits, not the weaponization, not the deplatforming. I was already getting exhausted 5-6 years ago. And when I married my second wife, who's amazing, I have 3 children with my previous wife, and one, they're all great children, and one with her. We were in Hawaii getting married like 7 years ago. And I said to her, I said, I want to just write books and make documentary films and maybe do an occasional podcast. But at that time, I've been on air like 22 years, 6 days a week, 3 hours a day at least. And I said, I just don't want this burden, this big crew. I love the crew, but I don't want to do this anymore. I said, I want to move the country, and I want to just, because it's taking a physical toll to every day look at this stuff. And now I've gotten to the point, which even though I say don't let them break your will, don't demoralize you, that's because I understand the process. It's happened to me. Used to, I'd have hundreds of incredible stories and clips every day. I couldn't wait to expose the bad guys. Now I look at it once, I'm ready, I study it, and then half the time I get on air and I just go, let's just take calls, or I start talking about some fun story just because I mentally cannot sit there and stare into the abyss and stare at Biden or their press secretary that's meant to enrage us and demoralize us. And I think that's a defense mechanism that's healthy. So I think we all have to be balanced. I'm not asking people to only fight tyranny. I'm asking people to get prepared, get ready, but wake up as many people as you can, and then do whatever you have to stay sane, because we have record suicide, we have record depression, we have record drug abuse. This country has been attacked. And if you read deeper into the globalist writings, they admit they're doing it. And so we have to be aware of it. If you're aware of an attack and aware of a manipulation, it doesn't give you full immunity from it.
No, it doesn't.
But it gives you a buffer. Imagine people that don't know what's going on, and they really believe things are dangerous, things are bad, not because of the corrupt corporations that are running things, but because those evil people in the countryside don't want to be left alone. And that's what they're saying on the news. It's the people in the middle of nowhere that want to be left alone. They're the bad guys, and it's the 5-year-old kid that's white. They're really bad. They're all inherently really bad, and just this is a demonic assault, and it really is good versus evil. But the key part you raised earlier in previous shows that I mentioned that I didn't get into because there's so many topics is this: when you said we need to brood on death, you talk about a simpatico or a synchronicity or a weird moment. I don't usually watch your show when it first releases one day because I'm usually at work and doing stuff. But I'll get up at like 4 or 5 in the morning, hours before my wife and daughter get up, and I will start, get on the desktop, start doing research. And when I'm reading news and sending stuff to the crew for the show, I'll almost always go click on your show to watch it. And that's the go-to thing I'll have on the background. And I said, well, I'm not going to click on the show. I'm going to click on the speech you gave a few weeks ago. And you talked about brooding on death. And I'm sitting there that week, literally thinking about the fact that we've got to be humble. We've got to be thankful. We've got to realize that there's an infinite universe and consciousness, and that focusing on what made humanity, focusing on the fact that we are spiritual beings, but that this life is finite. And these incredible experiences, all the people we've met and known, and all the ancestors before us that did incredible things and went through hell and were tough as nails to get us here, really ties us into our ancestors and the epigenetic instinctive knowledge that really makes us a colony or hybrid creature of all of our ancestors. We have a soul, we have a spirit, we have our genetic imprint that they've proven mathematically is multidimensional, even above the third dimension. So we have a personal spirit. But really, we also have a collective bodysuit that is a collection of all of our ancestors, and just the beauty and the wonderment and the spectacularness of that dwelling on how incredible that is, but also leaning into eternity and leaning in to this body and this incarnation. And I'm not saying reincarnation, incarnation, but being so magical, and that also that death is the great equalizer, and that you will be humbled and you will get old and your teeth will fall out and your hair will fall out and you will get cancer or you will have a heart attack. And no matter how powerful you are, you're not in control. In that, it tunes you into God. And then what you said, so I'm heavily focused on this and telling my wife this, and I'm meeting with my dad, who's really my mom. And I don't see them as much as I should, but my dad's really always told me this, and I didn't really get it when I was younger. Now I get it, as I get older. And I'm sitting there just literally praying that morning and drinking coffee and just focusing on death and just focusing on life. Because when you focus on death, it makes life so much bigger. And focusing on what I'm not a Hindu and I'm not a Sikh, but the Sikhs are like a 500-year-old version of 3,000-year-old Hinduism. And they think everything's a manifestation of God in the universe around us. And then interfacing and how we take every moment of how magic it is what's going to resonate in the future to bring us close to God, so that we basically resonate into the higher dimension with God. And that's really been my instinctive understanding of it, spiritual understanding, the dream understanding of it. I didn't read books, and I read what the Sikhs are saying. It's basically, I was reading some of their writings just a month ago, and it was about focusing on death, so you also understand life, and being humble and being a servant, and how that's what empowers you, so you're not an asshole. Like your dad would tell you, focus on the fact that I'm an asshole. It shouldn't be. We all have the asshole side.
Yes.
You have a better quote, but of your dad's quote.
The root of all wisdom is knowing what an asshole you are.
And it really is. My dad always says the root of all thing is being humble and appreciating things and not getting on a power trip. Basically, what your dad's saying.
Yeah.
And so, because that's wise men. And so, I'm sitting there totally focused for like, I would call it meditation, for like 30 minutes, just sitting there in the dark with the computer screen on. And I go, no, I'm not going to watch Tucker's show from yesterday. I'm going to watch this speech. And I click it, and I'm like 10 minutes in, and you go, we got to say everything I'm saying. I haven't even said this on air. I'm hearing you say basically the same thing, because it's a universal truth. Then I want to bring the next piece to it, which you talked about. You grew up in this super wealthy area of California when you weren't, spending your summers here in Maine. And speaking for, I watch the show all the time and read your material. It's beautiful. And you were talking about how they're totally freaked out and neurotic and crazy because no one talks about death. Everybody shelves away the old people. They basically put them out on an ice float or, burn them like the Vikings. And that by doing that, that's what makes them not be connected to reason and God and the deeper things. And that's why they're so lost. That's totally true. So let me now take you one step further in this. The globalists are so scared of death. They have all this money, all this power, all this control. So they're obsessed with finding life extension technology, merging with machines, becoming gods. That's their new religion. That's the transhumanism. And that's where all their funding goes. But that's only one side of the coin. The other side is that if you're going to be God, you've got to be in charge of death. So because they fear death and they project their hatred of themselves onto us, then if they can poison us, dumb us down, sterilize us, depopulate us, they believe that's more for them at a very greedy level. So they want to be death, the destroyer of worlds. To quote Oppenheimer, I become death, destroyer of worlds, and at the same time cheat death. So it's a total subconscious obsession with death instead of consciously focusing on it, getting over it. Instead, they turn it loose to their animal, lower alligator brain and are now manifesting all this because they've not embraced the higher level of understanding.
I agree with that completely, but it's doomed as a project. No, I mean, it is the Tower of Babel. Whenever you see in history is the story of this, people drunk on their own power, overstating their control over things, becoming convinced they're God, and then being destroyed. I mean, it is just an endless loop of that story.
It's a law of humans.
It's a law, exactly. So this isn't going to work. They're going to blow up the world before they do this. There's just not possible.
You just stole my thunder because we've not talked before this. We've talked about a lot of stuff, but nothing about the show really. It's a law, just like gravity, just like 2 + 2 = 4. It is the fabric of the universe. And I was about to say, in the past, megalomaniacs try to control everything, order the firstborn, killed. Almost every kingdom would do that, whether it was Egypt or the Druids. Oh, there's too many young men being born, kill them.
Yeah.
I mean, depopulation's always been there. In the time of Plato, 2,500 years ago, he thought the world was overpopulated. So that's kind of where the eugenics comes from and where they get these ideas. You know, the greatest philosopher ever, who said a lot of great things, but also said there's too many Greeks. We need to kill most of them. You know, they're animals. They're dumb. We need to control breeding and only make supermen. That's where Hitler got all that. That's where all this comes from. But the central issue here is, in the past, civilizations would just fall apart when they got into a decadent phase. You know, hard men make good times. Good men make hard men make good times. Good times make soft men. Soft men make bad times.
Exactly.
And so, in collapse of that corrupt system, now there's biological weapons, chemical weapons, nuclear weapons, all this other advanced stuff. Instead, they're going to try to use the robots and all the control and the nuclear weapons to make us finally get under their mark of the beast, finally get under their unified system of control, finally get under their social credit score, which was predicted by these incredibly connected people 2,000 years ago, that this would be the ultimate tyranny that was coming, almost psychically seeing it into the future, because of the great evil potential. Time's really a loop. It was looping back or bouncing back. Real psychics seeing into the future what was going to happen in Revelation as a potential, I believe, and it's actually a warning that we don't have to follow that course. And that's my own personal belief. So instead, whether you believe in Revelation or not, the evil globalists, the selfish globalists, are using it as a blueprint and literally building the mark of the beast casual society, where you don't just, I agree to take this mark, I can buy and sell now. You have to worship the beast that can be seen by all on earth. It describes these big holograms. You got to watch and worship. And it tells you what to do. And it tells you how to live. And it says men become women and women become men and children are set upon their parents. And there's nothing but wickedness being invented. And it describes everything that's now happening and says, when they roll this out, you got to worship this world government. You got to worship the system and do exactly what it says, or it doesn't let you buy and sell. And so whether people believe in the Bible or not, believe in Revelation or not, it is now manifesting.
I don't see a lie in that. I don't think, I am a Christian, but I don't think you need to be one to arrive at exactly the same conclusion. So you live in Austin, Texas. You've been there since high school. Austin's changed a lot. And as you noted, it's been really overwhelmed by people from the West Coast fleeing the decayed societies that they built. You live among liberals now. What do you make of them? What are they like?
I really feel sorry for them, because compared to, say, my dad's dad, like you were telling me about your foreman or your manager knows how to do electricity, knows how to build houses, knows how to fish, hunt. We just saw that big moose he got today.
Yeah.
These guys are impressive, and they can do everything. My grandfather could do everything. He could fix a combine with literally rubber bands and tin cans he cut up into pieces. And my dad's the same way. I'm a shadow of them and their can do. And compared to liberals, I'm like light years ahead of them. They live in high rises. They get food delivered to them. They're not in reality. They don't have common sense. They go out the most dangerous areas that I wouldn't go into armed, in places like New York, dangerous areas of Austin, and get stabbed, raped, murdered, killed. Then they defend the people, their families do, that killed them. They just are like pod people. They are just these obsolete creatures that most of them have, I guess, jobs because they work for big tech or the system. But they are just completely disconnected, domesticated, very, very politically ignorant, culturally ignorant, historically ignorant people. And they think they're elitist. They think they know a lot. They think they understand a lot.
They're totally useless. What do they do for fun?
Well, I was about to say, and they're the ones that want to depopulate. They're the ones that think that, like Bloomberg said, what's a farmer do? It's easy to stick a seed in the ground, it grows. Farming's incredibly hard. You better know what you're doing, and you got to have the weather on your side. And it's a all around the clock job. I've had family that are farmers. My dad grew up as a farmer and a rancher. The summers they would send me to work on farms and ranches. Best education I ever got. It's rough. It's tough.
But is it really essential? Is food really essential?
Well, we're told by John Kerry in the last few months, he says we need to cut farming. Now, organic farming
is he still alive?
Is bad for the earth. I don't think I think it's a corpse.
He seems like a corpse.
Like a rubber face. An animatronic Chuck E. Cheese.
I thought he passed years ago, but somebody told me he's still alive. I guess it's an open question.
He runs around giving speeches saying we've got to cut farming or people are going to starve. And I'm not joking. I'm not joking. That's what I'm saying. Cut down trees, cut the food off, cut the fertilizer off to save people.
Well, speaking of starving, I mean, again, as I said at the outset, and I meant this, I've never seen a single person, I don't think there ever has been a person in the history of the United States who was not criminally charged, but was punished to the extent that you have been. I mean, they've really tried to drive you into the grave.
I think, to be fair, it's been worse for Trump, but I'm the second.
Yeah, that might be right. He has much bigger resources, though, to back him up.
Oh,
He's
absolutely.
the head of a political party.
I've spent everything. I'm completely out of money. I'm still hanging on, but yeah, Trump still has resources. I don't. They lied about my resources too. Said I had all these resources. Now it's been proven it wasn't true. So yeah, they've definitely.
But it was more than $1 billion judgment against you for saying something other people didn't like, I guess.
Well, let's be clear. Misrepresenting what I said, I was defaulted by both judges in Texas and Connecticut. And the judge said I was guilty, then wouldn't let us put on a defense and had a jury decide the damages. Then they put on experts saying I was worth $400 million when I had a couple $1 million last year in my account during the last trial. Now I have nothing. I'm actually upside down right now. And so that's.
So how are you? I mean, they've decided like you're not allowed to make a living in this country. You've been not just deplatformed, but depersoned, debanked. How do you make a living?
Well, I have been maxed out personally. I'm in bankruptcy, but I've done a Chapter 11, Subchapter 5 reorganization for Free Speech Systems. That is the company that owns InfoWars, and so that company's barely paying its bills and is operating, but we're barely hanging on. I personally never had that much stuff, contrary to what they said, so it really hasn't hurt me that much. I'm not really into fancy things or a bunch of ostentatious lifestyle, contrary to what they've said. And so we're funding the operation. We're selling products.
What are you selling?
We sell books, films, T-shirts. We sell high quality supplements. Then they call it snake oil, but we sell the same stuff private labeled that Whole Foods sells, just high end, high quality stuff. It's not just a fundraiser. I've got the book, The Great Awakening, Defeating the Globalist, and Launching the Next Great Renaissance. My last book that came out last year was a #1 bestseller on the USA Today and Wall Street Journal, but.
Did they list it on their list?
Well, the New York Times, they did. New York Times refused to even put it on the list, even though it was #1. This is my new book that isn't just the bad stuff they're doing with a huge breakdown with all the proof at the back. It is also solutions and how to counter them. So this book will keep us on air. Plus, it's a great book. I hope people get it at InfoWarsStore.com. Or they can also get signed copies there, or they can go to Amazon.com. But this is a way to keep us on air. Plus, it really is an amazing book. If people want to see a lot of the stuff I told you, but with footnotes, so you can go right to it, everything I say. When I say Naval Noah Harari says the future is not human and that the population is no longer needed and the future, there'll be no more humans, you can actually go to where he said it. When I said that Jeffrey Epstein was running a Mossad/CIA MI6 operation to blackmail top scientists to control them. We have links to that. When I say Peter Nygaard is on trial right now, was having women have babies, his babies, so they could abort them at 8 months, and then he could suck all their juices out and inject them into himself. A real vampire that literally takes the juices of his children, puts them in his body. We have a transcript of him saying that on TV.
Who is this?
Peter Nygaard is one of the big buddies of Epstein and all them. He was kind of running his own Jeffrey Epstein operation, also in the Caribbean. So this book is super, super hardcore. It's got an amazing foreword by Steve Bannon, and they had a great researcher. He's also a lawyer, Kent Heckenlively, went through and double checked everything I said for the book, obviously, so they wouldn't get sued. So this thing is well researched, well documented. It is the Great Awakening, because the Great Awakening is the counter to the globalist Great Reset, to destroy society and then build back better.
But it seems asymmetrical at best. I mean, you have all the power on the globe arrayed on one side, and then the majority that doesn't like it. So, how do decent people prevail?
They believe they can push it by deception. That's why people are aware of why they're cutting off the fertilizer to collapse the third world, to then flood us with those giant populations they will then control and give voting rights to. And if you don't want to give them voting rights, then you're a racist. See, that's why the lockdown's biggest crime wasn't just the 80+ million the UN estimates starved to death the last 3.5 years, on top of the normal 15 million that starved to death each year. You look this up. They then use those giant masses of people that are fleeing total collapse as their new political underclass. So that's why it's so vital to not just challenge the Great Reset and the New World Order eugenics operation of the transhumanists. It's vital to then give an alternative plan and have an alternative debate about that plan. And that's what the Great Awakening gets into.
So, but if you give up on that, you also sell bourbon.
Man, you are really being nice here today, Tucker. And
well, you know why? You know, I hate selling products, but I like this product because I love the name.
Look at this right here. This, my friends, is a gift to your crew because I know they drink. I had some drinks with them last night when we called Brian Stelter. But this
some of the crew does drink. Yes, that's true.
So this is for you. We got a few other bottles for you out there. Something I can't even open this thing. This thing was sealed. Maybe it got locked on the airplane. Anyways, can somebody open this? I'm like here embarrassing.
No, hold on. I think the center thing. I don't travel with guns very often, so I don't know how to operate these.
I'm gonna smash this son of a bitch, yo.
Watch yourself.
There we go. Son of a bitch. All right, goddammit. Look at that. It doesn't come like this in stores. I'm gonna kill the people that come up with this.
Drop that into the studio. We're rolling.
Tucker, don't kill me.
All right, we're rolling.
I don't think that plug should be that. Oh my God. I got a lot of points when you get to here.
Okay, that was amazing. This whiskey does not come with a hatchet to open it, or a black light. But does it come with a black light?
No, but if you have one.
But if you have a black light, by the way, I don't think I've ever sold a product on the air, but I'm proud to say
we
it.
appreciate you supporting us.
Dude, come on, I'm totally all about it. What does that say? I'm going to let you read that.
It says, thus to tyrants, meaning death to tyrants.
Yeah. I recognize that phrase. I think it was uttered in Ford's Theater.
Thank you, brother. Well, enough of that. I didn't mean to turn it to Who's Extravaganza.
So I want to...
The book is more important, but...
Anyways. So the last topic I want to hit with you, I could go on for hours. We're trying to get the audience of this social media app to believe that you can have longer content because it was, originally designed for very short, brain droppings. But
well, I think you've succeeded. The biggest English-speaking show ever. I mean, it's bigger than Jimmy Carson, bigger than Joe Rogan. Congratulations, showing that freedom is successful. And
thank you. Well, we're grateful that it's a.
No, I'm grateful to you. You keep
that
saying
we have free speech, but anyway. But here's my question. So, all of the trends that you describe, I think very credibly, and I'm a little bit surprised, but not at all ashamed to say I agree with pretty much everything that you've said. Amazingly, but I do. And I think most reasonable people, if they just drop the kind of filter and stop lying to themselves and ask, like, where's the lie and what he's saying, I think we'll come to the same conclusion. But all of those trends are being forced to kind of ahead or they're going to come to fruition or something's going to happen in the next 13 months because we have a presidential election on the books and you have this car crash. And I just do not see how it's resolved. Do you? Like, what's going to happen?
Again, it's the truth. Really, the only show I watch every day is yours when you have a new show, because I don't just agree with you. I learn stuff every time. And when you've been saying the last few months is dead on, and a lot of people agree with you, and I know I do, that you look at the trajectory of this, how they're escalating on Trump, whether you love him or hate him. He's now a populist icon. He's now the underdog. The globalists are coming after him. They're coming after our right to vote for who we want. He gets 60%,
which is the fundamental right in a democracy. The people rule. I can vote for whomever I want. And if you don't like that person, that's immaterial.
Absolutely.
Right?
And he's been indicted for saying they're stealing elections. They're stealing it.
Oh, I'm aware.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
In their indictments of him is
Absolutely.
election theft. But yes.
But despite that, he's got 60% against all other Republicans. He's 15, 20 points ahead of Biden. It's backfired, but the deep state's not going to stop. So when you said to Trump several times in that 400 million views or whatever you got, biggest show ever, you said to him, well, isn't the next thing them trying to kill you? And he's so confident he doesn't want to think about that. And
he doesn't want to think about it.
Whereas I admire someone that's that confident. The deep state does kill people, and that's their only next move because this is failing. And I think they're going to kill Biden too, or I think they're going to try to. What you said in the speech again before the last one I talked about like a month ago, you said, I don't see Biden and Trump being the candidates. You see the system, the media going after Biden, and he deserves it, but they were covering it up until now. Now they're covering the laptop. Now they're covering attacking the dog. Now they're covering, all of his senility, all the corruption, the Chinese spies.
Attacking a dog. What a pig he is. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I was told that by Secret Service and by people that, let's just say, work with them. And I'm going to leave it at that. But I actually have a contact for you. I'd like to be able to hear it from them. But when this is over, I'll let you actually hear it from yourself. I think they'll tell you off record. I think they're willing to talk to you. But yeah, he is completely out of his mind. He wanders around for the entire 2.5 years. It's getting worse. Naked in the White House. In the middle of the night, doesn't know who he is. They have to give him a bunch of drugs, a bunch of amphetamines in the morning. Then they've got to drug him at night. Sometimes he's got to, though, he'll like be out for the morning for a while and then comes back out at night for a ball. That's when there's a real problem.
He is on drugs. I have established that. And I know someone who witnessed it. I'm not guessing at this. I know someone personally who witnessed him taking amphetamines. And this was during the 2020 election.
So how's this going to, that's huge. I know you don't play games. You've been
No, I don't play games with this. I'll just say he was a makeup artist.
Well, no, you said the NSA spying on me, high level, and then a month later they went, yes, we're spying on Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, I know.
So you don't make stuff up. And so what I'm saying here is Biden's a liability for him. Trump's a liability. What do? They have a right winger, they'll claim, assassinate Biden, and they'll have a left winger assassinate Trump. That then gets the country even in more of a fight against each other. And then they put in Gavin Newsom and somebody like Mike Pence or who knows. But I really think the next 13 months is the most critical time, not just in American history, but world history. Because if they can bring down America, they're going to bring down the world. And then you've got the escalation. Remember a year ago, Biden said you can't give F-16s and Abrams tanks and cruise missiles to the Ukrainians. That's World War III. Now they're doing it. So as Russia wins that war, as Colonel McGregor documented it with you, NATO is escalating. Well, that leads right to nuclear war. So we're so close. And that fundamentally makes me so mad. This transcends politics. Since when do Democrats love war? Since when do Democrats love the intelligence agencies? They love them now. And so really the Democratic,
so dark.
Just
so
like the
dark.
Republican Party is a beachhead for sanity and populism. It's not perfect, but it's a beachhead. The Democratic Party is totally turned over to evil. That's why I thought RFK Jr. was so refreshing, but they're shutting him out of the primary process. They're blocking him. And so now he's going to run third party, which will take away from Trump. Most experts agree. I know Trump's people have looked at it. They think so.
Of course.
So that's very, very sad.
So do you think, normally at this, so we're in October, I guess, in the year before the election, you can sort of see the outlines pretty clear. In October of 1999, I was pretty confident it was going to be George W. Bush versus Al Gore. You sort of know ahead of time, but do you think that we're going to see on election day 2024 a ballot with Biden and Trump on it?
I've been saying I think they may assassinate him or claim they had a heart attack. But I was thinking about each one individually. But I think when you said that a month ago, it was prescient that's the next move. If I get in their mind and I'm evil, I'm Machiavelli, that is what they have to do.
But the election just forces the point. I guess I actually don't think that their preference is overt violence or anything that people notice. They much rather resort to stealth, right? Covert rather than overt. But I just think, there's an election on the books and something's going to happen.
Well, that's what you're saying. All their tactics of covert aren't working. So as we saw with JFK in 1963 in Dallas, they will go overt. And so we have governors declaring emergencies to take the guns. All of that is, and it suddenly Democrats are against sanctuary cities when they're the ones saying Governor Hochul and the mayor of New York, come here. Now they're like, oh, we never said come here. I think it's dawning on Democrats they've been betrayed. And maybe there's some point where Democrats will have self-preservation, the average voter, and say, no, we need to turn against this. This is totalitarian. This is dangerous. This is evil. But if that isn't the case, but here's the problem. Even if Democrats wake up, the system will know that from their internal polls. The establishment will, and they're going to make a big move. And is that a full-out war with Russia? A full-out war with China? Is it them allowing the jihadi sleeper cells? They're in America that have torn across our border, that are waiting to let them activate. And I'm not saying our government controls them, but they've let other governments bring them in. And they've given funding to those governments. And now if we don't see strong signals against Iran, I don't want war with Iran. What I'm saying is strong signals telling Iran, do not fund terror groups. And we don't see strong repudiation of Joe Biden, that will green light the security services to go ahead and let this new attack happen. And a massive jihadi attack in America could be the way to bring in martial law and cancel the election. Also, Klaus Schwab loves the telegraph. So does the UN. it is imminent. A cyber attack bringing down the power grid will make COVID look like absolutely nothing. Is basically his quote. I think I got it almost exactly. And so will they cut the power before the election? I mean, the sky is the limit. The sky is the limit. So people need to be vigilant and understand that we want to let the system know we're aware. We want to promote the values of free speech and of family and of self-defense and of local control and of free market, rugged individualism and a competitive civilization and a colorblind society that Martin Luther King Jr. talked about. We need to go back to the things that made us great, that threaten the CCP and threaten the globalists, the UN, because they're selling tyranny and eating bugs and being locked down in your houses and forced injections and 2 men can have a baby. We're selling normal human biology and success and culture. And so I just think we have to give the alternate plan to their dystopia. We have to challenge their dystopia, but also give the alternate plan, which enough people aren't doing. But that's Trump's big sin is his optimism. America's great. Everybody's beautiful. We have such potential. And as soon as the world heard America was open for business, we saw trillions flood instantly in because our leaders had said America's not open for business. Invest in China and India and Mexico, where the globalists have middleman deals to get all the money and all the power instead of the people getting it. It was Henry Ford, wasn't a perfect guy, but he said the other auto manufacturers, this came out in federal documents and later antitrust suits because he didn't get in trouble. They did. They said to him, the other auto manufacturers, they said, why are you going to pay your employees 3 times what we do? And he said, because I don't want just rich people buying my cars. I want my employees to prime the market to buy it. They'll give me all the money back buying the Model T, and then that'll supercharge it. So that's the 2 different systems. Build this illustrious, incredibly exciting, roaring civilization of laissez-faire, or let these big guys that already made all the money centralize control, shut us all down and vertically integrate so they're in control and then kill competition. So we have to kill the globalist program that's anti-free market, anti-capitalist. It's monopolistic. It's anti-human. It's a bunch of degenerate, inbred, 3rd, 4th generation elites who didn't make all this money, who didn't create all this stuff, but that have decided we don't even get to take part in it while they take part in it and live like kings. So it's us or them, Tucker. And we've got to crush the globalists. We've got to crush the New World Order. We've got to challenge them or they're going to destroy the planet.
I believe that. Last question. Where will you be in 5 years? Are you going to stay in this country? Can you stay in this country? I mean, speaking of escalation, again, I still have never figured out what your crime is, but you have been persecuted for something in an escalating way.
I got 2 subpoenas last week.
Subpoenas?
I got subpoenas on January 6th, again, on a criminal investigation.
Well, you didn't do anything on January 6th.
And I got subpoenaed in Trump's criminal trial in Georgia.
On what ground? On what?
And then my lawyer called and said, what is this? And they said, well, we don't just want him as a witness. He's a subject. I had nothing to do with Georgia. But I'm not saying it's bad. They went and challenged it. That's their right. I mean, I went and protested there. So it's just pure intimidation. So I have a problem. It's that I don't like to cut and run. I'm not the toughest guy around, but growing up in Dallas was some pretty rough people. Some big guy started to fight with me. I just couldn't back off. And I almost always won those fights or went to the hospital trying. And so I decided to go down with the ship. I'm not going to leave the country. I'm not going to back down. And I'm going to continue to fight with everything I've got. I'll never sell out. I'll never give in. I could give out. That's why support's critical and word of mouth, because Alex Jones is seen as a focal point, like capture the flag by the globalists. If they can shut me down, they believe they can shut anybody down. They've said that. And so it's human intelligence and human action and word of mouth. Talking about Infowars.com, my show, what I do, is a test case, almost like Stalingrad in World War II, where all these forces of the globalists keep thinking, we beat this guy at this city, at this point, at this battle, we win. And so I don't think I'm even that important. I've just been chosen as this main battle point. So all these grassroots people and people like you and other great folks are supporting me through just supporting the First Amendment. And so I've got that backing, and that enrages the globalists. So the more they throw against me, the more support I get. And it's really become a historic battle. If I'm completely banned and debanked and shut down and can't operate, only then would I try to evacuate somewhere to try to keep my show on the air, but I've looked at it and I don't even think that that's the case. Once they disrupt and shut down something, it's very hard to restart it. The good news is there are so many other great talk show hosts, so many other great people that now understand this and even have perspectives better than mine, that I'm not obsolete yet, but thanks to you and thanks to Russell Brand, they're trying to now set up, and Joe Rogan's come a long way, and Steve Bannon and countless other shows that I tune into that have high level understanding and teach me a lot. And my head's in the game. So you're our champion, Tucker. And there are other people, lesser. I know you don't want to be the top dog, but you are. That's why you're under attack. Thanks to you, I know no matter what happens to me, men and women are going to continue the fight forward into the future. But this is an Alamo situation. I'm not evacuating. I'm not leaving. I'm not going.
How'd they do at the Alamo? Do you remember?
Everybody got killed.
Oh, okay.
But that example led to a big, my mom's family raised Colonel Travis's son. And on my dad's side too, they were heavily involved. First Texas families, we have like Mexican land grants for our property. We still have Mexican land. We paid for 12 cents an acre, like 1825 in East Texas. You come visit. So it's not as cool as your place, but it's pretty cool. And the last letter he wrote on that piece of wallpaper was to one of my great grandfathers in Gonzales, Texas, saying, "Please take care of my little boy." But Travis knew he was going to die. But he was like, I got 10,000 troops coming in on our 200 and something. We're going to give them one hell of a fight and kill a bunch of them before they can get up north for the main battle. And they killed thousands, 3,000 was estimated, go from memory, Mexican troops. And so that'd be an honor to have like 10,000 troops coming at me and I'm in the Alamo. I don't have a death wish, but man, it gets me high as a kite. and so I'm not doing what Colonel Travis did. The only reason they got beat is they ran out of ammo, basically. They had powder, but no more ball. And they were fighting with swords at the end. So those are tough men, and I don't even measure up to them, but I want to try to measure up. And so it's very exciting. It's instinctive. It's spiritual to be defending humanity and prosperity and freedom and justice against these globalist child trafficking monsters, the open border, all this evil. I mean, so my cells tell me to do this. My guts, my sinews say you're ordered to do this, and I don't feel good unless I do it. And so the bigger the attacks get, it's the old World War II saying, when the planes were over the target, they didn't really have radar, but they knew the bases and the factories had flak. So they're shooting at them with artillery, anti-aircraft artillery. So you flew into that. And so the best place I want to be is in the flak. But I also hate the flak because we could blow up and we're not in the fight anymore. So there's that paradox. But 90% of me wants to be in the flak. 10% says maybe you should steer a little around it because you don't want to get knocked out. And until just a few years ago, I felt really bad because it didn't seem the paradigm had been shattered and people didn't actually read the globalist documents. Now there's been a paradigm shattering and I'm almost obsolete, Tucker. And as soon as that happens, as soon as I see another couple hundred more prominent people that actually know what's going on, we've already reached a chain reaction point. I'm going to hang it up and disappear like Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Alex Jones. Thank you. Thank you. What a great conversation.
Thank you, brother.
I really appreciate it.
Thanks for your courage, Tucker.
Thank you.
Love your crew. Great energy.
Thank you.
Americana, baby.
Alex Jones.
You'll hear people say the news is full of lies. And Kennedy's motor.
All right. That was Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones. I know everybody wanted to see that, so I figured I would do that. We're going to go ahead and kick off the last 20 minutes of the end. We know that I stopped because I had to go up to the gate there. Jen, thank you very much. The gifts for the puppies came in, and I'm getting ready to take all of them in and give them to them and get the other stuff put away. And Slow Country, I got it all. No problem. They broke the box, but they didn't break anything inside. Yeah, I got pots to cook with now. Yeah. Only thing I'm missing is a Dutch oven. That's the only thing. So I can cook like a roast in it, kind of thing. Who the hell is Gronk? Never heard of Gronk. Why is it on my see less often? That's what I want. I want to see that less often. Yeah. I actually went to that site to pull down and watch some of that, and I couldn't get access to any of it. What's this here? Okay, do I need to tell you guys who that is? I told you he's alive. I told you. I told you. Did we have guesses as to who that is? You guys know who that is? Look at the tie. Look at the tie. One more time, McAfee, right on. So, yeah, a couple of M4s there. Yeah. All right. That's John McAfee, who is claimed to be dead. They said he was dead. Guess what? He ain't dead. 31 terabytes. That will clue you in as to exactly what this means. Something big is coming. All the right people are scared. Big John. Big John. Big bad John. Yep. Something gonna happen. All right. I'm gonna back up NX22 by about 10 extra minutes. So we'll have a 30 minutes before 30 minute span of it right around there. And let's kick it off from here. All right, let's go. Where is my thingy? There it is. Well, I'm going to have to refresh it because I paused it for too long.
Tesla, infinite energy, infinite knowledge, Holy Ghost, a ghost in the computer.
Okay.
According to the Storm Rider. Everything is leading to crimes against humanity. Remember, infiltration is the key. Behind the scenes, white hats, the good guys inside the United Nations, are pushing for war crimes and crimes against humanity against Israeli leader Netanyahu. And the UN General Assembly is pushing world courts for 2024 indictment against Netanyahu. In the same time, the true good Israeli people will have a revolution in their country, and a military coup will happen against the fake Khazarians. In the same time, in the U.S., the collapse of J.P. Morgan will begin with world banks, and the exposure of Epstein will follow in. At the same time, Congress will expose the control of Israeli money over CIA and the rhinos, DNC, Wall Street, decades of corruption of the Washington, D.C. swamp. So one deep state country, the deep state in Israel, guys, and the deep state of America, and the deep state in all these other countries, okay? Behind the scenes, a powerful intelligence is helping. The Great Awakening leads to superintelligence and the understanding why humanity was kept in the dark for so long. Both the deep state and White Hats Alliance want to reveal the powerful hidden technology. But only one wants to use the high tech to save humanity. 0-point energy, Tesla, infinite energy, infinite knowledge, Holy Ghost, a ghost in the computers, God wins. Just great updates. I love to read those, love to hear how things are playing out in that world. And so other things that we need to be aware of is the border. Check this out.
You know, we see all these people coming across, mostly military-age men coming from China, from Africa, from all over the world. Most of them not even being vetted when they come in here. But here's what's really going to bother you. When these folks come across and they're processed, they're being given a cell phone, a plane ticket to wherever they want to go in this country, so probably to a community near you, and a $5,000 Visa card. So while this Christmas season, you're struggling to keep your lights on, while you're struggling to pay your rent, put Christmas presents under the tree for your kids, we have our government giving people that came into this country illegally $5,000 gift cards. That's the truth, folks. God bless.
So Patriot Voice showed us this with the receipts. In 2011, the Obama administration signed up the United States for United Nations Agenda 2030 Open Government Partnership, i.e., wide open borders globalism. This is why Trump was so adamant about building the border wall to stop or at least mitigate the unbelievable damage caused by this agreement. He was able to make progress while in office, but as soon as the communist Biden regime took the reins, Obama 3.0 continued this total disaster. What we're witnessing now is the continuation and acceleration of UN Agenda 2030 Open Government Partnership, knowing that Trump could return and once again put the brakes on this crisis. Open government is a soft way of saying one world government. As it stands, we're a hair away from the inevitability, especially with the signing of the DNA, the Declaration of North America, earlier this year, which effectively stripped us of our sovereignty, even though the mainstream media says it doesn't. This is not fear porn. It's the truth based on facts. And Patriot Voice TPV John also said Ken Paxton in Texas is doing God's work. He's taken on the rogue communist federal government at every turn. It's no wonder why the Bush cabal tried so hard to have him impeached and removed. Remember that? They knew how dangerous he is. I've never seen a state official take on the establishment like Ken does. He is a treasure and must be protected at all costs. Texas may be one of, if not the last state that truly cares about preserving the constitutional rights of Americans and keeping tyranny in check. God bless Texas. And he's showing you that Attorney General Paxton breaking today, I'm suing the U.S. State Department. I'm proud to lead the right to save Americans' constitutional rights from Joe Biden's tyrannical government. Good. Great update, TPV John. Love it. Other things in the news. California retailers that refuse to have gender-neutral toys for children will be fined up to $500 under new ultra-woke Gavin Newsom law after uproar over LGBT toys sold during Pride Week. Did you get that? You don't support them, you're going to get fined. You have to have these gender-neutral toys for children. Fox News showed us that trans cyclists in Illinois took first and second place in women's cycling championships. The Biological Men also won a female cycling competition in October. It's absolutely sick what's happening in our world. Okay? So it even takes you into areas where children are being exposed not only in this way with the transgender, but they're being taught in the schools very erotic, sexual type of thinking and material from the teachers.
Daughters, your 5-year-old daughters are asking, can we hear Pound Town? I'm playing them Princess Tiana ballet music. If you see me, you trying to see what's up. When you see me, you gotta say what's up.
How I get my students' attention.
If you see me, you trying to see what's up. If you see me and you trying to say what's up.
You're trying to see me. You're trying to see me.
And they are asking me, can we hear Pound? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And I'm so scared for these little girls today because this is the most insane agenda push I have ever seen in my life. We do freeze dance. You guys' daughters are working at 5.
Okay, y'all. So my little girl just confessed to me that my daughter that's 13 years old shakes her butt, that she twerks.
And so the sickness that's happening across our country, where'd it come from? I was listening to a podcast the other day, two men having a talk about men and our responsibility and what's going on and happening with all of us. And it starts with, are we teaching the Word of God anymore in our schools? No. So they find other things to latch on to. and normally gravitate the opposite direction. And then as they get through school, then they say, oh, I want to go to MIT and I want to go to Harvard and I want to go to Penn because that's an amazing school system. And if I graduate from that place, I'm going to be amazing. So Nolte shows this. Harvard, Penn, and MIT presidents refuse to say calls for Jewish genocide violate the school policy. I'm going to show you that in a second. But at the same time, Harvard tells students using wrong pronouns constitutes abuse. Oh, yeah. All kinds of things. And this Barry Weiss happened to show this clip, and I think it's very important for us to see it today.
Safety first. That's the approach taken by university administrators these days. On campuses across the country, safety first has been the rationale for silencing speech and firing professors. This practice has birthed a whole new moral framework, one that treats microaggressions as acts of violence.
It is your job to create a place of comfort and home for the students.
But when it comes to threats and calls for genocide against the Jews, it's a different story. Not safety first, but anything goes. Just look at the facts. Last year, Harvard told students in a mandatory training session that using the wrong pronouns for a person constitutes abuse. Sizeism and fat phobia, according to the session, are also attitudes that contribute to an environment that perpetuates violence. But when Harvard's president was asked by members of Congress this week, in a hearing on campus anti-Semitism, if calling for the genocide of Jews constitutes bullying and harassment, here's what she said.
It can be, depending on the context.
In 2018, the University of Pennsylvania barred law professor Amy Wax from teaching freshmen after she said Black students rarely finish in the top half of their graduating class. Penn has since been trying to sanction Wax for statements the law school says violate its anti-discrimination policies. But when Penn's president was asked if calls for genocide violate college rules, here's how she answered.
If the speech turns into conduct, it can be harassment. Yes.
I am asking, specifically calling for the genocide of Jews, does that constitute bullying or harassment?
If it is directed and severe or pervasive, it is harassment.
So the answer is yes.
It is a context-dependent decision.
And when she was asked this,
so is your testimony that you will not answer yes?
This is what she said.
If the speech becomes conduct, it can be harassment. Yes.
Conduct meaning committing the act of genocide? The speech is not harassment. This is unacceptable, Ms. McGill. I'm going to give you one more opportunity for the world to see your answer. Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Penn's code of conduct when it comes to bullying and harassment? Yes or no?
It can be harassment.
In 2021, MIT canceled a major lecture about climate change by scientist Dorian Abbott because a group of graduate students disagreed with his belief that hiring should be based on a person's merit rather than their identity. If MIT won't tolerate unacceptable views, surely the college's president would shut down chants of long live the Antifada on our campus. Right?
At MIT, does calling for the genocide of Jews violate MIT's code of conduct or rules regarding bullying and harassment? Yes or no?
If targeted at individuals, not making public statements.
Yes or no? Calling for the genocide of Jews does not constitute bullying and harassment?
I have not heard calling for the genocide for Jews on our campus.
But you've heard chants for Intifada.
I've heard chants, which can be anti-Semitic depending on the context, when calling for the elimination of the Jewish people.
So those would not be according to the MIT's code of conduct or rules?
That would be investigated as harassment if pervasive and severe.
But anti-Semitic speech on campus has already escalated into physical violence. Students at these campuses have been assaulted, targeted, and harassed. Safety first. When it comes to the Jews, it all depends on the context. I'm Maya Solkin. This is the Free Press.
Thank you, Maya Salkin. Good job. Free Press. That's how you do it right there, exposing all of this and what happens when they get to Christians, genocide of all folks that believe in Christ. What happens when they say we need to get rid of certain people because they believe in the Second Amendment? They start taking them out. And before you know it, we've got our hands full with everything that we could ever imagine, and more. Patriot Voice even shared this, and I saw many folks talking about the Cosmopolitan. So how does a satanic abortion ceremony even work? Patients of all faiths are welcome at Samuel Alito's Mom's Satanic Abortion Clinic in New Mexico, along with medical counsel. They offer free ceremonial support to everyone. Abortion ceremonies are totally optional and customizable. Here's a simple one that TST recommends. This is Cosmopolitan, folks. Openly endorsing instructions for satanic abortion ceremony in partnership with TST. Guess what that is? The Satanic Temple. They're not even trying to hide the fact that abortion is satanic ritual child sacrifice. There's no other way around it. We are certainly living in the days of Noah, as Jesus warned about in Matthew 24:37. Ancient Canaanite satanic deities, Baal and Moloch, is in no short supply of these days. We are giving Sodom and Gomorrah a run for their money. The world is very wicked and fallen. Get right with God before it's too late. You'll even notice the upside down cross in this picture if you're looking at your screen. And they're giving advice on how to do it. Sickening. Never thought we'd see anything like this. Also, Ultra Pepe Lives Matter showed us Sean Diddy Combs has been accused of gang raping and sex trafficking 17-year-old schoolgirl just in the 11th grade, according to a new court filing. Now, P. Diddy accused of all of this. This is how the fourth allegation against him. Who could have possibly seen this coming? Wait, Anons saw this coming after we discovered the connections between Rachel Chandler and Diddy. When we tell the sheep that these people are sick freaks, we mean it. This is from the Intel board, the Q board, folks. Interesting to see how there seems to be an emphasis on assault and Epstein lately, isn't it? Let's hope more revelations are in the pipeline for us to red pill with, because, folks, we are seeing the connections daily. As a matter of fact, when Remembering Pearl Harbor was put out there for December 7th, Dan Scavino Jr. dropped this, and President Trump dropped it at 12:51 p.m. Well, when you look at 12:51 on that board, listen carefully. There was a 17-second video from YouTube. 17 is the letter Q. Trust the plan. As much as folks want to attack that, that's there. Is that a coincidence? I don't think so. All of this is happening when you're talking about Pearl Harbor with the issues of many in the Navy. There are many indicators the Navy is at risk, increasing risk of mission failure. Challenges include persistent recruiting shortfalls, extended deployments amid international tensions, a concerning suicide rate, leadership failures in major programs, and a fleet size below mandated levels. Our people and ships are wearing out. And that article's from Brett Ramsey in Real Clear Wire. Also, a record number of people in the United States died of suicide last year, while the country's suicide rate reached the highest level in over 80 years. 2022, approximately 49,449 individuals died by suicide, marking a 3% increase from the 48,183 deaths recorded in 2021, as reported by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's National Center for Health Statistics. It rose by 1% in 2022 to 14.3 deaths per 100,000, up from 14.1 per 100,000 in 2021. What's going on? Also, in all of this is the reminder that we're in a war. So many people have no clue that we're at war. Just because it doesn't involve war, planes, battleships, and guns, we are fighting for the very soul and freedom of humanity. Make no mistake, we're at war with these suicides, with the drop in rates of going in the military. It's not folks just in the military that are getting out. I have many friends whose sons and daughters said, I'm done. They can't handle the woke stuff. Many of them got out because they were being forced to put the jab in their body when they didn't want it. Now they're begging for them to come back, basically. Folks aren't enlisted anymore because of the woke stuff that's being pushed on them. They're having a hard time. When the moral conduct drops across our country and it seeped into the military, it causes problems. Not only that, with the open borders, they bring drugs in, and it causes problems for our families. And I saw this interview. I'm going to play this as we come to a close. How we are battling for our children, for our families, for everything that's going around with us. Okay? And even this interview had me choked up as a reminder. We are fighting as fathers and parents and mothers for our children in so many ways.
You found him. You found your son, correct? Yes. So, because he was going to be the wrestler, he was going to follow in daddy's footsteps. He was going to take on the Flair lineage and keep this going.
This is Nature Boy Ric Flair. The one, he's being asked about his son. What happened to him? You ready?
How did that impact you, Rick? Killed me.
He lost his son to drugs. He's asked, how did you handle that? And he said, it killed me.
Did you know he was dealing with these demons?
He'd been on life support 4 other times.
Oh, man.
4 other times.
You try to get him help, stays clean for months.
10 rehab centers. 9 or 10. I think it's 10. Everywhere from Phoenix to Colorado. One time he lost complete. He used his right leg. That's right in center of Colorado where he was mountain climbing in a rehab facility. The last time before he died, his oxygen level, you know, the thing to put everybody right, was at 42. The doctor called me and said, when I called the minister, when he wakes up, he'll be brain dead if he makes it. I said, yeah. And I went in the room and I went and told everybody. He woke up. Nothing wrong. The doctor looked at me. He's an Indian doctor, right? From India. I mean, Indian. And he goes, you just saw a miracle. I've never seen that because your oxygen level just can't be that low.
That low.
For 24 hours. It can't be that low for 5 hours.
Wow.
And that's the God's honest truth. So I was so upset with him because he wasn't drinking, but we found pills. I'm just glad I opened the door. I went and met my daughter and I said, I'm just going to leave Reed home. And I went and opened the door and it's like the same thing. You know, I've seen them in purple and they come and shoot them with Narcan and the same cops, same fire crew. I mean, Charlotte's a small town. And they came and I walked out in the hall. And the guy said, he said he didn't make it. I walked across the street to a bar. That's truth. And I just drank for 5 years.
You blamed yourself?
Yep.
Why? Because you don't think you were a father, you were more of a friend?
Yes.
What could you have done differently, Rick?
I don't know. I traveled the world with him. I took him to Japan and Europe. And we traveled together. I don't know. Don't know what could have been different. Except except, you know, that's one of the all these guys are it's so easy for these doctors to say, you got to let them bottom out, kick them to the curb, right? And I just could not know. You could not. I could not know. Not they died. I wasn't there because I kicked them out.
Right.
Then I can't imagine how someone would feel in that situation.
Right.
You're not welcome here. You can't come home. You're kicked out. And the next day he's dead.
Right.
I don't know what's worse.
You never turned your back on him.
Never.
I mean, but that has to make you feel good. You was fighting for him to the very end.
Yeah. Well, you find out that heroin is not an addiction, it's a disease.
Right.
But he was doing so good, he'd come back from Japan. I brought him back to take him to WrestleMania to watch Ashley debut. And we were leaving, Wendy and I, and Wendy was with me. We were leaving. And I'd gotten him 2 gigs that weekend before WrestleMania for $1,500 a night to wrestle, make some money while I was here.
So I wanted you to know, had this clip ready for a while, but it just shows you that the depth of the pain that many of us are feeling. Those that have lost sons, daughters, parents to the jabs, the drugs that were put into the people, not knowing what was happening to them there. Yes, these drugs were the wrong drugs. It was a heart attack from Reed Flair back in 2013 in Charlotte, North Carolina. But the effects that we have on people, the attacks from the enemy constantly on all of us, and it makes you wonder, well, what do we have for hope? These universities, we send our children thinking they're going to learn, they're going to grow, they're going to be so wonderful and get these great jobs, and we're going to brag about them. Yet when they get there, they push pronouns and fat phobia and transgenderism and calls for Jewish genocide and you name it. Hatred of God. When we look at our elections and they're stolen and we know it, the pain that it causes all of us day in and day out. When we see finally that some way of communicating that was taken from us is finally given back, is it too late? Have we waited too long? Is the plan going to play out the way that we want it to? And the only thing that I can offer for most folks is Jesus Christ. Daddy Yankee publicly declared his life to Jesus Christ at a concert in Puerto Rico. I'm going to play this as we close. My people, this day for me is the most important day of my life. And I want to share them with you because living a successful life is not the same as living a life with purpose. For a long time, I tried to fill a void in my life that no one could fill. I tried to fill and look for a meaning in my life. Sometimes I seemed to be well, but something was missing to make me complete. And I have to confess that these ways are over. Someone could feel the emptiness I felt for a long time. I could realize that for everyone, I was someone, but I was nothing without him. I was able to travel the world for years, win many prizes, applause and praise, but I realized something that the Bible says, that it is worth a man to win the whole world if he loses his soul. That is why tonight I recognize and am not ashamed to tell the whole world that Jesus lives in me. And that I will live for him. The Bible says, anyone who recognizes in public here on earth will also recognize it before my Father. Thank you very much. Now the one who knows me by Daddy Yankee to say is Daddy Yankee in Christ. Raymond Ayala in Puerto Rico, a story is over and a new story is about to begin. A new beginning. All the tools I have in my possession, such as music, social networks, platforms, a microphone, everything Jesus gave me is now for the kingdom. Thank you very much, Puerto Rico, and I hope that you walk with me in this new beginning. And I hope that something very important will be recorded. Do not follow even any man. I am a human. To all the people who followed me, follow Jesus Christ. He is the way, the truth, and the life. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Don't follow me, follow Jesus Christ. Hallelujah. No matter how much money you have, no matter how much cars you buy, no matter how much houses you purchase, that is only temporary satisfaction. There is only one who can give you eternal satisfaction. That is Jesus Christ. Whom the Son sets free is free indeed. When you chase other things other than Jesus Christ, you are doing nothing more than prolonging your true purpose on this earth.
So, amen. I wanted to close with that today. No matter what's going on, to stay close to our Father in heaven.
For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we come to you once again with our hearts heavy and also at the same time realizing that information that once was hidden from us, that was destroying us, the enemy working so many ways to keep us from finding out what he was up to, all the puppets he was using, it's all being exposed one day at a time. We thank you that it continues to flow freely, this information. Each day we wake up with this internet, be able to use it for good. We appreciate that. And we just know that a time is coming when things are going to get even worse. As the exposure continues of the enemy, he will rile and scream and yell and send out this spiritual battle that we're seeing will be exposed for all to see. And we know it could be very difficult, but we ask for your protection even now. I think about Ric Flair and watching him in pain as I was also as a father, as many fathers listening in know and feel that pain of failure. Did I do the right things? Have I made the right choices? But we lift up Rick to you that somehow, some way somebody would reach him and that you would use by the Holy Spirit, touch his heart, the heart, and let him know that there's an answer for his pain. And we ask that you would continue to watch over those who are hurting even today. As we go into the holiday season, even more folks feel so lonely, especially now as many family members have left us because of the truth, because of what we share, because of our fight for freedom and more. That you would allow us all to connect in some way with somebody that knows the truth and can have conversations with a campfire in the back, marshmallows, hot cup of hot chocolate and more, just enjoying each other, loving on each other. And we can say, to God be the glory. What great things he has done. And we ask all this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen. Amen. Folks, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for, I know this is a little longer than normal, and I apologize. It's going into the weekend. Maybe you'll pause it and play it throughout the weekend. Thank you for hitting that subscribe button and the like button and sharing this channel. It's growing, and just couldn't do it without you. Everyone that listens, that takes the time to push play and listen through, it's just, we just appreciate you. We know many things are happening, and it's hard to keep up with it all. But your prayers are sensed, and I can tell it makes things much better for us to gather this information and get it out properly. For now, this is LT saying Simplify with them we know, signing out.
All right, that was Dan Reno with LT. Covering quite a few things today. Still got more to go. We're going to keep going because this train is far from done. This train whoop, whoop, is far from done. This train whoop, whoop, is far from done. Okay. I do know that I have how much the clock say? Oh, there is no clock. Oh, okay. So we got to think about it. There's been a clock on this the whole time. Am I right? There's been a clock. You know what I'm saying? There was a clock there. The clock is gone. The clock is gone. And as I showed you guys before, that newly released video, see if it comes up right away. What's this here? That's not who I'm looking for. What the heck is going on here? Okay. That guy's like looking at him saying, "What's wrong with this dude?" There's got to be something wrong with him. What's going on here? Big chicken picking on a little chicken gonna say, "I'm gonna whip you. Don't talk back to your mother. What's wrong with you?" Oh, Lord. Okay, what's this here?
All right, I know you're not going to answer the door of a trailer that's parked right outside over here, and it's been here for 3 days. Okay, you're not allowed to have a trailer parked in your yard or in your driveway, sir. It's against the rules. And he came over here several times, and you've been notified. If this trailer is not removed from your driveway, you will be fined. And if you refuse to pay the fine, you will have a lien put against your home. Do you understand me, sir? I am so tired of you breaking the laws. When you moved into this community, you knew there was a HOA and you agreed and you signed the papers. So therefore, you have to move this trailer or you will be fined. It's on you, sir. I am so tired of coming over here and dealing with you. Just abide by the rules which you signed when you first moved into this neighborhood. Do it or you'll be fined. I am tired of coming over here. That's it. No more.
That dude's like a tweaker. I mean, did you look at his eyes and stuff? Definitely was tweaker-like. I don't know. What's this here? Hold on.
All of your life, you just didn't see it. You just, the real truth, you better wake up and find out, has been around you all of your life. You just didn't see it. Example, Abraham Lincoln was elected to Congress in 1846. John Kennedy was elected to Congress 1946. Abe Lincoln was elected president in 1860. John Kennedy was elected president 1960. The names Lincoln and Kennedy both contain 7 letters. Both presidents were particularly concerned with civil rights. Both of the president's wives lost children while living in the White House. Both presidents were shot on a Friday in the head. President Lincoln's secretary was named Miss Kennedy. Kennedy's secretary was named Miss Lincoln. Both were assassinated by Southerners. Both were succeeded by Southerners. Andrew Johnson, who succeeded Lincoln, was born in 1808. Lyndon Johnson, who succeeded Kennedy, was born in 1908. John Wilkes Booth, who assassinated Lincoln, was born in 1839. Lee Harvey Oswald, who assassinated Kennedy in 1939. Both assassins were known by three names: John Wilkes Booth, Lee Harvey Oswald. Both names are comprised of 15 letters. President Lincoln was shot in a theater named Ford. Kennedy was shot in a car named Lincoln, made by Ford. John Wilkes Booth ran to a theater and was caught in a warehouse. Oswald ran from a warehouse and was caught in a theater. Booth and Oswald were both assassinated before they could go to trial. And a week before Lincoln was shot, he was in Monroe, Maryland. A week before Kennedy was shot, he was with Marilyn Monroe.
Funny how you take all these pieces and put them together, right? You begin to piece everything together and you begin to see a whole lot more to the picture. Matt Rosendale posted, Matt from Montana. It was great to see the best president of my lifetime, Donald J. Trump, at Mar-a-Lago this morning. We need President Trump back in the White House, and we must elect strong conservatives to the U.S. Senate to enact his first or America First agenda. Right on. Right on. We saw that there post. Let's see if I can find the McAfee one again. At least I think this is where it was at. If I'm not mistaken, this is where it's at. There's Arizona's real governor right there, Kerry Lake. Yep. Okay, let's see what this man with the bear hat has to say.
After doing this content for roughly 3 years, I've learned one thing, and I know this is gonna piss somebody off, but fuck it. As of 2024, black people need to just own up to their bullshit. You can't blame these white people. You can't. I've heard for years that white people are the downfall of black people. I've heard it for years. They blame y'all for everything. Y'all breathe, it's racist. But what they don't know, that the white folks, they're not the problem. It's other black people. Black folks will get mad at other black folks for doing better than them. When I was in Texas, the black folks treated me like shit because I spoke proper English. Me going to school was a fucking problem. They call people like us lame and shit for taking school serious. You know who's never given me shit about having proper English or wanting to do better? Or if I bought something nice for myself, they weren't jealous and treating me bad about it? White people. In fact, it's more congratulations. You deserve it. That's why I be busting out laughing when black folks be like, BLM, BLM. Black lives don't even matter to y'all. Y'all don't care about other black people. You care about your damn self. That's why when you're robbing all these fucking stores and doing all this crazy shit and all these stores are leaving town, you don't give a fuck. Because you don't care about the actual community. Y'all don't care about the black lives. And that's why ALM makes more sense than BLM. This video was all over the fucking place. Y'all got the point.
American lives matter. I like this guy.
After doing this content for roughly 3 years, I've learned one thing, and I know this is gonna piss somebody off.
I'm gonna give him a follow because I want to see what else he's got. You know what I'm saying? All right. Let's see here. Yeah, that's a good question. Who is this? That would be Osama bin Laden sitting there with, what the hell is his name? Well, there's Bush, there's Rice. I forgot his name. Dang. And look at the military guys sitting behind him. That's by the name, his real name is Tim Osman. Timothy Osman is his real name. That is not Osama bin Laden. Yeah, kind of funny how that works out, isn't it? Yeah. What we're looking for right now is the return of okay, there's Tucker. These four celebrities said they would be leaving the U.S. if Donald Trump wins presidency in 2024. The problem is you guys said that in 2016, and you're still fucking here. You ain't going to go anyplace else because your bread is buttered here for just a little while longer. You know, what the heck is this? Is that turtle playing tic-tac-toe with him? Let's see who wins. Turtle won. Good turtle. Good turtle.
Kinds of books kids are reading these days? She's my daddy. No, she's not. She's lying to you. Daddies are hymns. That's the best part about dads. They're not moms. There's a boy in the girl's bathroom. This type of thing used to be illegal. Now it's a piece of children's literature. The gay BCs. You know, for like when the regular ABCs won't cut it. Needs to be gayer. The pronouns book. Blown away that this thing's like 11 pages because I've heard enough pronouns in the last 2 weeks to fill up a fucking encyclopedia. Anti-racist, baby. I honestly can't. What a piece of shit. But for all the normal parents out there who aren't trying to cook political agendas or gender identities into their children's brains, my girlfriend just released her first children's book one day. And it doesn't indoctrinate kids with crazy radical bullshit. It's about dreams and goals and the only thing a kid should ever have to worry about, being a kid. Grab a copy at novarockefeller.com. Unless you want them reading all this bull, you can have this for free. Hey, you guys ever wonder what...
I gotta love Tom. Gotta love Tom. Yeah, he's putting together some good stuff. I do have to say though, I'm gonna pause this one because I think I want to hear what this girl's got to say. You know, let's think about scrolling through Twitter every once in a while. Every once in a while, you find some golden clips. You know what I'm saying? And I love to see that. Great. Kind of upload to Rumble so you can play it from there live. Yes. All right. Okay. Yeah, we get some golden bits every once in a while, right?
There are three working theories that people have when trying to understand or explain what is happening right now. The first theory, which is a pretty mainstream theory, and that is that in 2020 there was election finagling and that the current administration that we have is being run by foreign adversaries. The second theory requires a little bit deeper thinking, and that involves a shadow government run by the Obamas and the Clintons, with Joe Biden being the mouthpiece. The third theory requires the deepest amount of thinking, and that is the Great Awakening theory. Everything that is happening right now is being done to show you just how terrible things could potentially get if we didn't snap out of our comatose states, if we didn't start paying attention, if we didn't start speaking out, if we didn't start seeing things for what they are and not what we wanted them to be. Now, the third
That was a major whoops. I apologize. I clicked. I got a new mouse and it's got extra buttons on it, and I was like, oh, I wonder what this one does, and I shouldn't have clicked that one. All right, let's get this back. Let's get this back. Oh Lord, what am I up to today? No more button pushing. No more button pushing. Okay, I'm gonna back this up. Go from the beginning. It's only 2 minutes and 50 seconds long. So
There are three working theories that people have when trying to understand or explain what is happening right now. The first theory, which is a pretty mainstream theory, and that is that in 2020 there was election finagling and that the current administration that we have is being run by foreign adversaries. The second theory requires a little bit deeper thinking, and that involves a shadow government run by the Obamas and the Clintons, with Joe Biden being the mouthpiece. The third theory requires the deepest amount of thinking, and that is the Great Awakening theory. Everything that is happening right now is being done to show you just how terrible things could potentially get if we didn't snap out of our comatose states, if we didn't start paying attention, if we didn't start speaking out, if we didn't start seeing things for what they are and not what we wanted them to be. Now, the third theory is a hard sell because it involves the perceived death of innocent souls. How can things like this happen if we're supposed to be moving forward into a state of nirvana? And the answer is in the word perceived. Major events have to happen, and they have to happen in order to garner a response, an emotional response out of you to snap you out of your comatose state and get you to start looking around and seeing things for what they are, not what you want them to be. For many of us, COVID-19 was that moment. We started seeing indoctrination, big pharma, and government overreach for what it was, not for what we wanted it to be. It was that one moment that stops you and plants the seed of separation between you and the matrix. It's so infuriating, so triggering that you can't ignore it. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter which theory you decide to believe, inevitably we are all going to end up in the same place. And that place is perception. A split has happened, and there is one group that is not ever going to take accountability. They're just going to complain about how terrible things are, and they are going to continue to fight for the matrix that holds them down because it gives them a false sense of superiority and it gives them a false sense of security. Then there is going to be another group that chose to rise up and chose to take self-accountability and is actively teaching other people how to do the same. The second group understands that nobody is coming to save us, but does wish to have a leader that makes it easier for us to save ourselves. No matter what happens, that group is going to be okay because they understand that the game is an emotional one and they refuse to be emotionally triggered by things that they cannot control. The second group will choose community and family and stability. They will die on the hill of their convictions and have moved past trying to convince other people to join them. They are no longer interested in awakening the masses. Understand that people will awaken on their own if they choose to do so, and they may never. The first group will continue to perceive their lives as something that they have no control over. They will live in their 15-minute city. The second group understands that their life is well within their control and start making choices in order to better it. They will probably live in the freedom cities, which are technically both the same thing, but it's all about perception.
Nice. I like that. I don't know. You know, I'm telling you, these young people are really, they're really waking up. That's nature, girl.
There are three working theories that people have when trying to understand or explain what is happening right now. The first theory, which is a pretty mainstream.
That's some pretty deep insight there, right? You know, and it's kind of important to see things from their perspective at the same time. That we go with what's I told you, do not approach me. Do not. Let's go. Let's go where? Let's go right now. Where are we going? To the ground. Are you threatening me? To the ground. Okay. I'm telling you right now, bud. I'm the wrong dude. Okay? What the hell is that? This. That's what it is, bud. All right. Listen, I don't want to hurt you. Kumite. Have you ever heard of a Kumite? 1987 Kumite champion right here, bud. I was minding my own business, fishing a body of water, and you're dealing with an all American Kumite fighter, and I could have put that on him in a heartbeat. If he were to be coming at me like this, I would say, hey, man, I don't want no problem. I would turn around with, let's sleep. Like that. I got that. I just, I told you, do not approach me. Do not. Let's go. What the heck is going on? There's something weird going on around here. All right. I'm like, something weird going on. Oh boy. I'm gonna go there. I'm tired of watching them all slap each other silly and everything else. I'm trying to put this video that I just played for you guys a little bit ago with McAfee there. I don't remember where I pulled that from. I pulled it like a rabbit out of my. What's this? Hold on a second here. Okay, hang on a second. Okay, let me read the
largest intelligence.
Okay, so let me, because I want to make sure we get this. Ghost of Ezra, or Shadow of Ezra, I'm sorry. So many people, including Tucker Carlson, have forgotten that Bill Cooper predicted 9/11 first and not Alex Jones. He also met with an untimely death. Let's take a
The
listen.
largest intelligence apparatus in the world with the biggest budget in the history of the world has been looking for Osama bin Laden for years and years and years and can't find him. Some doofus jerk-off reporter with a camera crew waltzes right into his hideout and interviews him. So why do all these fools believe this charade? That a CNN reporter and his little camera crew can do what all the money and all the assets and all the eavesdropping and all the intelligence and all the satellites and all the undercover operatives in the world can never do. It's because they're not trying. They don't want to. Osama bin Laden is their creation, and he is serving them well. I mean, is this some kind of incredible joke that people are so stupid they fall for this? And now we're being bombarded with messages that Osama bin Laden is planning to attack the United States of America and Israel. Let me tell you something. If he's an enemy of Israel and the Mossad can't find him, then this thing is the biggest joke that you ever heard of in your life. And I'm telling you, be prepared for a major attack. But it won't be Osama bin Laden. It will be those behind the New World Order who once again want to take the guns and the freedom away from the American people because we're the only ones left in the world who can oppose the destruction of freedom in the world and then the implementation of a one-world totalitarian socialist government, and that is the goal. And whatever is going to happen that they're going to blame on Osama bin Laden, don't you even believe it. Another social illusion, social engineering project to change the minds and the attitudes and the beliefs of the people of the world, and especially the United States, to bring about one world socialist totalitarian government. I wonder what Osama bin Laden's targets are supposed to be. And if they don't, if this doesn't materialize in the next 2 or 3 weeks, it will eventually materialize because they haven't succeeded in getting the guns out of the hands of the American people, nor have they succeeded in taking our freedoms away. In fact, there's been a great awakening in this country and a big backlash against these Marxist, communist, puke-faced, lying, subversive, Nazi, jackbooted Gestapo thugs that is gaining momentum. And so I can tell you with a certainty, they must do something terrible in order to stop this backlash and regain the sympathy of the mass herds of sheeple out there. And supposedly, we're not the only nation searching for Osama bin Laden. So the vast economic resources, the vast technological resources, the vast personnel resources, the vast networks and intricate web spun over all these years by the CIA, the FBI, and the NSA can't find Osama bin Laden, but CNN can? Bullshit. What a crying shame. How in the world could this country of all nations breed such a dumbed down, unthinking, illiterate, uneducated, stupid, ignorant population? Hello? Anybody home? Or have you all just had
Too many buttons. I got to see if I can figure out how to turn these buttons off. Oh, Lord. Okay. All right. Well, anyways, that was on Bill Cooper. Let's see what this guy's got.
Euphrates River is in the Middle East, running through Turkey, Syria, and Iraq, and also happened to be the main source of water in Mesopotamia, where the ancient Sumerians originated from, who are one of the earliest known civilizations ever and believed to have descended from the Anunnaki, but I'll save that for another video. The Sumerians left behind thousands of clay tablets like these that they recorded their lives on in a writing system called cuneiform, where they talked about things like beings coming down from the sky and bringing the gift of civilization to humankind, but don't worry, another time. So you could imagine the area around the Euphrates River is rich in ancient archaeological artifacts. Well, it's drying up fast. Experts say it may be completely dry by 2040. What's scary is that they're finding ancient cities, castles, gold, man-made caves carved into the rock that have been under the river for thousands of years. The reason that's so scary is because this exact river drying up was actually predicted in ancient religious texts like the Bible. Revelation 16:12 reads, "The sixth angel poured out his bowl on the great river Euphrates, and its water was dried up to prepare the way for the kings from the east." And then Revelation 9:14-15 says, "Release the four angels who are bound at the great river Euphrates." So the four angels who have been prepared for the hour, the day, the month, and the year were released to kill a third of mankind. So the river dries up, containing four fallen angels that are released to destroy a third of the world. Nice. And it doesn't end there. Even the Quran mentions this river, saying, "The hour will not come to pass before the river Euphrates dries up to unveil the mountain of gold for which people will fight. 99 out of 100 will die in the fighting, and every man amongst them will say, 'Perhaps I may be the only one to remain alive.'" Different, but kind of similar-ish idea. Now, I'm not here to get into a religious debate. My point here is that ancient historical texts written hundreds, if not thousands of years ago, do talk about the Euphrates drying as a significant event, leading to the wide-scale destruction of humanity. Man, these videos have been dark lately. Ancient relics like those found in the dried river hold immense value to historians as well as religious scholars and groups, like the Dead Sea Scrolls back in 1947, where a group of teenage shepherds came across a bunch of old clay jars in some caves along the Dead Sea. The clay jars were filled with old tattered up scrolls with Greek and Hebrew writing on them, which turned out to be some of the oldest recovered written records of biblical text ever, over 2,000 years old, containing both exact excerpts from the Bible as it currently stands and uncovering entirely new, previously unheard of biblical writings like the Book of Enoch, which talks about some crazy stuff that went down. I can see why they took it out, but I'll also tell you all about that in another video. These scrolls were discovered in the Qumran caves in the Palestinian territory of the West Bank, a similar geographical region as the Euphrates River in 1947. And guess what happens just a year after these were discovered in 1948? Israel officially declares independence of their land, where they claim these scrolls were found. Good timing, right? For the next 10 years, they continue to uncover more and more scrolls in the area in an attempt to establish religious dominance over their history. More recently, in 2021, they found new Dead Sea Scrolls in caves south of the original location, over 60 years since the originals were found. Here's where it gets interesting. Along with these scrolls, further excavations revealed 4 2,000-year-old Roman-era swords in nearby caves, which are thought to have been stashed in these caves during the Bar Kokhba revolt, an armed Judean uprising against Rome in 132 AD. So Roman-era remains can lead to archaeological discoveries of religious relics like the Dead Sea Scrolls, and possession of these relics equals a source of dominance among religious groups. Keep that in mind. Now, the real kicker, just a few months ago, an entire Roman-era cemetery with over 100 tombs was unearthed in a nearby region. Where exactly? Oh, interesting. In July to September of 2023, there was a surge of articles reporting this discovery with the number of tombs exceeding 100. And I wonder what happened there after September. Tombs of Roman aristocrats, which we've seen in the past, could be indicators of groundbreaking historical findings like the Dead Sea Scrolls. And the thing about religious groups, they all want to be the first to get their hands on these relics, like the Ark of the Covenant, for example, doing whatever they can to beat everyone else to those discoveries, no matter the cost. Hey, I'm not implying anything here, just stating historical facts. But it makes you wonder what might be under the Euphrates River as it continues to dry up, and whether these archaeological discoveries really will lead to humanity's demise, as stated in these historical religious texts, whether through some cataclysmic event or just us fighting over them.
Remember I said, he who holds control of Palestine controls all what? Religions. Pass it around. Nancy Pelosi says she believes the United States if Donald Trump becomes president in 2024. Please. Please. Pretty please. Oh, there's a bunch on there I want to show. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pull up Cue the Storm. There we go. And this is the video I was talking about. Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Dog's outside telling everybody, that's John McAfee. That's John McAfee. That's John McAfee. He ain't dead. He not dead. Mm-hmm. 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 So Dave is in the process of uploading his latest interview with Nino. He's uploading it to Rumble. Once that is available, we are going to hit that up and play that for you. But also there is an upcoming podcast that I was turned on to. And let's see if I can find the name of the channel here on Twitter. I'm looking on another Twitter. I have two Twitters open right now. I have two X's up and running right now. So that way there, while one video was playing, I could keep looking for other stuff. What's this here? Wait, no. Slow Country, if you're still listening, can you send me that again? Dang nabbit, because it's not on my screen anymore. Because I got too many buttons on my mouse. I'm used to having 2 buttons in a wheel. This has got like all these little side buttons and everything else. This is going to be... Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We're going to be playing this. Let's see if I can get that to drop into... Come on, drop in. There we go. Adam Schiff exposed by Christine at Bish for Congress, #California. It starts at 5 p.m. our time or my time. So we got about 18 more minutes to kill before that comes on, because I really don't want to get into another cast while we have that coming up, because I want to play that live. And I believe that Slow Country is letting them know that I'm gonna broadcast that to my mustard seeds here on this channel. Yeah, because you guys know, as you know, I have a vendetta out against Adam Schiff for his perversion. What he did to that little boy at the Standard Hotel goes beyond anything that any man should get away with. You know, the Lord said that guys like him, we should be tying a millstone about their neck and casting them into the depths of the ocean. You know what I'm saying? And what do you mean I didn't read the instructions? Well, no, it's I guess the mouse is it's a gaming mouse. So I just got to open the instruction book and see if I can like turn off a bunch of buttons so that I don't make those mistakes anymore. 2 new, let's see, okay. Okay. He just did that. Okay. All right. Back to the house here. Okay. So we got, what's this now? Holy poop in a jar. Flamethrower headlights. That's one way to get through a protest. I bet they wish they had against them climate people there in, or the Stop Fossil Fuel people in England. That would have been helpful for them, wouldn't it? Yep. Oh, by the way, that young man that at the beginning there was also put up by Biblical. So you can find that or by Nature Girl that I was talking about here, and you can always go to her thing there and watch it at any time and see what other things that interesting young man puts out there. Let's see, what do we have here? Okay, so So, seeing that we're getting ready to talk about it, and we know that he's a party to children, let's take a listen to Ted Gunderson, ex-FBI chief, who tried to warn everybody. He tried to warn everybody.
School case in Manhattan Beach, California. The children there claimed there were tunnels under the school. They were taken into the tunnels and through the tunnels up into the trap door of a bathroom in a triplex next door, placed in automobiles, and prostituted in the community. These are 2, 3, and 4-year-old children before they entered kindergarten. In addition, the children claimed that they were flown into the mountains where they were involved with adults in robes, black robes, chanting candles. They talked about the brown babies who were cut up, actually sacrificed. And in checking into this and researching this, of course, this was obviously a satanic ceremony. The McMartin family, who owned the preschool, they were tried of Ray Bucky and his grandmother. The grandmother was acquitted, hung jury on Ray Bucky. The second trial, another hung jury. I had an opportunity in 1990 to gain control of the school. Now, the school had been given to Danny Davis.
So these kids are telling them, hey, this is going on underneath the school. And nobody's listening to the kids. And you can't blame them for fighting back, right? Tom Cotton, until Democrats accept that we have to secure our southern border, any aid package for our allies will not pass. There we go. All right, let's see here.
Well, maybe. And here's the pretty compelling evidence. Okay, compelling evidence. Are Donald Trump and his son Barron actually time travelers? Well, maybe. And here's the pretty compelling evidence. Okay, so there's this book from the 1890s called Barron Trump's Marvelous Underground Adventures, and it follows a boy named Barron who finds a portal and starts time traveling. In this book, Barron is guided by a man named Don, who could be Donald Trump. But wait, there's more. There's another book by this same author about an unlikely candidate who wins the presidential election. Kind of sounds familiar, doesn't it? The book talks about a hotel on New York's Fifth Avenue where the candidate stays, and it's the exact same address as where Trump Tower is now. There's also a character in this book that has the same last name as Mike Pence. If you've gotten this far and think it's just a series of coincidences, check this out. Donald Trump's Uncle John, who was an electrical engineer, an inventor, and physicist, apparently had connections with Nikola Tesla, who was rumored to be working on a time travel device. 3 weeks after Tesla died, his documents were handed over to the FBI because the U.S. government was worried about the death ray that Tesla was trying to develop. John Trump was then given the job of going through these documents to see if there was anything that they should be worried about. But John found nothing. But it was later revealed that some of Tesla's documents had gone missing. The theory is that John Trump stole the technical knowledge to build this time machine, which he did, and the family then used it to travel through time. What do you think of this theory? Leave your thoughts in the comment section. And make sure to follow me for more stories of the unexplained. When I ask questions like,
it's funny, what have we been saying for the last 7 years now? Okay, we're coming up on 7 years. We've been talking about whether he's a time traveler or not. Yep. Who agrees with ending property tax at the age of 65 so that seniors can finally stop being pushed out of their homes? I think that property tax should end after you own your home for 20 years. Period. And I don't think you should have to pay a school tax if you ain't got kids in school. Nope. Why should I have to pay for your kid to go to school? You know what I'm saying? Why? Tell me why. French farmers persist in resisting government tax hikes and soaring supply expenses that threaten to suffocate their industry. So they're loading up the towns, blocking the roads with food and produce and tractors, and lots of them. That's a government building there, if you couldn't figure that out, that he's shooting all that stuff onto. Well, yeah, right on. Let's see.
To you from Lowell, Massachusetts, from the Lowell High School, as you can see behind me. We recently received a concerning phone call from a father here in Lowell that his 16-year-old daughter had received a birth control implant in her arm without his knowledge and without his consent at an offsite health clinic. Now, parents, we want you to know exactly what is going on at school without your knowledge or consent. This particular girl, as far as we understand, had a medical procedure done to put this implant in her arm. And according to the website of the birth control, it's supposed to be, or it's made to be in the arm for up to 3 years and takes a medical procedure to remove it as well. We think as parents, you might want to know about that, as well as the many other health risks that might come along with something like this.
Well, yep, if you got kids in school, you be checking them. Wall Street Ape says, no matter what anyone says, this is not normal. They are spraying us like bugs. Yep. Just in, the U.S. House censures Jamal Bowman in a vote 214 to 191. That's like 4 of them that have been censured now, isn't it? I think so, somewhere around there. Ali Didio, I have no idea who he is. Since the rapture is trending, I'd like to remind you that Jesus said, because thou hast kept the word of my patience, I also will keep thee from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world, to try them that dwelleth upon the earth. Are you ready? I was born ready, pal. I was born ready. Yeah. French farmers are really going off. How many more minutes we got? We got about 7 more minutes until that podcast starts. And I want to make sure we're over there when she gets started. I don't want to be missing any of it. What? Hang on a minute. What? I don't know what you're talking about. What'd you do? What'd I do? What did I do? Oh, about the if you can look up at the top of your chat, if it says top chat, if you click on where it says top chat, you have the thing to go live chat, and you'll find out that there's probably 100 people there talking that you weren't seeing before. Okay, is that did I do that right? Yeah. Okay. Cool. The Globalists want to get rid of our farmers. Okay, that's still on that, on the farmers subject. Dan Scavino joined real Donald Trump at Commit to Caucus event in Coralville on Wednesday, December 13th. I'm pretty sure we'll be there to watch. Let's see. Yeah, okay. One man pieces gang. Old man says enough is enough. And he whoops them all. I'll be danged. I'll be danged. And here comes some more. American veterans first. Yep, absolutely. Okay, we got 5 minutes left. Let's see what else we got there.
Demand. This can only happen on a free will basis. The script and universal laws demand this can only happen on a free will basis, with the voluntary participation of a critical mass that can positively influence the rest. Yet, the exact stage of the script and its timeline remain undisclosed. Hey, Inspired Tribe, my fellow freedom lovers, it's John Nolan. What we're about to share with you might trigger a deep reaction within you. Perhaps one of strong resonance, perhaps one of resistance. We're going to talk about a clandestine plan, created before time itself, if you will, at least time as we perceive it. It's truly a cosmic conspiracy of epic proportions, and those who devised it call it the script. Imagine an undisclosed number of individuals, they call themselves spirit warriors, strategically placed on Earth for an extraordinary mission. Before their incarnation, they meticulously crafted the script, a grand design aimed at banishing the dark forces and dismantling the Earth matrix once and for all. The script is not a rigid word-for-word guide, it's a cosmic overview, a tapestry of destinies, if you will. These spirit warriors, scattered across the Earth matrix, are living lives with specific characteristics and paths, all converging towards a cosmic intersection. Before their incarnation, they imprinted the script onto the cosmic field. Again, it's not a step-by-step guide, but a plan that resonates as a deep purpose within them. Deep spiritual practices unlock the cosmic field to them, and because of their unique frequency, they can decipher the script in the field. Synchronicities are serving as their cosmic compass, signaling they're on the right path. The purpose of the script is to basically unfold with intricate precision. While variations, deviations, and spontaneous changes around certain details can happen, the main phases were designed with great accuracy. The hot phase triggers when spirit warriors reconnect, recognizing each other through an inner knowing that transcends lifetimes. These spirit warriors are embedded in all levels of the Earth matrix. They can be found in seemingly mundane roles like an office worker, barber, or mailman, as well as highly influential positions, even those seemingly only occupied by the dark forces. The brilliance of the script lies in its novelty. Its creation and elements have never before been combined and deployed in this particular way.
Yeah, I saw that earlier.
The most sophisticated AI programs have tried to isolate the script in the field, attempting to find and neutralize its protagonists.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we got time for one more. We'll let this one go. And then we'll head to that end.
Call me what you want, but guys, it is all a show. As we speak right now, as I am posting this video, CBS is live with NASA out in outer space. I literally closed my eyes and I said, God, please give me something to disprove all of this BS, because we know they never made it to outer space. We know about the firmament, and we know they never went to the moon. Okay, we know all of this. I'm watching the comments and people are commenting like, look, it's pitch black. There are no stars. And then all of a sudden, guess what NASA does? Boop, there's stars. I was screen recording and guess what I caught? I caught the green screen. Here we go. Okay, so here's a live video. He's moving around. She's telling him to fix things. You can read the comments. No one is buying this anymore. No one believes in this crap. But anyway, I had to zoom in, and that's when I saw it. Look at this. It's absolutely see-through, guys. It's see-through. I mean, if you weren't, crazy like me, you would have never noticed it. If you don't screen record and you zoom in, you can't find, look at that. Wow. Live right now on NASA, billions of tax dollars getting wasted for Hollywood productions. Look at the parts move. You can tell it's green screen. The stars aren't even... Guys, come on. Work with me here. Look at this crap. Live right now. Go check it out. It's awesome.
Well, all right. Let's see if this is up and ready to go. Well, maybe I got to go to something. Hang on a second. I got to figure out how to do this. Follow. Okay, let's go to her page. I'm not a subscriber, but I'm a follower. How come it's not coming up? It's 5:01 today at 5. Set reminder. Start listening.
Different, but absolutely. Maybe you can share with our listeners how you're able to, decide bylaws and other party leadership, and then we'll get more into your congressional race.
Okay. Well, and that's what the Central Committee is. That is the county Republican Party. And it's being able to get precinct captains, recruit who you want to run for political office, fundraise, and help support Republican candidates. And unfortunately, what we've seen in California is, the good old boys club, or, who's popular or whose turn it is, as opposed to who is the most qualified candidate. And we've seen this with not only in California, but in presidential races, gubernatorial races. Someone said, well, I've been doing this or involved in the party. They're not the best candidate, but it's their turn. And, the one that sticks out most to me is John McCain. He was, he was a war hero, and I respect everything he did in his service, but he wasn't a strong Republican. And he was the nominee because it was his turn, not because he was the best candidate.
Absolutely. I'm in Maricopa, so I remember that legacy of McCain capture, and definitely, more of a war hawk. At least that's how we felt here
Yes.
in Arizona. But as the space fills up, just wanted to welcome everyone. Please share the space. It's being recorded. This is part of our series of Meet the Candidate in our America First Grassroots Twitter space or X space series. And so please go ahead and click on Christine's bio there and follow her so you can get to learn more about her. What's kind of exciting and interesting about having Christine with us today, I think she just dropped off, Sonia. I'll let you help me with that. But she was also who exposed that Adam Schiff's primary residence was in Maryland, not in California. And so here she is. So she was the one who did that original research, and she has a very interesting background that enabled her to do that research. So, Christine, I would love for you to share a little bit about your background as a skip tracer, which I have to admit I don't know much about, and how you used that background then in your investigation of Adam Schiff. And just unmute your mic, if you would. And then Christine, I know she's in.
Am I there?
Yep, there you are.
Okay. So how I got started going back to college, I was got my first job as a bill collector, and I used to call it smiling and dialing, because you're calling people who are in a bad situation and trying to get them to pay their past due bills. And that's where it all started. I started learning about, talking to people who were in a bad situation, and how to literally get money out of a turnip. Um, People who are just destitute, and then it evolved into finding out the phone number is disconnected. Where do we get the new phone number? If you've ever applied for credit, they have you put references on the application, or for a car loan, they have you get those references. And the references are for the purpose of finding you if you go delinquent. That's why they ask for them. And how are they related to you? And so as as I continued on, I ended up working with a repo company, repossessing cars, tracking down people who were hiding their cars from the repossessors. And that's where I received the training to become a skip tracer, locating people, locating the asset, which would be a car, a boat, a couple airplanes, things like that. And it was in that job where I ended up looking for a bunch of cars in a stolen car ring. And it was weird. It was in Michigan, if you can imagine that. And so I started seeing similarities in the patterns on these applications, and that they were stealing all of this same make and model of cars. They would go in, apply for the car, and drive it off the lot, and then never come back, never make a payment. And it turned out that these were all blue four-door vehicles, and they were being shipped to Jamaica to use as taxi cabs. And it was wild. And I did this for several years, and I just kept getting into these just amazing situations. And then through all this, I made friends with a gentleman who was in the Secret Service. And he started teaching me, training me,
That's
telling
not
me
the right
little
interview
tips,
link.
because we just hit it
Okay,
off.
he's uploading the
And
link
it
now.
was there that I really learned a lot about not just reading people, but where bad people hide and how they hide. And sometimes they hide in plain sight. So through this, I ended up working in a law firm, and I was doing judgment enforcement, locating people, locating assets, locating witnesses for different cases, everything from judgments and liens against property to construction litigation, wills, trust, divorce, and it was just an amazing experience. 10 years I was at this local law firm. So I retired and found out that I wasn't Betty Crocker or Martha Stewart. And I went and got my real estate license. A friend of mine said, Chris, you would love this. You can still be with the kids. You can still do the things that you need to do, because when you're active like me and you just have a passion for truth, you can't just sit home. It doesn't work. And that's when I started learning about real estate and learning to read real estate documents, is becoming a loan officer. So we went through the crash, and people were in trouble, and my skills as a skip tracer and as an investigator came to light. It's about helping people find money, maybe if the house was being foreclosed on and we had an opportunity to sell it before they foreclosed on it, tracking down the ex-wife, the ex-husband, grandma's paperwork. And just throughout my life, no matter what I've done, I've been able to take everything that I've learned and find a way to apply it in my current life and in my current career or passion. So it's just been absolutely amazing. So fast.
Wow, what a fascinating, what a fascinating
And of course,
background.
thank you. And of course, I'm giving you the abridged version of me. And then it was actually when I was running against Doris Matsui in the 2020 election. I had won my primary, and everybody's laughing, and we're at the party and they're carrying on. And I just stopped and I said, oh my gosh, I won the primary. What do I do now? And I'm literally sitting at a table in this bar saying, what do I do now? And then I thought to myself, where does Doris Matsui live? She doesn't live in California. We know that here locally. So then
And this was for assembly?
This was for Congress in 2020.
Okay.
So I started digging into Doris. And when I did that, I stumbled across a House ethics complaint in 2009 that was against Doris Matsui and Adam Schiff. Now, Schiff caught my attention because, amongst Republicans and a lot of Democrats, he's a monster. So I started digging. And I pulled his mortgage documents in California and his mortgage documents in Maryland. I used that story as a starting off point because he had claimed his residence as Maryland back in 2008. And his excuse was, well, it was just a mistake. I checked a wrong box. And I going, no, started checking the documents. No, sir, it wasn't a wrong
Oh, I
box.
thought he was going to say it was the Russians.
No, what he actually, he lied. He committed perjury. And at the level that he did, well over $500,000 each time he did it, those are felonies. So now Mr. Schiff has himself he's just in a pickle because he claimed to be a resident of California. And I'm not going to argue with him that you are a resident of California. He registered to vote in California. He was elected to Congress in California and has maintained that status. And then he bought a second house. The problem is he wanted to save money on the interest rate. So he told the mortgage company that he was really a resident of Maryland. So he lied on those mortgage documents so he could get a cheaper interest rate. So it's not about where you live. We hear arguments saying, well, we've got 3 houses and people that are in Congress and the Senate, they have houses in Maryland and around DC, and they also have homes in their home state, which is proper. Trying to work there and not have a second place to live, whether you're renting an apartment, living in an RV, some congressmen even live in their office, or even to buy a house there. But it would have to be classified as a second home, which means you have to put more money down when you initially buy it, which means that you have a higher interest rate. But Adam Schiff didn't think anybody was going to go looking. And here I am. So no, I am not running against him, but right is right, wrong is wrong. And I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat. If you're a liar, you're a liar.
Now, let me ask you, when he was recently censured, which was introduced by Rep. Paulina Anna Luna, I don't believe was this part of it? Was this housing situation part of it?
No, this absolutely was not. She was going after him for false statements. I believe it was in the Russia hoax, something involved with the Russia hoax.
Yes.
And
yes, it was. But I didn't know if she included that. So does that mean there would be another censure or what?
I don't want censure. I don't want censure. No, we want
good.
expulsion. We just watch them. And this is important. When we're dealing with the law, right, we're dealing with precedents. Okay, something that has happened before that sets the bar. So just recently, they expelled George Santos from Congress. Now, do I agree with anything that he is charged with doing, what they are saying that he did? I don't. But I do believe in due process. So when Congress took the leap of someone who was accused of these crimes and not convicted, but accused, and ejected him from Congress, removed him, expelled him from Congress, they set the precedence that you can just accuse anybody of anything. The difference is, in this case, we have undisputable evidence because all of the documents that I pulled are public record. Any one of you can Google those documents and see exactly what he did and how he did it. But if you don't know where to go, and once you pull them up, know how to read them and what the relevance is. So you need to be an expert in that field to understand it. So based on the precedents of Congress expelling George Santos without a conviction, I am demanding that Adam Schiff be expelled.
Now, what kind of, this is fascinating. So I hope you guys are sharing the space, getting this information out about Adam Schiff. We should actually invite George to listen in as well. We can tag him, you guys.
Yeah, let's get George Santos on.
Yeah, let's get him. What I need to know is who is kind of joining you in this. Do you have any members of Congress?
We do, and I have to be careful about who I say they are, but these are very, very relevant names who I have been in contact with, who are excited at the opportunity to remove Mr. Schiff. So what the audience can do to help is the House Ethics Committee. Once I submitted the complaint, they can't give me updates. Now that was on April 17th of 2023. So I'm going to tell everyone out there, start calling your representative. Say, Christine Bish put in the complaint against Adam Schiff on April 17th of 2023. We want you to demand he be expelled, and start blowing up their phones in DC, their phones in the local offices. It's not a secret anymore. It's out there. I'm not running against Adam Schiff. I'm at the other end of the state. I'm in Sacramento. His 700 square foot apartment that he claims that he, his wife, and his 2 adult children live at is a little 2-bedroom, 1-bath above a pharmacy in Burbank, as opposed to his $1.7 million house in Maryland. Where do you think he lives?
Right.
But it's, we can make this move faster. I know that they went after Santos. They hung him out to dry. He was entitled to due process. Like I said, I didn't like what he was accused of. We've heard from the witnesses, but this is the United States. You don't punish people because they're accused of something. We see this right now with all the J6ers that they're holding in the DC gulag. They were accused of something. None of them have been convicted that have been sitting there.
So I remember reading that there was a complaint filed against Schiff in April of 2023. Was that regarding this?
This is me. That's it.
Okay. So have you gotten any response?
We can't get a response until they publish the response. But we know how quickly they acted on George Santos.
Yes.
So, and the evidence against him was not as strong and not as substantial as it is against Adam Schiff. And
well, you also see how they, with Bowman, who
yes,
was actually convicted and pled guilty.
Yes. So the stuff with Adam Schiff is he is a very powerful member of Congress. Being expelled from Congress, it'll put a monkey wrench in him running for U.S. Senate. Now, I do have a theory. Now, remember, they don't share anything at the House Ethics Committee. They're not allowed to. It's all confidential. But in October, it was released. It was actually CNN that broke this story. And I can promise you, I'm a conservative, Trump supporting Republican. So CNN is not going to do me any favors. I believe it was one of Schiff's Democrat competitors, probably Katie Porter, who got wind of this, and that would be why CNN would do this. Sorry, all the noise in the background. Everybody that got here before 5, we're locked in the registrar's office, and everyone's just visiting up
That's
until
okay.
it's our turn.
You're coming across clear. I
Oh,
just want
good.
to I just want to reset the space for those that are joining. We are here with Christine Bish. She's running for Congress in Sacramento area. And right now you're the president of the Republican Assembly. Is that correct?
I'm the vice president of the Sacramento Republican Assembly. I was the corresponding secretary for the state Republican Assembly, but the bylaws required that I resign that position when I decided to run for Congress, so I had to step down.
Excellent. So we're here with Christine Bish. She's not new to conservative politics, as you can hear. She's also garnered a lot of endorsements. We'll talk about those in a moment. But she's also exposed Adam Schiff for basically lying about his residence, which is not ethical, and juxtaposing that against what just happened with George Santos, where he really didn't get the due process. And
Yeah.
so we can see that Christine Schiff is already a fighter. She's not in Congress yet, but she's already fighting exactly the way we would want somebody to be fighting right now. So make sure you give her a follow, get to know her a little bit more and about her campaign. And please retweet the space as well. So I just wanted to kind of reset the space, Christine. Let's talk a little bit. We'll come back. People are so interested in the Adam Schiff aspect. Let's talk a little bit about your race, about your district, and what opposition you're facing there.
Okay, so I am in Sacramento. I'm running in California's 6th Congressional District. It's a gentleman by the name of Ami Bera, who is the Democrat incumbent. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, I am a hardcore Republican, and I am not the darling of the Republican Party, because I do what's right, not what I'm told. So the Republican Party is backing another candidate, and that's so be it. That's fine, because we've watched California politics with Republicans for decades now. Do you know that our highest elected official in the state of California is a man on the Board of Equalization? None of the executive positions in the state of California are held by Republicans. And that's because our Republican Party, they've gone the way of Bud Light. So they're trying to be Democrat light.
Yeah, I just recently heard Tucker Carlson in an interview. I think it was with the All In podcast,
Mm-hmm.
and he was saying that he basically made a statement that said that he didn't think that anything with California politics had anything to do with the voters, that it was so just corrupt there. So that was interesting to hear him say out loud what we've all sort of known. And then there was also, I know Sonia, who's on the space here, was part of the Newsom recall. Were you part of that effort as well?
Actually, I was one of the original proponents for Recall Gavin 2020. We had actually started that in my little real estate office outside of Sacramento, and that's where we put together the petition, and I played a small role in it, but I was one of the founding members of Recall Gavin 2020.
That's amazing. I've met a few patriots who actually moved away from California after that, and that effort failed, and they just basically said it was so corrupt. So I'm glad people are sticking around in California to help it, but some people were so disheartened and discouraged that were part of that effort that they actually moved away from the state.
I understand their reason for doing it, and it crossed my mind for a split second, and then I decided, you know what? I don't quit. I don't run. And if you know anything about politics in the United States, as goes California, goes the country. We have to draw a line in the sand. We have a cancer in California, we have a cancer in New York, and it's moving inward. If you're not willing to stay and fight, where do you think you're going to run to? Because as it spreads from California, it spreads from New York. You can't outrun it. Where are you going to go? Mexico? We have people fighting to get into this country. We see them coming over the border. Not all of them are drug dealers. Some of them are people who have a mistaken idea about how to come here. This is the last place on the planet to run to. And that is closing in on all of us. You cannot run.
No. So you right now are in the registrar's office because you've decided to also, you and your husband, run for central committee seats, which is very applaudable and commendable, because that's exactly how you change the party structures. You get in there, and instead of running away saying, I hate the party, you get in there and rechange the party. Is there a lot of patriots that are doing this as well?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. We're seeing this up and down the state. The Republican Assembly is leading the charge on taking back the California Republican Party. I could not be more proud of this organization. Ronald Reagan called it the conscience of the Republican Party. And it kind of fell in disfavor during the Schwarzenegger reign over California, if you will. But I've been very involved in this organization. And if you're tired of the Republican Party, I'm going to tell you, don't leave. Don't quit. Take it back. Don't go running to the Independent Party, and they've just endorsed me. So, I have a lot of respect for people who are in the Independent Party, but don't walk away from the Republican Party because you don't like who's there. Change it. You have the ability to do it. Go to the Central Committee meetings. Get involved. You can change it. It's not a closed club. You have to run for those offices. And I just encourage everyone, get involved. You have a voice. That doesn't mean you have to go door knocking or volunteer at fundraisers. But if you're going to be informed, understand where our Republican Party is going. Now, we have some counties that are just amazing. It's not the entire state. Shasta County is doing amazing things. That's up in Northern California. Yolo County, Solano County. We're just seeing Santa Clara. We are seeing amazing things happen, and all politics are local. Even our presidential races, it breaks down to local. You vote in your county. So don't get caught up in the national party or even in the state party. Just get involved local. School board races, city council, county supervisors. That is how we're going to make change. Go to those meetings. You don't have to be one of the people that gets up and speaks, but listen and understand what's going on. That's how we make change.
Really well said, Christine. We're here with Christine Bish, who's running for Congress. Bish for Congress. We've got her handle up here. Please give her a follow. Let's build up her following. She's already a fighter, and the fact that she is trying to restructure the party, getting involved in the Central Committee while also running for Congress. You heard how she was one of the main initiators of the Recall Gavin Newsom effort. And then she also is going after Adam Schiff for ethics violations that she's found. So I think that's some pretty good evidence that she would be a fighter in Congress. But I invite you to learn more. If you have some questions while she's here, especially if you're from California, please request a mic. We'd love to hear from you. And I was wondering if you could also speak to a little bit, pretty much any engaged voter is disappointed with what's happening with the RNC and Ronna McDaniel in particular. I know there was a lot in the beginning of this primary about if the California GOP was going to change some rules that might have affected President Trump's candidacy. This spring, when there's an opportunity for people to change their reps, the 168, that's really the only way that we're going to get new leadership there. And I wondered if you would speak to that a little bit.
Well, and that starts at the county level because the individual counties, California has 58 counties, and each one of them has a central committee. Now, this is the same for every state. Your Republican Party, your state party, it starts at the county level. So each one of them has a county Republican Party, and that's where you get involved. And as you get involved at the county level, that's when you become a delegate. And that's when you have the ability to run for your state party. It's a little more complicated, but I'm keeping it simple. And that's how you start running for the state office. You get involved, get educated, learn about the system. I'm a bull in a china shop. I'll just bust in and take over wherever I'm at, whatever needs to be done, and do the right thing. But you need to know what you're doing. And it's the same thing when you're running. Get involved at the county level. Make yourself valuable and not just a pain in the rear. Anybody can complain, but it's the action. It's what you're willing to do. If all you're willing to do is complain, pick up your toys and go home and say, well, my guy didn't win and I'm not going to vote, whether it's dog catcher or president, you're part of the problem. You need your voice to be heard. And if you don't like something, work to change it. So and I'm just going to use the example, if you support Ron DeSantis, and that's the candidate that you want, and it ends up being Donald Trump or Nikki Haley, are you going to put our party at a disadvantage because you're throwing a temper tantrum? Or are you going to work, elect Nikki Haley or Donald Trump, whoever the nominee is, but then hold them accountable? Now you're the one, you're not the guy that I wanted. You're the guy that I've got. Now you need to do what I expect done. Not pick up your toys, sit home and pout. Because you know what? That's one of the reasons that California is in the situation that it is. People saying,
I'd love to hear from some of the hands, because I'm loving everything you're saying. However, I think that most of the base would absolutely not vote for Nikki Haley under any circumstance. And I'm probably one of those people. Like, I would rather just them have to deal, because it'd be pretty much the same what we're having now. Maybe they'd be like, they dress it up as a little anti-wokeness. But anyway, that's just my point of view. This is about
but you know what?
Your race.
I support President Trump, and he is my nominee of choice. But we have to be prepared to work with what we have to work with. And so we're going to work really hard to, everyone's going to work really hard, I believe, on this space to make sure that Donald Trump is the nominee. But if he doesn't make it, we have to be prepared to stand up and vote for the Republican that's in there and put in our work and then hold that person accountable. You got to remember, a president is not a king. They do not have ultimate power. They need the Congress and the House of Representatives, and they need the U.S. Senate. So those down ballot races, my race, this is important nationally. Because right now we only have a 4-seat majority, 3-seat majority. Because why? Because Kevin McCarthy he lost his speakership, so he's resigning from Congress. He's picking up his toys and he's running off to pout, making us more vulnerable to Republicans that that don't have my conviction.
I want to hear your point of view, and then we'll get to those hands on election integrity. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I was one of 13 candidates in the state of California that sued the Attorney General and the Secretary of State over the election system in California. I have to be careful about saying the D word so I don't get in trouble. But if everyone's out there, I want you to write down this website. I may have to jump for a minute. Is go to greatamericanrebirth.com, greatamericanrebirth.com, and look up Sacramento, and you'll find out exactly what I've been up to, because in there you will see a picture, the only picture of a Dominion server plugged into the internet. In fact, I've got a photograph of a VoIP telephone sitting on the floor. There is a pallet of ballots that was sitting in an open warehouse. I'm going to challenge you to find the picture of the USB key that's sitting on top of a tabulation machine, ballot programming station that says BIOS. Those are real pictures. It was right here from this office that I am in.
Wow, we will definitely take a look at that. And I do election integrity spaces regularly with Cause of America and others. So I always have
I'd love to visit on those and give you some insight in California.
We would love that. That would be so wonderful. Well, I know you've got to sign something, so if you have to pop and do that, we'll just keep this conversation going. Before
It's not yet until I'm waiting for them to call me away.
Okay.
And then I'll just put you on hold while I go sign some papers, but I'm still waiting for my turn.
Okay. Well, Manuel, looks like you're California State Assembly candidate for District 17. So welcome, jump in.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. As I say, I'm a regular guy, business owner, realtor that decided that I was getting all the things that Miss Christine was telling me, because I was the one who got the marbles and left to NPP a few years. I came back and ran into the SFGOP. They told me what I needed to do. I went in there, and 3 months later, I'm a candidate that is running for office in San Francisco for Assembly District 17, which is the eastern part of San Francisco.
Oh, congratulations. So you're working with John Dennis. So good. Congratulations.
Yes. So, I won the endorsement from the San Francisco GOP, also the San Mateo and the California P. And it's not easy. It's not easy.
Nope.
Against all odds. I didn't know how bad the whole thing is, but once again, we cannot just abandon the state. We cannot abandon the state. We cannot abandon the party, and we need to do it for everyone. So what Christine was saying is completely true, and I identify because that's what I did. So I went
I am
NPP.
so proud of you. Thank you.
So now I'm back, and we are running against two Democrats. Matt Haney was the supervisor on District 6, the Tenderloin, and it was very, very bad. And it got worse after he left. So he's pushing for a Prop 47. Well, actually, he didn't repeal Prop 47 or Prop 19. So that's one of those things that I wanted to do. And basically, we got laws. They need to follow it, and they're not being followed.
Yes.
So, it is really, really difficult in San Francisco because people change as soon as they see me. I'm Hispanic, as you can tell with my name. And as soon as they ask you, what party are you supporting? And they say Republican. The change of the face is completely purple, and they don't want to got nothing to do with you. They don't. And talking about integrity, I was going around getting signatures. Really difficult in San Francisco because we are a small minority. And I found a person outside who was able to speak Spanish, but I was speaking English to him. and he has a green card holder, and he cannot help me to fill out the form.
No, you can't fill it
However,
out. No.
however, that's the kicker. He say every time he get a ballot, he signs and send it back. He votes
Okay.
by mail. There's no
Okay. Well,
conspiracy
it's
theory.
against the law in California. I have a
Exactly.
long list of people. You need to turn them into the Secretary of State or the voter registrar.
The
Let
thing is,
them know.
he doesn't even know the poor guy. I feel bad, and I didn't want to say anything. I just say, okay, I didn't watch it with the Dinesh D'Souza. Someone didn't tell me. The guy's not making it up. He was honest to tell me this because he didn't know.
Did you tell him to stop doing that?
I told him. I told
Good.
him, if you are a green card holder, you cannot vote. You cannot vote. And they said, well, there's a few people who live there. So what happened is, I think they get an ID, California ID, and then
Yes.
so there's no conspiracy. People, they should stop using the conspiracy. It is real. It is true, and it's happening.
Yes.
So just so take it from me that it's happening. I wasn't expecting that, but it's happening.
Sometimes it's ignorance, but there are
Yeah.
some, shady folks.
So yes, but I believe this guy was on. He's an old guy,
That was just he didn't know.
He didn't know. He's like, oh no, I can't sign because
Okay, guys, we pretty much got what we wanted out of that interview there. We wanted to know the information in regards to in regards to Schiff, and we got just that. So yeah, it's I don't live in California, and I know most of you do not. So their political thing isn't what I'm interested in right now. I'm interested in justice for that kid. That's what I'm interested in. Okay. And I actually made it a point earlier to actually make a comment, and in regards to there was a post that was out. Let me see if I can see where I made that comment earlier today. And it's basically, it boils down to, I said, yeah, I want accountability as far as it comes to Adam Schiff and that kid at the Standard Hotel that he overdosed with drugs while having sex with him, that died. That's it's too important to make sure that that the real pressing things come up. The stuff that he did in Congress is tiddlywinks compared to that. You know what I'm saying? Tiddlywinks. And it's and I want to see accountability for that. That child mattered. Okay, period. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. So, okay. Let's see. Do you believe Barack Obama began the downfall of America? Absolutely, yes. And his skanky boyfriend did too. Absolutely. Oh, did I say that? Did I say that? I'm sorry. Did I say skanky? Okay. Oh man, I'm so sorry. Not. Should I bring back these? No. Oh Lord. What's Nature Girl showing us here? That's no regular cat.
I never knew you were the someone waiting for me.
That's a baby bobcat. I don't want the song getting me in trouble. Look at that. Yeah. Wonder if she knows that you're supposed to have an endangered species license to raise those kind of cats. I hope she does. Wow, look at that. You guys think the Maine Coons are big? Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Beautiful animal, though, isn't it? And it gets along with regular cats. I hope that orange cat's a boy. They ain't making babies. Because that could be a weird cross. The orange mountain lions running around. Hey, when you spot another person who... I like that. When you spot another person who's awake and aware. Yep, 100%. Dave sent me a message. He says processing is at 51%. The link will be available shortly. So I have this short piece with Bill Holter and X22's Dave. And that's what we're going to jump into right now. I believe that this is like 30 or 40 minutes long. That should give us enough time for Dave's interview to be posted up there on hey, this is my time, okay? This is my time. You don't need to be making all that noise thinking like I'm some mean owner or something like that. Just because you want another pig's ear and I'm not giving it to you. Okay? You got to stop taking things so personal. Just because I put the rest of them away, it doesn't mean that you were a bad boy. It just means that I want you to have some for tomorrow too. Okay? I love you. Now go lay down. No. All right. So we're gonna get this Bill Holter interview done, and by then we should be ready to play. Yeah, Mary Shea. I was actually thrown off Twitter like when it was Twitter, like 4 years ago for that. And I made multiple accounts and came back and did it again. Same thing with Chuck Schumer. I posted the picture of him making out with a 9-year-old black girl. And yeah, Twitter didn't care for that too much. They really didn't. But that's okay. That's all right. Because in the end, America will know and something's going to be done about it, And I like what the Lord said. The Lord said we should tie a millstone about his neck and toss him into the deepest depths of the ocean. Better for them that we do that to him, or that they do that to themselves. I believe that that's what the Lord said. Is because he said to the man, he said, better that you tie a millstone to your neck, you who harm the little ones, and up to like, follow, and share. Sending link. I just counted. I'm moving for the 26th time in month tonight. Okay. All right. All right. So Dave's interview is up. So we will go to that now. And he said not to run my scroll bar, which I won't do. I will put up his I will pop up his thingy-mid-bobber though. Okay, so we're not doing X22 yet. We'll hold off on that until later. And we got the link right here. And let me copy the title here. Oh, dang. Oh, that's right. I remember now. I got to go to here to be able to copy that. That's right. Okay. Copy. And make a banner for this. See, I told you guys I'd be on top of this. Faith. You got to have faith. You got to have faith. And I want to make sure that I state where I get it from. And that is, whoops. Well, yeah, I can copy that from there. Copy, but we're going to go back to here again. And put this here and on Rumble. Okay. Okay, got that. Okay, so before I start this, okay, guys, I'm going to Facebook side. I believe that there's quite a few of you over there. I'm going to drop Facebook for a minute and then come back up because we are just now hitting the 8-hour mark for today's podcast, and I want to make sure that you guys get all of it in one podcast. So bear with me for just a minute, guys, and I will have you back. Okay, P part 3. Okay, and pink. Okay, so the Facebook side is back up. And you know what? Let me give me 1 second. I want to let me do this. SNEDEKER. There we go. I want to make sure we have the full name in there to ensure that we've got it all. All right, let me take this full screen and let's do it. You guys ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Start your engines. Here we go.
There we go. Okay. All right. Ready when you are.
All right, folks. Welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm joined once again with David Snedeker. A lot to talk about today. Looks like Pizzagate, Frazzle Drip, Q is all over. I like to call it Twitter, but X. It's all over X.
Yeah.
I had Wano Saban come on this morning on my YouTube, on my Fluff Tube video morning show, and he sent me a lot of stuff that has to do with McAfee. And then I sent to you, and you said, "Yep." So there's like a countdown regarding McAfee. Is that the dead man mocking thing? Is it what's? Go ahead and explain it, Dave, to my audience because I wanted you on here again because it seems like there's one countdown after another. I kind of get the other two countdowns. I understand the UAE switched to left the dollar for the oil, buying oils in gold, and then Kissinger passed away. There's some things that happened, but I don't know if you could just line up any event to the countdown. You know, I don't know if you could just be like, oh, well, look what happened today. This countdown ended and this happened. There's always something that happens. So how do we know we're really matching up everything to the countdown?
Okay. We don't.
Okay.
For starters. Okay. There is no exact science to all this, but what I'm going to get into today with you is really, a couple things. One, I think over 57,000 people saw my first interview back with you recently, where I showed the firmament, the decode of the upcoming piercing of the firmament, whether it came from outside or inside, whatever. And that told us that it was going to happen November 16th, right? But that was also November 16th was when the launch was of Musk's Black Rocket, first Black Rocket, with 33 rockets on it. 33, right? Illuminati, Freemason,
Masonic, right.
all the astronauts are Freemasons, all of NASA, the whole bit. That didn't happen on the 16th because they delayed the launch till the 18th. Then I came on and I showed the firmament actually being pierced by that rocket, disappearing, and then the firmament closing back up.
Yes.
Only 37,000 people saw that one. That means 20,000 people still think we're full of shit. Okay. So I want to make
let's clarify that.
I want to make that very clear. Okay. That I'm not a big predictor, but there are several things that I've called through decoding, not because I'm some seer, but because I'm paying attention to what the hell's going on. Just like in April 2019, when I said that they're going to come with a pandemic for the adults and they're going to force vaccinate. And that's because I was following what they were doing in California with the childhood vaccinations. and they had taken away our
Do
religious.
you think another one's coming with this child pandemic, this mysterious pneumonia in China? Do you think that's getting ready to come? Do you think they're going to just deploy all assets coming into 2024?
I think they're testing the waters of that right now, and I
Do
think
you
they're
think people will buy into it though? I mean,
sprinkling in. Well, I didn't think as many people would buy into the CV. Okay, I didn't think as many would do that. Okay, and by the way, we're going to come back full circle of that when we talk about McAfee. Okay, now, so I just want the people to know that the stuff that I'm bringing is very well thought out, and it's not an exact science, but I'm not just throwing shit out there. I'm doing it because of what I'm seeing, and what I'm researching, and what I'm paying attention to what the hell's going on. If you have a boat and you're going out to sea, you better be dialed in with what are the clouds doing? What were they doing last night? What's coming? Paying attention. You've got to pay attention, and that's what we're trying to do. That's what I try to do, because what I'm trying to do is help us navigate this storm, because we are in a storm, right?
Now, I was told that these countdowns are also ways to troll the deep state.
Well, I think Q has always been a way to troll the deep state, in the sense that when people are seeing Q saying something's going to happen, this deep state panics. And I think a lot of the actions that we've seen, over the past several years, has been deep state reaction to what's being released and what the information being released.
But this last one had to do with what we thought was a green sky event and Hillary, because it showed Hillary. But not, as far as we know publicly, nothing happened with Hillary. What was a green sky event?
Right.
I didn't see anything happen.
Well, I'll talk about that. So when we saw the countdown talking about the green sky event, the aurora borealis was happening on those days, right? Which is no big deal. It happens, all the time, right? But it was a green sky. So what's the event? Well, we had just seen the fucking firmament being pierced days before. So that's a sky event.
Oh, do you think maybe that's what caused that borealis?
I don't know if the borealis was anticipated or not anticipated. I wasn't thinking so much about that, but I was also looking at things just in the sky and watching Musk and the Starlink and things of that nature, because they've got 3 or 4 more rockets, okay, that are going to fly, that are black, all right. But the question is, I thought that they made them to come back, right? Why do you need 4 more when you can make them come back? Like, that's the whole technology.
So there's something more than just than what we're hearing. Obviously, like they're being passed through the firmament, but are we losing? Do you think we're losing contact with them, or do you think that we have tabs on all these rockets and then we're sending? I mean, this is wild.
I think, and okay, so something else that happened very recently, and that is the debt clock, right? That we've been keeping an eye on. And I wasn't going to start with this, but let me bring it up just because your questions are kind of leading me in that direction. And we can either go the question route, or you can just let me fly and I'll take you through what I want to take you through. But let me show you the share screen on this one. This is what is on the debt clock right now with the hidden window, and it brings up CERN. Okay, CERN 666 is the CERN logo. Okay, reality collision. Now, a lot of people have been talking about. Oh, one of the things I wanted to mention was one of the things I do. If I was wrong about something, I make sure I address it. On our last interview, when I showed Dorothy with the ruby slipper and the silver slipper, and I mentioned that I think it might be a Mandela thing. It wasn't. The silver slipper was in the book, the silver slippers. The ruby slippers, Hollywood put it in, okay? Because they wanted to show off the color, the new color, film, and possibly an homage to the Red Shoe Club, which a lot of these elite have red shoes made out of human skin.
Pedophiles.
Yeah, child skin. So but it also showed that the red was debt, and the silver is more like an asset-backed currency. So I just wanted to make that correction, and on the last time we did that. Now, so let me take you to this. You're seeing the reality collision, right? By the way, this was the one I was talking about. The one with the slippers. Do you see that one?
Yeah.
Okay. The red slipper also has with debt, and this was the yellow brick road, or the golden road to stops off at the fake city, the green emerald city, which is the Federal Reserve backed system. Okay. So the silver slipper may represent silver, the yellow brick road, gold. Let me take you to the current debt clock. Now, we are being linked to this debt clock from IngersollLockwood.com. And for those looking up Ingersoll Lockwood, there's 3 L's, Ingersoll 2, and then Lockwood in .com, just to be clear. We've just completed another mega test, and we couldn't be happier with the result. Now, this is CERN. Again, this is a 17, by the way, letter of Q, and it's a circle underneath Switzerland and France that have been doing collisions of hydrogen particles. And their intent, by the way, which was on their website, I don't believe it is anymore, was to create a portal to another dimension. And what made me think about my mistake with the Mandela effect, a lot of people are remembering things differently. And about, oh, I remember it this way, and other people remember it this way. And a lot of people think we're living in multiple realities right now. And
it's
that
like
some
blended,
people,
right? It's blending.
yeah. And they're crossing, like they're crossing, coming over and going back. So there's somebody asking a question to this supposed scientist. What exactly are you testing? We're opening up tiny wormholes in the reality matrix. Don't you think that could be dangerous? No, not really. What's the worst that could happen? You could plunge the Earth into a parallel reality and mess up the space-time continuum.
Jeez.
People are so distracted, they won't even notice.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Where did the S in depends go? That's one of the Mandela effects. People say, no, they're called depends. And the box now says depend, right? And then it goes back to show this guy, and above him, I'm going to go in a little closer. I'm sorry, guys. I should have gone in closer. This is the statue outside of CERN, which is a statue of Shiva, which is the god of destruction. It's a huge, huge statue out in front of CERN, the entrance to CERN, which goes underground to the 17-mile Hadron Collider. And it says bond number 1, Mandela. Don't quite know what bond number 1 is, but that could be something for your audience, Mandela. But this scientist, if you will, is thinking of the destruction. It's a little bubbles in his mind thinking of the destruction. Okay. So I wanted to show that because we've been led to the debt clock. So This is it's almost like we're being guided to the things that we're supposed to be thinking about. Okay. That, we're not being taken to the NFL game of the week. Okay. We're not being, taken to this big Hollywood blockbuster coming out. Okay. That's all like matrix indoctrination bullshit. Okay. That we should absolutely avoid at all costs. Okay. So let me take you to this, what happened yesterday. And what happened yesterday.
Still here, Dave. Just keep going.
Great. Okay. What happened yesterday was that Elon Musk, he tweeted about Bob Iger and how Iger is not he's pulling Disney advertisement as the Disney CEO and chairman, by the way. He stepped down, I think it was 2 years ago, but he didn't really step down. And Q told us he didn't step down. He actually stepped up.
He's running things behind the scene, kind of like Obama.
Yeah.
Right.
Nice segue, dude. How am I going to stay on track with that bomb? Right. So he goes, Musk. Let me bring this up for everybody. And I know some people are tracking this, which is great. So Musk says, why no advertiser boycott Bob Iger? You are endorsing this material. And CNBC had an article that Facebook and Instagram content enabled child sexual abuse and trafficking. And New Mexico, the state of New Mexico, actually, there's a lawsuit against Facebook and Instagram for this behavior. And Elon Musk is calling out Bob Iger on this. He does it once here, what I just showed you, and then he does it again, okay, regarding the same thing, that he's basically not doing anything. It's cool to advertise next to child exploitation material. Real stand-up guy, all right? It's Bob Iger. Now, here's the interesting thing, okay? Is that Bob Iger doesn't spell his name with an E. Okay. He spells it Iger. Okay. Now, Q told us years ago that misspellings matter. Okay. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to pull that up real quick.
Right now, I'm looking at Cosmics. And are you meaning to have this up there?
What are you looking at? Let me stop the share. Yeah, I'm not seeing. What are you seeing now?
Okay, now I'm good.
Okay. All right. So, why is that doing that? Okay. So, I'm just going to take you to misspellings matter. I think is it double S?
And Trump does that often. He's always misspelling, adding a double letter, capitalizing in the middle of the word.
Yes.
Things like that. So Trump does this a lot.
Yeah. And by the way, almost always it's on purpose. Okay, just so you know.
Oh yeah, he's a genius.
Yeah. Trump isn't just there pressing his thumbs on his iPhone. Okay, this is all his tweets, all these things that are sent are sent by a computer, by people over it handling it, because we've also got 2 timestamp connections that I can show you here in a minute if we have time. That my friend, excuse me, Sir Oliver came up with on Twitter. Sir Censorship, and he brought that up. And we were on a Spaces together. Rob Cunningham Spaces about a week and a half ago together. So at any rate, Are you seeing the Q drops here?
I see a just your no. I don't know what I'm looking at here.
All right,
I
let me
see
see.
it. Let's do another show tomorrow. I'm seeing that.
Okay, let me see. Okay, now you should have it. So it
Yes.
says, remember, misspellings matter. Durham, this is back December 17th, 2017. Okay. Members of Congress, this is one of Trump's tweets. Coincidence, has the error been corrected? Why not? Misspellings matter. Q is telling us misspellings matter. Where we go one, we go all. Sentence formation matters. Learn. Okay. So what Q was telling us early on, and this goes back to 2018, is that be aware of misspellings. Okay. Now, I'm going to take you down a little rabbit hole here, a little dig. Now, so when misspellings matter, now what I shared with you long time ago is that so all right. As far as I know, I was the first one to say that the white hats were in charge of Twitter and actually show evidence of it on one of my shows when I clicked on Trump's tweet, and then it went to a bigger tweet. You know, you click on it, it goes to a bigger one, but it was different, and it's supposed to be the exact same. And the only way it can be different is if you know the code. And I said, guys, the white hats are in control of Twitter. Okay, this was back in, at least a year before Musk. Then
you think they're the ones that put Musk in?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. As a matter of fact,
I'm very in 1 foot in, 1 foot out with the guy. I mean, the whole Baphomet costume thing in his profile picture really threw me off.
Yeah,
but I mean, everything else he's doing seems like really good things. I just
tweeted today at Dave Snedeker on Twitter that white hat controlled Musk is breaking the internet. Okay, and I'm going to get into that. So I showed that the white hats had some control of Twitter. Then it came out that that Melania's tweet from 2013 changed images, and you can't do that. You can't edit something from 10 years ago, or I think at the time was 8 years ago. And so that brought a lot of interesting dialogue to Twitter. And then when Musk came on, everyone was like, "What do you think? What do you think?" I'm like, "Guys, he's being installed." And they're like, "Oh, Vanguard's trying to keep him from buying it." I'm like, "Guys, Vanguard owns 7% of Tesla. Like they're all the same. It's all the same thing here." But he's brought in by the white hats to bring awareness to, he bought a crime scene. Twitter is a crime scene. They have back comms that of these deep state players. Q told us that they have secret accounts, including at Jack. Okay, so we knew all about that before Elon took over, but it couldn't be Trump taking over Twitter because no one would pay attention to it. Everyone would leave in droves. But
well, imagine
Musk
there's a massive team behind Trump of legitimate generals and military, firewall,
military intelligence, and the NSA. They have it. We have it all, is what Q has said. Okay, so let me take you back. Giving you that kind of the groundwork. So this is what's going to get really, really interesting. Now, I'll tell you that some people are going to watch this and they're going to be like, "Oh, that's kind of wacky. That's kind of out there. That's a stretch," or what have you. Okay. But here's the thing. Okay. I've been doing this for a long time, and I wouldn't keep doing it if it wasn't bringing me information, like you used the analogy of the car manual, right?
Right.
I wouldn't keep going back to the car manual if I went to change my oil and the oil pan was in a completely different area of what the manual told me, right? I just changed my oil last week, right? So I'm, and where the filter is. If the manual doesn't tell me the right place for the filter, I'm going to stop going to the manual. I'm going to go somewhere else, okay? This manual is gold, all right? It's called the Q manual, okay? And so Elon Musk drops 2 E's. This is the real spelling of Bob Iger. Okay.
Okay.
And this, are you seeing back to the Q drops?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is, I'm just going to take you to one drop here, May 30th, 2020. I'm not going to get into the subject because it's not that important right now, but it says warfare, misspelling, unintentional, on the move, right? So this was a misspelling that wasn't intentional. And because they're so intentional, Q actually had to do a drop and say that was not intentional. Okay. That's how important they are. So when we see 2 E's dropped, okay, we go into the drops and look for E and kill brackets. 1559, June 19, 2018. How could that possibly have anything to do with today? Well, D class. The D class is going to bring down the current administration, Obama, from the top. Okay. Because the D
Biden
class
to Obama.
is the declassification of FISA, right? And Jordan, the FISA is in the news right now because they made changes to the FISA agreement just yesterday. As a matter of fact, I tweeted to Jordan, I'm like, you've got to take care of the crimes that were committed up until now regarding FISA before you change anything, or before you talk about, hey, look at us, we changed FISA for the benefit of the people. Bullshit. Okay. They should
But, I would imagine Jordan's taking orders as well, correct?
Yeah. Yes. So, so Viva la Resistance just shows a different E. JC, which is James Comey. Y classified by Intelcom at highest level, defined title, defined role with Mueller, Exchange Shelters, very senior member. These are the people that are all involved in the FISA and the takedown of Trump. Now, so I just wanted to show let me show these two. Okay. 733, February 11, 2018, United Airlines to Guantanamo Bay. That's been in the news. Supposedly a couple barges are heading for Guantanamo, a couple prison barges. The flights that are going there. United Airlines to Guantanamo. What airline check-in counter at PVG 22 is located at E? What was the location of E? Pick, posted, other board. Why is this relevant? I forget the actual significance of this, but I don't. I need to look deeper into this, but I got distracted, and I'm going to show you why. Well, let me take you to one more. 144, November 12th. Okay. This is a very good one because this is very important. Patriots don't sleep. 40,000 foot necessary to understand U.S. Saudi Arabia global events. A lot of people don't understand the significance of Saudi Arabia. That's why it was Trump's first visit. That's why that was the one side of the triangle that has already fallen. Those were the purse strings. They were funding everything across the DC. Alex Jones just said in his interview yesterday that Saudi Arabia controls Hollywood.
Didn't Q say something about Alex Jones?
Yes. Yeah. And I'd be happy to show you that too. But basically, he's Mossad. Yeah.
I asked him that on my interview, by the way. You know that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
that's,
of course, he's not going to say, you got me. He's not going to say that. But so if he's on I've noticed he doesn't really cover Q at all.
He denounces Q. He denounced it on your show. I came on 2 days later and said he was full of shit because he's denouncing it. And trust me, if Q said David Snedeker was Mossad, okay, I would denounce Q as well. Okay.
Right.
That's what Q has said about Alex Jones.
Holy shit.
Okay.
So he's controlled opposition.
Yes. Yes. And
Alex, if you're out there, let's get you on another show, buddy.
Hey, get me on with him.
Oh,
Dude, I'll
I
stand
then
toe
have
to
to be a
toe.
referee.
And by the way, I love Alex too. Don't get me wrong.
I
Alex,
think
I've
he
told
did
you,
an incredible job with the awakening. I'm having a hard
Dude,
time believing that, but I mean, if
he
it's
was a part of my awakening. Okay,
so you got to give
without
him that.
question. And I believe that there's just a lot of things that are pointing towards, we've got to be really careful who we're paying attention to right now,
Right.
because we are at a key moment in this war, and we've really got to pay attention to who we're listening to and why, and what ulterior motive they may have for us. Free Speech Systems LLC is Alex's company. Q mentions them here. There's some good stuff here about Q. Jerome Corsi. I mean, basically, Jerome Corsi was the one that was pulling up the whole information about the Obama birth certificate. Q throws him under a bus here. So this is Free Speech Systems, okay? And what happens if Mueller proves Free Speech Systems, AAK Infowars, is linked to a foreign intel agency or other non-domestic entity?
Wow.
Okay, how can the left use
Wow,
that
dude. I
information
mean, they're
to
actually
divide and
going in
censor
on
right?
him.
What's that?
They're actually going in on him.
Oh yeah, totally.
Wow, we are affiliates of. Hold on, go down.
Sorry.
We are affiliate. Why are affiliates of Infowars constantly attacking Q?
Yep.
Who's pulling the strings? Wow.
Okay.
Damn. So they are throwing him under the bus big time, huh?
Yep. Yep. There's a lot more to this than you realize. Think collective attacks versus Q. They attack AJ, Alex Jones, to give him fake credibility amongst POTUS supporting patriots, thus poisoning the water and redirecting narrative of the opposition through a MOS Mossad supported asset, aka Alex Jones. All team effort, coordinated collective attacks with pawns and actors serving black hat agenda and attempting to control, divide the patriots. Attacks will come from all sides. Specifically, Q is saying attacks from all sides regarding regarding them. I have AJ pulled up, but there's a lot of AJ's going to be in there, but interested in Weinstein, Epstein, and Maxwell. This was predicted July 2nd, 2020, that they would all fall, and look where they're at now. Okay.
Who's that right there?
This is Harvey Weinstein.
Mhm.
Got taken out in the Me Too movement, right? Or as I like to say, pound Me Too.
Yeah.
I mean, the pound sign, pound me too. That's and then you got to.
I never even put that together, dude. Oh my gosh.
Dude, when I first saw that, I'm like, are they really using the pound sign?
Oh my gosh.
Pound me too. And that's just the kind of shit that they throw at us and don't expect us to pick up on, and absolutely discredits everything they're doing. Weinstein was the only guy that fell during the pound two movement, Me Too movement. He's the only guy that went down, man.
Right.
They tried to take Spacey down, but everyone started dying, But and then of course Epstein, and that's Ghislaine Maxwell beside him, right? So this was July 2nd, 2020. This was over 3 years ago that Q crossed out their faces. This is one of many predictions that Q went on. That's why I was getting on you about that first prediction the other day. It's because, don't worry about that right now. Look at the 1,000 of predictions that Q has made, over the course of this time. So at any rate, let me back out of, let me get away from the Jones thing. Let me go back to, and Alex, thank you for the awakening. Quite honestly, I don't know. This is a lot of speculation. You
can't backtrack now. You're all in or you're not.
No, I've said before, like, I'm grateful to Alex Jones for my awakening. Okay. But I'm also grateful to Elon Musk for what he's doing. I don't think he's a good guy. Okay. I think he's being plugged in by the white hats.
So these guys like running psyops within the Patriot community to get you to trust them, and then they pull the rug out from under us. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, look at Fox News, dude. Like, hey, congrats, by the way, on that little blurb. That was kind of cool.
Yeah, I don't even know how that happened.
But here's the thing. Just the day before, I was on your show, and I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna put a little thing together of our shows. But I was basically talking about Megyn Kelly and the Pizzagate scandal. And Megyn Kelly was with Fox when she did the puff piece on James Elefantis of Comet Ping Pong regarding the Pizzagate. And that, that's Fox. And I flat out said, don't let the fox into the hen house. Fox is not to be trusted.
And then they throw me on
opposition.
there.
What's that?
And then I'm on Fox.
And then the next day you're on Fox. And I'm like, oh my God. He doesn't listen.
I didn't even put that together.
No, but you know what? Listen, a couple people.
They're trying to get me, Dave.
A couple of people in the movement. I text you? I text you Deep State Dave.
Yeah, don't stop. People are gonna be like, oh, he's Deep State now.
So it's like this is
don't
an
worry,
opportunity.
folks. I won't sell out at any cost. Don't worry.
All right. Well, this is an opportunity to slowly trickle in possibly some of the things you cover into the mainstream. So wait.
You're saying okay, I get what you're saying.
And we are getting some information from the so-called mainstream. Look at Twitter. Look at what Tucker's doing. Okay. Look at what some of these people are doing. Look at Jan Hayes, Halpert Hayes, who went on the mainstream and dropped that bomb, and then you had her on, and I think I reached out to her as well. I might do something with her here shortly as soon as
She's amazing. I love Jen.
I think she's doing some really great stuff, and I love, by the way, that you got her on so that she could talk about the stuff that people were having issue with, right?
Yeah.
So.
All right, let's get back to this Bob Iger thing. Why are they misspelled here? What's your perspective on this?
Okay, so the Bob Iger. By the way, the explosion that happened in Alexandria, Virginia, Arlington, Virginia, right? The big explosion.
Mm-hmm.
It's all tied together.
With Iger?
With Disney.
Okay.
Yep, and with yeah, I have no idea if we're going to be able to get to all this, but let me take you through real quick. By the way, this is one of my favorite drops of Q because 80% of what's going on is covert and 20% is public. And I've said that many times is when people are like, well, what's going on? This and that. It's like we're talking about Hillary. 80% we don't know about. And that's why I'm very critical of people who come on and pretend that they know what the hell's going on. We're just trying to figure it out. Q knows less than 10 people know the whole picture. Okay. So there were a couple of E's in this one that were in kill brackets. How are people informed? Why was Sarah Carter hacked? She was a mainstream that was going against the grain. Why was Operation Mockingbird repeated? What we're experiencing with the mainstream media is Operation Mockingbird. Okay. Now, I'm going to take you to one that I think is very, very key. Here's one, 704, that just has E in kill brackets, right? So what does that tell me? Well, that tells me what came before this that Q had to drop that. So I go to 703. February 10th, 2018. And this is a prayer that is said every single day in the Oval Office during Trump's presidency. Rest in peace, Mr. President, JFK, they're speaking to. Through your wisdom and strength, since your tragic death, patriots have planned, installed, and by the grace of God, activated the beam of light. We will forever remember your sacrifice. May you look down from above and continue to guide us as we ring the bell of freedom and destroy those who wish to sacrifice our children, our way of life, and our world. We, the people, prayer said every single day in the OO, Oval Office, JFK, secret societies, where we go one, we go all. But it doesn't say secret societies, it says secret societies. Okay. So misspellings matter. So what would be, well, first of all, JFK.
I misspell all the time, except they don't matter.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, if you were running the Q operation, I'd be very concerned. Okay. So we know the famous speech by JFK regarding secret societies, right?
Yes.
So that brings us to that, right? But it also brings me to gematria, which I'll do from time to time when I see something like that. I don't use this as an exact science, by the way, but I do pull it up. And the top English simple gematria is the Great Awakening of secret societies without an E. Okay. Then comes digital currency. Okay. And there's some others. There's laptop from hell, which is hunters, which is in the news right now.
I would say Podesta is much more of a laptop from hell. But I mean, I know
that's
media,
true.
I know the media covers Hunter as a laptop from hell, but
let me rephrase
Podesta is the
that.
one that has frazzle drip.
No, Wiener's laptop.
Wiener, but
Yeah.
Podesta has one too, doesn't he?
Well, Podesta's was his email because his password was password when his email was hacked, right? Okay. But Wiener's, and you're right, it is Wiener's, I think. But it's oftentimes Q will have double meanings. And so I think that the laptop from hell is probably both because of so much damning. But if you were to pick one, I'd go with Wiener. Okay. Anthony
That's where all
Wiener's,
the
because
bad
it has
stuff's on.
frazzle drip. Now, so let's go, bring me back to Iger with the explosion later, if you will, if you can remember. Now, one of the other thing was when there's a tweet, we look at the timestamp, okay? And on the timestamp of Musk's tweet about Bob Iger was 9:45, boom, okay, with 5 O's, all right?
I mean, I don't think, as busy as Elon Musk is, I don't think he's the one putting anything out on X. They're doing it for him.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because he's not sitting there with his phone doing this. It's somebody else. There's an operation behind Elon.
Yeah. Yep. This is all part of the white hat operation. This is a part of the show. Okay. Now that boom with 5 O's is significant, and I'll tell you why. E, A, B, C, D, E, 5. There were 2 E's, 5, 5. So what does that take me to? That takes me to drop 55 on the cue board. This is the one we've been waiting for. November 2nd, 2017, a long time ago, they told us, look to Twitter. Exactly this. My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless. Now, supposedly, this is supposed to be taking place on a Friday. Oh, there's your little cat, man.
Biting my foot.
How's Stryker doing?
Striking. This is constantly biting my foot. Go ahead, keep going. I got you. I'm listening.
I went to the wrong one, but 45, follow Huma. I've got to mention something really quick about that. What's going on with Harvard right now? Okay. Is they're denouncing Israel in a sense by allowing the Palestinian narrative to come forward, right? Okay. Huma is Huma Abedin. We were just talking about Anthony Weiner's laptop and frazzle drip, okay? But Huma is also Harvard University Muslim alumni, okay? Out of the building of Prince Al-Walid of Saudi Arabia. It's named after him. The Islamic studies is named after Prince Al-Walid. Prince Al-Walid was the one who funded Barack Obama, and and brought in the Muslim Brotherhood into our government to infiltrate our government through Hillary with whom as aide, and through Obama as a Manchurian candidate. 44. Before POTUS departs on Friday, he will be sending an important message via Twitter. God bless. This came on November 2nd, 2017, before looked at Twitter exactly this. Okay. So whenever we see 5-5, it means two things. Loud and clear is 5-5. I hear you loud and clear. And the other one is this particular message that we're supposed to look to Twitter. Now, this is coming from, I want to be very clear about something. This is coming from an entity, by the way, that is, hold on, I wanted to stop share there. This is coming from an entity, by the way, that is, were you seeing that Q drop, by the way? Okay.
What you just showed on the screen right now?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Okay. This is coming from an entity that predicted that Twitter would throw Trump off Twitter 3 years before it happened. Okay. All right. So this is the significance of this. Okay. All right. Now, so that's the Iger issue. Excuse me. While we're on the Iger issue, and before we go to McAfee, okay.
And that's the new countdown, correct? Regarding McAfee?
Yeah, that's the new countdown that I said, that I first started talking to you about, and it stopped at the Kissinger UAE drops the petrodollar. That was a countdown. But then it then went to Frazzle Drip. And what I said on your show was, I don't think it's necessarily going to be an arrest, but it's bringing Frazzle Drip and Pizzagate to the forefront. And I want to go down that real quick, because that's really significant. Because what we're seeing here now is you're seeing Pizzagate was mentioned by Musk, okay, or the White Hats, right? On a platform that has massive exposure.
Just recently, November 30th?
Yep, it started trending. It started trending December 2nd, December 4th, Liz Crokin, November 30th, James Elefantis, Pizzagate is real. Guess who brought back Pizzagate? Tom Hanks. So many things that are now, this is all on X right now. This is on Twitter. Okay.
It's all
look at this
just
stuff.
Wow.
Look at this stuff that's on Twitter, man.
Yeah, and they would have been blasting your account if you even attempted this before.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. All this, right, is on here. The panda eyes, that came back around, by the way.
Yeah, it's not coming. It's not going away.
What's that?
So these and I'm just saying the Pizzagate and all this is not going away.
Yeah.
So these celebrities are just squirming. They can't sleep. They're having nightmares.
Yep. And I've said this all along, David, when we're given some clues about, it's going to be this Friday, like I just said, right? And I don't know if it's going to be this Friday, but like what I would do is like, hey, look, that took us back into Q drops on 5-5. It's saying, look to this particular drop. Guess what? Guess who else is looking at the Q boards? Hillary, Huma, Obama, Biden, all their people, Valerie Jarrett, James Comey, all these people are looking at this and like, oh my God, is it this weekend? Is this the last week I get to say goodbye to my grandchild or my child? Or, this is the hell on earth that we want for them because of the crimes against humanity that
we want them to suffer.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I don't want the death penalty for these people. Okay. I just want to be clear about that. And people are like, what are you talking about? So let me just, say this. death is too good for them.
Torture.
Okay. They have gotten to a place where they have experienced the cremation of care. So they have lost their compassion. It has been driven out of them. Okay. So, for one, I think as humanity, we need to show them the compassion that they couldn't show us. And I'm not saying we let them walk. Hell no. They'll never see the light of day again.
Well, yeah, but we can't go to their level, man.
That's what
And
I'm
that takes-
saying.
we can't
Because
be-
they don't
we
have
can't turn into
compassion.
them.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Very rarely do I have somebody that is on the same page with me about
We
this.
can't turn into them.
Now,
This is up
am
to
I going to
God,
get
man.
am I going to get angry once in a while and say, yeah, I want to see him hang because I'm in the middle of something and I'm like, I can't, I'm so angry. But that's reactive behavior, right? That's knee-jerk reaction. But when I really think about it, one, we need to show them the compassion that they couldn't show others, which is going to be a albatross around their neck, as they're like, wait a minute, how are they? But then we need to help rebuild their compassion I believe within incarceration, so that they really feel what they've done. Because to me, I think that
I think they're so far gone, so demonic.
they could be. They could be.
Dude, if you're killing children and eating them, you're gone, bro. Elvis has left the building. You're
Yep.
done. You're done.
Yep.
I'm sorry. And what I meant was like kill them, but maybe a little bit of torture. I don't know. Maybe a tad
Well,
bit.
I think
just
what I'm
saying.
describing, I think is going to be more torturous to them.
Well, what's happening right now, from what I understand,
Think what
they're
I'm
very tortured. They're not
describe-
sleeping. They're having
No,
nightmares. They don't know what's
exactly.
coming, and that's the whole purpose of the trolling, correct, Dave?
And I think a lot of them, honestly, I think a lot of them are dead. I do. I don't get into the details of it. I don't pretend to know. But I think a lot of this has already been taken care of.
So what's the point of CERN and all this? Is this to bring entities through to our dimension to
Yeah, they're
poke
trying to
holes in our
unlock-
reality
Yeah.
to gain evil assistance on their side? I mean, what is this?
The speculation is that no matter what the deep state, the cabal, the people who control the planet up until Q, up until military, up until NSA, up until all that, they controlled the whole planet. The evil satanic beings controlled the planet. The word I've gotten from all the research is that no matter what they did, they could not get to the end without a great awakening. And so they keep trying to do this,
Oh, you're saying they're trying to, on their timeline, they keep seeing the Great Awakening.
Yeah.
So
And
in
no
other
matter
words, they're
what-
like, man, we cannot beat the Great Awakening. So they brought in CERN to intercept that or defunct that, set us off that timeline.
Yep. And that's why
Interesting.
Shiva, the god of destruction, okay, it builds a new world, but after Shiva's standing on a destructed world, okay, it all has to, they have to destroy it first, right? The tweet that I told you about today, that I did, white guys white hat controlled Elon Musk is breaking the internet. He tweeted this: if the Dem Party had a time machine, Trump said in 1980, why do time travelers keep trying to kill me? I'm just a realtor. He said that.
Did he really say that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, look how different he looks right there. Wow.
Right?
How old is he there? Like 30?
I think so. I don't even know. 80? Yeah. I mean, he was young, right?
Oh, that's
so
crazy.
so the CERN, they're trying to open up these portals and change the fabric of what's happening.
And which is
because-
why the Mandela effect is happening.
Yeah. Yeah, because they are being successful. Okay. And we're seeing our reality shifting in different ways. And I really believe that they
So
are
if they are
succeeding.
going to be successful, what would be? We would just wake up tomorrow not knowing anything happened at all, and we'd be into the. We would have slid right into the new world order.
It could be we could not know anything, and we're just, you know, you and I are
And I
talking
would
about
never be able
something
to go
very
back and
different.
look at these files and watch these interviews. It would just be done.
Yeah. It would be, it would almost be like first of all, it could end the world. It could end the planet. I mean, you could open up a portal and everything's gone. Like, and we're just gone.
What's stopping us from bombing it and just taking it out? Seriously, if this is causing so much harm and danger, why don't we just take it out?
Patriots are now in control of how much we don't know, right? So are they in control of CERN? I think they would have grabbed that up. I think they would have gotten that in. And so but we need to know what they were trying to do. Okay. I don't know. I'm speculating. We're
evil.
speculating, right? But
This is where I do think like there is an off-world species or fallen entity controlling all this. There's no doubt in my mind. This is not humans. This is reptilians. This is fallen angels. This is all the above, the grays, whatever.
Right.
Screwing with fucking with our reality, dude. This is not humans cannot do this, but they can be controlled by these entities.
Well, if you follow, you know, the writings of Zachariah Sitchin, who was Illuminati, he was a Mason, but which makes a lot of sense to me. But there was some information from the Sumerian tablets that tell us the story of Enlil and Enki and their father Anu, the king, and they came to this realm, and they wanted to mine the gold because it protected them, and it you know, monatomic gold. It's good stuff. I mean, it's literally I think one of the things that we're missing in our diet and in our thing.
The
I take
fountain
it.
of youth.
I've got a father daughter alchemist that makes gold, silver, copper that I drink and I put in my water. I have it in my water right now, and it literally resonates in 1,000 frequency, and it is phenomenal. And you know, it'll get rid of ear infections. It'll get rid of throat.
How much are you selling it for, Dave?
It was the first thing I ever offered my audience, and it's less than what you could get on Amazon or whatever. And they make it themselves. It's a father-daughter business. They're great people. You ought to share it with your audience.
I'll check it out. I always try things first before I peddle it, so I'll try it.
It's connected through my davidsnedeker.com. There, it's a link there, and I highly recommend it because it's just, yeah. And the resonation.
I'll also put your GoFundMe down again, so I hope people give you again. I'll put that down there. I forgot the last video, folks. I'll put it down again. Dave, are we going to cover anything else?
Yeah,
we have to go into the McAfee, right?
Yep, we got to go into the McAfee, and I just wanted to show you real quick what happened after I brought up the frazzle drip, the clock countdown on the day of Kissinger.
Dude,
look what happened to frazzle drip.
Hold on, go down. Hold on, go down. Up right there. What the fuck am I looking at right there? What am I looking at right here? That is creepy, bro. Is that the face that Hillary wore?
Supposedly.
That's the girl, right? Is that her?
Yeah.
Oh my Lord. That's the girl, right? That's the one they said that I've heard that's her.
Yeah. That's what I've heard.
And what is that picture on the top right?
This is the whole face-off thing. Okay. Which, by the way, we're told in
Hillary wore
movies. Yeah. This is just I think it's a cartoon. So this isn't even like, but they show in this damn cartoon, I forget the name of it, but they actually show it happening here. Okay. This is 12 people who saw the contents, 9 are dead. This is, you know, This is Sidney Powell talking about it. This is some of the people that have this. Look at this, the Wilson thing. Okay, supposedly that was it.
Wow.
Okay, the face. This is this. This was somebody at the awards. I think that's right next to Jay-Z, by the way.
So we're looking at all these people.
This is
though.
it. This is a clip from that. Okay.
What is that I'm looking at right there?
This is a clip from the movie, is my understanding. I have not seen it, so I can't say for sure, but that's what people have said it is. And then this is another. This was the one on the left, I believe, was Ellen's sweatshirt during the pandemic, when she wore that sweatshirt that was really creepy, or had something on her wall too. Okay.
How do these people go so far down, man?
Oh, it's through.
I mean, it's
honestly, dude, from a compassion standpoint, honestly, it's like they have been abused since they were babies themselves, and that's how they do it.
No, I heard the girl in Frazzle Drip was like, how old was she? There she looks like she's 15 or something right there.
Yeah, she looks older, so I don't know how significant this is.
Not that it matters. Well, not that it matters, but I'm just saying.
The details, you know, I said a while back when I was talking about adrenochrome, and I said they call it the fountain of youth because youth is the fountain. That is the devastating reality of Frazzle Drip, of Pizzagate, of.
But these people, I mean, from what I can see, that there's
hold on. Planned Parenthood, okay, the border crossing, the human trafficking, the container ships, Evergreen, the adrenochrome, okay, these are all realities. And what, we're going to go to a fucking ball game? You know, what this is, when do we stop our daily lives and say no more? Okay. And what I believe is happening is I believe this is all being dismantled. We know that Saudi Arabia's human trafficking was completely stopped. Q said it, and we saw that with all of them being sequestered in the Ritz-Carlton, the Riyadh Ritz-Carlton, and hung from their ankles, many of them. And that was the first stop. And we believe that it has been slowed across the world, but it is still happening. That's why they had to open up the borders, because they had lost a tremendous amount of traffic.
Right.
Okay? So
this was like an emergency go for them. Like they needed the borders open to continue with the adrenochrome and things of that nature, right?
And for across the board, right? Like also, you know, what about you know, the voting and the chaos and the you know, internal. See, they lost their internal ability to infiltrate our government. They lost the effectiveness of that, if you will. Okay. And so they have to get it back with the voting and also with the chaos that they create in order to get the guns away from us. Okay. So I just want to show Frazzle Drip. This is what's going on, dude. We could stop. We can go through this all day long, but this is X, dude. This is X. Okay. And then I want to show you one more thing on this, and that is Musk brought up MK Ultra the other day. This is all tied in. So now MK Ultra is trending on Twitter. Okay. And that's the mind control, right? Then the other thing is the McAfee. I'll get to that in a second. But the other thing that's trending that I had up and I just lost it is vaccines. Is trending right now on Twitter. Vaccine right here. It's trending. Okay. Steve Kirsch is
So this is all
dropping
coming out
bombs.
right at the right time.
Yeah. Robert
Yeah.
Malone, Pfizer, all this stuff's coming out about Pfizer, the mRNA. Kirsch was on what's his name? Brand. We're seeing pictures like this popping up, dude. You know how many times I got kicked off of these platforms or my hand slapped on these
Just for that.
platforms because I was talking about vaccines.
Oh.
Okay. So that's the things happening on X. Now, let's go to the clock real quick. Excuse me. No, that's the wrong one. How did I screw that up? Where's my gotta find my thing here. So McAfee, first of all, I don't think Epstein's dead. I don't think McAfee's dead.
No, I
Okay?
don't either.
Why?
They need them.
Because there was no dead man switch. Okay. And people that have that kind of power have a dead man switch so that if anything happens.
McAfee has a dead man switch.
He already said he did. And he also said.
But you said, I thought you said they don't or they do.
Excuse me. McAfee, the fact that it never went off. Okay. And that when McAfee supposedly died tells me that he's not dead because his switch never went off. Right. In other words, the switch goes off and everybody is implicated, right? And all the nastiness. Now, what I'm looking for right now is, let me see. No, that's not it. Basically, why is that? Let me see if that brings it up. Basically,
I just keep thinking about the I know like what we've said that we're trolling them and they're nervous and they're having nightmares. Yeah. But do you realize that's nothing compared to what eternity has for them? I mean, this dude, that's oh my gosh, going against God, your creator.
Yep.
Destroying his creation. This is bad. Like,
by the way,
no, I don't think there's any forgiveness for that.
No.
I don't care how sorry you are. I think there's some things that are.
Yep. I agree.
There's just nothing. There's no.
All right. So, excuse me. I wanted to also, just so you know, I did a Delta on December 7th, Pearl Harbor. One of the things that popped up was Jesse Waters. He was on one of the Q drops.
Saying what was it? What was the Q drop?
It was the let me see if it's up here. Oh, so December 7th, the first one that pops up is Adam Schiff. Okay. And what's in the news right now? Mossad. This is his son wearing a Mossad since 1949 shirt. This is Adam Schiff's son.
He has a son. Is he adopted?
I don't know, but that's his father, that's his son, and that's his brother. And his son's wearing a Mossad shirt. Okay. And on this day, December 7th, this was posted on Q in 2019. And literally, Adam Schiff in the news is running for Dianne Feinstein's seat in California. He just announced. Okay. So that's that. Elizabeth Warren was in, making her apology about how she's not, she's not a Native American. Unbelievable, right? Yeah, I got a lot open here. So let me get to, by the way, this was the Islamic Studies this gentleman, the Prince Al Walid bin Talal Islamic Studies program, he basically is kind of apologizing for the narrative of against gays of Islam, and says back in the day they didn't speak about it as a negative thing or as anti-godly. Okay, that explosion that happened in Arlington, Virginia, is tied in with the global. Let me get rid of this here. Okay, bear with me here.
Keep going, Dave. Keep going.
The Global
Keep going.
Crossing Corporation. Okay, Global Crossing was created and started by Harvey Winnick. Harvey Winnick died on November 4th of this year at his home in Beverly Hills, or in Bel Air. It was never discussed that I could find anyway what he died of, which is very suspect, right? And also, a month to the day later was this explosion in Alexandria. I'm sorry, in Arlington, Virginia, and the gentleman that was his house was blown up. They say he was blown up, but people are getting messages from him that he's still alive, but they're saying that he's dead. But he worked. His parents were CIA. He was CIA, and he was also connected with the company, which is Global Crossings. Global Crossings is the company that laid all the transatlantic cables with fiber optics in the modern age. And Global Crossing is also, they spied on us through those cables. Okay. And it's all tied into the CIA. Now, one of the people on the board of Global Crossing, back in the day, was this woman here, Maria Elena Logomasino. And she has done quite a bit of work, but one of the key areas that she is doing is right now she's working with the Walt Disney Company.
Wow.
Directly tied with Bob Iger. Okay.
Wow.
Who's in the news. Another thing, excuse me. The white hats on Twitter are pointing us in the direction of Bob Iger, and because he's not taking his ads off Instagram and Meta, that are now tied to child pornography and child trafficking on those platforms, okay, is pointing us to there's a problem at Disney, which we already knew. They're grooming our children. They're trapped.
Which I've heard allegations are that Walt Disney was a huge pedophile.
I've heard that as well. Well.
You know, I mean, it would make sense. I mean, who else would make a park for kids?
Yeah, right. I mean, it's. I mean, why do the pedophiles get involved in the Catholic Church?
Right? Daycares.
Well,
they want to be around children.
Daycares, teachers. Right.
That's what's so scary, man. Yeah, the places that you would trust your children to go to is where they infiltrate. God, that's sick.
Yeah. Now, she was a chairman and chief executive officer of J.P. Morgan Private Bank, a division of J.P. Morgan Chase. Okay. Who is now being sued for ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
J.P. Morgan.
Yes. Okay. And this is tying us right back in to that big explosion that happened. Was an absolute hit without question. When you consider who this guy is tied to, it wasn't a fucking gas stove. Okay.
Right.
Okay. It was a hit. All right. This guy was taken out. And now, because we're paying attention to this stuff, okay, we're able to make.
Iger was taken out. Who was taken out?
His name is, I believe it was Jeffrey Yu.
Jeffrey Yu. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to that one.
Excuse me.
So, okay.
James Yu. James Yu.
James Yu.
And do you see that?
I don't see it. No.
Excuse me. Here we go. That was the explosion. Okay. It was huge. This is the house. This is that house completely gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Stove my ass.
Right. This was, and by the way, there are many places that I'm going to show it to you here. And why was it on camera? Why was it on camera? Look at that.
I saw that. When did this happen?
December 4th, exactly 1 month after the death of Harvey Winnick, who owned Global Crossing, that this man that worked for, and who had deep ties with his family into the CIA. Okay. I just wanted to pull this up. Victims of Jeffrey Epstein in June settle with JP Morgan Chase for all that money. Okay. And this woman was directly tied in with Global Crossing. So I believe you're gonna see a lot more that comes out regarding the Global Crossing and the real story behind that. And that's pretty much it for
That's
today.
good. Yeah, let's do another segment soon. I gotta go. Dave, thank you. You're always just a wealth of knowledge, bro. I love talking to you. My audience loves talking to you. Folks, give to David. Please get him back on his feet. Give Send Go. I'll put the link down below. Dave, you're gonna email me the link, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll put that under the description.
Thanks you, man, and thanks to your audience and my audience for support. And I'm looking to get a place here before Christmas, hopefully. And
no, we take care of our own, man. We take care of our own. Thank you, David.
It's been a journey, my friend. It's been a journey, and I'm getting back, but it's been a long road. And
well, what matters is that you're getting back. So, folks, be so kind. Anything helps.
Thank you, my friend.
You got it.
All the best. See you. Bye-bye.
All right. That was Dave's interview with David Nino Rodriguez today. He is in the process right now. Okay, guys, you guys got to understand, Dave's pretty much, his life has been literally on the road, for this, this like last year. And tonight he has been at his old home because his ex was out of town. So he got to spend time with his daughter and everything. So he is in the process right now of packing. He was hoping to be able to join us. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to tonight, but he's got things he's got to take care of, and it's important to make sure that he keeps peace and is able to achieve what he's working towards. There is his Cash App, his Zelle, and also there are links on the davidsnedeker.com website that you can follow as well. And then Nino has the Give Send Go going as well. So we'll support them in every way that we can. But that is the information there on the bottom of the screen. Covered quite a few things, as you see. No, he was going into McAfee. Now I showed because I was actually hoping that maybe he had caught what I had showed on that. Let me pull it up. In regards to what Q the Storm put out in regards to McAfee, showing that McAfee is alive. There we go. This was released by Q the Storm this afternoon. Notice the tie. And the security team. So, just to show you, he's still around. And Dave's right. If McAfee had been taken out, the kill switch would have been flipped, and that information would have gone public, and in a heartbeat. Would have gone in a heartbeat. So, so just know that 31.5 terabyte hard drive or bits of information that he's got is nothing compared to understanding that McAfee is like the genius of compression. Okay. And it would be important to remember that where it comes to compression, a lot of the code that is used by like WinZip and stuff like that was all written by McAfee. Okay. So that 31 terabytes is probably really 150 to maybe 200 terabytes of evidence against all of these people. Okay. They want them, but they're not going to get them. They're not going to get them. I truly believe that they're not going to get them. Why do I say that? Just faith. Faith tells me that God's watching his back right now, and that he will prevail and be able to come forward with all of his information and help to remove so many of these bad guys that are out there. And it was kind of funny that the Q clock was, it was, what it was I actually had pulled that up, and this is where my problem was, because I was like, oh, maybe he was coming forward right at that moment, but no, see how the clock's there, but when I zoom in, that's where I was zoomed into naturally on that page. So there was no clock on mine, but there was still a clock on everybody else's. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Why don't I have a clock? And it's, all the right people are scared. Scarred. They're all scarred. They should be. They should be. Yep. Yeah. So, great videos today. Great long list. We are in 9.5 hours. I'd really like to keep going. I don't know if I have it in me though. It's been a long. Actually, I could probably pull up another 3 to 4 hours worth of content. I just got to make sure that they're long enough for me to be able to cook my dinner. So yeah, let's. It's up to you guys. Give me a 1 if you want me to keep going. Give me a 2 if you want to chill. If you've had enough for today. No, that was just posted today, Kellyanne. So keep going. All right, I got no problem with that. It's the grill's right outside my door, so I just need to make sure that that I make sure the video is long enough to be able to you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, cook dinner. So let me do a refresher. That way there you guys get an idea of what's going on. So for those of you that don't know, this is my BitChute. When all of these podcasters were removed from YouTube back before 2020, or just before the 2020 election period, I said, no way. And I was already going to BitChute and getting a lot of their podcasts from there. So basically what I do is I bring them back. Okay. So for those of you that are new, and guys, regulars, listen, I know that Ronnie's live right now too. So if you want to jump over there, spend a few minutes with him or spend some time with him, I have absolutely no problem with that. This isn't for him and I, it's not a competition, because it's he knows I love to have him on as well. So don't hesitate to, if you plan on sticking with me, then at least hop over there and give him a hello, give him a hug, give him a heart, whatever, give him some love, love raid, whatever you want to call it. Because we love Ronnie and what he's doing. I would like somebody to ask him in chat though, if he took his medicine tonight. I'd like to know how he's feeling. That'd be kind of funny. Yeah. All right. So this when we got started today, I started you guys off with the X22 from yesterday afternoon. We are actually going to jump into the X22 from today. I was going to do the Bill Holter interview, but that can actually wait until tomorrow. I'd rather get into this Jim Carrey part of his podcast in part A, and then of course, and then after that we've got the new Nathan Reynolds interview with SGT report, and then of course Melissa Red Pill End Time Study Group. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that one tonight or if I'll wait till tomorrow. That's more of a where they go through they go through her book, and then they correlate things in the book of Revelations and everything to get people to understand what the real revelation is about, because Revelations means to reveal. Okay. Apocalypse is another word for reveal. Okay. So revealing the apocalypse, revealing the truth. Okay. And there are a lot of things that a lot of people just don't understand about the end times and everything else. And what people need to understand, it is not the end time for us, but the end times for them, those that are evil, that have planned the demise of the world. We're just not going to let it happen. You know what I'm saying? So let's start off with the short one here for part A. And I got to actually copy that because I don't think I did A. I think I only did B when I transferred that info over. Oh, no, I did. I did it right. I did it. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and hop into that. And part B will come immediately afterwards. I'll be stopping it during the outro.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is David. This is episode 3231 and today's date is December 8th, 2023, and the title of the episode is Carrie Panics, Climate Narrative Falling Apart, along with the Central Bank Economy. Let's talk about protecting our wealth. Geopolitical tensions are escalating, inflation is raging. Despite what they say, stocks are sinking, debt is rising, and your own financial future isn't looking too clever. Yet gold endures every crisis, wars, disaster. No calamity has beaten gold. While paper assets crash and burn, gold endures every time. You need to take a fresh look at gold steadying your portfolio. And right now, get a free 3-ounce silver American virtual coin when you open an IRA with Noble Gold Investments today. Shield your savings with Noble Gold Investments. Go to x22gold.com. Go to x22gold.com. The only company I trust. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private West Central Bank, the World Economic Forum, their entire Green New Deal agenda that they've been pushing is completely and utterly falling apart. It started out strong. It started out where everyone was like, yeah, let's make the earth green. But as they continued down the path and they started to change everything, people in all different countries, they started to realize that, you know something, this approach is going to destroy our economy. This approach is going to destroy everything in our country. And the people, well, they started to back off, and they will continue to back off. And we can see that they are backing off. How do we know this? Well, the entire rush to electric cars is completely and utterly imploding right now. And the people are saying, you know something, these cars have problems. We can't travel very far. We're not going to purchase these cars. And these electric vehicles are not nearly as popular as their advocates would like us to believe. Sales are now slumping in the face of rising interest rates and a lack of so-called fast chargers. And the people are saying, you know something, these cars do not work. Now, take this and expand this to wind power, solar power. This technology will not work. It'll be very, very expensive to power the entire country, power the entire world. But you need to remember something very important. The deep state players, their plan was not to power the entire world the way it is today. Their plan is to reduce the population and then have people trapped in the cities and have the windmills and the solar panels for a lot less people. This has been their plan. So what you're seeing and what people are experiencing right now is something they never wanted you to see. But Trump and the Patriots, they wanted you to see this so you could understand what they're trying to do. And the people are starting to realize this. And we can see that John Kerry, well, he's panicked right now because people are asking him questions. What happens if Trump gets into office? Is he going to stop the entire climate agenda? Chief Nerd put this out and said, John Kerry on the possibility of Trump stopping the climate agenda. They're not going to stop what is happening on a global basis. This economic transformation is going to be the biggest transformation in human history, and it's going to happen. Well, really think about this. When Trump came into the office in 2016, what did he do? He stopped it all. He canceled the Paris Climate Accord. He didn't move forward with the agenda. So when Trump takes office, yes, everything is going to be reversed. Yes, he's going to stop everything that they're trying to do. And we can see that Kerry, he's a little bit panicked over this, trying to convince everyone that, no, don't worry, we're going to continue with this. Not when you're not in power, or if you're behind bars, it's going to be very, very difficult. So they're worrying about this because they're starting to realize that what they're doing now, well, they don't have enough time to pull this off. Remember, when Trump came into office in 2016, he put them way behind schedule. He was never supposed to be there. It was supposed to be Hillary Clinton, and she was supposed to bring us to war. And the entire economic system was supposed to collapse, and they were supposed to rebuild it the way they wanted. Trump, he put all of these people behind schedule. He canceled a lot of things. Now they're trying to catch up. And now people are getting worried again because, look, Trump, he could win this election. And actually, I do believe he's going to win this election. You can see the people around the world. They're not taking it anymore. France, well, the French farmers, they're still out there. They're still protesting. And they're going right to the source of the problem, which is the government, the installed individuals that are pushing these agendas. Ed Woke has put this out and said, when the left protests, they make all our lives miserable. When the right protests, they go straight to the source of the problem, government. French farmers are doing it right. And they're spraying manure on the government buildings. They're throwing eggs. They're protesting. And they're continually doing this. And what are the people seeing? The people are seeing all of this play out. And we have protests in Spain because they're protesting against socialism. The people are rising up. The people are saying enough is enough, especially as the economy breaks down and people don't have the money to pay their bills, but they still have to pay the taxes. People are going to get very, very pissed off. This reminds me of the time when there were kings and queens and people were struggling. They were living in mud, and the kings and queens said, you know something? We need more money for our wars. We need more money to build another castle. We need more money for this or that and the other thing. And they went to the people and said, you know what? Give us more. And the people said, we don't have any more. You have everything we have that we earn. There's nothing left. We're living in mud right now. but they didn't care. They just wanted more. And what did the people do? Well, they couldn't take it anymore, and they fought back. And you could see people are fighting back right now. And since we're talking about taxes, remember when Biden was out there and he was saying, yes, oh, we got to make the wealthy pay their fair share? Yes, he put this out in a post, and of course, it's a staffer. And this was back in 2021, May 7th. He said, it's time for the wealthy to pay their fair share. Well, it looks like his son is being brought up on charges for tax evasion, failure to file pay taxes, false fraudulent tax returns. So it looks like he's talking about his own family, and wait until information or evidence comes out against Joe Biden, which it has been coming out, but wait until you see when there's a lot more. People are going to start to understand what's going on. But you can see Joe Biden, he needs to buy the young people's votes. And this is why Biden decided to approve a $4.8 billion in student debt cancellation for 80,300 people. Now, it's $4.8 billion. Is it really canceled? Does that money just disappear? So now the government is not receiving that money. They're not taking that in. Where do they get that? Oh, wait, do they have to borrow more? Oh, wait, we need another $4.8 billion to cover what I just canceled. Who pays for that? Oh, that's right, the people of this country. You see, let's stop protecting our wealth. Geopolitical tensions are escalating. Inflation is raging. Despite what they say, stocks are sinking, debt is rising, and your own financial future isn't looking too clever. Yet gold endures every crisis, wars, disaster. No calamity has beaten gold. While paper assets crash and burn, gold endures every time. You need to take a fresh look at gold steadying your portfolio. And right now, get a free 3-ounce silver American virtual coin when you open an IRA with Noble Gold Investments today. Shield your savings with Noble Gold Investments. Go to x22gold.com. Go to x22gold.com, the only company I trust. When he proposes something like this, what should happen is everyone should get a notice saying, okay, you're on the hook for another $400. Oh, you're on another hook if they borrow another $1 trillion. You're on the hook for another 20,000. If people receive that type of bill every time the government did something, the people would say, absolutely not, we're not doing this. But since the people don't see it, they don't really recognize it because it's hidden behind inflation. It's hidden behind the taxes that they're imposing on the people. It's hidden behind all of this. And this is why I do believe Trump and the Patriots needed to speed everything up, needed to show everyone, look, you know that all that hidden stuff? Here it is. Now you can see it. Because remember, inflation, it's cumulative over time. So as we continue, and they keep telling you, don't worry, we got inflation back to 2% or 2.5%. And people go to the store and go, well, then why didn't the grocery prices come down? Why didn't all these things come down in price? Because everything just doesn't reverse back to the way it was. Because if that was true, we would go back to 1971 prices, wouldn't we? But we didn't, because it's not true. It's cumulative. And that's how you know. But it looks like Biden, he's going to help the economy by increasing the cost of childcare for thousands of families across the U.S. No, he's just going to make it worse and worse. So what are they proposing? The Biden State Department released a proposal this fall that could increase the cost of childcare for thousands of families across the U.S. who rely on foreign nannies. The proposal would require that families pay the workers according to a calculation based on state and local minimum wage laws, as opposed to the current calculation, which uses federal laws. The current level of wages and benefits paid out to nannies, the program is affordable for many Americans compared to other options, which is around 20,000 families using it each year. Under the current pay arrangement, these nannies receive lodging, food, and weekly stipend of about $195 per week from their host families for a total of 45 hours of work based on the current federal minimum wage. The new proposal would use local wage laws to calculate the nanny's stipend, resulting in New York and California families paying $469 stipend per week and instituting overtime pay for work of over 40 hours. Now, it sounds great. Yes, these people should be getting the money. They should be able to live here for free. They should get their food. And it sounds great. Well, this happened in Massachusetts. And you know what happened? Well, it didn't work out too well because Massachusetts, they already implemented a similar rule following a court decision in 2019, increasing the state's nanny stipend to $528 per week from the original rate in 2020. Following the increase in pay, the number of nannies going to work in Massachusetts declined by 68% in 2022 compared to other states that remained at the current pay rate. So basically, nobody was hiring them. They couldn't find work, so they had to go to a different state. So they just destroyed that entire industry in that state. It's the same thing when they up minimum wage. And once again, we're not going back to the source of the problem. The source of the problem is not raising the rates because there's inflation. The source of the problem is, why do we have inflation in the first place? Why is this happening? It's because of the central bank. Everything revolves around the central bank. When you break it down and you take a look at everything that happened to this country and happened to the world, it seems to always go back to the central bank. Yes, wars. That is because of central banks, because all wars are banker wars. When you look at inflation, it goes back to the central bank. When you look at companies using chemicals and other materials to cheapen their products, it goes back to the central bank. Why? Because the value of the currency continually declines. And when you have a currency that continually declines, you need more of those pieces of paper to purchase the same thing. Now, if you kept the ingredients the same, if you kept the same type of packaging, if you did everything the same, people wouldn't be able to afford it. If you had the manufacturing in this country and you kept everything the same and the value of the currency was declining, people wouldn't be able to afford it. So what did they have to do? They needed to shift everything. Well, we can't have food, which is they call organic food, which before that was just regular food. And look how expensive organic food is. See the difference? That's the food, but they want you eating chemical stuff because it's cheaper. They tricked the population. They moved the manufacturing out of the country. They made everyone go to payments. They put everyone on credit. This is how they manipulate the economy. So Trump and the Patriots, they needed to show everyone exactly what's really going on in the economy. Now, if everything was status quo, no one would notice anything. So the entire system, it needed to be accelerated so people could see what the inflation actually looks like. Because remember, the central banks, they're devious the way they do things. They love it over a very long period of time so nobody notices anything. I mean, think about it. Look how long we've been off the gold standard since 1971, and we have 3,000 plus inflation rate. Think about that for a second. So Trump and the Patriots, they needed a way to show everyone, and what better way than to allow the central bank, allow the deep state players to destroy their own system. And while they're in the process of destroying their own system, they're going to create inflation. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. And what's very interesting is that Trump wanted the people to see this. He wanted people to understand what the system really is and who's actually destroying the system. Because in the end, as they continually tell you the lies that everything is great and everything's fantastic, it's your imagination that you're paying more. It's an imagination that your wages aren't keeping up with inflation. Well, the people are going to start to realize and they're going to start to understand the truth. And the people are going to start pointing the finger and they're going to say, okay, you are the people that are the problem. And that's exactly what Trump wants everyone to see. He put this out on True Social. He said, just 3 years ago, our economy was booming. The world was safe and America was strong. Annual incomes went up by more than 6,000 under the Trump administration, and they went down by about 6,000 under the horrible Biden administration. The worst in the history of our country. The 30-year mortgage rate reached a record low of 2.65%. We had no inflation. We had gasoline down to $1.87 per gallon. Under crooked Joe Biden, the economy is in shambles and the world is going up in flames. Real incomes have gone down by $7,400 per family. Cumulative inflation is nearly 20%. We have war in Europe. We have wars in the Middle East, and we are stumbling into World War III. And he's absolutely right. And this is exactly what the people are going to see. And in the end, this is going to destroy the central bank. It's going to destroy the deep state players. Because once the people know, there's nothing the central bank can do to convince them otherwise. Even when they try to bring us into the central bank digital currency, remember, Congress must pass this. The people of this country must agree. And I do believe we have people in place to block all this. And we already know they have bills in place, just waiting for a certain event. Then those will be activated and those will block the central bank digital currency. Now, yes, on the other side, you're going to have the D's and the rhinos trying to push the central bank digital currency. But I don't think they're going to win this time around because they won't get any votes, and maybe the Patriots won't get any votes to stop the central bank digital currency. But again, the central bank just can't usher this in without Congress approving it. And this is why they want to take us to war in the end, because they want to get rid of the Constitution. And if they get rid of the Constitution, then they can go ahead with their plan. If you notice, yes, they try it out in New Zealand, Australia, Europe first, and they can push the passports, they can push their agenda. But when it comes to the United States, that's when everything is shut down. And they know they can't push the central bank digital currency right now because the United States will not accept it. And if we don't accept it, the world won't accept it. And they know this. Trump knows this. And I do believe he's going to use this to his advantage. And this will stop the central bank. And the central bank will be in trouble at this point because they've destroyed their own system. And they do believe that they're going to be using war to usher in their new system. But Trump, he's going to counter it with peace. Once he has peace, it is game over for them. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and stop that right there because of the fact that we jump right into part B. He'll have one outro and one outro only. Here we go. Part B.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this episode 3231BN. Today's date is December 8th, 2023, and the title of the episode is Hunter Indicted, Think Subpoena, Queen Protects the King, Think Michelle Obama. Let's talk about your health. The apples in your holiday pie taste amazing, but it's not exactly the recommended 5 servings of fruits and vegetables. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to help prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day, which is almost impossible. That's why you need to check out Field of Greens. Every fruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was medically selected by doctors to support your vital organs like heart, lungs, kidneys, and immune system. The holidays are here, and you need to stay healthy. Plus, you'll notice your skin, hair, nails will look healthier too. Field of Greens is the simplest way to get those fruits and veggies, and it tastes amazing. Let me get you started with 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com and use promo code X22. That's promo code X22 at fieldofgreens.com, fieldofgreens.com. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters, they are having a major problem. Hunter Biden was indicted. And everything that Joe Biden has said, where he didn't talk to his son, he didn't trade emails with him, he didn't talk to his business partners, it looks like it's completely and utterly falling apart, which means there's going to be a lot of pressure on the Biden crime family. And this pressure is going to build and build and build. And what we see happening here, I do believe, is many different things happening at once. Number one, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they are now forcing these individuals to drop Biden, and this pressure of the crimes that he's committed is continually being released so the people understand that this is a Biden crime family. He's lied to the people. He was doing this under Obama's watch. And as this builds, the people realize that, wow, look at the corruption here. It's much, much larger, much deeper than we could ever imagine. And I do believe they needed Biden out of the way. They needed the mastermind, or we could say the king of all of it. I'm talking about the king of the deep state. They need him front and center. So how do you continually put pressure on that individual that is planning to run in the next election, who's stubborn? Well, you keep releasing the information and you put a lot of pressure on this individual. Plus, it allows the people to see what the criminal syndicate is, and this information can be used later on. Now, the other part of this, you can see the deep state players, they didn't want Hunter Biden testifying behind closed doors. Remember, he was subpoenaed. So what are your options? Well, you can have an attorney, which he did. Hunter had his attorney write to the House saying, nope, I don't want to do this behind closed doors. I want to do this out in the public. Why would he want to do this out in the public? Because the questions that were going to be asked to Hunter, well, they wouldn't be classified in nature. They wouldn't delve into the business dealings, and they probably can bring up a lot more during closed door meetings. So if it's public, it would just be a fluffy type of interview of Hunter. So the deep state players, they had a choice. They could either violate the subpoena, being contempt, but again, they kept telling everyone nobody's above the law. They told everyone that if you violate the subpoena, the Justice Department should get involved. So do they want to violate the subpoena? No. Do they want Hunter testifying behind closed doors? No. So what do they have left? Remember the game they play. The game is, we can put this off and we can stop the subpoena. How can we do this? What happens if we indict him and the charges are tax related? See, they didn't do FARA. They only did tax related crimes. Now, once they did this, the special counsel and the Justice Department can say, listen, we know you have a subpoena, but this is an ongoing investigation. He's been indicted right now. And right now, I don't think it's a good time for him to testify behind closed doors because we have this major investigation going on, and this might compromise what's happening. Now, I do believe they're probably going to use this strategy to get him out of testifying, but we'll have to see how this all plays out. I mean, put it this way. They're going to try to do this. It doesn't mean it's going to work. Most likely it will, because they control the Justice Department. They control everything. And they could say that because of what the Justice Department, because of the special counsel, we're not allowing this to happen. This is how they're going to protect him. Now, once again, are they going to have a trial right now? Is he going to be convicted, or are they going to wait until after the elections? Well, normally what you would do in this type of situation, you would wait till after the elections. Now, the people are going to see this because, once again, they're going to see that Trump is being indicted and his trials are before the elections, and Hunter is going to have his trials after the elections. And the people are going to go, I see the two-tier justice system again. It's right in front of my face. It's absolutely unbelievable. But I do believe why all of this is happening is because they need to get the person who orchestrated all of this. And I do believe that is Barack Obama, the king of the deep state plans. But again, we're going to have someone, I do believe, come in, which is the queen, maybe, to protect the king. Is this going to work? I don't believe so. And I do believe Scavino put out a message letting us know that this is maybe the direction we're heading in. We'll be talking about that in a little bit later. But first, let's talk about Hunter Biden right now, because he was hit with 9 counts of felony. And they're saying that and this is according to Weiss, he engaged in a 4-year scheme to not pay at least $1.4 million in self-assessed federal taxes he owed for tax years 2016 through 2019, from in or about January 2017 through in or about October 15, 2020, and to evade the assessment of taxes for tax year 2018 when he filed false returns in or about February 2020. Hunter Biden executed this scheme by a number of means, including subverting the payroll and tax withholding process of his own company, Awasco, spending millions on extravagant lifestyle things in 2018, failing to pay his outstanding and overdue taxes for the tax year 2015, willfully failing to pay his 2016-2019 taxes on time, despite having millions in funds, willfully failing to file his 2017-2018 tax returns, using false business deductions in order to evade assessment of taxes and substantially reduce his tax liabilities. The indictment is exacting and detailed, discussing Hunter's various business entities, the millions he received from foreign nationals and foreign business entities, such as those in China, Romania, and Ukraine, as well as the income and support Hunter has received from his entertainment lawyer, who happens to have paid over $1.2 million to third parties for Hunter's benefit in 2020. It also makes the case, a case known to the public for the last year or so, that Hunter willingly engaged in this tax scheme. The indictment is replete with examples. He did not report his Burisma income in 2014. He was informed by accounts that he owed taxes. His ex-wife told him that his tax returns were not filed, and there are multiple times where he is discussing his outstanding tax obligation in various communications. And the people of this country, they knew about this from the IRS whistleblowers, and the people understood that this was happening. So yes, can the deep state, can they use this because the people already know this? Of course they can. And they can say, okay, he's indicted, and it's an ongoing investigation. We'll be talking about that in just a sec. But Charlie Kirk, he put this out on X. He said, the latest indictment against Hunter Biden reveals that the first son spent more than $850,000 on adult entertainment and payments to various women in just 4-year span covering 2016 to 2019. In the same period, he paid no taxes at all, despite receiving millions from foreign companies seeking influence in D.C. Remember, until IRS whistleblowers came forward, the plan at DOJ was to bring no charges against Hunter at all. Then, until a judge sniffed out the scheme, their plan was a sweetheart deal with minimal punishment. Hunter Biden is one of the most flagrantly corrupt criminals in American political history, but it was all going to be brushed aside to protect his father, the worst president in American history. And I agree with that. But I do believe that this was their only strategy at this point, because they really had nothing else, because they don't want him testifying in Congress. I mean, he might have to, but I do believe they're going to make this push, and they're going to push very, very hard. Now, Joe Biden put this out. Actually, it was probably a staffer, but he says, we're making corporations and the super wealthy start to pay their fair share in taxes. It's about rewarding work, not wealth. That's interesting. Hans responded to this and said, Hunter spent $5 million in 4 years, including $1.6 million in cash. And that's just from one of his accounts. Will Joe be asked about his tweet? Will he shout out the questionnaire claiming that it's all a lie, just like he did yesterday when asked about Hunter's business partners? Most likely. You keep lying and lying and lying. You think he's just going to come out and tell the truth? Oh, yeah, you know what? My son's guilty. You know, he evaded taxes. Yes, we were taking money from China, from Ukraine. Yes, we were selling secrets. You got us. No, they're going to continually lie and lie and lie. Now, the other question is, and Sean Davis asked this question, I wonder why the spy chief of China gave Hunter Biden $1 million and what he expected in return. What did he expect? And you know what's funny? Yes, the tax returns are great and all that, but the main issue here is, where's the money all coming from? And why are they receiving this money? That's the real question. Well, we know it's coming from these different countries, China, Ukraine, Romania. But again, if he's receiving this money from these countries, Hunter never registered as a foreign lobbyist, and he's in violation of the Foreign Agent Registration Act. So the question is, why didn't they bring charges? Sean Davis on X put this out and said, unsurprisingly, Weiss refuses to charge Hunter for foreign influence peddling, registered foreign agent violations, or anything related to the Biden family's Burisma shakedown when Joe Biden was vice president. Weiss pretends to crack down on Hunter while continuing to run interference for Joe Biden and the Biden crime family operations. Absolutely. Representative James Comer on X put this out and said, the DOJ got caught in its attempt to give Hunter an unprecedented sweetheart plea deal, and today's charges filed against Hunter are the result of IRS whistleblowers who bravely came forward. America should applaud these men. Yes, without these individuals, they were never, ever going to bring charges. Absolutely, they weren't. But now, since it's already out in the public already knows, this is a slam dunk for them because, okay, the public already knows, yes, we'll bring charges with all of this, but we're not going to bring the FARA charges. We're not going to do that whatsoever. So let's go back a little bit in time. So the House subpoenaed Hunter. Hunter's attorneys, they wrote a letter saying that Hunter is not going to testify behind closed doors. He wants to do it in public. James Comer, he said, absolutely not. This is the rules of the House. You must testify behind closed doors. So the special counsel then indicts Hunter, because remember, Hunter has to testify. So now the special counsel indicts Hunter on tax evasion. And now, is Hunter going to testify behind closed doors? Or are they going to say that the case is now ongoing? We have a lot of information. We have the indictments. There's no need for this. And he's not going to testify behind closed doors. I do believe that this probably was to get him out of testifying, because they tried everything else. And no matter which way they went, it was a complete and utter disaster. And this was the only path they could take, which means the entire plan actually worked, because now what are the people seeing? The people are seeing Hunter indicted, which is one step closer to Joe Biden. So the pressure is on now, and there's more and more evidence coming out. There are indictments right now. And do you think Joe Biden is just going to stay in the race? Well, he'll probably be very stubborn and say, I'm not leaving. And I do believe this is going to force the D's. It's going to force their hand. It's going to force the person Trump wants out there, because I do believe all of this leads back to one individual and those people above him, but those people aren't elected. But we'll get to those people later, because these are all the unelected people that are actually pulling the strings. But for the public, they need to understand what the last administration did and how dangerous they were. And when I say last administration, I mean the Obama administration and what they set up. I do believe the why is going to be explained to the people, and the people are going to see this. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that Jim Jordan, he's investigating whether the 51 former intelligence officials who signed the infamous Hunter Biden laptop letter were paid by the Central Intelligence Agency. In a letter to the CIA Director William Burns, Jordan, who leads a select subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government, demanded the CIA chief come clean about the agency's alleged involvement in branding the laptop as Russian disinformation, which plainly amounted to election interference. It says, we understand that former intelligence officials often return to the intelligence community under private contract for their previous agencies. It is vital to the committee oversight to understand whether any of the signatories of the public statement were actively employed by CIA as contractors or consultants at the time they signed the public statement. If so, this information would raise fundamental concerns about the role of the CIA as it pertains to the October 19, 2020 public statement on the Hunter Biden email, signed and published by 51 former intelligence community officials in the weeks preceding the 2020 presidential election. Because if these people were being paid by the government and they wrote this letter knowingly that this laptop was not from Russia, it was actually Hunter Biden's laptop, they actually interfered in the election while they were getting paid by the government. And I do believe, most likely, I wouldn't be surprised if some of these people were contractors, because they're all part of the same criminal syndicate. And the people now are seeing the system. And I do believe this is one of the most important parts of this, is that people understand how deep and wide the swamp is. People need to see the system. They need to understand that, no, it's not just a couple of corrupt people. It's a coordinated criminal system that's been operating in this country for a long time. People need to understand this. And I do believe this is why we have Vivek on Fox News at the Republican debates, because those people who just watch Fox, they need to wake up. They need to see things very, very differently than what they have been seeing. And with him out there, pointing the finger at all these individuals, he's waking these people up. Trump, he's waking people up because he's showing what the establishment does. He's pointing the finger at DeSanctimonious. And I do believe the next step of this is to wake up all those Ds that have been glued to MSDNC, glued to CNN, CNBC, and all they hear is their talking points. Because when the evidence is produced in the court of law, this is going to change everything. And people are going to see something very, very different. They're going to see who is behind the election rigging. And yes, it's going to be foreign governments. Yes, it's going to be people that are in this country. And it's going to be those people that are now living in the White House or in the basement of the White House talking to Joe Biden. And I do believe all of this needs to happen next year, because the one individual that's going to be pushed out because they'll have no choice because they'll be trapped in all this because all this information is coming out. They're going to have to come out to try to direct this whole thing. And I do believe that is going to happen. We'll be talking a little bit more about this a little bit later. But first, it looks like Biden is becoming very, very desperate right now because he wants the money for Ukraine. And he's trying to make a deal saying, listen, okay, I'll talk about border security. I will talk about, locking down the border if I can get money for Ukraine. But the question is, I thought the border was secure. Why do we have to talk border security? I thought it was secure. See, now he's messing up his messages because he's becoming desperate, fear setting in. He's worried about what Zelensky's going to do. And you don't think all those people, the controllers, his handlers, you don't think they're all sitting there going, holy crap, this is a complete and utter disaster. We need to do something here. I do believe that's exactly what they're saying. Now, what's very interesting is as we move forward and as the information comes out, we know the deep state players, they're not going to want the information out there, and they're going to try to shut down many, many platforms. Remember, they want to control at the ISP level. They didn't want to have the control at the social media platforms. They wanted to go to the source of where you got the internet fed into your home. That's why Obama was pushing net neutrality. That completely failed. And now they're trapped in all of this, and they're being discovered that the government interferes with people's rights. They're violating the people's rights. And this is something they really didn't want, but they were pushed into it. And now they're trying to shut down X because there's a lot of people on X, and they're trying to convince the advertisers not to advertise on there. But I think in the end, the people of this country are going to help out. I do believe in the end, all these woke companies and all the companies that are controlled by the deep state players, well, there's a lot more of us than there are of them, and they need us to keep their sales up. And I think what's going to happen over time is that the people, they're going to shift away from these companies, and they're going to shift to companies that actually care about the people of this country. And one of those people is Terrence Williams. He has Cousin T's pancake mix. And he came out and he said that he's going to advertise on X. Now, DC Drano, he put this out and he says, Terrence Williams' Cousin T's pancakes, which he started after the left canceled Aunt Jemima, has committed to switching his ad spend from Facebook to X. So now he's going to be advertising on X, and I do believe we're going to see a lot more conservatives advertise on X, which hopefully boosts the platforms up. Same thing with Truth Social. I do believe now, soon as they're approaching that point where they can accept advertisers, that will help Truth quite a bit. Now, remember, once these platforms get money, once they get the advertisers, they can expand, and the platforms get better and better and better, which is going to happen to Truth, which means the deep state players, they're going to be panicking over all of this because they don't want people on these platforms hearing the truth. Remember, they want to control the narrative. They can't control the narrative, then people aren't going to listen to them. So right now they're in trouble because people aren't listening to them. And I do believe as more and more information comes out, and I especially believe when we head into 2024 and Trump is in the courtroom for election fraud and January 6th, which really means that he's actually putting the deep state players on trial. I think this is when fear is really going to set in for the deep state players, especially when they remove Biden and they bring in their other player, which I do believe is going to be Michelle Obama. Now, again, they could bring in anyone else, but they're going to need someone that has a lot of pull, a lot of popularity that can actually override the system. And this is going to be tough. Is Newsom that guy? Actually, Trump is already saying, I don't think it is. Actually, Trump is already admitting that he doesn't think that Biden's going to make it all the way. So who else can they bring in that will protect Obama's legacy? Because if the evidence is pouring out against Biden, you don't think the evidence is going to pour out against Obama? Remember, this is about inflicting pain on these people. And believe me, Joe Biden, he's feeling pain every step of the way. The deep state players are feeling pain every step of the way. This is why you see a lot of these individuals retiring, because they know it's game over. And actually, as the heat intensifies, you're going to see a lot more people in Congress, a lot more CEOs start to say, you know what, I'm out. I'm done with this. Because They don't want to be stuck in their positions while everything completely and utterly falls apart. They rather get out now. And I do believe that's exactly what's going to happen. And you can see that Israel was definitely saved for last to show the infiltration, to show their true intentions. And remember, it doesn't stop with the Jews. When you see these people marching on the streets saying intifada, and they're talking about genocide, and they're talking about, hurting other people, it doesn't stop there, because these are the same people that were just chanting and marching for George Floyd, a criminal. Their agenda has nothing to do with Palestine. Their agenda doesn't have anything to do with the Black community. Their agenda is to destroy anyone that goes against them, period. And one way to wake a lot of people up is to bring something like this out into the open. And now those liberal Jews, those people who are out there who said, no, this doesn't exist, well, they're starting to realize it does exist. And it's getting worse and worse as time goes on. And they're starting to see a lot more people where they looked up to them and they said, oh, no, these people wouldn't do this. Oh, no, these people would. And now a lot of these people, they're shocked. Like, I can't believe this is happening. And we can see that they're waking up throughout all of this. But this is all in preparation, I do believe, to bring one person into the spotlight. Because now you need to see all the people they put into place. They're on whose side? They're on the terrorist side. They're on the side of the destroyer. And that's exactly what Obama is. He's the destroyer of this country. And yes, Trump wants to show everybody. Now, out in Israel, we can see Hamas. They are now firing rockets from the humanitarian zone in Gaza Strip. And the IDF was out there, and they set aside a safe zone. And it looks like the Hamas terrorists, they are now in that safe zone, and they're firing rockets towards Israel. Now, again, we already know they use the people as human shields. The same thing out in Ukraine. We have the neo-Nazis setting up shop in a mall, in a supermarket, and in hospitals. And they use the people there as human shields, because when those areas are bombed, they can turn around and say, oh my God, look what they did. And now everyone's figuring out exactly what they have been doing. I mean, look what else they found out. The Al-Azhar University is the main training facility of Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood in Gaza. It was funded with $10,000 by the U.S. government in 2019 and with $5 million by the EU in 2015 to 2020. Now IDF troops, they have reached the campus and found extensive military infrastructure and armaments. So they used a university, students, to store everything. And when it was hit, what do they do? Oh my God, look, they just hit a university. Oh my God, look, they hit a hospital. Well, they do this on purpose, but it's not working. Actually, their plan is completely and utterly falling apart, because when the people know, the people understand what they're doing here. And yes, does Israel say, you know what, all those people in there, leave the building? Yes. All those people in there, we're going to bomb soon? Yes. It's telling the people, listen, we know there's terrorists underneath. We know that they have weapons, and we're coming after them. And most of the people do leave. But again, the fake news, they need to keep pushing this, and the protesters need to keep pushing this to convince people that Israel's just killing innocents. And this is what they've been doing for a very, very long time. But what's very interesting, it looks like a lot of the terrorists, they have decided to surrender to Israel. And because Israel now is in Gaza, and the ground invasion is really picking up now, and these individuals realize that they have no chance at this point. So they have been surrendering to the Israeli army. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is Erdogan, the president of Turkey. He is ready to take responsibility to prevent further bloodshed in Gaza. Now, you have to remember, Erdogan, he was also provoking the war in Syria. Erdogan was also stealing the oil. His son actually was stealing the oil from Syria, bringing it into Turkey and selling it there. Erdogan is not a nice guy. I do believe he also shot down a Russian jet back in 2015, and the Russian Sukhoi Su-24 aircraft, it was bombing different targets in Syria, because Assad, who's the president of Syria, asked Russia to come in. And Turkey, they had a patrolling a plane out there, which was an F-16 fighter jet, and it actually fired a missile and shot down a Russian jet. Now, remember, Turkey is part of NATO. They could have started a war. Let's talk about being prepared. Night vision binoculars are the coolest pieces of tech anyone can have, but until recently were too costly for the average Joe. Likely, newer models have caused prices to come way down. If you enjoy fishing, hunting, spotting wildlife, or just want to keep an eye out for intruders after dark, you'll find a pair of night vision binoculars very useful. This is why myself and tens of thousands are getting Night Watch Pros. Night Watch Pros affordability allow anyone to see with predator-like vision and pitch blackness. They're highly effective for watching wildlife, scenic viewing, surveillance, patrol detection, home protection, and much more. Plus, they include typical high-end night vision features, including 4K video recording, a clear HD display, 5x zoom, anti-shake technology, and a long-lasting rechargeable battery. Tens of thousands of 5-star reviews back up the notion that Night Watch Pros are the best choice for night vision binoculars on the market. This holiday season, give the gift of protection to your loved ones. Place your order for the Night Watch Pro now, and you'll receive access to Prepper Speak's exclusive newsletter, free express shipping, and last but not least, 100% lifetime guarantee replacement. Simply click the link in the description below to go to nightwatchpro.com and use promo code HOLIDAY for 25% off to take advantage of this limited time deal before they sell out. And I do believe they wanted to start a war, but it didn't happen. He also said, we now realize that the international organization responsible for ensuring global peace and security lack problem-solving capabilities. And remember, Turkey is part of NATO. Are they trying to start something? Are they trying to kick something off? Maybe, maybe not. It's starting to look that way. But the other thing that's very interesting is that we can see that what is going on out in Israel and what's happening in Gaza, it is now flooding the world, because we know that Soros and others, they have pushed this agenda to, I'm talking about Obama, they pushed this agenda to bring all the Muslims into these countries. And these are the dregs of life that the other countries didn't want. And these people, they will do whatever the deep state players want them to do. And what's very interesting is we can see the infiltration in this country right now. And yesterday we just mentioned how we had these 3 presidents of these Ivy League colleges out there. They just couldn't say that, hey, chanting, genocide to the Jews is wrong. It violates the school policies. They made up all these excuses, but then they got all this backlash. And once they received the backlash, some of them apologized. But what's very interesting about this, and you look at their policies, if you use the wrong pronouns, if you call someone fat, that constitutes as abuse. But if you are calling for the genocide of Jews, it doesn't violate school policy. And this is what people are pointing out right now. And people are scratching their heads saying, this doesn't make sense. Kaya Rachik put this out and said, flying over Harvard today, Harvard hates Jews. Very interesting. And what's very interesting is we can see the backlash is very, very strong right now. Those investment houses, those corporations, law firms, they are now backing out of these colleges. Greg Price put this up and said, Ross Stevens, CEO of Stone Ridge Asset Management, sent a letter to Penn telling them that he is withdrawing a $100 million donation over President Liz McGill's anti-Semitism comments before Congress. Bill Ackman put this out. 102 million people have viewed the below post and the video of Harvard, MIT, and Penn president's testimony to Congress. How can they appear in public after such a disgraceful testimony? Has anyone seen them since Tuesday? No, they can't walk down the street. And now we have University of Pennsylvania President Liz McGill is being asked to resign by the board of Penn's Wharton Business School. And all of these people should be resigning, because all of these people, they are not for the students. They're not for the protection of the students. They're for a certain agenda, and the people now can see it. This is infiltration from within. And all of these people should resign from their positions. Doesn't matter if they give an apology afterwards. They couldn't answer a simple question. And all they had to do is substitute any other race or any other person in that statement, and they would have rejected that right away. So right there, I think the world has seen this. The world is screaming at them, and they are in trouble right now. And this is how we call these people out over and over and over. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is you could see the Biden administration, they are really panicking right now. Remember when Biden was out there saying, listen, if you don't give me the money, we're going to have our soldiers go out there. It's going to be your uncles, your brothers, your sisters. Yeah, we're going to use, the people of this country to fight this war. So you better do what we say. And that is a threat to the American people. I do believe when they don't get their way, they're going to start war. If you notice, when did he mention peace? Did he mention anything about peace? Why hasn't he mentioned peace? It makes no sense. The only thing that he mentions is money, sacrificing Americans, and war. That is it. Colin Rugg put this out and said, Tucker Carlson confirms that Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin threatened to send your uncles, cousins, and sons to fight Russia unless more money is sent to Zelensky. The revelation comes just days after White House official John Kirby said that American blood will be the cost of supporting Ukraine if we stop sending the money. Your government has an addiction. The addiction is war. The addiction is the industrial war complex. And the people now, they're seeing the threat. They're seeing what's happening. And remember, when you look at the polls, the people are not interested in Ukraine, not interested in their borders. See, that's the deep state layer. Biden has to pay off Zelensky. The deep state players are panicking because once it's all done, everything is put out into the open and their entire deep state apparatus unwinds. So they need to keep the chaos going. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. And they will start war if they don't get their way. And this is what the American people are seeing right now. Just like the American people are seeing that the entire pandemic was just that, a pandemic. It was one gigantic hoax. It was a statistical hoax that they used. And they knew it. This is why Nancy Pelosi went to get her hair done. This is why all the others were at parties. That's why you saw Newsom out at restaurants, because they knew. They understood what this was. They knew that this wasn't deadly like they said. It was about control. It was about cheating in the election. It was about getting rid of Trump. It was about bringing us into the Great Reset. It was about depopulation. It was about pushing the bioweapon on the people. And now the people, they're seeing it. The people now are hardened against anything that they're going to try to do. They will try things, but I don't think the people are going to fall for it, because look what's happening out in the UK. We have Boris Johnson. He is testifying in front of his peers, and it's a COVID inquiry. Because remember, he had parties, he had all these things. And the crowds, they were shouting murderer as he left the buildings. Think about that for a second. The people know, the people understand, and the people are pointing the finger. We know what you did. The same thing in this country. The people know exactly what has happened here. And as more and more evidence comes out, the people know a lot more. This is why no one's buying the illnesses and the sicknesses and the viruses that they're pushing. And they'll keep pushing it because they have to. They have to cheat in the next election, because that's the only way they win elections. They don't win elections by people voting. They win elections by installing who they want. And when they can't install the person they want, what do? You let the other person win, or do you try to shut it down? I do believe that's where we're headed. We'll be talking a lot more about that a little bit later. But first, let's talk about Biden, because the Biden administration, they said that they will attempt to strip drug makers of patents if government officials deem their prices to be too high. Now, this is a plan that was announced. The government would claim the right to control prices on drugs developed with the help of taxpayer money. The administration claims without evidence that drug makers are gouging consumers with high prices and that the seizure plan would lower prices. So they're going to seize all the patents. Are they setting a precedent where they can seize a patent at any time they want? It's starting to seem that way. And we know that this is going to be challenged in court. We know the game they play. And what are they really trying to do here? Because once seized, in a process known as March-in rights, the government would then be able to license competitors to manufacture and sell the drugs. Are they trying to take control of the entire drug market? I mean, it's not going to lower inflation. It's not going to really help people, because you know what happens when the government takes over? You think prices go down? No, everything goes back up. We've seen this with the Affordable Care Act. Insurance premiums skyrocketed. The same thing would happen here. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we know that Joe Biden's in trouble. We know that the elections are coming. He doesn't want to leave. The D's are watching this very, very closely. And Joe Biden is now going to Hollywood. He wants the Hollywood elite to fundraise. He wants them to help him. And he's gone to Steven Spielberg, Rob Reiner, Shonda Rhimes, and they're going to be putting on a glitzy Los Angeles party. What happens when this whole thing completely and utterly falls apart? Yes, they'll make money from the people that are trying to support Biden. But again, when the people see this and they start to see what's really going on, because remember, all these individuals, they are corrupt themselves. They're panicking themselves. I mean, think about Rob Reiner. All he does is go off on Trump. Same thing with De Niro. Haven't heard from Spielberg. Isn't he going to make a movie about what's going on in Israel? Has he spoken out against this? That's very interesting. But all these people, yes, they have all their little secrets and they have to back Biden, because if they don't, everything is revealed. And I do believe Biden is going to try to push very, very hard, but I do believe this is all going to fail. And eventually, as it fails, the deep state players are going to say, okay, we got to make this switch, because he tried. We let him try. We let him do what he wanted to do, but it's not working. We won't be able to cheat. He doesn't have the popularity. His poll numbers are continually dropping. The evidence is pouring out. His son's indicted. This is a complete and utter nightmare. I mean, can he really go into the 2024 election like this, as it's going to get a lot worse? As the economy fails, as war picks up, as more evidence is produced? Do you really think he can handle all of this? Or do you think the deep state's going to say enough is enough? Because now the Republicans, they're ready to impeach. Let's get rid of him. And I do believe that's exactly what they're going to end up doing. And we could see that. I do believe Trump's plan is working perfectly. No one is watching the Republican debate anymore. I mean, they started out kind of strong, but not that strong, because Trump went on the same time and he beat them completely. But the people that still watch, they're still hearing the truth. They're starting to hear the information. And I do believe this is why people are tuning out right now. Joe Ma put this out and said, ratings disaster. The fourth GOP primary debate saw an 87.5% decrease in viewership from the first debate and a 76% decrease from the last debate. GO debate number 1, 12.8 million. GOP debate number 2, 9.5 million. GOP debate number 3, 6.8 million. GOP debate number 4, 1.6 million. You think the plan's working? Do you think those people that were interested in these candidates are no longer interested? Are they seeing the truth? Is the plan working? I do believe so. And the people also see the truth in Trump's trials, because the trial in New York is, like Trump always says, a witch hunt, and people are seeing the truth. And what's very interesting is that Trump brought in an expert witness and said that there is absolutely no accounting problems. Everything is perfect. And remember, this individual, as Don Jr. says on X, is the expert witness that was used by the Attorney General's office in their case against Exxon. So they use this witness. They trust this witness. And this witness says that Trump's books are perfect. Trump put this out and said, and it's from Adams Klasfeld on X, and it says, Bartov, my main findings is that there is no evidence whatsoever of any accounting fraud. Bartov, I couldn't find a single GAAP provision that was violated. I couldn't find one. That tells you everything you need to know. And Trump, he keeps telling the people, listen, this is election interference. The Biden administration is involved in this. He's orchestrating all of this. And he said the top people right under Attorney General put him into the district attorney's office. Also put a man into the state attorney general's office, Letitia James' office. It happens to be the same man. And this is all coming from the White House. This is a disgraceful situation. This country's never seen anything like this. And he's absolutely right. This is all being orchestrated by Biden. I wouldn't be surprised if the connections of who this individual is comes out and it shows, maybe emails, texts, maybe from some of Biden's alias email addresses or others. I do believe this information is going to get out there because Trump just wouldn't say it if he doesn't know it. Trump, he put this out on Truth and says, watch the trial. Now, that's very interesting. Which trial is he talking about? Is he talking about the one that's happening right now? Or is he talking about the trial that's upcoming? Maybe it's both. I do believe it is both. Well, let's go back to post 14, October 31st, 2017. I'm just going to read 3 lines here. What must be completed to engage military intelligence over 3-letter agencies? DOD must have clear and verified reason to believe the Republic is at risk and must execute their duty to protect the POTUS and Constitution. What must occur to allow for civilian trials? Military law can be applied to civilians, but only in special circumstances. If a nation declares martial law, military authorities replaces civilian authorities. Under martial law, the military operates the police, courts, and legislature instead of the civilian government. What happens if there's chaos in the streets and they reject the votes? Will Biden declare martial law? Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to see how this plays out, but it kind of looks that way. Why is this relevant? If martial law is declared, it will be to circumvent the corrupt judicial system. That is very interesting. And Trump, he went on to talk about his other lawsuits, and he put out a truth, which I find very interesting. It says the following: all of these Biden political opponent lawsuits against me could have been brought 3 years ago, but the slime balls brought them right in the middle of my very successful campaign for president. The J6 fake case, where the Obama appointed drug-hating judge Tanya Shukin actually had the audacity to schedule the trial the day before Super Tuesday, also considered the biggest of all primary days, has been put into serious question when most of the Unselect Committee's evidence was deleted and destroyed. This illegal act that would have shown the guilt of crazy Nancy Pelosi and others should end this Biden witch hunt. Our failing nation is now becoming a banana republic, MAGA. So he put political opponent in quotes. And that reminds me of post 4502, June 23rd, 2020. It says, you cannot attack your political opponent. The doubters will soon be believers, years in the making. And I do believe this was part of the plan. Everything needed to happen to Trump first so it could be turned around and used against them. Because once all of this is completed, who will this be used against? That person that is running in the 2024 election. Who is that person? Is it going to be Biden? Well, they're already bringing out the evidence against Biden. Or is it going to be against another? Well, I do believe Trump has already given us that hint. He says Joe Biden isn't going to make it. And he also said that Kamala might be the front runner because she can get the black vote because they're losing the black vote. And she's not that popular. Actually, her poll numbers are in the dirt. So are they going to keep that black woman in as the candidate, or are they going to swap her out? I do believe they're going to end up swapping her out. But what's very interesting is that the deep state players, they can't even come up with new material to attack Trump. They're using the same exact narrative that they used in 2016. Patriots Are in Control put this out on X and said, same fake news, same recycled narrative. If the Trump dictator push didn't work on mostly sleeping public in 2016, do they really think it will work on a newly awakened populace? And shows the Washington Post in 2016 and 2023. It says, Donald Trump will protect you. Some fear he is running to be a dictator. 2023, the Trump dictatorship, how to stop it. Then we have NPR back in 2016. Donald Trump, strong leader or dangerous authoritarian. 2023, NPR, Trump allies craft plan to give him unprecedented power if he wins the White House. The Guardian, let's raise our voices against this dictator, Donald Trump. That was back in 2016. 2023, Trump says, I'm not a dictator, but top figures warn of authoritarian takeover. So they're using the same exact narrative. Actually, Trump also put this out there, showing the 2 articles because he put out a truth by Byron York, because he put out a post on X and says, the alarm has gone off. Around this time in 2015, some in political commentary class realized Trump could win GOP nomination. Freak out ensued, although many remained confident Trump could not win general. Now warning machine has kicked into higher gear. Absolutely. Then Trump put this out on Truth and is pointing to Wesley Hunt, who put this out on X and said, so about that Washington Post article, the left has gone into full panic mode over the return of Donald J. Trump to the White House. Let's be clear about something. Spying on your political opponent, Trump, making false accusations against him, Trump, weaponizing our justice system against him, Trump, and enlisting the Leviathan of the censorship state and corporate media against him, Trump, is the true work of a dictatorship. Trump isn't a dictator. He's actually the greatest threat to a cabal which threatens the existence of our republic and has perverted the Constitution in ways our founders could have never dreamed. When the DNC forced all primary challengers to back Biden, they were in fact building their Trojan horse. Unfortunately for them, the Trojan horse became a lame duck. Biden's pathway to a second term is closing. Trump is leading in nearly every national and battleground poll. So in the last-ditch effort to stop Trump, they hope their coordinated attacks will scare independents. It won't. Trump is inevitable as the American spirit fire. His presidency spells the end of dictators in America, not the beginning. And he's absolutely right. And you could see the deep state players, they're becoming desperate. They know that Biden will not be able to finish this. This is why they're going to remove him. And we could see we're heading down that path. Now, before we get to that, we know that they're going to bring someone else in. We know that they're going to try everything they can to cheat because that's the only way they can win. But when they can't win, most likely they're going to try to cancel the elections. I call it a postponement because I do believe there's countermeasures in place, which we know that there's backup poll books, there's paper ballots, and I do believe the military can actually oversee the elections. But we can see that they're going to try to use most likely a cyber attack to actually stop this from happening. Because if they can't win, they don't want Trump to win. So what's very interesting is we could see there are more and more hacking stories. And the latest one is that hackers act on behalf of the Russian government, targeted U.S. intelligence officers in a sophisticated spear phishing campaign designed to influence elections in the United Kingdom. That is coming from the Justice Department. The operation successfully hacked into computer networks in the US, the UK, Ukraine, and other NATO member countries and stole information used in foreign malign influence operations designed to influence the UK's 2019 election. They're already building the case for a cyber attack where it can influence the elections. I do believe they're going to use this to say that they actually shut down the elections. So this can go either way. Either Trump wins in the normal election and they come up with the story saying, oh my God, look, all the election systems were hacked, just like back in 2019, and they influenced the elections. But I don't think that's going to work because then everyone would go, wait a minute, I thought the machines weren't connected to the internet when we had the elections. So I don't think that story is going to work. Now, when they do their testing, yes, they can have those systems connected to the internet to download the latest patches, to do all these different things. But again, during the election, I don't think this story is going to work. And this is why I do believe they're going to be using the cyber attack to actually cancel the election. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they're just waiting for that. Because remember, they're bringing the person they want into the fold. Everything I do believe that is set up is to bring out Michelle Obama. Remember, Barack Obama can't run for election. So the only person I do believe that he trusts is Michelle Obama. She is going to guard the king of the deep state, the king of the Muslim Brotherhood. She's the queen, I do believe. Isn't that interesting? Now, Dan Scavino, he put out a post on X, and it's a video of Trump, and Queen is playing We Are the Champions. Take a listen and watch the video.
I'll make my shadow sadness in my face, black like blue. I'll make my shadow sadness in my face, black like blue.
I'm just turning that down until the song's over with. I don't want to get a copyright. Should be about right now.
Now that is very interesting because just the other day we were mentioning the king and the queen, and that, let me go back to post 4281. This is May 19, 2020. It says objective, end, checkmate, king. Do you attack the king at the beginning of the game? Do you attack and remove pawns first? Do you attack and remove bishops, rooks, knights next? Do you attack and remove queen mid to end? Is the game being played public or private? Do emotions affect critical thinking? Add important king control pieces. Eliminate rogue elements. Add, how do you set the stage board, RE public opinion optics at this time? Let's go back to post 4241. This is May 14, 2020. Down below, it says the following. Think chess. Do you attack the king in the beginning or middle to end? Queen protects the king. Now, that's very interesting. So it's actually unwise to move the queen early in a chess game. Don't move the queen too early. Develop your knights and your bishops first. Occupy the center. Bring the king into safety, and only then start thinking about your queen. Think about that for a second. So have they moved all their other pieces, and now it's time to move the queen into position? I do believe Trump, as we watch the game of chess being played out, we know there's only a couple of moves left. Is the queen being forced into position? The queen definitely protects the king, right? So now I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they're going to force the deep state players to make this move. And once they make this move, the world is going to see it all. The world is going to see the treasonous acts of the Obama administration. Remember, Obama is continually telling everyone he had a scandal-free administration. Well, I think the people know it wasn't, because look at Joe Biden. Scandals all over the place. It's a criminal operation. Now, people are going to learn why all of this in this country, why all of this is happening, and who actually did this. And it's not Obama himself. There are many others. But again, that's the focal point. He was driving this for 8 years. Hillary Clinton was supposed to do it for the last 8 years. And I do believe all of this is coming in focus. Why? Because the Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right. X22. That was Dave. And my mic was on mic all this time, and I didn't know it, or was unmuted. Yeah. All right. All right. So I'm working on cooking my dinner and all that. Up next, we got the latest interview with Nathan Reynolds, SGT report, Sean. SGT, yep. We're going to get to that right toot sweet. And this will probably be the last one for me tonight. There are other things too that I could do, but I'm thinking that I don't want to overdo myself. And I agree with y'all. And I appreciate the fact that you don't want me overdoing it. You know you want me overdoing it. Come on. No, I'm joking. Let's do this. Here we go.
WHO calls on leaders from government and industry to work together to phase out fossil fuels urgently and accelerate the transition to clean energy.
It is the green gospel of the eugenicists at its finest. It's almost satirical at this point in our life to be able to watch this play out, because 15, 20 years ago, people were throwing rocks at us saying, you know, you guys are a bunch of nut jobs and conspiracy theorists. And here we are living on the precipice of a time where the collective world leaders are describing a means with which to stop the world from breathing.
Hey guys, Sean from SGT Report here. Thank you so very much for coming on back to the show. That was our good friend Nathan Reynolds, and he's so right. These people want to destroy everything that's good and pure and God-given to us on this beautiful planet. They even want us to stop breathing, at least those of us who survive the depopulation agenda. Thanks so much for tuning in. Before we start this important broadcast, just a quick word about our sponsor. Just when you thought it was safe, interest rates spiked and new threats have come out of nowhere. Tensions are boiling from Asia to Europe, and adapting to this turmoil is the key to safeguarding your wealth. Perhaps you've not considered gold before, but now is the time. It's insurance, and right now, you need some insurance. Noble Gold Investments has been protecting investors from disaster for years with precious metals. So if you're worried, it might be time to take a fresh look at gold and silver. Gold is a multi-century proven safe haven to shield your portfolio. And right now, Noble Gold Investments is offering a free 3-ounce silver American Virtue coin with its new IRAs this month. If you open your Noble Gold Investments IRA or 401k rollover right now, you can claim your coin today. Remember, crisis brews, gold insulates. Secure yourself and your portfolio against the threats. Go to noblegoldinvestments.com right now. noblegoldinvestments.com. It's the gold company I trust. Hey friends, welcome back. Thank you so very much for clicking play. It's Sean from SGT Report here. Guys, I have another very important broadcast with my new and hopefully someday my longtime friend Nathan Reynolds. You know his website, snatchedfromtheflames.com. Nathan's working on a new one that by the time you're listening to this, it should be posted on his site, and that article is called Fighting Against the Fear. In that, and he sent it to me early, he talks about us being reduced to evolutionary beasts and that we have the right to overthrow these technocratic dictators because we must refuse to let them win their fruitless war. And that's what it is, a war based on their ancient hate. More on that as we get into this conversation. Nathan, welcome back. How are you, sir?
Absolutely marvelous, Sean. Thanks for having me back.
God bless you, my friend. Thanks for coming back. Now, I know simply because you told me in email, we haven't discussed this yet, we'll do it right here on the show. You have just encountered, maybe for the first time, maybe because you've been on my show, not sure, probably because you're telling the truth about a variety of topics, you're running into severe censorship over on YouTube and elsewhere. Tell us about this censorship. How strange a guy like you would experience censorship, Nathan.
Well, you know, it is. I've had a couple of videos in the past that have been taken down, but never so swiftly as recently. And you know what, Sean, it actually was one of our interviews that you and I did, the one that was called Wickedness in High Places, that got struck down about a month ago when I went to post that up. And then ever since then, they have been striking down different interviews and shows that I've been doing, and then gave me ultimately my first strike on YouTube. And I've been on YouTube for almost 6 years now, posting very regularly. And I have over 460 channels that videos that I've uploaded to that channel. But recently there has just been an onslaught of censorship that I've encountered there, also on TikTok as well, in different places where it does seem to be a strangulation, particularly around topics that, you know, whether it's medical misinformation in particular, that seems to be the big squeeze for me right now. But it surely has given me a totally different perspective for what it's like for those of you. Like, I've talked to quite a few other content creators, a lot of other media hosts over the last 6 months here, and they have, every one of them over certain courses of their life now, have experienced what it's like to have that muzzle put on their mouth. And I assure you of this, it drove me to a place of deep frustration because whenever I find something like that taking place, to me, it is a giant spotlight that I am over the heart of the enemy. Whenever the fire gets the strongest, whenever we take the most amount of resistance from the enemy, we know that we are over their target and they are defending it with the greatest tenacity that they can have. And so for me, it drives me when persecution comes arise, it makes me want to sow the word more strategically. And you know what? That drove me back to the pen and the page, where I haven't been writing for so long. I've been blogging for a good long while now, for the past 4 or 5 years. But it made me realize that there's something very, very powerful about a book. Why it's so powerful for us to be able to utilize this wonderful tool that we have while we have it, but we also must recognize and take steps of protective measures to know that these tools can be taken from us. We're beginning to see how they are coercively sewing in forms of control in so many different arenas. And honestly, the internet is the new form of it. Media, for all intents and purposes, that is original content creators, that is not driven by AI replicating other people's AI generated documents, is going to become the last frontier of where original content is. And people are going to cry out for it. They're going to demand it because it's going to become a greater scarcity as more people are willing to use these outlets of ease and convenience of these tools, of these bots. People are going to be recognizing a copy of a copy of a copy is ultimately going to get to a place where it is a ruined masterpiece. It is something that is degraded to such an extent that it no longer reflects any creative essence of humanity. And so we have an opportunity as content creators to put forth pertinent and relevant information to the best of our ability in a way that's digestible and readily understood. So I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to come and do that here on your show. And for me, if anything, it instills in me a reinvigoration to pursue alternate forms of media to the best of our ability while we have that.
Yeah, and I apologize if being on this show has brought you that heat, but I sometimes assume that everybody knows what happened to my channel on YouTube back in October of 2020. Do you know that story, or should I share that real briefly with you?
I don't.
Okay,
I
so
don't. If you can, that would be helpful.
yeah, so I had about 760,000 subscribers on my main channel and about 150,000 subscribers on the backup channel. Both channels were in good standing with 0 community guideline strikes, and I had been on YouTube for a decade. And for about 9 years of that decade, I was a YouTube partner in good standing, meaning I could have monetization, earn money, have ads, etc. Well, the YouTube partnership went away, and not long after, on around October 15th of 2020, on the back of a Media Matters for America hit piece, me and dozens and dozens and dozens of other good YouTubers in the truth space, the news space, were terminated without cause or warning. Now, 1 week later, for me and about a dozen others, there was another Media Matters for America hit piece, this time targeting Patreon, saying Patreon was allowing conspiracy nutcases to profit from their conspiracy theories, and therefore Patreon should do away with those folks. Again, Media Matters hit piece. What happened that very same day? Patreon terminated my account. So I think you might be experiencing some of the residue of just having a conversation with me. Now, let me give you one piece of advice, and I don't give it, you know what advice is worth. Take it with a grain of salt. Take it for what it's worth. If I were you at this point, I would use your YouTube channel to spark interest and tease whatever your content is for your new video, and then post that video in whole over on Rumble and BitChute. Just use the YouTube channel as an advertiser to get people to go to Rumble and BitChute, and then leave those links below. That's one idea, because you seem to be headed down the same path I was on. If you're too truthy on YouTube, they won't tolerate you, my friend.
Truer words never spoken, and that's absolutely what I'm going to be driving towards. I also am going to have all of my content still available through my website. So if any of those other mediums give me a trouble too, that we still have that available there. But it's wild to get to hear. I was talking to another content creator, Emma, on a show that's called The Imagination Podcast. Absolutely phenomenal show. And she likewise, during a similar time frame, had her entire channel with no strikes, anything else in good standing for years, had it completely eradicated out from under her overnight when she uploaded a video, hadn't even posted or anything else. And she has now spent another year trying to rebuild that platform, and also uses many other things from Substack to these other channels, because ultimately we've got to resist. And it reminds me of this story that's just inexplicably, the reality is, when persecution comes to people that have built their house on the truth, what it does is it causes us to sow the word more broadly. It makes us persistent, because when you've built your house on truth, when you've built your house on an absolute foundational uprightness, you know that you can take it anywhere and export it mightily. It will always bear good fruit. And at the end of the day, that is our job, no matter what level of persecution comes our way, that we have to keep driving on and keep getting the message out, getting the word out as effectively and as efficiently as we can.
Guys, we're stopping for a minute because we got a guest. Hey, Dave.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep. I can hear you.
Awesome.
I'm pretty sure everybody else can too. How you doing, brother?
Good. Just driving.
Yeah.
So reach out and connect here. See how everyone's doing. How's the night going?
Good. We had a whopping 330 some odd people watching when you were on.
Very cool.
Yep. So a lot of them got to see it. I put your Cash App information and stuff up on the screen, and also did your DaveSnedeker.com and stuff, so that they know that they can go to those places to donate.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, not a problem. It was a good interview. I missed a couple of minutes of it because I had to run out and go to the porta john. But I don't think I missed anything important. So
What did you think?
I think it was good, and I think Nino is starting to understand Q a lot more.
Yeah, right.
And I think you need to. I think that's going to be an important thing for him to understand the concept, where it comes from, and maybe he'll even start diving into it a little bit himself, discover a little bit more. And I don't think that would be a bad thing.
Yeah, I think that what I noticed him really connect on was after, I don't know if you noticed this, but did you notice one particular point where he kind of I felt like he got it, and maybe put that out to the audience. How many we have on now?
We're around 206 to. It's been fluctuating between 206 to 215 for about the last 10 minutes.
Cool. Well, hello everybody. Anybody catch a moment when Nino kind of, I felt like a light went on regarding Q? Yeah, I guess just kind of a question to put it out there to see if anybody has any thoughts on it. But yeah, I agree with you. I think that there's so many people out there that are just they don't really get it, right? And so it's kind of this, when that becomes the majority, or that we keep getting kind of beat down because it seems like nothing's happening. I think there's a tendency to just kind of let it go by the wayside. And I get that, right? I get, some people are just tired of, enjoy the show, or, that kind of thing. But there's so much more to it. And there's so much communication that's actually happening.
Well, he had a little revelation there when you explained to him that misspellings are on purpose. They're intentional. And you could see a light bulb go off with him. How are these people? He used to say, "How are these people getting these clues?" Well, misspellings is one of those ways that we're getting those clues.
Right.
So to watch that reaction from him, also, it was you were already done with your interview when Q the Storm posted a video in regards to John McAfee exiting a line of SUVs and pickup trucks with an armed escort.
Yeah, I had that. I was going to pull that up. That was before he died. But it also was a message to me. Like, that's not recent. That video, that was before he died. But it also was told to me was, I felt like he was sending a message that, no one's going to take him out.
I don't think he's dead.
I don't either. But
yeah,
I think
because that video of him in that Faraday cage.
Right. I think that may be since he died. That video.
Yeah.
What do you think? Have you seen other videos of him other than the Faraday cage that people are suggesting is has been since he did die?
Well, that one there is definitely because on the camera that they shot the video with, there was a date on it.
The Faraday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was that day. It had that day's date on the bottom corner.
Right. And
so that's why I say he's alive. He ain't dead. He ain't dead. Because he would have turned all that stuff loose. His dead man switch would have activated, and that information would already be out there.
Oh, you know what? And I had much more. I wanted to show, his comment about, that he might have stuff at that building, and then that building collapsed in Miami.
Yep.
I had all that. I had all that stuff too. But it's kind of like, David's got a lot going on, and he wants to keep them to an hour. He likes to keep them even shorter than that if he can, but so I feel like I really can't get everything in, but he wants to do more frequent stuff together.
Well, he needs to let you go. He needs to let you go, and that just doesn't cut it. You know what I mean? I understand time constraint and everything else, but to really get into the bits, into the heart of it, I would say a good 2 hour. If you're going to give that kind of time to Gene Decode, you're going to give that time to 107. You're going to give,
what kind of time is he giving them?
The one of the Gene Decodes he did, he gave him 2 hours. The second one, let me see. I'm going to look right now. Was an hour. Well, see, so CERN was an hour and 15 minutes. Gene Decode, he did keep it to an hour with him. But then let's see. Yeah, I guess he has started cutting everybody. He cut everybody back to about an hour. But his older ones, he had stuff that was 2 hours. But it seems like that for the last month, he has he's drove it down to anywhere between 30 minutes to an hour. And the thing is you can't get into the meat and the potatoes of it in that short period of time.
Right.
Especially when his crowd was never involved with following Q or getting any, understanding how to decode things like that. If that's the direction you want to take people and be able to teach them properly, then you need to put the time there. You need to give the time. And he's stretching out the content. But at the same time, people are only getting they're only getting a half a serving. They're getting the vegetables and the bread, but they're not getting the meat and the potatoes.
I had that video lined up. I had other video of him. I had the Miami apartment building. That's why, here's the thing. I give him a taste of the kind of the big picture of it, and then on my own show I can dig in a little deeper.
Right, yeah.
Or with you, I could dig in a little deeper. So,
well, you ain't gonna be digging tonight.
So much there.
Sounds like you're on the road to me.
Yeah, I am now. I can't tonight, but it's just. Look at what's going down, man. With the exposure of all this stuff is just really, really something.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any questions about the interview, or do you have any additional? I was going to say about the light going on. Did we get any answers to that? As any guesses?
Say that again.
Did we get any guesses as to the light going on, like when people saw a light going on with him about Q?
No, it's we got let's see, Dean says Nino had always admitted he didn't follow Q info. It's Christina says, thanks. I'm just so thankful that he's becoming aware of the music industry, Hollywood, and the sporting industry. He's beginning to put the pieces together. Yeah, Joanne, that interview was played while you had stepped away. Sorry. Let's see. My 18-year-old son just watched the Nino Dave interview with me. He is awake and learning more. I had to pause the show several times just to answer his questions. That's that's good stuff. That's
awesome, man. I love hearing that. Who said that?
That was I gotta get back down. Christina Kamla.
Yeah, Christina. Well, Christina, that is amazing. And tell your son he is off to a magical, wonderful life, because many of us did not have the information that he has when we were his age. And I just think it's so empowering to have a grasp of the world around us in a way that he's beginning to at such a young age. I think that's fabulous.
Yeah. Mike MQ says when he saw the face stuff.
Could you say that again? You cut out.
Mike MQ said when he saw the face stuff.
Oh, yeah, that definitely was. I think, I totally agree, Mike. It was like, see, when our last interview, when I started telling him that all of these things, this countdown and all these things are bringing it to X, are bringing it to Twitter, and that Twitter is the battleground now. He was blown away at how much of Pizzagate was on there, and then Frazzle Drip and all that. And he said, "Do you think they're going to have Frazzle Drip on X?" I said, "No, they won't do that, but they'll have people talking about it, and it'll get, and sure enough, it filled up like the next day. Everybody was talking about Frazzle Drip, and so it's waking people up big time. But yeah, I think that was a big one. The one I'm thinking of his kind of awakening to Q was when I told him, after I showed him, the decode. By the way, on that 5.5, I don't know if anybody else has come up with that. The EE, the 2E. I don't know if anybody else has turned that into 5.5, but if you're seeing that out there or not. But when I showed him that, he was kind of getting it. But then when I said, now remember, this is from the same board that called 3 years before it happened, that Twitter was going to kick Trump off.
Yep.
And I think when I said that, I said it much better than I did.
I saw his eyebrows raised then.
I was less tired.
Yeah.
What's that?
I saw his eyebrows raised when you said that.
Right. I think that really was like, wait a minute, okay, what is going on here?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm very, very much just excited for his journey here, because he's got a big audience. I think he could do a lot of wonderful things, but he needs to be equipped to be able to do them, right?
Yeah.
So, and I think that he's realizing that we got a good thing going, and let's do more of it. But
yeah,
that was.
I think Gene Deco gets to be a little bit too much for him, because Gene likes to go up into outer space and stuff, and and I think Nino's trying to stay a little grounded, so I think you're kind of refreshing to him in comparison to a lot of other people that he interviews. And he is starting to get into a good pattern of questions with you. I don't think he has the meat and potato questions yet. You know what I mean? But I think that with the 4 that you've done with him so far, I really think that the questions are starting to form in his mind, and I think that interview 5 is going to definitely bring out another side of Nino questioning that needs to be done.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think he is very much taking to heart the criticism of his interruptions.
Yeah.
I really see him trying to do that, and he does often have some really great questions or really great points. They just, I think he's realizing that they just need to come in due time.
Yeah, it's wait until that until there's a topic point, where you would almost say to him, okay, do you got any questions?
Right.
But that's part of being, that's part of being a good interviewer, and honestly, he did a lot of great interviews when he was in the ring, and in the, when he was out in the boxing circuit, so he just needs to get himself confident with the point of being on the opposite side of that, and I think,
interesting.
I think that the questions will become more, because when he first started boxing, the questions were minimal. David, where did you come from? What did what inspired you? Things like that. But as he began to really increase his wins, the more technical questions began to come up in his press conferences and things. So it kind of, he needs to be that reporter that's asking the question that brought him to the edge of his seat, and with an answer, you know what I mean? And once he does that, he's going to turn a corner that nobody could ever believe that he would have surpassed,
Yeah, that's an interesting take. Yeah. But he's he's really I think he's in a great place with a great platform, and I think he gets a lot of feedback that he takes to heart. So that's really cool. And I was going to say my favorite interview of his was actually the when I interviewed him for the first time. I don't know if you remember that, but it was.
Yeah, that was months ago. That was like almost a year ago, wasn't it?
Oh, that was like probably 4 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. And but he was on the receiving side of it because, and I think I said this to him. I don't think it was on air, but I said my favorite interview of him was when I was interviewing him, because I think he's far more fascinating, and his life is far more fascinating than most of the people he's interviewing.
Right.
I mean, he's a fucking world champion boxer. You know what I mean? I mean, that takes a lot to get there, and he was, and he's come a long way. So I'd like to see more of that as well.
Yeah.
And so, yeah. But all good, brother. I have reached my destination. Are there any other questions that
Slow Country wants to know what you're doing on Monday night. He'd like you to come on his live.
Tell them I'd love to. I have. It's what time is it Monday night?
Slow country, what time? And you got to remember that Dave's on Texas time.
Yeah, Central.
Yeah, I think you guys are only. I think you guys are an hour off. I think he's 2 hours from me and 1 hour from you. I think I could be wrong on that. Noon Eastern time, is what he's saying. So that'd be morning. That'd be 9 o'clock in the morning for me.
Noon
Get me out of bed early again? No, I'm joking.
noon Eastern would be
7 o'clock for you, I think.
11.
Yeah, you're an hour from me, right? It's 9:04 my time now.
I'm 2. It's 11.
11. Okay, so you're 2 hours. So so it would be 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock for you.
10 o'clock Monday. Yeah, I think I can do that. 10 o'clock Monday.
Yep. So make sure that you text him the link to the StreamYard and the time, and that way then he can take and put it into his schedule and all that. So
awesome.
Yeah, that'll be really good because I know Slow Country's got a lot of questions for you.
Cool.
He's been doing a lot of digging this week. So a lot of digging.
I haven't had a chance to connect with him, so we'll do that. We'll do that on Monday. That'll be good. Yeah. So yeah, what a day! I've been up since 3:40 this morning, and so it's been a long one, but it's been a good one. I love what we're seeing out there, man. I love what's being exposed right now. It's a flood of information that's not just reaching the people that don't need it. It's reaching the people that need it.
Yep.
And that's what we've been lacking, and it's happening with Twitter.
And not only that, Dave, it's also a really good refresher for people who have they've heard it, but it was a topic that became taboo for a while, and now that Elon Musk has brought it back to the forefront, it's not a bad refresher for a lot of people.
Right.
Right. Especially Pizzagate, Frazzle Drip, all of that, for some people that just kind of went off to the wayside because nothing was ever done about it back then,
Right.
But now we're seeing, especially on X, we're seeing a reoccurrence of a lot of the original conversations that went on surrounding Frazzle Drip with a lot more people looking at it, and not only that, but the Sound of Freedom coming out when it did, that was timely as well. So I'm beginning to think that this plan has been expose, let them breathe, and then expose some more.
Yeah. Yep. I agree. It's a lot of information, and it's a lot of it is the Great Awakening without question. We're experiencing it firsthand. It's powerful. I'm on the move a little bit, but I can hear you if you're still on.
Oh yeah.
I still got you.
I was trying to understand Dean's post here. It was he said Hawk on night it Nuge podcast on Friday nights. Ted will jam a while. Shit, if Ted Nugent wanted to come on my show and jam a while, I'd let him. And I'd let him speak too. As a matter of fact, I think me and Dave would both love to interview him.
Hell yeah. Who's got to connect connection to him?
Well, I don't know if anybody's got a connection to him, but I remember the first record that I stole from my brother was Ted Nugent. That was the first, and the second album that I stole from him was the first Kiss album, and then the third one that I stole from him was the ELO.
Oh, Electric Light Orchestra.
Yep.
Dude,
Yep.
I saw them years later in playing with Kansas, and their tour that probably would have been in the 90s.
Incredible music. Incredible.
Oh,
yep.
yeah.
So Dean Reedy, you need to get a hold of Ted Nugent and arrange us an interview. We want truth and guitar is what we want. That's what we want. We want truth and guitar and a bunch of questions answered.
Love it.
You know, I honestly, really, I don't know how he achieved working in that industry without the drugs and without the alcohol. That was probably the most amazing thing to me. Was that he achieved that, and he came out. He came out the same way he went in. He wasn't all messed up, but his love of music really showed through.
I just something just went down the sewer that was not supposed to.
Oh,
shit.
hopefully. Well, it's a good thing it wasn't your phone.
Yeah. But it was in my mic box, so hope there wasn't something. But let me jump. Thanks for playing that, and
absolutely,
and much love to everybody.
All right, and the platform's open tomorrow if you want to jump on and do one.
You hear me?
Yep. And the platform's open tomorrow if you want to come on and do one. I don't know if he's Dave? All right, he's taking bags in. So he was moving again tonight. So we'll get him away there. Might be back with us now.
Honey, I'm home.
Welcome. I can't do a woman's voice, dang it.
What happened to you? I lost you.
Yeah. Hey, so tomorrow I only planned on doing a couple hours of something. So if you want to take tomorrow night and do a Dave Snedeker, you can.
Okay.
Thanks. Yeah. I think your people would love that, especially after watching that interview today. You can just send me a message, say, hey, I'm going to go on at whatever time. I can come sit backstage. So that way there, if you lose connection or something, the stream doesn't go down. And if you want me for anything, then you just tell me to come up, Cool. Take time for yourself and throw something up, your people would definitely love it.
Can you hear me? Sounds like I'm losing you.
No, I got you. Okay.
I am seeing if I can see what fell down there. Down the sewer. Oh boy. Let's see. Oh, I see. Okay. It's that thing. Yeah. All right. Let's talk tomorrow, brother.
All right, bud.
Thank
All right.
you.
You have a good night, man. Good luck at retrieving.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. All right. So we're going to jump back into this Nathan Reynolds interview. Thank you, Dave, for joining us. Yeah, it was that was pretty good. So you heard it. He'll probably come on tomorrow to do something, and then on Monday he will be joining me in Slow Country for a Pacific Northwest coffee chat. Covering a bunch of stuff. So, all right, let's get back into this. Nathan Reynolds, you guys ready for this? Let's finish this up. I think it's still got like it's got about an hour left. So here we go.
Well, that's right, and that's all we can do. And I want to do a screen share just to share this with folks. Texas, the Daily Wire, and the Federalist sue the U.S. State Department for conspiring with NewsGuard to censor American media companies. Now, just a little bit more background on what happened to me and so many others like X22 Report, Red Pill 78, and others who were terminated without cause or reason back in October 2020, right before they stole that election and implanted the puppet. We tried to sue Google, and we raised more than $100,000 for attorneys to sue Google. Well, that got us nowhere because Google, and YouTube specifically, is headquartered in California. You can imagine how judges feel about censorship in California. They love it. So at least this case you guys are seeing on my screen right here, at least these well-heeled organizations with deeper pockets than we are suing now the U.S. State Department, because what we do know to be true, Nathan, is that a lot of this censorship is due to the collusion between fascist government and big tech. So it truly is fascism in the classic sense.
Absolutely. And you see this fundamentally at the root of it is that the control of the media outlets and the acquisition and the purchasing of the media outlets by these banking families early on in the last 19th century and the 20th century was the single driving force to collectively engineer a society in a different direction, to be able to engineer people's consent. Ultimately, this was something that was driven for most effectively from the pulpits and the printing press. Those were the two biggest platforms with which early on in the Americas that they had a way of controlling the thoughts, the minds, and the intentions, the souls of mankind. So people like Andrew Carnegie, this person was a very staunch atheist, well known as an atheist, person, the founder of the Carnegie Foundation. He donated, one of his tactics to get in there on the influence on the churchianity side of the equation was to donate an organ to every church. He's like, you know what? I'm just such a good charitable man. I'm going to give you all an organ. Well, there's this natural thing called reciprocity that people, when you give them something for free, there's an inclination, something of extreme value. We don't necessarily would think of it as the same way. This would be like somebody giving you an entire church building and funding it for 5 years. So naturally, there's this desire, well, why don't you just let one of our members sit on your board of directors? And slowly there was this infiltration into the church and into the pulpits to where it began to steer them in a direction towards Unitarianism and acceptance and a lot of these dispensational ideologies that began to get infecting into the church. They began to possess the minds of men. And you see a similitude of that being brought in with these journals being purchased up, and the media companies, a lot of the magazines that used to be the biggest and have the highest circulation, they began to go in and begin to buy those people out. And you see inherently, if you have autonomy to make money out of nothing, out of air, out of debt, out of blood, you have a magician who is ultimately able to conjure up the alchemist's desire to turn lead into gold. They're turning literal ones and zeros into power. And ultimately, that is what is driving so much of the fruitlessness of this kingdom that we're experiencing. Why there's such an effective tyrannical reign, because like you said, they have centered in a single state, an empire of control that is dictating the entire ideology of our life. And so much of what we're wrestling with today really is not a physical person. You can't go and lock up Google today. As much as you want to go and throw Google into court and YouTube into court, the truth is we are battling with an entity, with a literal spiritual entity, like a the Grigori, these watchers of old that have possessed this technology as a form of power, as a body of a medium to be able to control the masses and the machinations of mankind. And you and I are sitting here trying to battle and wage a war against it. And you know what? It is by our votes. And I'm not talking about the ones you cast in the voting box that we can be most effective. I'm talking about what we give our time, our energy, our resources, our attention to, that we can choose to abstain from these tools that they have given us, from these products that are keeping us controlled and keeping us mundane and monotonized. Instead, we can fight deliberately and decisively to win against these people with one deliberate action at a time, one abstinence at a time.
Yeah, that's very well said. And we can win. We must refuse to let them win their fruitless war, because it is a fruitless war, and they are embodying that ancient hate, right? That intelligent radical evil. And that is what we're waging war against. And so, guys, stay tuned, because in this conversation, I do want to get into the topic of money. What is money? What is constitutional money? As Christians, what kind of money should we be using? Because I know a lot of times when we talk about this topic, some folks in the comment section below the videos will say to Ezekiel chapter 7, verse 19, they will throw their silver into the streets. I'll read the whole quote here later. But I don't think that verse is referring to me and you, dear listener, and your family, who's just trying to protect yourselves against inflation, hyperinflation, and the Rothschild fiat printing presses. I think Ezekiel 7:19 is referring to these central bankers and the Carnegies that infiltrated the churches and turned them into 501c3 charities, where if they want their charity status and they want their tax-exempt status, Nathan, they can't talk about politics. They don't dare speak above their breaths in condemnation of the Rothschild, Carnegie, Morgan printing presses. These same people, these banksters, have infiltrated the churches and made them tax-exempt. So now the churches, they can't defend Christianity any longer in any real way.
No, they've in no uncertain terms. This is the people, like, there's so many of these passages in the scriptures that it's easy for people to get caught up in the divide and conquer mentality that has been instilled upon us, to think of the rich as people that have somewhat more than you currently do, or have a basic means of income that's more than your current classes. What they're talking about so often in the scriptures is those who hoard up wealth, that they put their faith and their trust in their riches. And it's a very different heart mentality. It's the love for this money that is poisoning the soul. And those are two very distinct and different things. Those that have stored up their wealth, like in the Vatican archives, like in the decadence and the opulence that has been stored up in the Roman Catholic Empire over these eons, or even in the Dragon bloodlines and in the Lee family. There is generational wealth that is beyond your wildest imaginations. The people that are going to be held accountable for that, and those ultimately are going to be the ones who are going to literally crawl into the tunnels and the caves and the rocks, and they're going to cry out to the mountains and say, fall on us and hide us from the wrath of the one who is coming. That's who they're talking about there. The ones who had the power to give to men the wages that they were due, like Pharaoh in the days of old, who was using and exhorting their brothers. The Egyptians were extorting from the Israelites this slave labor. They were literally making them practice inurement, where they were putting their children in the walls of the building, sacrificing their sons and daughters into the walls of the building to build it up. That is the blood money that has built this empire that we are standing on today. That is literally the human sacrifice of people who have literally taken their children and sacrificed them for their corporate careers so that they can go chase the almighty dollar, because it has been overlooked and circumvented in their churches. Like, one of my wife and I, when we first were really getting fired up and passionate about this stuff, we went to a really small little church that had a very active pro-life ministry. Like, they were one of the only churches in all of Colorado. This is in Denver, Colorado. They went to this place in Stapleton, Colorado, where it was the Human Infanticide Center, where they performed surgical abortions. And they had built the building into the shape of a ziggurat, like a Babylonian ziggurat. And upon the windows, they had written pride. And we literally sat there with these people as they sought to intercede for these
children, these unborn children, to be saved from murder, to try to defend the rights of these babies. And we saw cars with the bumper sticker from our church that we used to go to driving into this building to murder their children. And it was one of the most agonizing and brutal things to realize that the pastor that we had once looked to for advice, for counsel, for wisdom, had stayed silent on a topic for so long that he had given, by doing so, he had given the thumbs up for people to participate in something so wicked. But like you said, those constraints and the offerings of a 501c3 had given it them, had put a muzzle upon them that they're not allowed to speak about these certain things. And so because of that, if we want to continue to launder, at that point, they were doing millions of dollars a year. At this point, they're doing $26 to $30 million a year in donations that are funneling through that industry. And literally this blood money that flows through the churches truly is the most egregious thing. Like when you want to go back into what the Messiah was most enraged at, like when he made a weapon. That's why I have this painting back here on my wall. It's like the reminder that there are certain things that are worth weapon making over. And one of them was the merchandising of mankind. That's why he braided a whip, because they were taking his people and they were exploiting them and they were extorting them in the temple. They were taking from them their hard-earned labors, their wealth, true wealth, like you were trying to talk about, like what really is money, what is wealth, what is value. And for the last 4.5 years, I have had to wrestle with this question, because 7 years ago, I made a decision to say no to blood money, to wealth, to estates, to an inheritance that could have set me up for life, but more importantly, to a phone book directory that could have gotten me the audience with anybody, that could have gotten me the avenue of building a kingdom anywhere I wanted to go. But I said no to that because I knew inherently what had built that wealth was the literal devouring and consumption of the innocent, generation after generation after generation, that they had built their own blockchain of perverts who had secured the secrets of kings and commoners alike for generations. And because of that, they had compartmentalized and locked away so many people's identity, so many people's futures, so many people's hopes and dreams. And they had literally stolen that from them and exploited them, and then taken that and used it against them. And so many of us are waking up and realizing we are slaves in the system. But you know what? I spent the last 5 years traveling around the country trying to find what is a hardworking man. What does he spend his time doing? How is it that a man can save up an inheritance for his children and his children's children? What does it look like to accrue wealth? And wealth that is something that I believe fundamentally comes from many different places. It comes from things like precious, precious metals, like you've talked about, Sean. But I've also found that it's something that can come from land, from the development of our soils, from vineyards and orchards and fields and flocks and skills. That these truly are wealth that has been stripped away from us. Our great grandparents knew how to fix something. 4 generations back, they knew they were artisans. They were tradesmen. They had the skills of being able to read and understand and comprehend what it was they were taking in, and be able to articulate that and communicate that with each other in such a powerful and profound way. And yet we have been debased. We have been stripped of the wealth of intellect. We have been stripped of the wealth of wonder, of curiosity. And instead, we have been left in this poverty of spirit, poor and broken. But it says in this word, if we cry out to him, we ask for him to revive us according to his word. And so much of my life has been devoted to finding out, how does wealth get accrued over a family sincerely? Like, what is clothing according to the scripture? What is food according to the scripture? What is powerful and valuable to our creator? And what are the promises that he said, I will take care of you and provide these things to you, like oil and wine and water and wool and linen and silk, these fine things and grain. Like, these are the provisions that can come into your life and transform you, like a mill, like a grinding stone. Like these were promises that were secured for us, that were the signs and the epitome of wealth. When a man walked through his vineyard, this was the embodiment with a hedge grown around it. I'm not talking about barbed wire fencing that you have to repair constantly. I'm talking about a deliberately cultivated hedge of trees that are grown together to forever create a barrier and a fence around you. These were wealth. These were things that fathers passed on to their sons. And yet in a few generations, we have seen a society of seducers come in and steal it from us and
Yeah.
try to force us into a model of living that is truly tyrannical.
100%. They've engineered all of those old world values out of us. Nobody knows how to do anything anymore. In fact, boy, I didn't mean to bring this up, but I will just briefly. A 1985 Chevy pickup truck that my son bought. He didn't have my consent to buy it. He's 17. He went with his older brother. He had saved his money. They bought this junker truck. They very much want to fix it. They're having trouble. So we tried to get mechanics involved, and nobody will touch this 1985 truck because it's got a carburetor. And none of these guys that work on cars now know how to work on carbureted trucks. I mean, they literally are all telling me this. Guy, mechanic after mechanic after mechanic said it's too old. We don't work on it anymore. I don't even have guys in the shop that know how to fix that vehicle. And those that do, they're all retired. You might want to go find one. So your point's very well taken. By the way, just an aside, and then we're going to get into this money thing. Have you heard of comedian Owen Benjamin? Are you familiar with him at all?
Yes, I spoke at a conference with him a few years ago down in Dallas, Texas.
Okay, very, very bright, very intelligent. Maybe one of the most intelligent guys I've spoken with. Certainly, in the top 5%. And he's living off the land with his family. And he talks about real wealth. By the way, this is a man who hates Bitcoin. And you and I are going to talk a little bit about Bitcoin in this conversation. But he's living off the land. He's got goats. He's got cows. He's got sheep. He's got, children, 3 children now, I believe, with a lovely wife. And to him, that's all the wealth in the world. And I think he's right, because he's learning those old ways. And they won't be able to steal that from him as easily as Jamie Dimon wants to steal from the people what this criminal government is about to steal from the people. So let me do a screen share. Then I want to play this clip between Jamie Dimon and that demon rat, Elizabeth Warren. So Ezekiel chapter 7, verse 19. They will throw their silver into the streets, and their gold will be an unclean thing. Their silver and gold will not be able to save them in the day of the Lord's wrath. They will not satisfy their hunger or fill their stomachs with it, for it has made them stumble into sin. Now, I would make the argument, before I play this clip, I want your thoughts on this. I would make the argument that that verse is referring to those who love money, the people you were just talking about, the people who have hidden it all away in vaults, and those who have then bastardized our system of money with fiat money so that they can inflate it away and thereby steal our labor, literally making us slaves. So when I tell people, try to protect your family and your future with some physical silver, maybe a little bit of physical gold, get out of fiat paper, maybe take a look at Bitcoin, save yourself from the inflation that's coming because it can't be stopped at this point. In fact, it's being done on purpose. I don't think it's appropriate. People can do whatever they want, but I don't take offense when people do this because I don't think I'm guilty. I don't love money. I just want to protect myself from those who do love money and who are trying to enslave us. What do you make of that Bible passage and anything I just said?
Well, as I pointed out earlier, the description of when that time frame it's talking about is literally the day of wrath, the very end of days, of all days. He's talking about those who have hoarded it up, those who are trafficking in the very souls of men, who have put their faith in this money to save them. And it's a very different thing than somebody that's providing for their family's needs. Because at the end of the day, one of those things I used to always carry around with me is ancient coins. I love ancient coins, and I'm always fascinated by them because to me, they still, if ask anyone, they still have this value to them. When you go and pick up like a silver shekel, I don't have any right here with me, but a silver shekel, I have a widow's mite, I have all of these coins like you read about in the scripture, because one of the things I always want to show people is like the Bible is a reliable historical text, and these are actual pieces of evidence that should be in our archaeological coffers, and they are in a lot of places around the world, but they've been very strategically scrubbed from ours. But when you look at something like a Tyrian shekel, like one of the pieces, 30 pieces of silver that Yeshua was betrayed by Judas with, these coins, you can literally watch the devaluing and the defacement of these currencies over time. Like we have in the historical texts and we have in the historical record what happens to a society as they begin to devalue their currency and begin to take out the silver. And so one of my favorite teaching tools to show people is the currency going from pure silver and going down all the way into what is ultimately a copper coin and a copper alloy coin, to where the denarius, which used to be, for those of you that are unfamiliar with this term, It was considered a day's wages, how much a man was paid for a day's labor. Like you and I might think about $100 or a couple $100 for a man's daily wages. Well, back then that was represented by a single coin. And so for myself, these were one of those pieces that I always wanted to physically hold on to. Like, what was it? What was the real value of it? Because if you go back into the scriptures, you can see that there's these divine commandments given in the Torah, the loving instructions of Yahuwah, that there was a bride price, for instance. If a man wanted to take a woman to be his bride, you hear about these amounts in silver that he had to pay to her father as a means to protect her, not only her. So the father would hold on to this money so that should there ever be in the future a divorce or a breaking up of the vows in any capacity, it would provide for her a security, and it provided for the family value for the woman because she was providing such a service to the home that it was a massive deficit for a young woman to be taken away. Like I have friends who have older daughters, large families, 9 children, and those older daughters literally help to raise the other children. The more children you have, this is literally why it says children are an inheritance from Yahuwah. The fruit of the womb is your reward. Like arrows in the hands of a mighty man, so are the children's of one's youth. Blessed is the man who fills his quiver with them. This should be one of those goals in our society, is to have many children. It was synonymous with an inheritance. It was like you're describing with Owen Benjamin. His perspective on that is absolutely spot on, because the perspective of this world hates children. When you live in a city, by all intents and purposes, children become a burden. But when you live in the country, when you live on a farm, when you live on a homestead, children are contributors. They add value and they're co-laborers with you. They're inexplicably precious to you. They are absolutely precious. Like my child, my daughter Naomi, she helps to take care of my home in such an unbelievably helpful way. She is so valuable to me. And you know what? To like the trade of what I would have had to give, I would have given my daughter Naomi to my family so that they could act out their pedophilic lusts on her in order for me to have access to their silver and gold. Literally part of my inheritance in my family trust was the Reynolds silver. And you must understand something. Wealth was held in silver and gold for perpetuity for my family. That is a way of securing generational wealth. Land, estates, and gold and silver was synonymous with the forms of how they secured wealth, because you can take a gold belt buckle and you can travel internationally and you can take that anywhere in the world and it is valuable. And so I encourage people that if they are going to look at silver and gold, there is a good, valuable benefit to eating on silver and gold. Let me tell you, that was one of the fundamental things I grew up experiencing was, yes, a silver spoon in my mouth, because the silverware that people so often take and they pawn and they melt off is incredibly valuable. You don't need to have your silver and your gold sitting in a safe. Go have it cast down and made into bowls and plates and utensils. Use it. Trust me, you'll get a lot more benefit, like physiologically in your body, by eating with it, by drinking out of it. It will imbue into your body desperately needed minerals that your body can't get in any other fashion. And so that's something to consider. And so much of my pursuit in my life is trying to learn those skills. Like I said earlier, one of the greatest resources that came along early on my journey, I was trying to learn how to become a shepherd. I wanted to learn the value of, like you said, a skill that would have been devoid for me. And so that began by shepherding another lady who had a 1-acre homestead. She traded my place for me to park with my RV at the time for a place where I took care of her goats. I became a goat shepherd. And you know what? I learned more lessons in a matter of a couple months by living it out experientially than I could ever articulate to somebody in a 40-minute YouTube video. There is skills that are contained on something like learning to ranch. And this is Greg Judy, by the way. His book is called No Risk Ranching, Custom Grazing on Leased Land. He shows you in this book how to utilize one of the most underutilized assets that a lot of people do hold. There's many people who own land and it just sits there idly because they don't have the time nor the energy nor the mental accolades to do anything with it. And so he walks you through a lot of the process of developing a piece of land, of working on a leased property and how he develops it, putting fencing around it, and then bringing in cattle and moving them with high intensity grazing to mimic what happens in nature, so that they're on grass, but not for too long. And by their doing that, they're regenerating this organic material that should be in the soils, that used to be in our soils. Because from time immemorial, societies, empires, I should say, they made their money by conquest. And they did that by depleting the battery bank of the organic compounds that were within a soil. They depleted the land of its natural resources until it was so exhausted that it had resorted back to this desert. That's why even if you look at that map of the United States, and if you can even understand something, just 150, almost 200 years ago, the landscape that you and I see today looks nothing like what it used to be. They have depleted this down and systemically eradicated what used to be some of the most fertile soils that have ever been documented in the world. Like in the breadbasket, like we call it today, there was 150 to 200 foot deep layers of topsoil. I'm talking about organic, nutrient dense topsoil that have now been depleted to a couple of inches. And that's through so many of these industrialized big agricultural forms of agriculture that have stripped the land of everything. And by doing so, this is why we're so deficient of all these minerals and these vitamins, and we're so weak and we're easy to control. But we can build it back. And this is Greg Judy does an incredible job of being able to explain how you can do that with a couple of animals and growing a herd. He started with very, very little. He started by leasing land, and y'all, he has been entrusted with so many people's properties that are now $1 million properties that have been given to him with lifelong leases, and others that he's built a herd. His genetics and his herd are some of the most sought after in the entire world in a matter of a couple of decades. That man now has the ability to leave to his children generational wealth that keeps getting better over time.
Did you know one of the leading reasons skin begins to sag and form wrinkles isn't necessarily because of old age, but because our bodies are missing out on essential collagen? You see, we produce 10% less collagen every decade once we hit age 30, and that's a major reason behind those pesky wrinkles. That's why tens of thousands are turning to this amazing new substance to replenish this diminishing but vital protein. The brand I use has 10 tasty grams per serving of supercharged collagen to support skin health. Plus, it's super easy to blend with your favorite drink of choice. I put mine in coffee every morning. And the collagen from healthwithsgt.com provides the most necessary types of collagen for skin elasticity, hydration, and youthfulness. The best part is, if you order collagen today using my link below, you'll save 53% off. Plus, you'll get several free gifts with your order, including free shipping, free VIP live health and fitness coaching for life, and a free new e-report titled The 14 Foods for Amazing Skin, plus a 60-day money-back guarantee. So go to healthwithsgt.com. That's healthwithsgt.com. The link is below.
That man now has the ability to leave to his children generational wealth that keeps getting better over time.
Man, that's neat. Guys, are you noticing a theme here? We wanted to lighten tonight's show up just a little bit with good news, because we all are being hit by, multi-vector weapons, right? We're being hit by GMOs, right? They're bastardizing our food. That's not helping the situation. They're hitting us with bioweapons masquerading as vaccines. They're spraying the skies. It's just an endless litany of crimes against humanity, and they're bastardizing our money. So I want to play that clip in just 1 second. You were talking about the Romans and how they started to clip their coins. Now, I don't have this in front of me to prove it quantifiably that it's true, but I've talked to many people, Bix Weir and others, who have told me that back in the day, the average pay for a Roman soldier was 1/10 ounce of silver. 1/10 ounce of silver today is about $2.50. It's not going to feed you for very long. That's how much they've destroyed our money. So with that in mind, I want to play this clip from Jamie Dimon and Demon Viper Elizabeth Warren.
Mr. Dimon, you've been CEO of JP Morgan for almost 2 decades. Can you explain why crypto is such an attractive financial tool for terrorists, drug traffickers, and rogue nations?
I've always been deeply opposed to crypto, Bitcoin, et cetera. You pointed out the only true use case for it is criminals drug traffickers, anti-money laundering, tax avoidance, and that is a use case. Because it is somewhat anonymous, not fully, and because you can move money instantaneously, and because it doesn't go through, as you mentioned, all these systems have built up over many years, know your customers, sanctions, OFAC, they can get bypass all of that. If I was the governments, I'd close it down.
If I was the governments, I'd close it down, to which Elizabeth Warren, that demon creature who is in service of the big banks, let's be clear on that, she says, okay, very excitedly, because that's exactly what she wants to hear. Why am I playing that when we're having a conversation about gold and silver? Well, because in a minute, I want to play a clip from El Salvador's new president, Nayib Bukele, who was on Tucker, and he's speaking the truth. He's a Christian, and he just made Bitcoin legal tender. Now, I'm not proselytizing about Bitcoin, but a lot of folks who watch my channel think that Bitcoin is evil. No, what's evil is JP Morgan's Jamie Dimon and Elizabeth Warren saying, you don't have the right to have Bitcoin. You must take our central bank digital currency. You see the problem there, Nathan?
Indeed.
This is where I have to pause this, because what did we learn today? What was the most valuable lesson that we learned today? Who created Bitcoin? Does anybody remember? Who created Bitcoin? We're going to see how many people were paying attention today. Who created Bitcoin? Sparky, spot on. George Soros. Okay. Yep. So you think about the biggest theft of wealth worldwide. Legal. Okay? Because that's how Rothschilds did it. Rothschilds did it through legal means. Okay? And Soros did it both in Germany and in the UK, and he's done it to other countries. So all these people are dumping their money into Bitcoin. Sean hasn't heard this yet from SGT. He hasn't heard this yet. That just came out today. And the guy who told us, he said, as soon as people find out who it is that created and is the founder of Bitcoin, it's going to go from whatever it is right now to zero. And the interviewer said to him, "What? You think it'll be a couple of days or a week?" And he said, "Micro minutes, microseconds. That's how fast Bitcoin will drop when people find out that George Soros is the one behind it." Yeah.